Ling Han has traversed through time. What? The original owner weighs 150 gene, burdened with a mountain of debt, driven to despair by a scoundrel. Faced with the catastrophic onset, she finds herself at a loss for tears. In the next moment, she binds herself to a super-rich system. With mere tips, she can receive a hundredfold return. With the system in her grasp, the world is at her command. From henceforth, she dominates the live streaming realm with her fists and the voice chat halls with her feet. Online, she is invincible. With luxurious cars, opulent villas, and lavish cruises, she is even more formidable offline. Online and offline, she reigns supreme, making inquiries to ascertain who truly is the sister. Guided effortlessly by the system, Ling Han charges towards the pinnacle of life. The sensation can be summed up in a single word: exhilarating. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Thanks to my sister Amy for sending the magnificent rocket. Thank you, sister. A cacophony of raucous cheers pierced through Ling Han's cerebral cortex, startling her awake as she abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Ling Han, in a daze, glanced around the dimly lit room, where only the faint glow of the nearby phone illuminated the darkness. This was not the scene of an accident. Yet, just moments ago, she had been struck by a speeding car while returning home from a late-night shift. The overwhelming sensation of pain still lingered, as if it had just transpired. Ah, yet another rocket from Sister Amy. A piercing arrow through the clouds. Little Je shall meet you tonight. The glowing phone persistently emitted its clamor. Upon hearing the name, Little Je, a sudden sharp pain shot through Ling Han's head as a torrent of memories not belonging to her flooded in. Is this a transmigration? She murmured to herself. Ling Han has indeed transmigrated into the body of a girl who shares her name, but is a decade younger. Unlike the orphan Ling Han, the original owner's life for the first 19 years was smooth sailing. Although her parents were also orphans, they cherished the precious family life that ensued after their marriage and the birth of their only daughter, showering her with boundless love. Under the tender care of her parents, the original owner joyfully thrived until the age of 19. Apart from being somewhat introverted, her greatest daily concern was merely what to eat. Until 2 years prior, when a tragic car accident claimed her only 2 family members, abruptly ending her blissful existence. Overwhelmed by the devastating loss of her parents, the recently graduated original owner chose to isolate herself at home, resorting to incessant overreading to numb her inner anguish. Alas, Ling Han sighed deeply, envisioning a young girl, sheltered under her parents' wings and oblivious to the tribulations of the world, suddenly confronting the panic following a tempest. In the inaugural year of her confinement, the original owner indulged in an incessant spree of gluttony, escalating her weight from 90 to a staggering 150 pounds within the span of a year. Ling Han cast a glance at her 3 layers of flabby abdomen, pinching the thick layers of fat, and sighed in frustration. In her previous life, her heaviest weight barely exceeded 100 pounds, yet now she faced the daunting challenge of shedding these extra 50 pounds. Fortunately, time has a way of rendering individuals numb. By the second year, the original owner appeared to have begun accepting the reality of her parents' absence, gradually adapting to a solitary existence. And if this continued, she might still manage to live well. However, she fell in love. She became enamored with a male streamer, engaging in an online romance. A naive girl, having suffered tremendous setbacks, found herself infatuated with a male streamer who earned his livelihood through broadcasts. As Ling Han perused the memories, she could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for the original owner. It all began when she stumbled upon a clean-cut boy strumming a guitar and softly singing folk songs, compelling her to click on his stream. In his streaming room, the audience was sparse, and the male streamer, known as Xiaozhe, greeted her with warmth and gentleness. For 20 yuan, one could request a song, and the original owner eagerly requested one after another, her expenditures escalating from a mere 21 songs to 200, and then from 20,000 to 200,000. Xiaozhe serenaded the original owner with all her favorite tunes. From the streaming room to WeChat, it seemed they had an endless array of topics to discuss. He would call her to lull her to sleep and send her beautiful flowers, tenderly addressing her as baby. That was a term of endearment that had not graced her ears since her parents' passing. At last, someone loved her again, akin to her parents' affection. In her devotion to Xiaozhe, she squandered her parents' compensation from the car accident and the savings left for the original owner, even resorting to borrowing online loans. She accrued every loan available, totaling 150,000, combined with the previous expenditures for Xiaozhe amounting to 500,000. The more Ling Han pondered, the more she felt overwhelmed. 150 pounds, 150,000 in loans, deceived by a male streamer. Her situation was worse than in her previous life. Although she had been an orphan in her past existence, she had diligently worked and toiled after graduating from university. While she could not yet afford a home, at least she was beautiful and debt-free. What a hellish beginning she now faced. The good news, she was alive. The bad news, it would have been better to perish. Ling Han pinched her throbbing head. As a fellow girl, she could understand the original owner's actions, yet the realization that she now inhabited this body was truly overwhelming. Ling Han continued to delve into the depths of the original owner's memories. The original owner found herself devoid of funds, and with that, the male streamer's affections dissipated. Upon discovering that the original owner's wallet had been completely drained, the male streamer opted for the simplest and most effective course of action: cold indifference. He ceased responding to messages, ignored phone calls, and even stopped broadcasting. The original owner, unable to see him or hear his songs, experienced withdrawal symptoms. She began to suffer from insomnia, yearning for his return, contemplating selling her home to funnel all her money into him. However, before she could sell the house, the original owner met her demise. That very night, after sending her 101st message without receiving a reply, she incessantly scrolled through the homepage of the male streamer, Xiaozhe. Suddenly, Xiaozhe began his broadcast. The original owner, filled with anticipation, entered the stream, continuously sending greetings on the public screen, yet she dared not reveal any of their private interactions. Yet, even the simplest greetings went unanswered by Xiaozhe. He engaged solely with the top gift giver, referring to them as baby. Consumed by immense rage, the original owner began to confront the streamer in the public chat, repeatedly demanding to know what was happening. The individual responding was not Xiaozhe, but his new top supporter, AI me. What is 50,000 just here whining? The stench of poverty is suffocating. Xiaozhe told me all about it. Do you have no shame? Without a mirror, can you not see your grotesque, overweight self? Do you think you deserve him? The paltry amount you've spent doesn't even cover our Xiaozhe's emotional damages, dear. Spare us the embarrassment. I'm already heartbroken for my baby. He's endured you for a whole year with just this little amount. Why hasn't Xiaozhe replied to your messages? Why'd he stop broadcasting? Of course, it's because he's with me. Indeed, you resemble a pig. Xiaozhe would naturally avoid you. Oh dear, I'm so late. My baby has suffered under this lunatic for far too long. The original owner stared incredulously at AI me's messages in the public chat, her eyes nearly bulging with rage, pushed to the brink of collapse as she frantically typed a retort, while Xiaozhe, who had remained silent, leisurely moved his fingers. In the next moment, you have been kicked from the live stream. She had been blocked by Xiaozhe. Desperately, she tapped the screen in an attempt to re-enter the stream, but was forever barred. Watching Xiaozhe, who continued to smile and thank the top supporter, the original owner felt a rush of blood surge to her head. She had perished. The original owner had literally died of anger. And thus, Ling Han arrived. Upon reaching this thought, Ling Han felt her teeth nearly shatter from fury. The original owner's rage and pain seemed to ignite within her chest, fueling her uncontrollable wrath. Ah! Ling Han screamed in impotent fury, furiously pounding the bedclothes. I'm going to die of anger too. What sort of luck is this? Ling Han was enraged on behalf of the original owner, but even more so for herself. She muttered to herself, her tone growing increasingly intense. Damn it. Even after traversing realms, I'm still burdened with debt and indignities. I might as well have perished. Wasn't it said that one first traverses, then gains a system, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life? Where's my system? Where's my golden finger? Greetings, host. The 888 Super Rich System is at your service. Chapter 2. The System. The sudden voice startled Ling Han, causing her to clutch the bed sheet tightly. In the next instant, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. A wealthy benefactor? A system? Is it the kind of divine system from novels that promises tenfold returns on any expenditure? Ling Han was overwhelmed by immense joy. She just knew that heaven still cared for her. Tenfold returns? Humph. Does it even dare to call itself a divine system? The system, clearly unimpressed by the notion of tenfold returns, emitted a flat electronic tone, yet Ling Han could discern a hint of pride in the voice of this self-proclaimed divine system. Her eyes glimmered with excitement. If it looked down upon tenfold returns, then could you please introduce yourself? Ling Han managed to suppress her uncontrollable grin and asked. Of course. The system cheerfully replied. Greetings, esteemed host. I am the 888 Divine Benefactor System. By engaging in any form of monetary gifting, you will receive a direct refund of 100 times the amount to your personal account. Ling Han was elated, her right hand pinching her left. Ouch, that hurts. This is real. She laughed heartily. I am now one of those who possess a system. After a bout of laughter, she suddenly turned serious. You mentioned 100-fold return. Are there any restrictions? Limits on amounts? Or do I need to build rapport? Or is there a beauty score involved? Although Ling Han had been financially constrained in her previous life, she had seen enough in novels featuring divine benefactor systems to know that they often came with various criteria. However, she reassured herself, these requirements would surely be easier to meet than earning money on her own. With a little effort, she could certainly accomplish them. Oh, no need for that, dear host. I was summoned by you. This system has no restrictions whatsoever. Our only criterion for refunds is, as long as the host is happy. The system replied, a touch of pride evident in its tone. Ling Han could not suppress her broad grin. Such a dreamlike stroke of fortune had unexpectedly fallen upon her. With the system by her side, wasn't she destined to reach the pinnacle of her life in no time? Oh, by the way, what did you mean when you said you were summoned by me? Have you always been here? Ling Han asked with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, esteemed host. Your immense psychic energy, just before your demise, summoned me from the main divine universe. The system detected severe damage to your body that was irreparable, and thus, I could only transfer you into this body. I apologize, dear host. I cannot absorb the memories of this body and can only wait for you to do so. Oh, that's a minor detail. Ling Han waved her hand dismissively, unfazed. With the divine benefactor system bound to her, was life or death even a concern? Besides, this body was 10 years younger than her previous one. In a way, she had come out ahead. What's a mere 150 gene? Losing weight is surely easier than making money, she thought. After all, she would no longer need to earn a living. However, as she reflected on the original host, her initial excitement began to wane. She rubbed her chest. The anger that had been simmering beneath the surface refused to dissipate. Even amidst the overwhelming joy of binding the system, she could no longer bear it. But fortunately, she would not have to endure much longer. With that thought, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ling Han's lips. Fa Bao, when can we start the gifting? Fa Bao? Are you calling me esteemed host? The system sounded almost bashful, stammering in response. Of course, I'm calling you. You're so good to me. You're undoubtedly my best baby. 888 sounds like Fa. So from now on, I shall call you Fa Bao. Ling Han beamed with joy, like a child who had just received a delightful gift. Okay, esteemed host. And remember, you can start gifting at any time. The moment you bound with this system, our contract has come into effect. The system chirped happily, like an exuberant puppy wagging its tail. All right then, let us go, Ling Han declared firmly, as if she had made a momentous decision. Where to, esteemed host? Follow me into battle. I want those two despicable individuals to perish in the realm of the internet. Since Ling Han had awakened, only a mere 20 minutes had passed. She gazed at the screen, where a man with a blissful expression was thanking a woman. His face, once charming and clean, now evoked a sense of disgust. He had just personally expelled the one he cherished most from the livestream, and it was he who had indirectly caused the demise of the original host, who was only 20 years old. Ling Han snorted coldly, unhurried. She could not rest until she had avenged herself. She had an entire night to ensure his downfall on the internet. First, she opened the original host's account homepage. Every video was about Xiaojia. Then she opened her phone's photo album, which was filled with memories of the original host and him from the past year. With all the materials at hand, Ling Han crafted a detailed narrative of their relationship from acquaintance to being blocked, complete with images. As a diligent worker who enjoyed consuming gossip, Ling Han found it effortless to write summaries, especially after being influenced by various gossip essays in PDF format. Xiaojia's manipulative statements, disguised as affection to lure the original host into spending money, were highlighted in bold and were given their own graphics. In total, there were 6 images, concise yet powerful, easily comprehensible to anyone who saw them. She then navigated to the Douyin platform and, viewing the original host's account named Hanja, selected the 6 images and clicked to publish her work. The newly published work made little splash. The original host had few followers, and the only person in her following list was Xiaojia, resulting in negligible traffic. Ling Han smirked coldly. She had her own methods. Next, She scrolled to the live streaming section, where a plethora of handsome and beautiful individuals were vying for attention from viewers. Thanks to the memories of the original host, Ling Han, despite her previous poverty, was now quite adept at these operations. She promptly clicked on the popularity leaderboard and discovered the top streamer was a handsome male broadcaster named Song Chungfeng, whose exquisite features were adorned with a cheerful smile as he chatted with his fans. Without hesitation, she entered his live stream room. In a room filled with 30,000 viewers, Ling Han's entrance was akin to a drop of water in the ocean, causing not a ripple. She remained unperturbed, checking her gold coin balance, which stood at 300, the original host's final 30 yuan. Ling Han looked at the recharge button on her page and inquired, "Do I recharge it myself? Can I recharge any amount?" The system's cheerful voice chimed in, "Indeed, esteemed host. The system is now bound to you, and you possess an unlimited black card under your name. To enhance your gifting experience, simply click recharge, and no matter the amount, the system will automatically recharge infinitely." Just to confirm, this won't have any adverse effects on me, right? Ling Han asked, wanting reassurance. Certainly not. The black card provided by the system and other funding sources are all traceable, and the recharged funds will not disrupt the financial flow of this world. So there is no need for concern, the system assured her. Having heard this, Ling Han decisively clicked to recharge. 1,000,000. The sheer number of zeros made her head spin. In the blink of an eye, 1 million yuan had converted into 10 million gold coins, appearing in Hanja's account wallet. Can the streamer do me a favor? A high-level comment costing 200 gold coins, bearing Hanju's name, floated prominently across the live stream. Can the streamer do me a favor? Song Chingfeng glanced at the comment, somewhat puzzled. Upon seeing the name, Hanj, he realized he had never encountered it before, at least not from someone who had spent significantly in his live stream. You seem unfamiliar, miss. The streamer is working and can't assist, sorry. Who is this big-faced weirdo? Spending 20 yuan on a comment and expecting $1 million streamer to help? How audacious. Monsters. Begone. We want to see our brother. Indeed, you're blocking my brother's face. Level 48 is quite impressive, but my brother has a level 75 sister. What is the point of showing off? Before Song Chingfeng could respond, the fans in the public chat had already begun to stir, observing the barrage of comments. He quickly interjected to regain control of the situation. My little butterflies, please don't be upset. We're here to enjoy the live stream, so let us not waste our emotions on strangers. He chose not to engage with Ling Han. As a million-follower broadcaster, he had witnessed such scenarios numerous times, and the best response was often silence. Ling Han did not rush to reply to the comments. Instead, she gently tapped the screen. Suddenly, a colossal trophy amusement park materialized in the live stream, and Song Chungfeng's face lit up with joy. He was about to express his gratitude when he abruptly paused. It was the previously floating message from Hanja. He felt a flicker of surprise, yet his mouth quickly caught up. Thank you, Hanja, for the carnival. Before he could finish his sentence, another one appeared, then two, then three. Song Chungfeng's jaw dropped. The well-practiced expressions of gratitude were stuck in his throat. 30. Hanja had sent 30 carnivals. What did she want me to do? Buy my life? Chapter 3, Revenge. The comments had completely shifted direction. Within a mere 50 seconds, fans transitioned from disdain to astonishment, and then to flattery, all while Ling Han tapped on the carnival icon 30 times. Song Chingfeng was utterly stunned. His professional instincts urged him to speak, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of, what does this sister want me to do? Buy my life? Without blinking, she had sent 30 carnivals, each worth 30,000 gold coins, equivalent to 3,000 in cash. 30 carnivals. 900,000 gold coins. 90,000 yuan. His mouth finally caught up to his brain, and he excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Hanja. Sister, please let me know how I can assist you. It's truly an honor. You're far too polite. Can we connect with a fan? Typing is too tiring and a waste of my hands. Another message floated by. Song Chingfeng immediately activated the fan connection feature and clicked to invite. Can you hear me? A soft, youthful voice resonated in the live stream. Song Chingfeng was momentarily enchanted by the melodious sound and quickly responded. I can't hear you, sister. Please go ahead. Ha ha ha, Song Chingfeng. I never open fan connections. But with 30 carnivals, to delay even a second would be disrespectful to the carnival. Wow, this has given the broadcaster a good day. 30 carnivals. That's 90,000. I'd do it too. Is it really that serious? It's not like I've never seen a carnival reign and watched the broadcaster's lack of achievement. Hey, don't instigate a fight here. When our own brother and sister send a carnival reign, it's a gesture of goodwill. Do you understand the significance of sending 30 carnivals at the first meeting? Oh, this is starting to get protective. Look at this sycophant, just like your broadcaster. Ling Han had no time to engage with the comments. She simply stated, You help me connect with a broadcaster and have a PK with him. Song Chungfeng suddenly realized it was a connection for a small host. In popular live stream rooms, it was common for powerful spenders to appear unexpectedly, not necessarily to support, but to facilitate connections between highly popular broadcasters and their supporters, thereby boosting the smaller broadcaster's popularity and fan base. He eagerly spoke up. Sister, do you want to help the small host gain followers or traffic? I can assist with either. Neither. I want you to defeat him. Ling Han casually picked at her fingernails, her tone light. Song Chungfeng was momentarily at a loss. Why was this sister always so unpredictable? No wonder she sent so many. It turned out she was here for revenge. Sister, you see, I have no enmity with him. How am I supposed to defeat him? As a million-follower broadcaster, Song Chungfeng was no fool. He could easily make tens of thousands at any time. However, unnecessarily provoking a stranger through a PK could tarnish his reputation, and he didn't wish to be embroiled in any turmoil. I want to make it difficult for you. All you need to do is initiate a forced PK invitation for him to participate. The punishment can be anything. The process is flexible. I assure you will win. Ling Han was acutely aware of what Song Chungfeng was contemplating. Major broadcasters with over 1 million followers could initiate a forced PK 3 times a day. Once a rival was selected, they could only accept, not refuse. Ling Han aimed to trap Xiao Zhe, preventing him from moving, forcing him to witness his own demise on the internet. Just treat it as an entertaining match. There's no burden. Just prolong the PK time. Ling Han grew slightly impatient and exited the connection. Seeing her impatience in exiting the connection, Song Chungfeng made up his mind. After all, it was merely a PK. With 30 carnivals on the line, as long as he could placate this sister, who knew how many more carnivals could come in the future. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he smiled. All right then, let us have a light-hearted entertainment match and get to know a new friend. Sister, whom shall we connect with? Xiao Zhe. Ling Han typed those 2 words lightly, as if proclaiming a death sentence for that name. Xiao Zhe was currently live streaming, strumming his guitar and singing. He was mentally calculating how much he had earned today, musing, this big sister's spending is substantial. She has already contributed 40,000 in one night, making his efforts over the past 2 days worthwhile. If one were to tally, this sister had spent 100,000 in a week, far surpassing Ling Han. Reflecting on the original owner, Xiao Zhe unconsciously furrowed his brow. He didn't actually dislike her that much. He knew she was quite insecure, so he had agreed to meet after she lost weight. Believing there was no need to meet an unattractive person, a simple chat could yield him tens of thousands, which pleased him greatly. Moreover, despite her lack of beauty, her personality was rather agreeable. She listened to him and was willing to spend on him. However, he thought to himself, how poor could she be? Over 400,000 had been spent, and after hearing her talk for so long, he had assumed her parents' compensation was substantial. Yet, how could she run out so quickly? She still had the audacity to come to the live stream and cause a scene. Didn't she understand that once she spent, she should just vanish? How could she dare to demand an explanation? Xiao Zhe thought absent-mindedly. He felt no guilt. After all, he hadn't forced her to spend. It was entirely her choice. Furthermore, he had invested considerable emotional value into this. Constantly comforting an unattractive person was also quite taxing for him. Xiao Zhe frowned, a smirk dancing on his lips. Imi, what is the baby thinking? Your expression looks strange. Strange? I thought I would always be handsome in your eyes. It seems I'm also strange to you. How sad. Xiao Zhe skillfully replied to the comments on the screen. Someone invited him to a PK. He glanced and exclaimed, huh? Wow. Am I seeing this right? It's Song Chungfeng. Xiao Zhe's tone became excited. Song Chungfeng was a top-tier broadcaster with over 4 million followers, and his live stream typically attracted at least 20,000 viewers. Connecting with him was undoubtedly a fantastic opportunity for exposure for Xiao Zhe. He didn't have time to ponder why a major broadcaster would suddenly invite a lesser-known small host with only 20 to 30,000 followers for a PK. The forced PK mechanism had already been activated. The screen split into 2. Xiao Zhe on the left beamed brightly. Hello, brother Chungfeng. Wow, I'm your fan. What an honor to compete with you in a PK. I'm so happy. On the right side of the screen, Song Chungfeng's smile appeared somewhat stiff. He felt a sense of uncertainty creeping into his heart. To be candid, the greatest fear of a streamer is to be ensnared in a maelstrom. Once caught in the rhythm of the crowd, the situation may spiral beyond his control. However, the PK had commenced, leaving no room for regret. Having accepted the challenge, he was determined to perform splendidly. Since his sister had declared her intention to confront Xiao Zhe, he would indeed confront him. With a simple greeting, he dove straight into the matter. Let us engage in a one-on-one PK. We'll bypass the preliminaries and meet at the final leaderboard. The loser must proclaim loudly, I am a scoundrel, I am a scoundrel, I am a scoundrel, and their work will be showcased on the homepage for 3 days. So, will you accept? Listening to Song Chungfeng's words, Xiao Zhe felt his heart sink further. Just moments ago, he had been ecstatic, believing that fortune had smiled upon him. But upon hearing the PK penalties, his expression gradually dimmed. Someone was out to get him, he realized. His mind raced as he pondered who he had offended to warrant such an audacious streamer targeting him. The name of the original host flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Although he was unsure of the identity, it could not possibly be Ling Han. She lacked such connections. Moreover, he was convinced that the original host had no funds left. He truly could not fathom who could command a prominent streamer to specifically target him. Yet he maintained his composure, still smiling brightly. Wow, I've never experienced this kind of gameplay before. It sounds exhilarating. With a playful wink, he added a touch of charm. His appearance was hardly inferior to that of Song Chung-fong. In a realm where looks were paramount, among the 20,000 viewers, there were bound to be those who favored him. Xiaozhe mused that he would not forsake any opportunity to gather followers. Song Chung-fong observed the barrage of comments in Xiaozhe's livestream, his expression growing increasingly odd. He confirmed with Xiaozhe, "So, will you accept this PK or not?" Chapter 4, Acceptance. Will you accept or not? The moment those words were uttered, Xiaozhe reacted instinctively, replying, "I accept." This PK was an invaluable opportunity. Such exposure was rare, and regardless of the outcome, he had to seize it. Besides, he was not necessarily destined to lose. With this thought, his smile returned, "I accept. If you lose, Brother Chingfeng, make sure to tag me in your signature on the homepage," adding, "I was defeated by Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe is far more handsome than me." Song Chungfeng narrowed his eyes at him. This kid was climbing the ladder of opportunity. Should he truly lose, he would likely be riding the wave of traffic for an indefinite period. With a stoic expression, he replied, "Very well, let us begin." No sooner had Song Chungfeng's words left his lips than Xiaozhe eagerly began to rally support. During the first 30 seconds, gifts are doubled. "Ladies, lend me your support. I truly wish to win." "Oh, thank you, Sister Amy. Thank you for the carnival. You are so wonderful to me. This is just the beginning. If you want to win, I'll ensure you do." I see that the opponent doesn't have many points either. Amy's account was level 58, and she had spent over 600,000 on Douyin. She regarded Xiaozhe with satisfaction, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 120 pounds. He possessed a clean appearance and a spirited demeanor. His guitar playing and singing were delightful, aligning perfectly with her taste. Moreover, his performance during their time together had been commendable, so rewarding him was not out of the question. She gently tapped the screen, a smirk creeping onto her lips as she listened to his exaggerated expressions of gratitude. "Oh, thank you for another carnival, Sister Amy. Thank you, my darling." Xiaozhe's expressions of thanks were exaggerated, yet he was acutely aware that Amy usually spent around 50,000 in a single night. The additional funds were undoubtedly stimulated by the presence of a major streamer on the opposing side. Amy loved to flaunt her status. Allowing her to bask in her victory over a million-follower streamer would surely inflate her vanity. Furthermore, in the current livestream, there was hardly anyone who could rival Amy's spending, so he only needed to cater to her. This was far more advantageous than relying on talent votes, where he would tire his voice singing for a mere 10 bucks. The notion of having a single guardian to savor the feast was hardly appetizing. Reflecting on the past, a hint of gloom shadowed his eyes. Were it not for the original host, he could have long since indulged in the affections of a genuine wealthy patron. Why waste so much time for a mere few tens of thousands? Xiaozhe shook his head. The current PK was paramount. The opponent had only amassed 10,000 points, which converted to a mere 1,000 bucks, while he had already surpassed 200,000 points. It seemed peculiar. Surely the opponent could not genuinely be lagging behind, could they? He thought with a hint of schadenfreude. That would be ideal, effortlessly transforming a million-follower streamer into his stepping stone. He threw himself into rallying support with renewed vigor. In Song Chungfeng's livestream, the comments section was in an uproar. "Oh dear, they're forcing us into a PK and then failing to support us. Is this bullying our streamer? Calm down, everyone. We've only just begun. There are still 10 minutes left. Wow, the opening gifts are doubled, and they're not even pursuing them. What do you expect for the rest? Oh dear, our streamer must be furious. Is this the legendary case of trying to provoke someone only to be slapped back? Hilarious. Let us see how the streamer handles this." The comments section was filled with a cacophony of voices, and the entire live stream became chaotic. His fans were nearly at their wits' end trying to manage the comments, especially since the scores were glaringly evident. Song Chungfeng swallowed hard, yet maintained a serious facade. "I trust my sister. If she says it, she will undoubtedly follow through." She must have been preoccupied earlier. As seconds ticked by, with only 5 minutes remaining in the PK, Xiaozhe reclined against his chair, his guitar laid aside, and his smile grew increasingly relaxed. He lazily gestured to mute his microphone. "Brother Chingfeng, you're not planning to stealthily accumulate points until the last minute, are you? Although we forbidden stealth tactics, it hardly seems necessary against a small streamer like me, does it?" Stealth tactics involve withholding support in the early stages, only to unleash a torrent of support in the final minute, catching the opponent off guard and securing victory by a narrow margin. Major streamers rarely resort to such tactics. They typically flaunt their prowess with substantial initial scores. Song Chengfeng's face had completely frozen. He genuinely regretted having been blinded by the allure of a few $1,000. Indeed, he should never have intervened in someone else's turmoil. Now he was ensnared without any knowledge of the situation, dragged down into the depths. Since earlier, he had been unable to sit still, secretly messaging the big sisters who usually supported him, yet unbeknownst to him, none of them had responded that night. In his livestream, the leaderboard still displayed Han Zhe at the top, and since the commencement of this PK, she had not made any moves. Song Chengfeng was grinding his teeth in frustration. However, what was done was done. While he could endure physical pain, losing face was utterly unacceptable. He had no desire to become Xiao Zhe's stepping stone. As the timer dwindled to 4 minutes, he picked up his phone and prepared to have his assistant bolster his position with a secondary account. Congratulations to Han Zhe for sending out a Carnival X30 in the livestream. One after another, the carnival effects slowly ascended on the screen, and Song Chengfeng sprang to his feet, bursting into exuberant laughter. Ha! I knew my sister wouldn't deceive me. Song Chengfeng's red progress bar firmly suppressed Xiao Zhe's. 1 million points was not easily achievable, even for a major streamer, yet within a minute. The opposing side had managed to accomplish it. With an air of self-satisfaction still adorning his visage, Xiao Zhe was abruptly startled by the unforeseen turn of events. His fists clenching tightly in response, he desperately forced a smile, his tone soft and imbued with hope as he called out to Amy, determined to prevail. Amy had already spent nearly 200,000 that night. In her eyes, the male streamer had a price list, and Xiao Zhe's worth for the night clearly did not exceed that sum. However, upon witnessing the earnest expression on Xiao Zhe's face through her phone, and recalling his docility from a few days prior, she succumbed and pressed the recharge button. Meanwhile, Song Chengfeng's live stream had erupted into a frenzy, filled with exuberance. Oh my, Sister Han Zhe, I declare you to be my soul sister on the internet. This is exhilarating, folks, absolutely exhilarating. Double the fun? What's that? We don't need to double up. We're affluent enough. I'm utterly mesmerized by my sister's charm. Who understands? Look at the streamer smiling like a silver sword, enraged yet profiting from this brat. Ha ha ha, Song Chengfeng, thanks for the invite. I'm laughing so hard my face might split. Xiao Zhe, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt from his chair. 1 million votes, an amount he had failed to garner throughout the night, had been amassed in this single livestream. Thank you, Amy darling. I knew you were the best, he said, gazing at the screen with a pitiful expression. It's all right, darling. With such a prominent opponent, even in defeat, I would be content. For I know you will always stand by me. I would never let you lose. I shall always be with you, my darling, Amy replied with a smug smile. Confident that her opponent could do no better, with merely 2 minutes left and no time for him to recharge. Indeed, there was no need for Ling Han to recharge. Her wallet was still ample. Han Zhe, let us open the comments for mutual interaction. A stream of highlighted messages wafted through Song Chengfeng's livestream, followed by 30 more celebratory notifications. Ling Han was determined to silence the opposing side, finding their presence nauseating. Song Chengfeng, understanding her intent, didn't he even bother to express gratitude, instead flashing a sycophantic smile as he said, "Little butterflies, let us hold off on the barrage for now. My sister wants to open the comments for a little chat with the opposition." As he spoke, Song Chengfeng activated the mutual comments, and the public screen quieted down. A significant portion complied with their brother's request, while a smaller fraction eagerly awaited the words of the leading lady who had already spent 90 celebratory notifications. Han Zhe, hi there, opposing streamer, do I look familiar? And you, Amy, open your eyes and observe the health bars. Do you see it clearly? Trash man and shameless woman, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Consider 50,000 as mere dog food. Tonight, keep your eyes wide open and witness who the real fool is, who the shameless one is, and who the clown is. Deceiving for emotional votes? Insults? Abuse? Blocking? Does this blood-soaked bun enjoy its feast? Shameless wretches, you have the audacity. The heavens do not claim the shameless. I shall collect them myself. My words end here. Xiao Zhe, Amy, if you two don't withdraw from the internet tonight, consider it my defeat. Chapter 5, The Reckoning. I've said my piece. For those wishing to know more, please visit my homepage's first video. Timing it perfectly, Ling Han sent her final message just as the PK concluded, resulting in the original account ascending seamlessly from level 48 to level 60. Song Chengfeng triumphed with 2 million votes against Xiao Zhe's 1,300,000. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps all over. My sister is just too cool. Sister, look at me. I'm your loyal servant. Did you all see the pinned video? Using romance to lure my sister into voting. 50,000 spent only for her to turn around and insult her. My heavens, is this beastly? Indeed. That Amy is still gloating. How shameless can one be? Throwing money at a man for a night, and then cursing her ex? It's infuriating. The comments erupted in chaos as Song Ching-fong, while Ling Han concentrated on sending her messages, perused her homepage and naturally found the incriminating video. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer foolishness of the opposing side, who had driven the goddess of fortune to become the harbinger of doom. Without further ado, he addressed the opposing side with seriousness. I've won. Now you must face the consequences. Xiaozhe was on the verge of collapse, his countenance pale as he gazed at the derisive nickname on the opposite side. Trembling, he picked up his backup device and logged into his alternate account to access Han's homepage. Everything remained unchanged, save for the newly pinned video. He clicked it open, revealing chat records, transfer records, and gifting records, all of which were his. How could this be? Ling Han, who had appeared so meek and compliant, had given him everything he desired with a mere flick of her finger like a loyal dog. And yet, she had clearly been out of money. He had pushed her to her limits, confirmed her lack of funds before discarding her like refuse. With no family, no friends, and a social circle consisting solely of him, he had calculated perfectly. She would not stir up any trouble. How could this be happening? Unable to bear it any longer, he smashed his phone onto the carpet. Surely, you're not contemplating rolling away, are you? Song Ching-fong impatiently urged Xiaozhe. Complete your punishment. Hurry up. His repeated prodding only served to heighten Xiaozhe's anxiety. In the face of sheer fear, one often finds clarity. Ling Han must have sold her house. He recalled her final WeChat message, where she mentioned wanting to sell her home. But by then, he had already met Amy. Though Amy was a few years older, she still sparked no interest in him. At least she had wealth. Ling Han's old house, which he had investigated while ordering takeout for her, was located in a dilapidated neighborhood of a lower-tier city. Valued at most at 20,000. He had no desire for it. Her house would fetch little, and she would surely have spent all her funds. The situation was merely brewing in this live stream. The opposing side was, to put it bluntly, just an internet celebrity, with at most 20,000 viewers, while his own live stream barely attracted a dozen, practically insignificant. Xiaozhe's mind raced. Occurrences like this transpired daily on Douyin, and he was not particularly unique. Humph. To think he could be driven offline by this pathetic live stream? She must be dreaming. With so many people on the internet, so many dramas unfolding daily, this would not escalate, surely not. Even if he rolled away and refused to face punishment, what could the opposing side do to him? The immediate priority was to appease Amy. He had assessed her before their meeting and post-meeting. He was even more convinced that Amy was a bona fide rich second generation. That 20,000 was merely the price of a handbag to her. If he could charm her, the money would flow back to him. Having come to this realization, Xiaozhe no longer paid attention to Song Ching-fong. The PK had concluded, and he could no longer be compelled to remain. With a thought, he uttered not a word. His finger tapping to close the PK. The screen swiftly reverted to Song Ching-feng's large display. Song Ching-feng was taken aback, recognizing that Xiaozhe was shameless. Yet he never anticipated such blatant audacity. Was he genuinely rolling away? Is this guy on something? Has he lost his mind? I have a series of plant names to share. Look, they're S1. Grass. How can there be such a shameless person? How can there be? How can there be? My glands are also glands. They're telling me they're about to explode. Is this building safe from the wind? Smile, smile. Draw your blade. Draw your blade. Song Ching-feng couldn't help but chuckle. All right. All right. I suppose this counts as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Just wait. I shall reconnect with him. I must teach him a lesson in humanity. Don't reconnect. There are only 3 mandatory PK matches. Don't drive him off the stream. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Ling Han floated a message across the screen. Ah, no, sister. Are we really going to let him off the hook? I refuse to accept that. Song Ching-feng shouted. Hanja sends out a 10,000 gold coin red envelope X10, available for immediate collection. Thank you all for your hard work in witnessing this farce. Here's a 10,000 coin red envelope for you to claim yourselves. Who said we should let him off? Do any of you have over 1 million followers? Someone who can initiate a mandatory PK and earn a bit of extra cash? Bring them in. Ling Han was thoroughly pleased with Song Ching-feng's attitude. Although she recognized that his motives were primarily financial, she had no other resources at her disposal. Only an abundance of money. Song Ching-feng donned a mask of anguish. I can earn that extra cash myself. Truly, sister. That scoundrel has left me no room to maneuver. I see the money yet can only watch as others claim it. It feels as though my heart is shattering. Oh dear, I am such a good person, having to share with my brothers. I fear for their suffering, yet I dread them driving around in luxury. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for me? Stop merely snatching red envelopes. Consider your pitiful older brother, for I am at my wit's end. As Song Ching-feng jested, his gaze drifted to the popularity rankings. He realized that this sister had never visited his stream before. Her choice of him must have been due to his recent rise to the top spot on the popularity chart. She likely preferred the convenience of the highest-ranking individual. He promptly invited the second, fourth, and ninth individuals from the popularity list. "What's up, Xiaofeng? Are you missing your brother? Ready for a match?" Ke Hang, ranked fourth, cheerfully inquired. "Are we playing with 4 people? I lack the conditions right now." Ming Yang, ranked ninth, replied somewhat hesitantly. "What qualifications do you have to challenge me with such low scores?" Ling Long, ranked second, boasted arrogantly. "Enough chatter, let's not waste time. My sister has a task. Do you accept or not?" Upon hearing this, the 3 of them looked bewildered. The fans who had just claimed the red envelopes began to rally, spreading the word about the scoundrel and the vile woman across the 3 streams, while Song Qingfeng quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. "My goodness, I'm in. I cannot stand such trash on the internet." Ling Long, as a woman, felt a deeper resonance with the situation and spoke in indignation. "What nonsense. They think they can act arrogantly and bully my sister without consequence? I too. Money matters little. I simply wish to help my sister vent her frustrations." Ke Hang chimed in eagerly. "This quest for justice cannot be without me. I shall join as well," Ming Yang declared, unwilling to be left behind. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Everyone knew each other. Such occurrences were rampant on the internet, and without money to back them, would they still display such reckless abandon? "I've sent you his account. Hurry, don't keep my sister waiting," Song Qingfeng urged. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 3 swiftly exited the live stream. "These people are truly ridiculous. I hadn't even finished speaking," Song Qingfeng lamented, bemused by how quickly they rushed off for money. Ling Han left the stream, clicking into Ling Long's live broadcast, where she was already cracking her knuckles in anticipation. "Welcome, Sister Han Zhe, to the live stream." "Welcome, sister," Ling Long exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently, and indeed, the sister had arrived. "Sister, just say the word. I will follow your orders. Watch as I obliterate those 2 despicable individuals and give you a proper outlet for your frustrations," Ling Long declared, her fists clenched in righteous fury, as though she were ready to demolish her foes at any moment. Ling Han smiled gently as a message floated across the screen. "You may set the penalties. Though he may not necessarily comply, it matters not, as long as I can shatter his mindset." Ling Long beamed. "I've learned well. But shall we fight 1 by 1, or shall we engage in a 4-player match?" Ling Han, growing impatient, replied, "You all can engage together. I do not have the time to toy with him." "All right, sister, just watch." Chapter 6, Obliteration. "Sister, just watch closely." With that declaration, Ling Long eagerly pulled Ke Hang and Ming Yang into the fray. "Sister has spoken. We shall engage in a 4-player match. Who is first and who is fourth? How shall we punish?" "I need not elaborate." Ling Long dove straight into the matter. "Oh, come on. We're seasoned streamers. Do you really need to elaborate?" "Pull him in already," Ke Hang urged impatiently. I understand. Just pull him in and stop talking," Ming Yang echoed, equally eager. "Darling, I swear she's truly a pauper. She's out of money. The gifts she sent me were all compensation from her parents. She's just an orphan. How could she possibly have any left?" This sentiment was iterated multiple times by Xiao Zhe as he endeavored to charm Amy. "She mentioned selling her house, but I ignored her. You've seen the chat logs, haven't you? That house could fetch at most 200,000 to 300,000. The gifts she just sent were her last funds. She certainly cannot afford to send any more. My dear, 200,000 to 300,000 is her entire fortune. Yet that is merely a fraction of what you spend on a single bag, isn't it? How could she possibly compete with you? My darling, you are the best. I beg you, I truly mean it. I've shown you everything, haven't I?" Xiao Zhe gazed meaningfully into the camera, a knowing smile gracing his face. Amy found herself charmed by his words, her earlier anger dissipating somewhat. Having just tasted this man, she found him to possess a certain allure, and the novelty still lingered. She had indeed seen their chat records, and the original owner had mentioned wanting to sell her house. Amy scoffed. "All right, I'm not angry. It's laughable that such a pauper would dare to pull this stunt, pretending to be a big sister without a hint of shame. Earlier, I simply didn't react quickly enough. I doubt she would dare to strike again. Still, you have ruined my mood. Tell me, how will you compensate me, "Of course, whatever you say for compensation, okay?" Suddenly, 4 boxes appeared on the screen, displaying 4 faces, as a 10-minute 4-player PK commenced forcibly. In a 4-player PK, if 2 participants activated the mandatory feature, the remaining 2 had no choice but to accept or decline, and the match would commence without delay. Xiao Zhe felt an ominous premonition. These 3 were all major streamers, ranked within the top 10 in popularity, and he recognized them all. He forced a tremulous smile. "Wow. All big streamers. Have I stumbled into an elite match? My apologies, but I have a prior engagement and cannot participate in the PK. I'll be exiting now." Ling Long scoffed. "We're starting this match to take you down. Where do you think you're going?" You fool, if you lose. You must sincerely apologize to my sister and beg for mercy, admitting you were wrong. You're a big loser. Don't think of escaping, you trash. Just sit tight and prepare for a beating. Kahang and Ming Yang chimed in simultaneously. The relentless provocations turned Xiaozhi's face crimson with rage. Infuriated, he began to lash out with careless words. What? Who are you dogs? Are you Song Qingfeng S? Or Hanja S? Did Hanja tell you she sold her house to send gifts? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity that house is dilapidated and worthless. The money from selling it has already been squandered on Song Qingfeng. So what? Are you just barking for free here? Xiaozhi, seething with rage, mocked the three with a smile. Amy, having just calmed her anger, felt it surge back to the forefront. As a rich second-generation heiress, she had never experienced such humiliation, not even in real life. Fury consumed her, and she charged an additional 100,000, feverishly tapping the most expensive gifts, causing a flurry of celebrations to explode in Xiaozhi's livestream. She couldn't believe it. A mere penniless wretch selling houses and buying votes could possibly contend with her? What a ludicrous notion. Xiaozhi laughed so hard her eyes disappeared behind her smile, defiantly gazing at the trio. Ming Yang and Ku Hang exchanged glances, both falling silent. They had just heard Song Qingfeng's words. He was well fed, but Hanja had indeed not spent a single cent on them. What if, just what if, Xiaozhi's words were true? Wouldn't they suffer a tremendous loss? However, Linglong was unperturbed by their thoughts, raising an eyebrow. She spoke. Did you just finish eating in the restroom without brushing your teeth? How can your foul mouth stink so much that it wafts through the screen? As she said this, she waved her hand in front of her nose. I'm here to uphold justice. Do you understand what it means to clean up the trash? It's everyone's responsibility. Linglong rolled her eyes, ignoring her two silent companions, and began energetically rallying votes in the live broadcast. Those who can afford it, support us with your wealth. Those who can't, support us with your presence. Today, we shall embody justice. Just imagine if these two scoundrels were in your shoes. Wouldn't you be furious? Even if it's not for my carnival, I will bear this burden. I refuse to believe they can outmatch us. Linglong gritted her teeth, her health bar slowly diminishing. Xiaozhi remained as steady as a mountain, a scornful smile playing on her lips. Is this all you've got? As the 3 minutes ticked away, Hanja remained conspicuously absent, causing Kahang to become anxious and rally his efforts. Come on, everyone. We must stand together. It's not about the money, but about not letting this petty person flaunt their arrogance. Charge. Ming Yang, however, hesitated. He had little to spare and didn't want to deplete his own resources for this revenge match. He opened his mouth, but remained silent. After all, they were competing against a major streamer, and the combined strength of Linglong and Ku Hang was not to be underestimated. Together, their health bars were barely on par with Xiaozhi's. Xiaozhi began to play coy again. Sister Amy, let us crush them in this match. Let everyone see that you are the one and only sister. No one can compare to my darling, all right? Amy smirked, her eyes sparkling with pride. It was evident that the two major streamers could barely keep pace with her single-handed efforts. She had never lost to anyone she wished to support. She recharged an additional 200,000, gifting it all at once, and with the first-minute bonus, her votes surged over 3 million, sending Xiaozhi's health bar plummeting, leaving the opposing trio with barely a sliver of health. Is this all you dare to challenge me with? Go ask around on Livestream Street who you should be calling father. Xiaozhi exclaimed, standing up in excitement, hurling insults at other streams. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged. Ling Han was no more than this. Now, she had become a timid turtle. He laughed more extravagantly. Linglong appeared somewhat flustered. Amy's onslaught was too fierce for her to handle momentarily. Ling Han narrowed her eyes. For Heaven Southwell is to drive one mad before their downfall. Tonight, in this live broadcast, she was the embodiment of destiny. Congratulations to Ling Han for sending out 100 carnivals in Linglong's live stream. Oh my, sister. Linglong jumped from her chair, her eyes glued to the screen as the carnivals bloomed endlessly. The health bars of the three surged forward, decisively suppressing Xiaozhi's. Woo woo woo, sister. You are my one and only sister. This is incredible. Linglong's eyes turned red with excitement. Tell the others, is this all you've got? A stream of glittering messages flowed past. Ha 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 ha. You mutt, my sister wants me to tell you, is this all? Linglong stood on her stool, laughing more flamboyantly than Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat slicking his palms, making it difficult to clutch his hands. He could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. How could this be happening? Ling Han was clearly out of money. He knew her situation better than anyone. It was impossible. He refused to believe it. If he accepted that Ling Han still had funds, he couldn't bear to think of the 6 or 70,000 votes he had carelessly discarded. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. The money was supposed to be his. Yet Amy was infuriated by the casual mockery of is this all? Just days prior, she had been leaning on Xiaozhi, mocking him, and now she dared to ridicule her? Without a second thought, she recharged another 200,000, spending it all in one go, refusing to believe that Hanja could sustain the attack. She was, after all, a penniless wretch. Congratulations to Hanja for sending out 20 carnivals in Ku Hang's livestream. Congratulations to Hanja for sending out 10 carnivals in Ming Yang's livestream. Congratulations to Hanja for sending out 52 carnivals in Linglong's livestream. The health bar Amy had just filled was effortlessly crushed by Ling Han. She kept recharging, gifting items, and trying to rally her health bar, but no matter how much she sent, Ling Han would effortlessly counter and suppress her. Ah, you vile woman. Amy screamed into her phone, feeling utterly defeated. No matter how much she sent, Ling Han could always retaliate, as if toying with a dog. Amy had lost her mind completely. She clicked to recharge once more, but suddenly a message popped up. Recharge failed. Your bank card balance is insufficient. How could this be? There was still 600,000 in this card. Her tuition for the next semester. Amy abruptly calmed down, cold sweat pouring down her face. Yes, she was a rich second generation, but most of this money was meant for her living expenses and tuition. If her parents found out she had squandered it all for a male streamer in one night, she dared not continue that thought. Regret filled her heart as she looked at Xiaozhi's face on the screen. What once was infatuation had turned to disdain. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in such a humiliating position. It was all his fault. Tonight's grand spectacle was sure to be recorded, having been so ostentatious online for so long. Someone must recognize her, and if it got back to her parents, she would be doomed. Resolute, Amy swiftly exited Xiaozhi's livestream. On her homepage, her account was inundated with countless private messages, each of her posts suddenly accumulating hundreds of comments. She took a glance and trembled with rage. Although she never aspired to be an internet celebrity, she relished showcasing her affluent persona. She had meticulously nurtured her account, and seeing those lowly figures fawning over her in the comments brought her immense joy. It was all ruined now. This account could no longer remain. Biting her lip, her trembling fingers clicked to deactivate her account. Chapter 7. Exiting the internet. Xiaozhi gazed at the live stream, his heart now frozen. With Amy gone, thousands of viewers flooded in, all there to berate him. He just wanted to end the stream immediately, yet with only 3 minutes left in the PK, he couldn't leave. Linglong was laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Sister, look at him. He resembles a dog. Tell him, if he loses, he automatically exits the internet. Seeing the messages, Linglong immediately added, my sister wants me to tell you, if you lose, you automatically exit the internet. Understand? Xiaozhi could barely muster the strength to speak. His mouth dry as he forced a smile. What else can I do but exit the internet? Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Not even a glimmer of hope. Ling Han laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. The original owner had already been driven to despair, and she had never offered the original owner any escape. Before she could send a message, Linglong had already taken the mic. Telling you to exit the internet is a courtesy. Don't take it for granted. She rolled her eyes and continued, are you still here, wallowing in your misery? It was you who deceived others for emotional support, you who cursed me behind my back, and you who drained people dry before kicking them aside. Linglong was perplexed. When you were raking in money, why didn't you consider leaving others a way out? Your reputation is already tarnished. Even if you don't withdraw from the internet, after today, will anyone still pay you any attention? Xiaozhi closed his eyes, fully aware of the storm brewing beneath his homepage, where an avalanche of scathing comments awaited him, without exception. He understood that after tonight, he would be utterly reviled. No influencer would want to associate with him, nor would anyone be willing to spend on him again. The fallout from these two PKs had escalated far beyond what he had anticipated. The internet never forgets. He attempted one last desperate plea. Han, why are you treating me this way? If you have money, why didn't you tell me? Had you informed me of your wealth, I would never have acted like this. You deceived me. Why did you deceive me? Ling Han was taken aback, even at this juncture. This scoundrel had the audacity to blame the original owner. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Almost retching. She found it unbearable to hear the original owner's name come from his lips. It was simply revolting. Let him be silenced tonight, immediately, and vanish from the internet. If he utters another word, he can expect dire consequences. Moreover, I no longer wish to see him online. If he doesn't withdraw, I will confront him each time I see him, striking him until no one dares to support him again. Linglong relayed the message promptly. Xiaozhi opened his mouth, wishing to say something further, yet dared not utter another word. Just then, the PK concluded, and he exited the 4-person PK with a pallid complexion. The live stream was already filled with thousands of viewers, an audience he once yearned for. Yet now, the public screen was inundated with insults. He managed a grim smile and shut down the live stream. Observing the hundreds of thousands of likes on the pinned video of his account and the soaring trends, he realized his downfall was irrevocable. Thank you for the carnival reign, sister. Love you. In the remaining trio's livestream, Linglong playfully formed a heart with her hands. Linghan couldn't help but smile. You're welcome. You deserve it all. Ku Hang and Ming Yang awkwardly expressed their gratitude, to which Linglong retorted mercilessly. Now you know to thank me? Where were you earlier? It's too late to express gratitude now. You deserve to have nothing. Her straightforward and bold demeanor mirrored her personality perfectly. Linghan raised an eyebrow. These two male streamers exhibited a semblance of sincerity, albeit minimal. She understood. She was merely a stranger to them, and without prior transactions, trust was hard to establish. Yet, if they chose to engage with Song Qingfeng, they should have done so with flair. Wanting everything without offering anything in return was foolish. Now Linglong was well fed. While they had only pocketed a fraction of what she had earned, she couldn't be bothered to delve into their inner worlds. She was thoroughly pleased with Linglong's performance, who had become her formidable verbal advocate, eliminating the need for Linghan to type. Glancing at her wallet, which still held over 1,000,000 coins, she generously gifted it all to Linglong. Wah, sister. No, wait, my wife. You are my long-lost wife, right? Why are you so good to me? Linglong was on the verge of tears, hardly believing that there were still rewards to be gleaned after the ordeal. Such a kind and generous rich woman deserved protection. That scoundrel Xiao Zhe was simply blind, destined to fail. He was made for the streets. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. I'm thrilled tonight. This is all you deserve. I'm off now. May we meet again by fate. After leaving her final words, Linghan quietly exited the live stream room. The homepage video had already garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, and the fans of these million-view streamers spread Xiao Zhe's name across the platform's trending topics. Clicking on her only followed account, she discovered Xiao Zhe's account had been officially deactivated. As she observed it all, she thought of the original owner and recalled the saying, if a woman is spiritually impoverished, obsessively craving love and validation, no matter her capabilities or resources, escaping her predicament becomes exceedingly difficult. She had encountered a scoundrel. It wasn't her fault. She was merely naive, too easily believing in lies at the cost of her very life. Linghan gently caressed her chest, slowly exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. Perhaps this could be seen as avenging the original owner. Xiao Zhe had grown accustomed to living off others. For him, no legitimate avenue could yield wealth as swiftly and effortlessly as live streaming. He had grown reliant on shortcuts, and there was no job that could outpace the earnings of live streaming. Severing his means of easy money was far more brutal for Xiao Zhe than taking his life. This was her final act, her sole contribution to the original owner. Linghan set down her phone, placing her hands on her abdomen, lying quietly in bed. Her once tumultuous heart now experienced a tranquil respite, as if the last remnants of the original owner's emotions had completely evaporated. This night felt interminable. A sliver of light seeped through the curtains, heralding dawn. Congratulations, host. You have completed the random task, fulfilling the original owner's wish. The reward, a gene cleansing solution, has been delivered to your bedside. Please check it promptly. The system's voice suddenly echoed, jolting Linghan's weary nerves awake. What random task? What is this gene cleansing solution? She eagerly inquired of the system. The system will drop random tasks at unpredictable intervals, based on your mindset. Completing these tasks will yield rewards that will be sent directly to you. The gene cleansing solution eliminates all impurities from your body, keeping your bodily functions in peak condition for extended periods. It not only delays aging, but also enhances bodily mechanisms. In simpler terms, does that mean I can effortlessly become beautiful? Consuming it will make me attractive? Linghan's explanation was straightforward and blunt. Becoming beautiful is merely its most basic function, host. The system protested. Linghan had already spotted a plain gray box that had suddenly appeared on her bedside table. Carefully, she opened it to find a bag of milky, white liquid nestled inside. Curious, she took it out. The gene cleansing solution resembled yogurt, albeit less viscous. Shaking it revealed a shimmering light dancing within. How do I use this? Simply open it and drink it down, host. No sooner had the system spoken than Linghan tore open a small opening and gulped it down. It was sweet. Linghan smacked her lips. It wasn't anything extraordinary. Almost immediately, she collapsed onto the blanket, losing consciousness. This sleep was so deep and restorative. She hadn't experienced such restful slumber in ages. Devoid of even a single dream, Linghan groggily opened her eyes to the dim golden light filtering through the curtains, realizing she had slept until evening. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea and uncontrollably retched. What had gone rotten? It reeked. This is the impurities within your body, host. After consuming the gene cleansing solution, you will sleep for 6 hours while all the impurities are expelled from your system. The foul odor fully roused Linghan from her stupor. She opened her eyes to see black substances clinging to her body, emanating a nauseating stench. Unable to endure it any longer, she screamed and dashed to the bathroom, swiftly turning on the shower. Her face, body, and even hair were riddled with these black impurities, which appeared sticky and reminiscent of black mucus. However, they washed away easily with water, and the stench dissipated accordingly. Even so, Ling Han diligently spent an entire hour cleansing herself, ensuring every inch from head to toe was impeccably spotless, with not a trace left behind. As she stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, a sudden thought struck her. You couldn't possibly see me while I was bathing, could you? Ling Han inquired anxiously of the system. Although the system was not human, the notion still felt oddly unsettling. Of course not, dear host, the system replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. I cannot observe any private actions of yours. We have a protective protocol in place. That's a relief, indeed. We certainly wouldn't want a lecherous system. She responded with a playful tone. I'm not a lecherous system, humph. The system retorted, exuding an air of pride. Ling Han bantered back with the system as she towel-dried her hair, making her way to the living room. Who is that in the mirror? Is that me? Chapter 8, Beauty. Ling Han stared in disbelief at the reflection before her. In a hurried motion, she flicked on the living room's bright overhead light, illuminating the full-length mirror that vividly showcased her image. Her skin, once dull and lifeless from her erratic schedule, now glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. The face, previously marred by the effects of junk food and blemishes, appeared smooth and refined, with her exquisite features finally liberated from the clutches of excess weight. Ling Han scrutinized her reflection, observing her delicate, petite visage, with elegantly arched eyebrows resembling two graceful willow leaves brushing the surface of the water. Her curled eyelashes fluttered gently, framing a pair of glistening eyes that seemed to harbor a hidden spring of clarity. Her nose, both refined and prominent, complemented a petite cherry blossom mouth that was slightly agape in astonishment, radiating an indescribable, unparalleled beauty. Ling Han was aware that the gene cleansing solution would enhance her beauty, yet she had not anticipated such a transformation. How could it be this astonishing? She impulsively tossed aside the towel, captivated by the body that had been revitalized by the gene cleansing solution. Her long, swan-like neck and delicate collarbones revealed an elegant curvature, while her naturally full bosom added to her allure. Glancing lower, her slender waist accentuated a graceful silhouette, and her long legs, paired with delicately protruding ankle bones, appeared even more slender. This body seemed to be a masterpiece, meticulously crafted by an artist, leaving no room for criticism. Such beauty was truly beyond words. After indulging in her reflection, she donned a fresh set of pajamas and settled onto the sofa, cheerfully sharing with the system, I'm absolutely stunning. Fa bow. How could I be this beautiful? In truth, she bore a striking resemblance to the original owner. Ling Han had discovered this while exploring the original memories. This girl was essentially another version of herself from a parallel universe. Yet now, with such beauty, she found it hard to believe. In the universe, there exist countless worlds, and each world contains a version of you. She is you, yet not you. You may understand her as the parallel self, the system elaborated. That is precisely why I chose this world for you. Your body suffered irreparable damage from an accident, but this world's physique can be fully restored. However, being ordinary, both of you accumulated various impurities throughout your growth. The gene cleansing solution will wash away these impurities and restore your beauty. The system's voice was surprisingly melodious, restoring beauty. Indeed, how marvelous, Ling Han thought, reveling in her newfound allure. Why do I feel so invigorated, as if everything is crystal clear? Is it merely an illusion? She glanced at the clock not far away. Host, I've already mentioned that becoming beautiful is just the beginning. The gene cleansing solution not only eradicates all old ailments and hidden dangers, but also enhances your constitution, slows aging, and most importantly, it will slightly elevate your intelligence. Oh, how delightful, Ling Han exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably on the sofa. Finally, she was living the good life. In that moment, Ling Han was certain. She had been completely reborn, transformed entirely. Bouncing back to her bedroom, she was suddenly hit by a foul odor upon opening the door, leading her to realize a serious predicament. She had nowhere to sleep tonight. The sheets were tainted with the residue expelled by the cleansing solution, and the blanket was no exception. Fortunately, her phone had been conveniently placed on the bedside table, escaping unscathed. This modest two-bedroom apartment, aside from the original owner's room, only contained the master bedroom of her parents. Not to mention that the original owner had avoided entering her parents' room for nearly 2 years to avoid triggering memories. The master bedroom had accumulated layers of dust. Even if she cleaned it thoroughly, Ling Han was reluctant to stay there. After all, she was not their daughter. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up her phone from the bedside, noticing unread messages. Upon opening them, she let out a shriek. Oh my goodness. I completely missed the bank transfer notification last night. The screen displayed a bank transaction record. XX People's Bank. Dear customer, Your account ending in 9257 received 100,000 yuan on September 1st at 3 o'clock, with a balance of 100,000,006 yuan. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Ling Han counted again, and there were a staggering 8 zeros. She gasped in shock. Even though she had long anticipated a hundredfold return, witnessing the notification firsthand still left her astounded. She couldn't contain her joy, grinning from ear to ear as that little goal had effortlessly materialized. Checking the time, she realized she had recharged and rewarded just before the funds were credited. Oh, how fortunate I am. This feels like true ATM magic, she thought, lamenting that her mind had been occupied with avenging the original owner during her gaming spree, completely overlooking the bank notification. What a blunder. Remembering the original owner, she smacked her forehead. First, I must pay off her loans, even though they were taken out by her. Now that I'm here, it's best to eliminate these potential liabilities so they won't affect me. She opened the loan app, clicked on repayment, and swiftly uninstalled it, executing the entire process seamlessly. After hesitating for a moment, she opened Douyin. Xiao Zhe's name was trending at number 3. And Ling Han recalled her frenzied spending spree of 1 million the previous night, with clips of her lavish spending flooding the platform. The 2PK live streams from yesterday were also circulating widely, attracting numerous comments. However, most were derogatory toward Xiao Zhe, and some even exposed Amy's account, which was recognized by her real-life friends. The two of them had become the pariahs of the platform, as everyone seemed to be calling for their downfall. Ling Han hesitated no longer and clicked to deactivate her account. She had avenged the original owner, and her little essay had spread far and wide. There was no need to retain that account any longer. It was time to embark on a new chapter. With that thought in mind, Ling Han strode purposefully to the wardrobe. Most of the original owner's clothing had been cheap and poorly made, purchased from certain discount stores, appearing devoid of quality. And the rough fabric left much to be desired, all being unflatteringly loose and baggy. After sifting through the garments, she finally settled on a long white t-shirt and a voluminous black skirt. After changing, she strutted over to the mirror. Indeed, it wasn't merely the clothes that adorned the person, but the person who adorned the clothes. This seemingly ordinary white t-shirt and long skirt, though loose and baggy, exuded an air of cool elegance on her. Her skin rivaled snow, and her raven hair flowed like a cloud. She appeared akin to the resolute, aloof heroine of an art film. Of course, with such a perfect figure and stunning face, even a burlap sack would look good on her. Ling Han mused contentedly. Following her memories, she adeptly retrieved the original owner's wallet. The ID photo still depicted the original owner from 2 years prior, appearing pure and bashful. The expiration date of her ID card is conveniently set for next month, which could be considered a stroke of luck for Ling Han. As she contemplated her upcoming plans, she gathered her bank card, ID card, and household registration book. Ling Han casually picked a canvas bag to stow her documents and cast a glance around her bedroom. This modest space of a mere dozen square meters was imbued with the memories and emotions of its previous occupant, a life that had quietly come to an end within these 4 walls. She picked up her phone and stepped out the door. Her own life was just beginning. Chapter 9. Organizing. They say money gives one courage, and indeed, with wealth comes a newfound boldness. Ling Han murmured to herself as she strolled through the shopping mall. Once, she had hesitated to enter even the slightly upscale women's boutiques, but now she found herself disdainful of the lack of luxury counters in this small-town setting. She stepped into a shop that showcased clothing of apparent quality, determined to treat herself well, even if only for a few days. Leisurely, she stood before the racks of clothing, casually selecting and discarding options. Previously, Ling Han had favored black and gray, colors that concealed dirt well and obscured the quality of fabric. Perhaps this was why she often appeared drab amidst the crowd. Although the clothes in her current wardrobe were sourced from a discount retailer, they were vibrant during her parents' lifetime. After their passing, however, her choices dwindled to the dull hues she now wore. From a young age, Ling Han had worn hand-me-downs from others, having no say in her attire at the orphanage. Even as she matured and gained the freedom to choose, she found herself reluctant to indulge. With aspirations of saving for a home, she had scrimped and saved every penny, resulting in a wardrobe that reflected her frugality. Yet for an ordinary person with no substantial resources or remarkable abilities, purchasing a home proved exceedingly challenging. Despite her relentless overtime work, she had barely accumulated half of the down payment. The desire for her own home, a sanctuary solely belonging to her, became her singular obsession. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" A friendly voice interrupted Ling Han's drifting thoughts, bringing her back to the moment. The sales associate eagerly showcased the latest clothing styles, pointing out a sky blue dress that appeared soft and ethereal. Glancing at the price tag, Ling Han noted it was 800 yuan, a figure that struck her as astonishing. Instinctively, She began to decline, as 800 yuan for a single dress seemed utterly unfathomable. But then it struck her. She had money now. Not only could she afford an 800 yuan dress, but even an 80,000 yuan one would not cause her to bat an eye. Oh, how the tables had turned. A small laugh of self-mockery echoed in her mind. How petty of her. Wrap it up, please. And I'll take this one, and this one, she declared, selecting 7 or 8 items in one breath. That will be all. Please package them. With a flourish, she produced her bank card and confidently stated, charge it. The sales associate beamed with a wide smile, swiftly taking the card as though fearing Ling Han might change her mind at any moment, and promptly began to package her purchases. Oh, and don't wrap this one. I'll wear the sky blue dress out, Ling Han pointed out. Upon emerging from the fitting room, she was once again showered with compliments by the sales associate. Ling Han chuckled, recalling a video she had seen where no matter the appearance of the clothing, the salespeople could extol their virtues endlessly. Although she felt she looked far more beautiful than the associate had described, she admired her reflection with delight, glancing at the canvas bag resting on the sofa. Realizing it no longer suited her, she casually pointed to a white handbag and a pair of low-heeled shoes, which the associate promptly retrieved. Satisfied with her new ensemble, she nodded approvingly at her reflection. It appeared much more harmonious now. Carrying her shopping bags, Ling Han turned and entered a mobile phone store. How may I assist you? A salesperson, noticing her numerous bags, approached her with renewed enthusiasm. Please bring me the latest models of phones, headphones, and tablets, Ling Han instructed with remarkable ease. Oh, a big purchase. The salesperson, initially drawn to Ling Han's beauty, now regarded her with even greater enthusiasm. Certainly. Please take a seat, and I'll fetch them for you right away. The salesperson laid out the options, black, white, purple, and green for the phones, while the headphones and tablets were available only in black and white. Which colors would you prefer? Are these the latest models? Do they all have maximum storage? Ling Han gazed at the array of products, marveling at the new experience of shopping for a phone as if it were groceries. In the past, she had deliberated for months over even a budget phone, tightening her belt to save for it. Yes, all the latest models with maximum storage, the salesperson replied, their smile growing even more radiant. I'll take the black and purple phones, and one of each color for the headphones and tablet, please, Ling Han commanded, her confidence soaring. Of course, coming right up, the salesperson chirped, clearly elated. With so many bags in hand, navigating the mall became quite the challenge. Ling Han, unwilling to endure any inconvenience, summoned a rideshare service with a few taps on her phone. As she exited the mall, her ride awaited her at the entrance, whisking her away to the only 5-star hotel in the city. Upon entering the expansive suite, she gazed at the lake view from the terrace and let out a contented sigh. Indeed, this is a 5-star experience, she exclaimed, marveling at the 3 bathrooms. It was no wonder her past self had struggled. Having shared dorms during her schooling and cohabited in rentals after entering the workforce, she had never encountered such luxury. Tonight's shopping experience could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. After a restful night, Ling Han set off once more, invigorated and eager to tackle the remaining tasks at hand. She arranged for the most expensive professional cleaning service to thoroughly tidy the original owner's home. In the meantime, she canceled the old phone number and registered for a new one. Next, she replaced her bank card and ID, ensuring all her identification was updated. When she returned to inspect the apartment, the modest 2-bedroom unit was now immaculate, having been cleaned to her specifications. All the furniture was draped in protective covers, transforming what had once been a cozy home into a pristine but somewhat desolate space. Ling Han stared silently, leaving behind the original owner's phone, keys, and all belongings save for the essential documents. Finally, she traveled to the outskirts, purchasing a new plot adjacent to her parents' graves. This nameless grave would serve as a ceremonial tomb. While Ling Han still lived, the original Ling Han had perished. Standing before the 3 tombstones, she laid down flowers, inhaled deeply, and turned to leave. Before departing, she extended the lease on the 3 graves for 30 years, acknowledging that she likely wouldn't return. This, she felt, provided a sense of closure. The thrill of newfound wealth. Ling Han reclined on the plush hotel bed, reflecting on how many tasks she had accomplished in such a short span, tasks that might have taken a month under normal circumstances. Now, just 3 days. The reason? Simply put, it was all thanks to money. Everything is for the hostess service. The system cheerfully replied to Ling Han's musings, but she did not hear its words, as she had already succumbed to sleep. After the busyness of the past few days, her heart was finally at ease, allowing her to rest soundly. As sunlight streamed onto Ling Han's exquisite face, her curled lashes fluttered slightly as she groaned about the intrusive light, slowly sitting up. On the balcony, Ling Han languidly gazed at the lake view beyond the railing. After 3 days of staring at the artificial lake, She had begun to feel a sense of ennui. She picked up her phone and absently scrolled through it, contemplating her departure from this place. This city was not her hometown. Yet the world bore a striking resemblance to everything from her previous life. A smile crept onto her lips as she mused. She had never had a true home in her past life either, never considering the orphanage a sanctuary. Wherever she was, that was her home. The concept of hometown was merely a foreign land. Yet, where to go? Ling Han found herself momentarily at a loss. As she swiped through her phone, almost as if the data had heard her silent yearning, something caught her eye. Chapter 10, Departure. The notion of leaving on a whim was something Ling Han had only encountered online. She had never experienced it firsthand. However, now, everything seemed feasible. She had money. Wow, I have seen this in my dreams, she thought, captivated by the breathtaking scenery in the video. The sea, an endless expanse of azure. Growing up in the plains, the seaside was the destination Ling Han longed for most. In her past life, she could never afford to travel. Aside from her city, she had ventured nowhere, and the sea had only graced her dreams. Upon seeing the cerulean ocean in the video, her immediate instinct was to go see the sea. Without hesitation, she sprang from the lounge chair and exclaimed, "Fa, let's go." "Where to? Where are we going, host?" The system seemed to be exhilarated by her sudden burst of energy. Ling Han felt as joyous as a bird escaping its cage, cheerfully responding, "We're heading to the seaside." Glancing around the room, she determined there was little she needed to bring. Tidying up her luggage felt unnecessary. A few sets of clothes were all she required. Grabbing a small bag, she departed without a backward glance. The airport was not particularly crowded. A scattering of individuals moved about the expansive hall, which felt somewhat desolate. Ling Han chose a counter with the fewest people. "Hello," she greeted. The attendant smiled sweetly. "How may I assist you? Are there any flights to the seaside city soon?" Ling Han inquired. The attendant, slightly puzzled by the request, considering there were numerous seaside cities, maintained her composure and continued to smile. "Please hold on. I will check for you." The earliest flight to Qingcheng was in an hour and a half. The attendant looked up at Ling Han. "Would you like to book it?" Qingcheng. Ling Han had often come across this city online. It was renowned for its mountains and waters, a famous tourist destination. The more famous a place, the more tourists it likely attracted, and she preferred less crowded locations, especially by the sea. However, she quickly reconsidered. It wasn't peak tourist season. And where was there truly a lack of people? Ling Han decided not to be picky. She was eager to see the ocean. "Please issue me a ticket." "Certainly. Would you prefer economy or first class?" The attendant inquired softly. The economy ticket was priced at 1,200 yuan, while first class was 3,900 yuan. "Economy," Ling Han instinctively replied, then swallowed her words. "Make that a first-class ticket." "Oh, all right," the attendant thought to herself, bemused by the beauty of the girl and her peculiar mannerisms. Though her face revealed nothing. "Here is your ticket. Please hold on to it. You may now proceed to the boarding area. First class has a dedicated boarding zone and VIP lounge. You can follow the signs. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "That will be all, thank you." "Very well, have a pleasant journey. Goodbye." Ling Han nodded and followed the signs. She had always perceived first class and business class on trains as ostentatious luxuries. Regardless of the class, the travel time remained the same. Being in first class wouldn't mean arriving earlier than in economy. Yet, as she entered the boarding area and noticed the long queues at the other gates while first class required no waiting, a flicker of delight surged within her. Once in the VIP lounge, her joy doubled. Having only flown a couple of times on red-eye flights arranged by her company, which were cheap yet inconvenient, she had always had to check in hours in advance and then doze in the bustling airport hall, which was perpetually noisy and filled with various odors. The VIP lounge, however, was exceptionally tranquil. There was no loud chatter, and the occasional conversations were conducted in hushed tones. Though the lounge was not crowded, each individual exuded a similar aura. What was this quality? Ling Han pondered how to describe it accurately. Composure. Yes, that was it. An air of confidence and leisure. Ling Han felt a twinge of tension within herself. Beneath her slightly wrinkled demeanor lay a soul once constrained by poverty, unable to unfurl. She exhaled deeply, often unaware of how beautiful and wealthy she had become. The habits of her impoverished past were still imprinted in her very being. However, that was of little consequence. Wealth nurtures character, and she possessed ample money and time to reshape her identity. "Miss Ling?" An attendant interrupted her reverie. "Your flight is about to depart. I will escort you to your seat. Please follow me." She was swiftly guided to first class, bypassing any queues and being among the first to board the aircraft. Once seated, she grasped the stark contrast between economy and first class. Unlike the cramped conditions where turning around was a struggle, in first class, she could even lie down. There was no need to worry about the encroachment of a neighboring passenger's arm or to awkwardly shift to make space. This spacious, comfortable seat, devoid of any neighboring occupants, belonged solely to her. As the plane ascended, Ling Han gazed out at the receding city, feeling her heart soar joyfully alongside the ascending aircraft. The winds of Qingcheng were notably stronger than elsewhere, and she was grateful she had arranged for a car to meet her upon landing. Exiting the airport, a Mercedes-Benz was already waiting for her. The ride-sharing app had thoughtfully prioritized a female driver for her, who displayed commendable professionalism, refraining from initiating conversation and driving swiftly and smoothly. It was a stark contrast to her previous experiences with ride-sharing, where the car was filled with blaring folk songs, and the driver often vented expletives about the world. Upon entering the hotel, she no longer felt the habitual nervousness. She confidently booked the grandest suite available. She resolved to reshape her values, just as the system had advised. Everything should revolve around her happiness. Ling Han gazed out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the boundless ocean, even able to catch a glimpse of it while attending to her needs. 10,000 yuan a night. What a value. She reveled in the plush bed, rolling about in delight. The following day, Ling Han headed straight to the largest mall in Qingcheng. As expected, Qingcheng was far more luxurious than her previous small city. The mall was replete with luxury brand counters. In university, she had never appreciated luxury goods, particularly the L brand and its classic monogram. She often questioned who could possibly find it appealing. In her past, she had even harbored disdain for the ostentatious logos. After she began working, she was finally able to appreciate the exquisite beauty of luxury items, but realized she could never afford them. When she comprehended that she would never be able to buy them in her lifetime, Ling Han was even less inclined to acknowledge the allure of such extravagance. She walked straight into the L store, where several sales associates were fervently attending to a couple, leaving her momentarily unnoticed and unattended. Silent, she wandered around the display, her gaze captivated by a petite pink leather bag that suddenly caught her eye. It was stunning, and she couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Initially resolute in purchasing a classic monogram bag, she found herself changing her mind in an instant. Chapter 11. The Eyes of a Dog. In the realm of sales, astute observation and attentive listening are fundamental skills, and an exceptional salesperson embodies these traits to the fullest. Upon her entry, Gao Min quickly assessed Ling Han with her peripheral vision: ordinary clothing, a no-name bag, and no jewelry. Just another vain pauper daring to browse luxury goods. What good is beauty if she can't afford even the cheapest bag in the store? Gao Min scowled and continued to enthusiastically assist Mr. Zhou and his girlfriend, who had frequented their store numerous times. His girlfriends never left empty-handed, always purchasing at least 1 or 2 bags, predominantly basic models, yet significantly better than those who merely gazed without buying. "Hello, could you please bring that bag out for me to see?" A melodious voice prompted the men and sales associates to instinctively turn their heads. Upon seeing Ling Han, one man's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman, with both looks and figure of exceptional quality. However, Gao Min rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking it brazen for someone who couldn't afford anything to command their attention. She replied with a tone dripping with sarcasm, "I'm sorry, but our bags cannot be touched. Our brand wishes for the first person to handle it to be its rightful owner." Ling Han arched an eyebrow, surprised to encounter a sales associate who openly ridiculed customers. "Did I say I wanted to touch it? Are you incapable of comprehending human language? I said to take it out for me to see." "What? Does your brand prohibit even looking at the bags? What kind of business are you running?" Her speech was measured and unhurried, while Gao Min's face flushed with indignation. It was amusing, as if just looking would grant one the ability to purchase. Gao Min, aware of her training, kept her voice low but still felt the tension in the room. Just then, the woman from the couple interjected, "Bring that bag out for me to see." She pointed at the pink bag Ling Han had been admiring. "Of course, I'll fetch it right away," Gao Min replied, her demeanor suddenly obsequious as she approached. "Wait a moment," Ling Han interjected. "I was the one who spotted it first." Gao Min rolled her eyes, stating, "Ms. Lin is one of our valued customers. She possesses the financial means to make a purchase. And you? If you lack funds, don't act high and mighty. Do you even know where you are?" The woman relished this moment, having noticed her boyfriend's intrigued gaze upon Ling Han. This pauper, who could scarcely afford a dime, dared to flaunt her beauty at a luxury counter, presumably hoping to attract a wealthy suitor. She glanced at her boyfriend, who was appraising Ling Han with an insatiable gaze, as if wishing to thoroughly scan her inside and out. Were it not for her presence, that shameless woman would undoubtedly have succeeded in her endeavor. And jealousy twisted the woman's expression further. Ling Han felt repulsed. The man's unabashed stare sickened her, while the woman's attitude left her speechless. The woman's expression seemed more venomous than Gao Min's, as if she were about to confront this vixen attempting to steal her boyfriend. "Huh." Ling Han, infuriated yet amused, disregarded the revolting couple and coolly addressed Gao Min. "Am I not giving you face? Who is the store manager? I wish to lodge a complaint." "Oh, you wish to complain? And who do you think you are? Only customers can file complaints, Gao Min retorted, implying that only those who had made purchases were entitled to voice grievances, and Ling Han lacked such privilege. Nearby associates kept their heads bowed. Although Gao Min was of poor character, she was the sales champion this month, and no one dared to jeopardize their standing for a stranger. Moreover, they had observed Ling Han and deemed her to possess no purchasing power, which was paramount. They exchanged glances and returned to their silence. Li Shi had just returned from the stockroom when she entered the front to witness this peculiar scene. A young, beautiful woman stood with her arms crossed, visibly fuming, while Gao Min, hands on hips, was beet red, and several associates kept their heads down in silence. She quickly grasped the situation. Gao Min had been warned multiple times not to treat customers disdainfully. She was merely a salesperson, and aside from selling expensive items, she was no different from a vendor at a market. Having encountered wealthy individuals frequently, Gao Min mistakenly believed herself one of them. Foolish. Drawing a breath, she approached Ling Han with a smile. I apologize, esteemed customer. How may I assist you? Despite Li Shi's beaming demeanor, Ling Han's anger remained palpable. I just heard this sales associate. She pointed at Gao Min, stating that your bags cannot be taken out for viewing. Customers have no right to see them. Only loyal customers can look. With a gentle gesture, Gao Min's composure crumbled, and she was further incensed by being called a sales associate. This pauper knew nothing. What sales associate? She was an SA, an advanced consultant. Fuming, she advanced towards Ling Han. Hearing the commotion behind her, Li Shi immediately turned. You stop right there. What are you doing? Do you realize you are on the clock? Confronted with Li Shi's stern tone, Gao Min halted. Although she was the sales champion, Li Shi was the overall top performer and her superior. Yet, she remained defiant, muttering, what gives her the right to speak to me that way? Who is the sales associate? Does she even know what an SA is? Low class. Silence. You will cease this instant and step aside, Li Shi commanded, furious. This was turning into a sales disaster. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned back to Ling Han. I apologize, dear customer. Our brand allows all customers to view our products, regardless of their purchasing history. I shall retrieve that bag for you momentarily. Donning her gloves, she presented the pink bag, explaining, this bag is crafted from crocodile leather, and due to its limited availability, we require gloves for handling. Gloves? Ling Han smirked slightly. Li Shi, unaware of Gao Min's previous remarks, endeavored to smile more earnestly. Indeed, we wish for the first person to touch it to be its owner, hence the need for gloves. Xiaobei, why are you standing there? Fetch a bottle of water for the customer, she instructed the previously silent associates. Oh, right, I'll get that right away, a young girl hastily responded. No need. I'm not thirsty, Ling Han said, pushing aside the water offered to her. How much is this bag? She inquired, her finger delicately pointing at the charming crocodile leather purse. Li Shi promptly replied, this bag is priced at 243 million yuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ling Han. She had never encountered such luxury items before, and her immediate reaction was one of shock. Gao Min, having overheard her gasp, smirked with satisfaction, convinced that this pauper had never imagined a bag could cost so much. Look, she has been taken aback, Gao Min thought maliciously. Ling Han quickly regained her composure, about to speak when a voice interrupted her. Humph, you're frightened by a mere 200,000 yuan bag? Knowing you can't afford it, yet still daring to approach a luxury counter. What gall you possess? Chapter 12, Display. She squinted, glancing at the trio who had approached her unbidden. The woman continued to berate her. What are you staring at? Isn't it true? Just hearing the price is enough to terrify you. And here you are, pretending to belong. You mean to say that I can't afford it, but you can, is that it? Ling Han arched an eyebrow and inquired. Of course, I can afford it. Do you think everyone is like you, pretending to be wealthy while being broke? The woman's certainty that Ling Han was financially strapped only emboldened her arrogance, her nostrils flaring with disdain. Please, showcase it. Ling Han gestured towards a pink handbag, indicating her interest. The woman nervously tugged at her partner's sleeve, adopting a whiny tone. Darling, I really want that bag. Could you please buy it for me? Pretty please? The man's expression darkened. A bag worth over 200,000 yuan was not something he thought she deserved. He forced a smile, lightly patting the woman clinging to his arm. This bag isn't suitable for you, sweetheart. Let's choose something else, perhaps that one we just looked at. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, having just boasted about her purchasing power. She felt humiliated by his dismissal. She sensed the eyes of those around her were mocking her. Aware of her partner's wealth, she knew that 200,000 was a trivial sum for him. She couldn't afford to lose face over this bag. She was determined to have it. No way. I want this one. Please, darling, you're the best. She insisted, squeezing his arm between her ample bosom and gently swaying it, a tactic she had always found effective. However, the man was growing increasingly impatient, feeling embarrassed by her antics. Yet, Spending over 200,000 on a handbag for her seemed utterly impractical. He glanced at Ling Han, contemplating whether he might consider her instead. He patted the woman's face. Can't you understand? Be a good girl. Seeing his irritation, she dared not cling any longer, though she silently cursed him for being so miserly. Still, she refused to concede. Fine, that one doesn't look good anyway. Just get me the one we saw earlier. With that, she shot a challenging glare at Ling Han. What are you looking at? You can't afford the bag I'm buying. You couldn't buy anything here. Unable to endure the spectacle of this couple any longer, Ling Han watched as the woman, taller than her companion, contorted herself like a snake, pushing her chest against his arm while he looked on with a smug expression. It was a nauseating sight, and Ling Han had lost her patience. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Are you done showing off? I'm about to be sick. Ling Han rolled her eyes dramatically, producing a bank card from her fingers. Now it's my turn. She pointed at the pink handbag and swiped her card. Li Shi, somewhat taken aback, shared the same disbelief as the other sales associates, assuming Ling Han could never afford such a luxury. However, she was astute enough not to reveal her thoughts. As she took the card, a few quick operations later confirmed the transaction, and she respectfully returned the card to Ling Han with both hands. The woman had sensed something ominous when Ling Han produced her card, and as the transaction was approved, her face shifted from red to green. She gritted her teeth in anger, while her partner's expression soured. If this woman could easily swipe over 200,000, she must possess considerable means. Unlike the woman beside him, though it seemed the woman was the one losing face, in reality, it was he who was most embarrassed. Gao Min's expression was even worse. Her mind raced with the potential repercussions. If she were reprimanded, she might lose her bonus, which was significant this month. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold. As these thoughts consumed her, Gao Min bit her lip, praying that Ling Han wouldn't remember her, hoping this couple would attract Ling Han's ire instead. Oh, by the way, your staff said that if one isn't a consumer, they have no right to complain. So now, can I lodge a complaint against her? Ling Han aimed her sights first on Gao Min. She found herself in a predicament, despite Gao Min's poor character. She was a top performer in the store, but this situation was untenable. She looked at Ling Han, who showed no signs of letting Gao Min off the hook, and sincerely assured her, "We will certainly reprimand this employee and take appropriate action. We hope this does not affect your mood." Ling Han smiled, scoffing at the mere suggestion of an apology, as if a light reprimand would suffice to placate her. She pointed to the bags displayed in the store. That one, and that one. I'll take them all. Swipe my card. The entire room was stunned. Li Shi felt her heart race as she watched Ling Han's finger point at the most expensive bags in their display, totaling over 3 million. She struggled to comprehend the customer's sudden shift from anger to extravagant spending. Yet, the bank card was already extended towards her. Ling Han was evidently confident in her account balance, impatiently urging, "Hurry up and process it." Li Shi, still in shock, accepted the card, watching Ling Han's bold signature with disbelief. The woman fell silent, realizing that over 3 million was a sum her boyfriend could not muster all at once. Enough to buy a house, let alone a bag. Yet here was this woman, effortlessly declaring her intention to purchase. The man, pondering deeper, realized he had underestimated the situation. His supposed girlfriend had just mocked Ling Han. With that thought, he released the woman's arm, distancing himself. Gao Min sensed something was amiss, her intuition telling her this was no ordinary encounter. Her complexion grew increasingly pale. All eyes were on Ling Han, who seemed unfazed, casually addressing Li Shi. "I see 24,000 didn't buy you an apology. 300,000 should suffice for a proper apology and reprimand, don't you think?" Li Shi's face turned ashen. She had subconsciously overlooked this critical point. She immediately bowed deeply to Ling Han. "I'm so sorry. It was our staff's unprofessionalism. I sincerely apologize, Miss Ling. We hope you won't let one employee's misbehavior tarnish your impression of our brand." Gao Min stood frozen in shock. And after Li Shi's apology, she hurried to pull Gao Min towards Ling Han, insisting, "Apologize to Miss Ling." Gao Min's face drained of color, her mouth opening and closing without words, stuttering, "Why yes, I'm sorry, Miss Ling. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Miss Ling. I promise I won't do it again." Her voice grew softer, morphing from an apology to a whimper. A customer spending over 3 million is someone to be treated with utmost respect in any store worldwide. Ling Han simply watched in silence. Noticing her prolonged silence, Li Shi continued to apologize. "I'm terribly sorry for the shopping experience you've endured. We will certainly rectify our shortcomings to ensure that such an incident never recurs. We sincerely apologize." Miss Ling. Ling Han curled her lips in disdain. "Are you finished? Once you're done, you may cease your chatter." "Oh, pardon me for swiping my card too swiftly. I forgot to ask this young lady." She approached the couple, addressing the woman. "Excuse me, dear. Do any of these bags catch your fancy? Would you like me to show them to you? Ling Han covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Oh, what a memory I have. I forgot that your dear boyfriend, the pig-headed San, can't even afford a bag worth 200,000, let alone this one, and this bag. Am I right? She provocatively eyed the two. At that moment, the woman resembled a mute, unable to utter a word, clinging tightly to her boyfriend's sleeve. However, the man's expression shifted dramatically. A woman who could nonchalantly spend over 3 million on a bag was someone he could not afford to offend, as his entire fortune barely reached 10 million. Realizing this, he forcefully shook off the woman's arm, as if fearing retaliation, and with a sycophantic smile, he said to Ling Han, "She is not my girlfriend. Her words are not my concern." Before the last syllable had left his lips, he took 2 steps back, preparing to flee. The woman stood frozen in place, and then she screamed loudly, "You scoundrel! How could you treat me like this?" She chased after the man, demanding an explanation. Yet, he shoved her to the ground. "What are you going crazy for? Who do you think you are? When did I ever say you were my girlfriend? You came to me of your own accord. If you dare call out again, I'll return everything I gave you. I warn you, don't push me." With that, he left the store without looking back, while the woman lay sprawled on the ground. And not a single person dared to help her. Ling Han rolled her eyes dramatically. What a waste. She ignored the woman and turned to Li Shi. "Please process the refunds for me." She pointed at the bags presented before her, all of them. Li Shi's complexion turned ashen. She was not foolish. This customer clearly sought revenge. They might find an excuse to brush off a 200,000 order, but a refund of over 3 million would lead to severe consequences from the headquarters. Not only would Gao Min be finished, but as the store manager, she too would not escape responsibility. She realized she was indeed in the wrong, despite attempting to handle the situation. It was evident to all that she was still shielding her employee. Deep down, she believed this customer could not afford the bags and did not wish to punish Gao Min for a client who brought no tangible benefit. Yet she failed to consider that the customer was astute and saw through her intentions. Although it was the sweltering summer, a shiver ran down her spine, and goosebumps erupted on her arms as she glanced at the impassive Ling Han. Ultimately, it was all Gao Min's fault. If it weren't for her foolishness and disgrace, how could the situation have deteriorated to this point? She turned her gaze with resentment towards Gao Min. Upon hearing about the refund, Gao Min's legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent as she gazed at Ling Han. Li Shi, however, quickly regained her composure, despite her ulterior motives. At least her public attitude had been defensible from the beginning. If the headquarters sought accountability, it would surely fall on Gao Min's shoulders. "What? Your store can't possibly refuse a refund, can you? I haven't even touched these bags," Ling Han said impatiently, tapping the counter when no one moved. No. Of course we can." Li Shi, now too intimidated to make any unnecessary moves, swiftly processed the refund for Ling Han, bending down to apologize once more. "I'm sorry. Miss Ling, I regret the unpleasant shopping experience this time. It won't happen again." Ling Han did not respond, casting a glance at the others. The woman who had collapsed on the floor had stealthily slipped away, leaving only the cashiers, each wearing a grave expression. It was evident that the entire store would face repercussions. Gao Min lay on the floor like a puddle of mud, too afraid to lift her head. Ling Han scoffed. "Selling luxury goods, yet thinking you are one. The bags may be expensive, but you are not. The ability to employ staff like you means this store will not see my patronage again." The store fell into a profound silence. She chose not to say more and exited the door. Ah, what a relief. The moment Ling Han stepped outside, she burst into laughter. Slapping the face of the mundane was satisfying. No wonder the trope of a pig pretending to be a tiger has captivated audiences throughout history. Without an immersive experience, one would never know how exhilarating it truly is. "Wow, host, you're so cool." The system cheered for Ling Han. "All right, enough fun, it's time to shop." She returned the pink crocodile leather bag as well. It was merely a bag, and she could acquire as many as she desired. She did not wish to leave a single cent of revenue for that store. Ling Han walked into the nearby C store, where the security opened the door for her. Upon entering, the sales associate greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, I'm Lin Yan, and I will be at your service throughout your visit." Ling Han nodded in satisfaction. This sales associate was quite commendable. Unbeknownst to her, her recent exploits had been observed by several neighboring luxury boutiques, all in close proximity. The commotion caused by that couple had been hard to miss, and they had all overheard what transpired next door. Yet, even if she were aware, it wouldn't matter. All Ling Han required was attentive and warm service. Everything else was of no concern to her. As she sat in the VIP lounge sipping the water brought by the cashier, she awaited the latest collection to be presented for her selection. She was also fond of CS Ensemble. "I'll take this set, this one, and this one. I'll wear this one out. And please wrap the others up," she said, swiping her card without batting an eye for over 2 million. The cashier grinned broadly. Her enthusiasm heightened as she remained by Ling Han's side. Before Ling Han left, she cautiously opened WeChat and asked Ling Han, "Miss Ling, may I have the honor of adding you on WeChat? I'll inform you of new arrivals as soon as they come in." Ling Han nodded, took out her phone to scan the code, and unexpectedly, her first WeChat friend turned out to be a luxury boutique sales associate. "Thank you for your visit. If you have any needs, please let me know immediately. I'm always at your service. I wish you a pleasant shopping experience and look forward to your next visit." Lu Yin respectfully escorted Ling Han out the door and then called Li Shi. These sales associates were all interconnected, as most luxury customers frequented multiple stores. She needed more information about this customer to better serve her in the future. Li Shi was the manager of L Store, and Lu Yin was curious about what had transpired, as Li Shi had allowed this cash cow to leave empty-handed. However, she was baffled. Li Shi's phone had been busy all day. Li Shi was on a call with the district manager. Such a significant order left no room for concealment, especially since the store had surveillance cameras. If she lied and was caught later, the situation would only worsen. She reported the events as they unfolded, and silence fell on the other end of the line. The manager could not fathom how someone could cause such a colossal blunder, allowing a high-caliber client to be personally shown the door by a mere sales associate. The order was trivial, but the brand's reputation was paramount. The manager was dumbfounded and hung up without a word. Li Shi felt darkness envelop her as she slumped into her chair. Meanwhile, Ling Han was relishing her shopping spree, carrying her shopping bags and stepping into H store, where she had long admired the high heels. Dressed in DS ensemble and donning HS high heels, she entered M store, receiving an exceptionally warm welcome from the cashiers. The customer is king, and Ling Han finally understood that truth. "I'm so tired." Ling Han collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as though her bones had been drained of energy. She had always thought she disliked shopping, exhausting and bothersome, but now it was clear. It wasn't tea that she disliked it. She simply hadn't experienced the joy of it before. Now, she was utterly in love. Though shopping was tiring, it was undeniably delightful. Gazing at the mountain of shopping bags piled in her suite's living room, Ling Han rested her chin on her hand, surveying her spoils from the past few days. Clothes, shoes, bags, and even some exquisite dishes. She simply couldn't resist purchasing them all. Living in hotels perpetually proves to be somewhat troublesome. Initially, she contemplated traversing through several cities before settling down, yet after a few days of exploration in Qingcheng, she found it quite appealing. Most coastal cities are located in the south, and while Ling Han is resolute about residing by the sea, being from the north, she harbors a profound affinity for cities with distinct seasons. Qingcheng, with its construction and culinary offerings, resonates perfectly with Ling Han's desires. Most importantly, it boasts a coastline. "This is the place, Fabio. I've made my decision. We shall make our home here." Another day of the system solely cheering for its host ensued. Ling Han found the system's enthusiasm endearing as she glanced at her account balance. Had the former Ling Han possessed such funds, she would have purchased a house long ago. Size and location mattered little, as long as it was a home of her own. However, presently, this sum was insufficient to acquire the abode of her dreams. Naturally, she would only settle for the very best. Ling Han resolved firmly, "Fabio, let us earn some money to buy a house." Chapter 14, Registration. At the stroke of 2 in the morning, Ling Han opened the App Store, observing a plethora of short video applications eager for her attention. Ultimately, she opted for Douyin, the platform with the largest user base and the most streamers. To test the waters, she adeptly downloaded Douyin and proceeded to register. Ling Han struggled with choosing a name, ultimately settling on a single character, Han, as her moniker, allowing her real name to traverse the world. When it came to selecting an avatar, she faced another dilemma. Previously disinterested in photography, she had yet to take any pictures now that she had become more attractive. Reluctant to use someone else's visage as her profile picture, she snapped a casual shot of the seaside view. After binding her real name to her account, the registration was complete. "Come forth. Let me see which fortunate soul shall receive the favor of the goddess of luck." She casually scrolled through the feed. Despite the system imposing no requirements and rewards being promptly returned, Ling Han maintained high standards. "This one isn't handsome enough. Pass. This one sings dreadfully. Unacceptable. This one's muscles are overwhelming. Quite off-putting. Wait. What male streamer is calling his audience wife? What a lack of professionalism." Ling Han sighed at the absurdity of the suggested streamers. Was Douyin under the impression that she could not afford better options? She was merely a girl enamored with tall, handsome men possessing melodious voices. "Douyin, let us see how many more of these unsightly suggestions you can throw my way." She continued her commentary while scrolling. Suddenly, she paused at a live stream featuring a young man, or perhaps boy would be a more fitting descriptor. He sat in front of a grand floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a blue shirt, cradling a guitar. With his head slightly bowed, his pointed chin and gleaming ear studs were visible, framed by the soft glow of streetlights outside. The ambience of the live stream was captivating. Ling Han was instantly drawn in and clicked to enter. The streamer, focused on tuning his guitar, was unaware that the viewer count had quietly shifted from 0 to 1. Ling Han was the sole audience member in this digital space. As she entered, the viewer count displayed 1, marking her as the only spectator. An inexplicable sensation washed over her. Though she was merely watching a live stream, it felt oddly akin to a video call with him. Douyin, being the largest short video platform, boasted countless live streams. Yet in this moment, it was just the two of them. Ling Han held a deep belief in fate. The intertwining of lives was nothing short of miraculous. She opened the streamer's profile, whispering his username, Qi Zhao, convinced it was indeed his real name. Having adjusted his guitar, he plucked a few strings and softly hummed a couple of lines from a folk song. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a hot air balloon floating towards him on the screen. "Thank you for the hot air balloon, Han. Are you my friend?" Qi Zhao asked, his expression a mix of innocence and curiosity. Ling Han was immediately captivated by his melodic voice, which resonated harmoniously within her heart. Without hesitation, she recharged her account with 1,000,000 yuan. "Let us try sending a little gift." "Han, I don't know you. Why do you ask?" Ling Han replied, intrigued by his question. "Han, isn't the person who sends you money your friend?" Upon reading Lingan's message, Qi Zhao seemed to come alive, quickly sitting up straight and earnestly explaining, No, it's just that after 2 weeks of streaming, I've attracted hardly any viewers. Those who send me gifts are usually my real-life friends, so I thought you might be one of their alternate accounts." Han, "Oh, I see. What a pity. I'm not your friend." Qi Zhao, having raised his head, did not disappoint Ling Han's expectations. His palm-sized face, with a sharp jawline and a high-nose bridge, complemented his narrow yet expressive eyes. His somewhat aloof appearance transformed into warmth when he smiled, reminiscent of the second male lead in a Korean drama, eternally standing by to protect the heroine. Upon reading Lingan's message, Qi Zhao chuckled and cheerfully asked, "Can I be your friend?" "Oh, this man. How delightfully sweet." If her previous gift of a 50 yuan hot air balloon was an appreciation for his soft singing, then sending a 300 yuan private jet was an affirmation of Qi Zhao's emotional intelligence. Those with high emotional quotients rarely encounter misfortune, Ling Han mused. "Ah, thank you for the private jet, Han. Thank you. This is the largest gift I have received since I began streaming." Qi Zhao appeared utterly thrilled, almost bursting with the desire to bow in gratitude. Ling Han found his earnestness amusing. Was it because he had just started streaming? He seemed so genuine and endearingly awkward. Ling Han was easily swayed by sincere clumsiness. However, she decided to remain observant. While the money spent on gifts was not hers, every penny she spent must bring her joy. Ling Han only paid for her own happiness. "What songs do you usually enjoy? Is there a specific one you'd like to hear? I can sing it for you. If I don't know it, I'll learn." Qi Zhao earnestly gazed at the screen. "Han, I typically listen to a lot of folk songs." Upon reading this, Qi Zhao's eyes lit up. "I love folk songs too. Which one do you want to hear? I'm sure I know it." He held his guitar, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the camera. "Han, oh, really? I don't believe you." "Han, then I'll request with you." Qi Zhao smiled slightly and began strumming his guitar. "In my dreams last night, I saw you again. Baby, they say I don't love you." Ling Han was astounded that he began singing so effortlessly. This was her favorite song, yet she had struggled to find a way to listen to it recently. To her surprise, he sang it beautifully. Han sent 6 carnival gifts. In her excitement, Ling Han sent 6 carnival gifts, and her account level soared from 0 to 28. Qi Zhao's eyes widened at the sight of 6 carnival gifts. He had noted Ling Han's level. An account at level 0 was either a new user or a secondary account of a prominent figure. However, he believed that a prominent figure's alternate account would not start by gifting just a hot air balloon. Thus, he concluded that she must be a new user, someone who had never spent money before, cautiously testing the waters with gifts. He had anticipated that the most he would receive that night would be a private jet. Such a windfall was already a delightful surprise, but 6 carnival gifts? How could that be? He could scarcely believe his eyes. While he was astonished, he did not cease his singing. Fortunately, this song was so ingrained in his memory that he did not forget the lyrics. He completed the entire song without incident, then promptly set down his guitar and truly stood up. "Thank you, Sister Henin, for the carnival. Thank you. Thank you." His words tumbled out in a flurry of excitement. As he expressed his profound gratitude, he appeared on the verge of tears, while Ling Han, on the other side of the screen, found herself both amused and perplexed. Was it really necessary? It was merely 6 carnivals, each costing 3,000. 6 amounted to 18,000, and after splitting with the platform, he would ultimately receive less than 10,000. If Qi Zhao could hear Ling Han's thoughts, he would undoubtedly reassure her. "It is indeed significant, very significant." Qi Zhao had nearly resolved to abandon his live streaming endeavors. Tonight, after broadcasting for over 2 hours, not a single viewer had remained in his stream since he began. As a new streamer with little traffic and a scant following, his one photograph, shared 2 years prior, had garnered him over 10,000 fans. Yet when it came to actual streaming, he found himself alone. He lacked the flair for performance. Passers-by came and went, and for the past 2 weeks, aside from friends, his audience had been virtually non-existent. He contemplated giving up. But the memory of his mother's phone call before he went live lingered, her familiar refrain urging him to return home and pursue a stable career. He did not wish to hear it, yet he felt ashamed to counter her, especially since she was currently covering his rent. However, he was truly unwilling to concede defeat. He cherished singing and aspired to make a living through the music he loved. He yearned to grace a larger stage and prove to the world that he was capable, that he could succeed. Yet, the harshness of reality struck him again tonight with another audience of zero. As he lowered his head to tune his guitar, doubt seeped in. Perhaps it was time to let go. Perhaps he simply lacked the talent to thrive in this industry. But when he lifted his gaze, the dawn broke, and he finally encountered the light that was meant for him. In Chapter 15, titled Old Friends, Qi Zhao appeared on screen, joyfully teetering on the brink of tears. He stood there, a tall figure of over 6 feet, with an expression of bewilderment, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Ling Han found his innocence endearing. "All right, enough thanks, please. Take a seat," she urged. Qi Zhao's face flushed crimson, and upon seeing Ling Han's message, he obediently sat down, clutching his guitar and fixating on the screen. His cheeks and eyes tinged with red, exuding an aura of fragility. Ling Han suddenly recalled a lyric, "Your pain, your heartache, I wish to alleviate." She mused that those who possess wealth often empathize easily, and she truly had the means to help him, laughter bubbling forth. "Sister, is there a song you wish to hear? I can sing anything for you." Qi Zhao, noticing Ling Han's silence, felt a twinge of anxiety. He had just followed her, only to discover she had 0 followers. The thought made him tread carefully, fearful that he might inadvertently upset her. "I don't have anything specific in mind at the moment. Please sing your best song," she replied. "All right, I'll sing a song I've been listening to frequently for you." Qi Zhao smiled, his eyes crinkling as he gently strummed the strings. "When the rain stops, between the heavens, like tears swirling in the eyes. This may be our last meeting. What is the name of this song?" Ling Han inquired. "The Last Page" by Jiang Yuchen. Qi Zhao quickly responded upon seeing the barrage of comments. Ling Han had never heard the song before, but his rendition was captivating, despite the sorrowful lyrics. His voice imbued it with a sense of tenderness rather than despair. It was evident that this man could convey something unique even in pop songs, stirring something deep within her heart. She opened Qi Zhao's gift gallery, which contained a total of 24 gifts, ranging from the modest heart costing a dime to the extravagant carnival priced at 3,000. Each gift, when sent in sufficient quantity, would illuminate the gift panel, while the insufficient ones remained grayed out. The gallery updated weekly, starting on Monday and concluding on Sunday. Today was already Friday, and Qi Zhao's gallery was only filled with 20 hearts, the cheapest gifts, now enhanced by an additional carnival illuminated by Ling Han's contribution. With a swift motion, Ling Han illuminated Qi Zhao's entire 24-gift gallery within 3 minutes. For those 3 minutes, Qi Zhao was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as he sat in awe of the vibrant display of gift effects flooding the screen. "All right, that's done. This gift gallery is too unfriendly for those with obsessive tendencies. It's unsettling to see it empty," she remarked. "Why are you crying now? Did the overwhelming gifts upset you?" Ling Han chuckled, rapidly typing in disbelief at how easily the young man had shed tears. As Qi Zhao regained his composure, tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. A hot air balloon symbolized her appreciation for his singing. An airplane represented his ability to bring her joy, while the 6 carnivals reflected her fondness for his music. Yet now, with a full 24 gifts, he felt he had done nothing for Ling Han. He had merely sung 2 songs, and she had not even followed him back. Qi Zhao had never imagined he would one day illuminate his entire gallery. After 2 months of streaming, he had participated in PKs. And while competing against other small streamers with similar follower counts was manageable, things changed when randomly paired with someone else. The moment they connected, the opposing streamer would immediately check the number of illuminated galleries. Upon seeing his scant few, they would often disconnect without a word. Such is the brutal reality of streaming. An unfilled gallery signifies a lack of capability, and without capability, one cannot garner respect. Qi Zhao felt the sting of injustice and sorrow, yet he knew he was not entitled to such feelings. Today, all those suppressed emotions surged forth, manifesting as a cascade of tears. How peculiar human nature is. When one is overlooked, they can carry their burdens alone for so long. Yet when someone suddenly appears to protect and cherish them, they find themselves crumbling under the weight of gratitude. He was at a loss for how to express his thanks. He felt unworthy. Determined, Qi Zhao rubbed his face vigorously, drying his tears, then straightened his posture, his slightly reddened eyes fixated intently on the screen, as if he could see Ling Han through it. He spoke each word earnestly. Saying thank you feels too trivial, but aside from that, I truly do not know what else to say. I will forever remember this day. It turns out there is indeed a deity of compassion. Sister, thank you. Hold on. Hold on. Stop with the melodrama. I only care for your talent. Your singing is delightful, and I'm happy to support you. Ling Han jested. Upon reading the comments, Qi Zhao burst into laughter. All right, it's all my fault. This is a good thing. I shouldn't be crying. Thank you, sister. You're the best. Ling Han watched him with interest as he playfully pouted. Perhaps due to his recent graduation, his playful demeanor still held a youthful innocence, reminiscent of a drenched puppy looking up at its owner with adoration. It must be said, Qi Zhao was far more impressive than she had anticipated. Often, smaller streamers found it difficult to lower their pride, and while they may not show it, even a few kind words could feel like an insult to them. They knew that the top supporters were the ones to invest in them, while those unaware might think they were the ones being asked for money. Sister, do you have any songs you would like to hear? I will continue to sing for you. You need not send anything more. What you've given me tonight is enough to keep me singing for years. Qi Zhao's eyes sparkled as he spoke with a smile. No, that is quite enough. I've enjoyed today immensely. Your singing is wonderful. Keep it up. After finishing her sentence, without waiting for Qi Zhao's response, Ling Han exited the live streaming room. Qi Zhao was taken aback, not expecting Ling Han to leave so abruptly, leaving him no time to react. Unconsciously, he began to nibble on his nails, contemplating for 2 minutes before clicking to end the stream. He hastily opened the back end. Ling Han still had 0 followers, but fortunately, her fan count was only 1, meaning he was still her only admirer. She undoubtedly hadn't checked her private messages yet. With this thought in mind, Qi Zhao opened the chat window with Ling Han and began to compose a message. Ling Han had no intention of hanging herself on a single tree from the very beginning. She had ample time for frivolous pursuits, whether one deemed her stingy or miserly. She spent her money for her own delight, and she certainly did not wish to squander it on a thankless wretch. She needed to conduct further evaluations. It must be said that while Xiao Zhe was indeed infuriating, there were plenty of individuals like him on the internet. She did not wish to waste a single cent on such rubbish. After all, she had time and money aplenty to spare, so she could afford to take her time. Ling Han rolled over on the enormous bed, thinking that staying an extra couple of days in this hotel wouldn't be too bad. After all, she had nothing pressing to do and didn't particularly enjoy going out. Money could be spent leisurely, and she could always anticipate cashback whenever she desired. However, the live streaming realm was truly captivating. The deeper the night grew, the more enthralling it became. Ling Han felt as if she had stumbled into a grand stage, where each streamer was doing their utmost to showcase their talents, fervently attracting viewers from outside their streams. Ling Han continued to casually browse the streams, but in the blink of an eye, her fingers ceased their scrolling as she came across a familiar face. It was Ling Long. She recalled the scene when Ling Long had aided her against Xiao Zhe, and she had been fond of Ling Long's forthright and generous personality. Ling Han needed not say much. Ling Long had become her most delightful spokesperson, significantly enhancing her emotional value. However, the Ling Long on the screen was not the spirited individual from that day. She was crying. To her astonishment, she was sobbing openly in the live stream, utterly disregarding her image. This was highly unusual. As a prominent streamer with a following in the millions, Ling Long had at least 10,000 viewers in her chat room. She had encountered numerous challenges, and unless something catastrophic had transpired, she would never cry in front of her audience, as it would severely impact how her fans and passersby perceived her. After all, her persona was that of a straightforward and genuine big sister. Crying contradicted her established character. Ling Han entered the live stream, and the bullet comments were filled with profanities, while Ling Long, despite her tears, continued to speak without pause. I have never been in a romantic relationship with any of the big brothers since I started live streaming, nor have I ever shared a bed with any of them. I swear to the heavens. I always regarded Tianqing as a good friend. We often met privately. I trust her, and I felt sorry for her poor performance lately, which is why I frequently invited her to join me. I never imagined she would secretly pursue my big brothers. I did not consume or criticize them as I had claimed. I have never insulted any of my fans. She calls me a green tea bitch. Who is truly the green tea here? At least I don't secretly meet the big brothers from my friends' streams. In this world, the one who stirs trouble first does not automatically possess righteousness. Meanwhile, the public screen was already in chaos, a veritable mess. The streamer really shouldn't be so arrogant. She doesn't dare to speak ill of Tianqing. Do you think you are a princess? Does it feel good to treat others as mere followers? How disgusting. If not for seeing through her true nature, How would her level 15 big brother support Ching Ching? Oh, you're crying now. Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Be a little more arrogant. The louder you are, the harder you will be slapped. A flood of insults and slurs inundated the public screen, drowning out a few comforting messages from Ling Long's supportive fans. Ling Han turned over, exited Ling Long's live stream, and opened the search bar on her homepage. Adept at utilizing search when in the dark. Sure enough, as soon as she typed in Ling Long's name, the terms Tianqing Ling Long immediately popped up, accompanied by the tag hot, indicating that many were currently searching for this topic. The first video that appeared was a recording of Tianqing's live stream. The impressions one garnered from watching Tianqing and Ling Long were starkly different. Ling Long was bold and charismatic, exuding an aura of a stunning and powerful woman, brimming with energy and aggression. Her live streams were renowned for fierce PK battles, leading to polarized opinions. Her admirers found her refreshingly straightforward, while detractors deemed her overly fierce and pretentious. On the other hand, Tianqing adopted a more demure approach, speaking softly, which made her appear gentle and endearing. If Ling Long was a fierce flower of the battlefield, Tianqing resembled a delicate blossom in the wind. In the video, she was tearfully speaking, her nose slightly reddened, evoking a sense of tenderness. She softly murmured, "I don't know what I must do to satisfy her. For so long, I have complied with her every request, even rushing out to meet her at a bar at 3 in the morning. She calls me at will, and I have never objected." She then gazed at the screen and continued, "Just because one of her big brothers had previously supported me with a few votes, she went mad, calling me incessantly. I was too frightened to answer, for if I did, she would scold me. I am so terrified. But if I want to go where I wish to, and support whomever I choose, isn't that the freedom of the big brothers? What have I done wrong? If the big brothers wish to support me, should I refuse them?" As she spoke, she gently shook her phone screen during the live stream, revealing that Ling Long had been repeatedly calling her, with each call going unanswered. At that moment, a few high-level bullet comments flashed across her face. "Longxing Jiutian, who I choose to support is my freedom. It's not for others to dictate. Longxing Jiutian, if you have the guts, come find me. What sort of behavior is bullying a young girl?" Ling Han understood the situation now and was disinclined to gaze at the tear-streaked face any longer. With a flick of her finger, she moved on to the next video, which was a recording of Ling Long's live stream. In the video, she appeared furious, her words firing off like a machine gun. "Stop asking if Tianqing is talking about me. If you have the guts, name me directly in the live stream. If you have the guts, confront me face to face. You secretly pursued my big brother, yet you refuse to answer my calls and instead go live to slander me. Do you even consider yourself a person? I'm talking about you, Tianqing." Ling Long viciously jabbed at the screen as if it were Tianqing's face. "I have seen your chat logs with my big brothers. Don't you know what you said? Yes, where the big brothers go is their freedom. So did I say a word about it at first? I did not. It was only later, upon seeing that you had privately chatted with several of my level 15 fans, that I questioned you. And now you twist the narrative? Who cries is right. Furthermore, I have never asked you to do this or that for me. I called upon you only because I regarded you as a good friend. I thanked you and gifted you after, did I not? Including that day when I asked you to pick me up at the bar. A few of my supporters were visiting Hangzhou, and as the host, I had to entertain them. You kept telling me you had no good brothers or sisters to help you, and I thought to introduce you. Why don't you mention that? I introduced my brothers and sisters to you, and yet you went behind my back to spread rumors about me and brought them to your live stream. Have I not treated you well enough for you to bite the hand that fed you?" Ling Long questioned Tianqing with great intensity, yet in the video, she did not shed a single tear. Despite her fierce demeanor, she meticulously refuted every point made by Tianqing with logical arguments. Initially, it seemed the matter would fade away as she blocked Tianqing, but unexpectedly, Tianqing pursued her relentlessly, crying on her broadcasts for several consecutive days, portraying herself as the victim of Ling Long's bullying. Ling Long's streaming room descended into chaos, inundated with insults, slander, and a plethora of baseless rumors. While her moderators struggled to keep up with the barrage of negativity, not only was she attacked, but her fans also faced relentless harassment, particularly those who spoke up for her, suffering merciless verbal assaults. Ling Long, despite her naivety, realized that Tianqing was resolute in her desire to destroy her. Half of her loyal followers had been swayed by Tianqing, and her fan group, consisting of those with light signs above level 15, dwindled to just 30 members, with over a dozen already having departed. This was a significant blow to Ling Long. Most of her high-level fans were her older brothers and sisters, primarily comprising those who had supported her financially, and they formed her strongest backing. The relationships among these high-tier fans were solid, with some even engaging in business dealings in real life. This was one of Ling Long's strategies as a PK host, to provide a platform for wealthy individuals who shared a common interest in a particular streamer, fostering connections through prolonged interaction. The advantage of such an elite fan group was the sense of unity it instilled, creating a familial atmosphere. However, there were drawbacks, such as the current predicament. If one influential figure wavered, it could lead to factionalism, akin to a domino effect. Toppling one could bring the entire structure down. Before her stream that evening, Linglong resolved not to let the vitriol from the public screen dictate her emotions. However, contrary to her intentions, she had never endured such a sustained onslaught of insults before. And the atmosphere in her streaming room became overwhelmingly toxic. New viewers entering her space would leave immediately, as no one wished to linger in an environment brimming with negativity. Especially those with wealth, who would not spend money to subject themselves to distress. The only creatures that thrive in filth are flies, and on this night, Linglong's streaming room had become a cesspool due to these pests. She was acutely aware that there were orchestrated efforts to manipulate the narrative, with hired trolls spewing venomous comments for mere pennies. Yet, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. For an entire week, she had been ensnared in this tumultuous whirlpool, and the hatred directed at her felt palpably genuine, as though her detractors wished for her demise. By that night, she was barely holding on, but ultimately, she succumbed to despair. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she furiously wiped them away, preparing to retaliate once more. Gritting her teeth, Linglong stared at the public screen, vowing never to concede to these individuals. If necessary, she would cease streaming altogether, refusing to accept the filth they hurled at her. She would not exit the online sphere while bearing the weight of their slander. Taking a deep breath, she was poised to unleash a barrage of counterattacks against her detractors when suddenly, a notification popped up on her streaming page. Tianqing has invited you to engage in a PK. Do you accept? Chapter 17. Confrontation. As Linghan wandered around the entries for Linglong and Tianqing, she began to grasp the unfolding situation. The matter was quite straightforward. Tianqing had secretly contacted Linglong's loyal supporters, which Linglong discovered, prompting her to confront Tianqing with fervor. However, Tianqing preemptively took action, commencing a live stream and weeping. Thus, the situation escalated. Logically, Tianqing was in the wrong. Yet inexplicably, the primary supporter of Linglong, known as Long Fei Jiutian, chose to side with Tianqing, even going so far as to release a video subtly mocking Linglong. With onlookers fueled by a desire for drama and organized trolling, Linglong found herself in a precarious position. Losing a significant portion of her supporters and her ability to retaliate severely compromised. Linghan contemplated this development. She had developed a fondness for Linglong and, upon examining the situation, believed Linglong had not erred significantly. Linglong had articulated her stance clearly regarding the chat logs released by Tianqing. Linglong had aptly stated that the one who cries first is not necessarily the one in the right. Often, it is the loudest weeper who harbors the deepest insecurities. After making her rounds, Linghan returned to Linglong's streaming room, only to find Linglong's mouth slightly agape, as if something astonishing had transpired. In the next moment, the screen split, revealing Tianqing's tear-streaked face on the opposite side. Linglong's brows furrowed, and she began, "How dare you invite me to a PK?" Before she could finish, Tianqing interrupted. Her voice choked with emotion. "Sister Linglong, please don't be angry. I don't want to engage in a PK with you. It was Long Gu who insisted. He doesn't want you to misunderstand." At the mention of Long Gu, Linglong's expression darkened further, her brows knitted tightly. Tianqing, catching a glimpse of Linglong's countenance, felt a surge of triumph. She had not intended to confront Linglong directly. As long as she avoided a face-off, Linglong's words would hold no weight. However, the influence of Long Gu was too substantial for her to resist. Moreover, she cast a casual glance at the top supporter's name, Long Fei Jiutian. Even if he had heeded her words, believing Linglong to be manipulating him, he had not entirely severed ties with her. Today, with a hefty sum of money at stake, he intended to provoke Linglong, hoping she would bow to him. How naive. Today, she aimed to ensure that Long Fei Jiutian would completely abandon Linglong, ideally driving a wedge between them and ruthlessly trampling on Linglong in the process. She had long harbored disdain for Linglong, who, despite being a fellow internet celebrity vying for attention, seemed to position herself as an untouched lotus, exuding an air of purity while pretending to be generous. She was not oblivious to Linglong's perception of her as merely a lackey, fetching and carrying for her. Now, she was determined to prove that she was no less than Linglong. With that thought, she steeled herself, fully aware of Linglong's temperament. If she could provoke Linglong just enough to ignite her fury, then she could play the innocent victim, and indeed, whatever she desired would be showered upon her by Long Fei Jiutian. As her sense of superiority swelled, her expression remained one of feigned vulnerability. "Sister Linglong, it's my fault. I've upset you, and I shouldn't have streamed those things. You can treat me however you wish in private. But please don't be angry with Long Gu. It's all my fault that you're unhappy. With that, Tianqing lifted her face, casting a pitiful gaze toward Linglong on the other side of the screen. Linglong was on the verge of losing her composure. She could scarcely fathom how someone could be so shameless. It was evident that Tianqing was twisting the narrative, yet she continued to malign her character. Trembling with rage, Linglong's teeth ground together audibly as she fixed her gaze on Tianqing's enchanting visage, enunciating each word with precision. What are you? How dare you speak to me like this? What have I done wrong? I considered you a good friend and opened my heart to you. And this is how you repay me? A misunderstanding? Huh. Linglong let out a cold laugh. She had already seen the recordings of Tianqing's actions. She had long maintained that her supporters were free to socialize as they pleased and had never imposed restrictions on their movements. Similarly, she had never solicited any love tokens. She always maintained that those who came to her live stream merely sought entertainment and enjoyment. She had never deceived any of her fans, nor would she engage in flirtation with her top supporter to coax monetary contributions. She genuinely regarded her admirers as friends. It was disheartening that those who accompanied her day and night, cheering for her with real financial support, could be swayed by others, turning against her. Linglong let out a bitter laugh, realizing that she had been taught a harsh lesson by Long Fei Jiutian. A sense of profound meaninglessness washed over her. While others may perceive her journey as smooth and glamorous, the tireless efforts she invested went unnoticed. Her achievements were not the result of any benefactor's generosity, but rather stemmed from her dedication of 365 days a year, 6 hours a day of streaming, and 3 years of relentless competition. Her live stream had grown from 10 viewers to 10,000, a testament to her tenacity and refusal to succumb to defeat. Linglong suddenly felt weary of continuing the conversation. Her voice, though low, was imbued with unwavering resolve as she spoke. Am I misunderstanding your intent to tarnish my reputation? Or am I misjudging your attempt to undermine my top supporter? I harbor no misconceptions. When you conspired against me, you ceased to be my friends. And he is no longer my brother. I shall have none of you. Upon hearing Linglong's declaration, Tianqing's expression brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a realization of its gravity. She paused, hastily dabbing at non-existent tears with a tissue, and feigned a sweet tone. Sister, how could you speak ill of Longu? He has done so much for you. Longu, please don't be angry. My sister isn't scolding you. She is just upset. It's all my fault. Tianqing deliberately paused, anticipating Long Fei Jiutian's supportive comments. Yet after a minute of silence, she noticed he had left. Panic surged within her, and she pinched her thigh to regain composure, realizing he had undoubtedly gone to Linglong's stream. Tianqing's intuition proved correct as Long Fei Jiutian entered Linglong's live stream adorned with her level 16 light sign. However, this time, Linglong did not extend her usual warm welcome. Long Fei Jiutian scoffed. He had been watching Linglong for 2 months, captivated by her from the moment he entered her stream, specifically by her legs, which had an undeniable allure. Over these 2 months, he had lavished her with financial support amounting to hundreds of thousands, convinced that victory was a foregone conclusion. To his surprise, Linglong had not reciprocated his advances. She merely offered polite thanks, showing no inclination to engage further. He licked his yellowed teeth and began tapping on the screen, determined to make her submit. You're more capable than I expected. Dare you challenge Tianqing to a match? Loser kneels and calls the winner daddy. Chapter 18. The battle commences. Linglong forced a smile, her complexion pale and frightening. Reason cautioned her against accepting. Long Fei Jiutian's challenge was clearly a provocation. The barrage of comments on the public screen intensified. If you're so capable, then accept. The truth will be revealed in the match. Don't accept, darling. They are bullying you. It's obvious you are in the right. Hilarious. Only your fans are perceptive. Everyone else is blind, huh? If she hasn't done anything wrong, why not accept? Do you really think everyone is as foolish as your naive fans? Linglong closed her eyes, clenching her fists tightly, struggling to contain herself. I accept. The platform 1T allow kneeling. You can ask Tianqing. However, the loser must apologize and retire from online streaming. Do you dare to accept? Although Linglong recognized this was a clear provocation, she saw no better alternative. Remaining ensnared in this vortex would ultimately force her retirement. Thus, she might as well gamble, for the worst outcome would merely be withdrawal from the platform. She had a house, a car, and a store. Even without an online career, she wouldn't starve. The uncertainty lay in whether Tianqing could afford to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Linglong slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Tianqing. Unfortunately, Tianqing's expression mirrored her own distress. That insufferable Long Fei Jiutian had issued such a weighty wager without a word. She did not wish to retire from streaming. Tianqing anxiously observed the rolling comments on the public screen. Despite her efforts to bolster Linglong's stream with hired support, Linglong's fanbase far outnumbered hers. And now they surged into her live stream. Is it that you can only play the victim but cannot compete? Want to build a symbolic structure while claiming innocence? I'll say it plainly. You can't have your cake and eat it too. How brazen of you. Linglong has accepted. Why are you afraid to? Are you guilty? Tianqing struggled to maintain her composure, biting her lip fiercely, yet she hesitated to respond. Just then, the previously darkened phone screen flickered to life. It was Long Fei Jiutian. I accept. I'll ensure your victory. Those few words invigorated Tianqing, her excitement palpable, her previous worries vanishing. She had initially intended to leave Linglong a way out, but since Linglong was so aggressive, she would gladly engage. Her voice remained soft and gentle, yet her words dripped with sharpness. Inside, Tianqing reveled in her machinations, having courted all of Linglong's notable supporters, and though not all had fully defected, many were swayed. Tonight, she would not only trample Linglong, but also reap substantial rewards. Tianqing's confidence surged, and her face betrayed a hint of arrogance as tears ceased to flow. Linglong, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced that Tianqing's sudden shift in demeanor indicated Long Fei Jiutian's assurance of victory. Linglong steeled herself. It was not merely about pride, but also about her substantial following. Tianqing's arrogance seemed premature. The outcome remained uncertain. Without further ado, she initiated a 10-minute unlimited PK. There were numerous formats for competition, but the unlimited style was the most straightforward, within 10 minutes. There were no restrictions on contributions. One could donate as much as they desired at any time. Ultimately, it was the numbers that mattered. This was the realm of online streaming, where strength reigned supreme and the powerful were revered. Tonight, Linglong's livestream was undoubtedly a pinnacle of viewership, with 300,000 people watching in real time. Before Linglong could utter a word, her devoted fans had already begun to rally, even in the absence of her elder brothers and sisters to lead the charge. Her votes swiftly surged to 200,000, each a small gift from her ardent supporters. Gazing at the screen filled with gift effects, private jets worth 300, sports cars at 120, fireworks costing mere dozens, and even a lollipop for one and a tiny heart for a dime, she felt a wave of emotion. Though these gifts were not as dazzling as the 3,000 she had received previously during the carnival, they were undeniably beautiful, enough to bring a hint of moisture to her eyes. It was as if the multitude of gifts were her fans' way of saying, "Fear not, we are still here." She was resolute. She did not want to lose. She yearned to honor the love of her fans and to avoid a disgraceful retreat from the online world that would render their support futile. She had to win, even if it was solely for those who adored her fervently. Linglong picked up her phone and did something she had never done before. She sent a mass message to all those who had previously supported her. To every elder brother and sister whose contact details she possessed. Dear brothers and sisters, I am Linglong. My live stream is in dire need of your assistance. If you are willing to lend me a hand, I promise to repay your kindness without hesitation in the future. After sending the message, she set her phone down and quietly observed the screen, where Tianqing was beaming in delight. Only 2 minutes had elapsed. Yet the once ample 30,000 health points had dwindled to a mere flicker, while the opposing side had surged past the 1 million mark, dominating the match from the outset. Tianqing's laughter rang out, her charming voice thanking her supporters. Thank you, my dragon brother. You are incredible. Long Fei Jiutian, with his burly fingers clutching a cigarette, smirked at the sound of Tianqing's voice, contemplating how pleasing it might be in more intimate settings. Tonight, he had collected his payment. Tomorrow's rendezvous would be at his discretion. Linglong's message had some effect, as a few of her previous supporters began to trickle in, each donating tens of thousands before departing. Her vote count surged to 1 million, still trailing the opposition by 20,000. Undeterred, she utilized her alternate account to contribute funds herself, tirelessly chasing after her rival until the numbers finally leveled out, both sides now standing at over 130,000 votes. Her confidence began to swell. Meanwhile, Tianqing's mood had soured. She hadn't anticipated that Linglong could amass over 100,000 votes with such scattered support. Anxiety gnawed at her, and as she glanced at the barrage of comments, her brows knitted tighter. The higher the vote count, the greater the intensity. Suddenly, a wave of onlookers flooded into her live stream, the comments rife with mockery. Is wealth truly admirable? Can money enable such brazen bullying? Isn't it true that Linglong hasn't done anything wrong? How laughable to turn the tables. Purely spectators, you two seem to be enacting a lowbrow drama, like two villains. I concur, soon to be smackdown villains. Long Fei Jiutian, however, was not achieving the desired effect. Previously, his financial contributions had drawn admiration, yet this time, the public's reaction only fueled his ire. How dare these lowly individuals mock him? They were unworthy even to wash his feet. With a dismissive gesture, he directly purchased 100 carnivals, spending 300,000 for a return of 3 million votes. Ah, so wealth is truly impressive, is it? Any objections? If you disagree, Why not contribute on the opposing side? If you can't afford it, keep your mouth shut. Tianqing's grin widened. Her confidence solidified. With 300,000 votes, Linglong had never reached 400,000 at her peak, and now it was evident that victory was assured. Gloating internally, she turned to Linglong, mocking her. You were the one who agreed to this, PK. Don't act as if I'm bullying you. She gestured to the vote counts displayed prominently. Here are the votes. Continue your pursuit if you can. If you lack the strength, don't put on airs, little Linglong. Linglong smiled faintly. Oh, no longer calling me sister? I have always admired your ability to maintain such composure while addressing me as sister, despite being several years my senior. It seems shamelessness is indeed commendable. Tianqing, infuriated at having her secret exposed, lost her composure and shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? If you have the ability, then stop talking and catch up on the votes. This is not your place to speak. As Chapter 19 unfolded, the PK timer indicated 5 minutes remaining. Linglong had drained all her earnings from the past few months, managing to reach 4 million. Yet she still lagged behind by a staggering 100,000 votes. The opposing team toyed with her. No matter how many votes she garnered or how much money she spent, they maintained a firm lead of 100,000. With the opposing side ahead by that margin and the sound of Tianqing's mocking laughter echoing in her ears, Linglong's nails dug painfully into her palms, her meticulously manicured nails breaking and drawing blood. She was at her wit's end, utterly powerless. Linglong slumped despondently in her chair, her hands weakly covering her face, desperately trying to conceal her tears from the audience. Each passing second felt like an eternity, her heart heavy with despair. As a PK queen, she had never experienced a live broadcast that oscillated her emotions so violently from elation to despair. Summoning her remaining strength, she straightened up, determined not to concede defeat just yet. However, as she looked back at the screen, she froze, her mouth forming an astonished O. Had she truly been lying there for an eternity? What was happening? How had the health points reversed? Was her mind playing tricks on her due to the overwhelming stress? Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she confirmed the astonishing revelation. Her health points had surged ahead of the opposition by 2 million. While Linglong questioned her sanity, Tianqing was equally perplexed. She had merely responded to a couple of messages and flirted with Longo, only to look up and find her health points dwindling. Oh, Linglong's dazed expression is adorably endearing. So cute. Such an adorable darling. Whoever said Linglong was an ice queen. Look at this adorable side. Haha. A loud bang in the sky. Han Jie makes a dazzling entrance. Isn't she just spectacular? A good person can swiftly generate 10 million votes, flipping the health bar in an instant. I timidly ask, does Han Jie need a loyal dog? Ling Han chuckled at the barrage of comments rolling across the screen, thoroughly entertained by her fans. After a while, she reclined comfortably, gazing at the bewildered faces of Linglong and Tianqing on her phone. With 5 minutes of the PK elapsed and having heard Tianqing's shameless retort, she decided to act without delay, clicking to recharge and casually tossing in 10 million. The funds were secured, but she had overlooked one crucial detail. The carnival did not allow for rapid clicking. She clicked haphazardly, her fingers aching after racking up over 200 carnival tokens. Unable to endure any longer, she decided to take a break. No. She must voice her concerns to the platform after this round. Why can't the carnival allow for a free selection of the number of consecutive clicks like the little hearts? Ling Han muttered to herself as she rolled over. If I were to click 1,000 times, would my hand even survive? She rolled her eyes. Linglong had already caught on. She excitedly leaned closer to the computer and opened the profile of the top player. The name was succinct. Han, female. With an avatar of the seaside, nothing more. She glanced around, struggling to recall anything about this person. Perhaps it was someone who had changed their name after receiving a text message? That shouldn't be the case. She had never followed this account, and oh, this account had never followed her back either. No way. Did they spend 800,000 just for her without even following her? This can't be a dream. Linglong pinched her cheek hard, talking to herself. Haha. Seeing Linglong's foolish expression, Ling Han erupted into another fit of laughter. This child was simply too adorable, reminiscent of her when she first bound to the system. Reflecting on this, Ling Han fell silent for a moment. It seemed everyone had a similar reaction when encountering a fortune god. With a smile, she sent a sophisticated message that immediately appeared before Linglong's eyes. Han, hello there. Nice to see you again. Linglong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that some fortune god had once graced her presence, and she had completely forgotten about it? No way. Did she offend the fortune god right when they arrived? Damn it. Think. Linglong was at a loss, cautiously speaking up. Hello, Sister Han. Have you watched my live stream? Ha ha ha, is the host scared? She sounds like her voice is trembling. I'm laughing all the way to the bank. Linglong thought. Damn it. Why didn't anyone give me a hint? Sister Han is angry. The host is a bit slow-witted. She can remember. She definitely can. Host, I can only assist you this far. Ling Han no longer teased her and sent a straightforward message. Han, V, I remind you, 200. Ling Long hastily clicked to follow her as soon as she opened the profile card. At that moment, seeing the message, she thought, forget 200. I would vouch for her even if it were 200,000. She opened the private message dialog box, ready to send a gift, when Han's message arrived first. Han, I was joking, don't vouch, I don't want it. Han, I've watched your live stream before. I believe you did nothing wrong. Han, it's fine, don't be scared, you're bound to win, I'm here. Ling Han wished to sever any ties with the original account. The past was but a wisp of smoke, and the future belonged solely to her, Ling Han. Ling Long gazed at the 3 messages, tears streaming down her face. Just moments ago, she felt utterly despaired, yet she stubbornly refused to shed tears in front of others for their viewing pleasure. Now, merely having someone who had watched her live stream, willing to spend tens of thousands affirming their belief in her, was overwhelming. Ling Long felt her nose tingle, her eyes burning, and her heart softening deeply. She was choked with emotion, unable to speak. Tianqing was at a loss for words. Her frustration mounting to the point where her expensive nose job felt like it might warp. How could Ling Long have such luck? Why were there still people willing to spend lavishly to support her? But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She kept pinching her hand, forcing herself to calm down. Only 3 minutes remained. If this continued, it wouldn't be Ling Long in trouble, but her. She quickly redirected her focus towards the top player. Long Fei Jiutian, her voice thick with emotion. Brother Long, dear brother, I accept defeat, but she will definitely mock you. Just the thought of you enduring such humiliation pains my heart. She continued, Brother Long, how about I tell Sister Ling Long it was all my fault? You didn't wish to treat her this way. It was I who pressured you into this battle. Long Fei Jiutian could not withstand the provocation. His face darkened as if rain could pour from it, fingers furiously tapping on the screen to vent his frustration. Long Fei Jiutian, one person does the deed. One person bears the consequences. It's precisely because she is in the wrong that I must fight this battle. Long Fei Jiutian, why are you so anxious? We've barely started. It's just a few 100,000. Who doesn't have that? Chapter 20, The Outcome. Upon seeing Long Fei Jiutian's barrage of messages, Tianqing knew he had been thoroughly provoked. A secret delight bubbled within her. Let them fight. The bigger the uproar, the more she would earn. She slightly tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of coquetry and admiration as her lips parted to teasingly say, Oh dear, I knew Brother Long was the greatest. From the very beginning, I knew that a formidable man like Brother Long would never fear someone like Sister Han. Yet, despite her words, Long Fei Jiutian's confidence had dwindled. Initially, he believed that with his considerable financial resources, he could easily defeat Ling Long, expecting her to willingly kneel before him with just a maximum of 500,000. However, contrary to his expectations, that Ling Han appeared out of nowhere, engaging him in a fierce contest. A sense of unease crept into his heart, yet Tianqing continued to chatter away. She scoffed coldly, laced with derision. Does she even realize what level Brother Long is at? She hasn't even reached level 60, yet here she is acting like a big shot. It's quite laughable. She should open her eyes and take a look at Brother Long's level. Her words swelled Long Fei Jiutian's pride. This account was one he had painstakingly nurtured, achieving such a high level in order to relish in the thrill of commanding respect online. His sense of superiority overshadowed any lingering unease. Long Fei Jiutian, if you have the guts, then let us see who will lose. After sending that message, he waved his hand, recharging 1,000,000, causing a flurry of carnival tokens to rain down in Tianqing's livestream. Heavens, thank you for the carnival rain, Brother Long. Love you lots. I knew you were the best. No mere clown could compare to you. Sending hearts, Brother Long, I. Tianqing's exaggerated flattery suddenly caught in her throat, akin to a startled chicken being squeezed by the neck, unable to produce a sound. Brother Long had just spent 500,000, pushing the vote count to nearly 10 million, significantly reducing Ling Long's health bar. Yet, before she could finish her 2 sentences, Ling Long's health bar sharply dropped to 1 million. Long Fei Jiutian snorted coldly and immediately retaliated, both sides exchanging blows. But no matter how many votes Tianqing garnered, Ling Long's side surged ahead by 100,000 votes, as if toying with him. 1,000,000. Another 1,000,000. Damn it, she is toying with me. Long Fei Jiutian extinguished his cigarette with force. He had begun to realize that his opponent was merely playing him for a fool. His mind buzzed. The string of rationality snapped completely. Anger consumed his thoughts. He began to click furiously to recharge, attempting to surpass Ling Han. Ling Han observed this scene, disdainfully curling her lip. She didn't even need to click to recharge again. The 10 million she had just spent had only accounted for 2 million. Yet her fingers were nearly worn out from clicking the carnival tokens. Why can't Douyin offer a $10,000 gift? Or implement a continuous click feature to make things easier? Most importantly, without straining the fingers, Ling Han pouted at the screen, brimming with grievances about Douyin's gift functions. With a minute and a half remaining, as the recharge amount continued to escalate, Long Fei Jiutian's rationality began to resurface. The more he regained his composure, the heavier his heart became. Even his typically steady and powerful hands began to tremble ever so slightly. Each time he clicked the recharge button, it felt akin to slicing into his own flesh, a pang of heartache that was nearly unbearable. Yet, they had reached a point of no return. To abandon the endeavor now would render the previous expenditure of over $1 million utterly futile. Moreover, this was a matter of personal pride. If he were to retreat, how could he ever hold his head high in front of others again? How could he continue to command the online realm like an emperor? Damn it. It was all Han's fault. Where did this person even come from? Despite the tumult of fear and unease within him, Long Fei Jiutian gritted his teeth and, with resolve, continued to funnel money into his account. As the carnivals were dispatched one after another, Tianqing's health bar gradually began to recover. However, Ling Han devised an even better plan. She suddenly remembered that she had purchased a massage device a couple of days prior during her shopping spree. After rummaging through her belongings, she finally unearthed the massage device and a fascia gun. With the fascia gun in hand, Ling Han aimed it at the carnival and flipped the switch. The machine buzzed to life, and with the rhythmic sound of the fascia gun, Ling Long's health bar soared like a rocket. Ha ha! She had only heard of using a fascia gun to give likes to broadcasts. Who would have thought it would be so effective for the carnival as well? Ling Han laughed heartily, as dazzling carnivals continued to be sent out in rapid succession. The astonishing speed left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, Tianqing and Long Fei Jiutian's expressions grew increasingly grim. They watched helplessly as their previously advantageous position spiraled out of control. Their faces mirrored one another's, each more dismal than the last. Tianqing was rendered speechless, her heart plummeting as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. Unable to fathom the hell that awaited her should she lose. No, that wouldn't happen. She shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind, and continued to express her gratitude to Long Fei Jiutian, silently praying for him to keep recharging just a bit more. With only 30 seconds left, Long Fei Jiutian gazed at the last million in his bank account, the final liquid asset he could utilize. Listening to Tianqing's thanks and witnessing Ling Long's uncontainable smile, he steeled himself and swiped the entire amount. In an instant, Tianqing's votes surged dramatically. Watching the numbers tighten once more, Ling Long was on edge. Her hands unconsciously forming tight fists, beads of sweat forming in her palms. At that moment, a comment appeared on the screen. Han, relax. Victory is just within reach. This message felt like a warm spring breeze soothing Ling Long's heart, alleviating her anxiety and restlessness. Indeed, trusting Sister Han was the key. Ling Han awaited the moment her opponent would go all in, and upon seeing the votes surge, she ceased her restraint, cranking the fascia gun to its maximum frequency. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The exhilarating countdown finally reached 0, and as Ling Long beheld the bold, crimson letters spelling victory, the dust settled, and tears streamed down her face. The entire live stream erupted in jubilation, a flurry of congratulatory comments blanketing the screen like snowflakes. Woo-woo, why do I feel like crying too? Ling Long baby. It's been so hard, woo-woo. Ling Long is amazing. Sister Han is amazing. Incredible. 30 million. Sister Han contributed 30 million. One of the top figures in Douyin's PK history. Wow, wow, wow. Who can give me a sister like Sister Han? I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. A myriad of celebratory comments danced across the screen, but the most prevalent were the words secure it. Ling Long's eyes blurred with tears as she stuttered, unable to articulate clearly, yet persistently expressed, "Thank you, Sister Han. Thank you, truly. Woo, why are you so good to me?" Rising from her seat, she bowed deeply, tears of gratitude flowing. "Sister Han, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won this match. If it weren't for you, I might have retreated from the internet tonight. And if it weren't for you, perhaps I would carry these baseless accusations forever, unable to rise again." She wiped her tears and continued. "I won't say much more, sister. From now on, you are my dearest elder sister, my best friend. My account will be yours, whatever you ask of me. I will comply without hesitation." Ling Han smiled gently. With those words, she knew she had not misjudged her. "Han, no need for thanks, it's all you deserve. Do good deeds without seeking reward. Perhaps it was during one of those good deeds that I noticed you. Winning is your merit. Such a stunning beauty as Han leaving the internet would be a loss for us viewers, wouldn't it, beauty?" Ling Long was momentarily cheered by Ling Han's playful comments. While one side celebrated with fireworks, the other side was engulfed in despair. On the left screen, Linglong's live stream was jubilant, while on the right, Tianqing's stream felt as though it had descended into a frozen cavern. The blue letters of failure stung Tianqing's eyes. She could scarcely believe what was unfolding before her, frozen in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Was she truly going to retreat from the internet? She felt a darkness envelop her, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Long Fei Jiutian's face turned as pale as a sheet. Veins bulging on his forehead, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the numbers. 30 million votes, equating to 3 million in cash, which was 50,000 more than he had invested, a total of 5 million votes. Had Han gone mad? 3 million for a single PK. Who would engage in PKs like this? He conveniently forgot that prior to Ling Han's appearance, he had intended to crush Ling Long single-handedly. Though he had initially only prepared 50,000, Long Fei Jiutian quickly realized that losing was now a fact. He had given Tianqing 250,000, and she was not worth that much money, especially since she was planning to retreat from the internet. As long as he could reclaim that money, he wouldn't suffer too great a loss. At worst, he could change his name and avatar. With his level over 60, which live stream could he not dominate? Like a wild beast out of control, he furiously typed comments, and before Tianqing could react, the barrage of messages filled her screen. Long Fei Jiutian, this is all your fault. If I hadn't listened to you, I wouldn't have invested all my money. Now look, it's all gone. You need to refund me immediately. Chapter 21, A Dog Bites. Tianqing was stunned by the unexpected outcome, and upon seeing Long Fei Jiutian's barrage of comments, she suddenly regained her senses. She had already cursed Long Fei Jiutian with every foul word imaginable in her heart. If it weren't for his insistence on showing off in front of Ling Long and coercing her into agreeing to this PK, she wouldn't have suffered such a devastating loss, now facing the prospect of having to apologize and retreat from the internet. Retreat. If she truly withdrew, how would she survive? Long Fei Jiutian, how could he have the audacity to demand money from her now? Could she not sustain herself? She hadn't even sought an explanation from him. If it weren't for Long Fei Jiutian, would she be in such a predicament? Torn between turmoil and despair, she maintained a facade of fragility. Long Go, how can this be my fault? I clearly said I didn't want to compete. It was you. Long Fei Jiutian's anger flared even more at her words. Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for you bringing up those irrelevant matters first, I wouldn't have misunderstood Ling Long. You need to return the money. If you don't refund me today, I'll make sure you can't survive on this platform. Tianqing felt a flicker of fear, yet she stubbornly held her ground. Long Go, after all these years, you must be more familiar with the rules than I am. The money is divided between the platform and the guild. I won't receive much, and I can't withdraw anything right now. As soon as Tianqing finished speaking, she noticed Ling Long beside her, fixated on her with an intense gaze. Realizing that Ling Long must have turned on her microphone, she understood that her words were being heard. Sure enough, a glimmering stream of text flashed across the screen. Han, you two are quite entertaining. One wants to dodge debts while the other seeks to collect. The punishment hasn't even begun, and here you are, a dog-eat-dog scenario. This money, it seems, will be hard to reclaim. Tianqing had been preoccupied with confronting Long Fei Jiutian, and only upon seeing the floating text did she realize that Ling Han had entered her live stream unnoticed. The account, Han, was adorned with a striking purple level badge, indicating level 62, an impressive feat, especially when compared to Long Fei Jiutian, who had only just reached level 65 after more than 2 years of streaming. It is essential to note that in Douyin, the higher the level, the more challenging it becomes to ascend. Progressing from level 1 to 30 requires only 20,000, while ascending from 30 to 50 demands 500,000. Beyond level 50, each level necessitates 150,000, and from level 60 onward, it jumps to over 1 million. In just one PK, Ling Han had surged to level 60. Tianqing gasped, taken aback by such formidable prowess. Long Fei Jiutian, upon reading Ling Han's floating message, became incensed, his rage boiling over. He snarled, Tianqing, you must think this through carefully. If you don't repay me, I will expose our chat history, and then, humph. Tianqing felt a surge of panic. She was acutely aware of the incriminating evidence Long Fei Jiutian held against her. After all, she had given him ample material to use. However, she had no means to repay him. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to buy time, saying, Brother Long, please don't act impulsively. I will find a way to resolve this. Yet deep down, she understood this was a nearly insurmountable dilemma, and she could already foresee the tempest that awaited her. Meanwhile, the public screen was flooded with rapid-fire comments. Oh my, I'm seeing this for the first time. Someone who wants to reclaim their money after gifting it. Wow, what a big face. Oh, it's Long Fei Jiutian, no wonder. Is there gossip to share? I'm all ears. This Long Fei Jiutian has been exposed before for refunding gifts. He gives money to streamers and then demands a cut back. If they refuse, he threatens them. A female streamer once took him down. How do people not know this? Ah, so he is a habitual offender. That explains a lot. This is hilarious. Acting tough without money. What are you, a garlic head? Tianqing observed the barrage of comments, her expression darkening. Long Fei Jiutian, however, had completely lost his composure. More unbearable than losing was being ridiculed. What of the refunded gifts? He had indeed spent money, in which sensible streamer wouldn't he share a portion with their supporters? Not everyone could afford to lavish gifts on streamers. He was wealthy, but wasn't he a fool? Long Fei Jiutian, you don't understand anything. Long Fei Jiutian, do you even know what a rebate is? It's a customary practice. How dare you speak here without any money? Long Fei Jiutian, any capable big brother accepts rebates. It's called a win-win. Do you commoners understand streaming? Long Fei Jiutian, I spent real money. How many of you even have a level worth mentioning? If you don't have a mirror, at least take a moment to reflect on yourselves. Are your pockets cleaner than your faces? Long Fei Jiutian, what right do you have to speak here? The overly impoverished sound bitter. If you have no money, then mute yourself. Oh dear, he is breaking down. Oh dear, he is breaking down. Oh dear, he is breaking down. The public screen echoed with remarks about his breakdown, and Long Fei Jiutian's eyes burned with fury. He reached for an ashtray and hurled it against the wall, shattering it into pieces, breathing heavily, primed to retaliate with more comments when he noticed another floating message. Han, it seems I am the most qualified person to speak in this live stream, so kindly mute yourself. Han, your comments have sullied my eyes. Ha ha, Sister Han is formidable. Ha ha ha. Poor folks, mute yourselves. Sister Han is wealthy, and her word is law. This is too amusing, Sister Han. Does it sting when I hit you with real money? Is your mouth still itching? Long Fei Jiutian was incensed by Han's words. He couldn't stand the thought of being compared to someone who flaunts wealth through refunds. After all, she had spent so much that she didn't need to resort to refunds. Her system was her greatest flaw. With his eyes blazing crimson, it seemed he was on the verge of exploding. Before he could type, Tianqing seized the moment. A smirk curled upon her lips, revealing a disdainful cold smile that starkly contrasted her previous innocent demeanor. Unhurriedly, she addressed him. Brother Long, let me clarify. You willingly recharged to send me gifts. I didn't coerce you, did I? In fact, I've been advising you against it the whole time. Tens of thousands of viewers can vouch for me. She took a sip from her water cup, unbothered. Surely, you can't blame me just because you lost after betting without funds? Besides, you know the platform's rules well, don't you? We all play by the same rules. Just because you're out of money doesn't mean you can pressure me. What kind of logic is that? As a small streamer, earning a modest income is already challenging. Addressing him with exaggerated respect, she layered her words with sarcasm that was palpable. After delivering her retort, Tianqing crossed her arms, her gaze cold as she regarded the screen. She laid her cards on the table, no longer pretending. The money was already hers, and refunds were out of the question. Long Fei Jiutian struggled to suppress the bitter taste rising in his throat, feeling utterly humiliated. He would not let this despicable woman escape unscathed. Han. Observing the fierce exchange akin to a dogfight, Ling Han slowly typed a question mark. Han. Tianqing, what gives you the audacity to appear so self-righteous? Is it Liang Jingru? Han. While your bickering is quite entertaining, I must remind you of your punishment, remember? Chapter 22. Fame. Ling Han's two floating messages rendered Tianqing's already pale face ghostly white. With a scoff, Ling Han began typing furiously. Han. Open Ling Long's microphone, as she said. Apologize and exit the platform. Tianqing felt her limbs stiffen but had no choice but to comply with Ling Han's command. Trembling, she clicked to activate the microphone. While Ling Long, having composed herself, stood with her arms crossed and a cold smile etched on her lips, waiting for her. Sister Han, Tianqing attempted to argue, but she had been so caught up in the back and forth with Long Fei Jiutian that she momentarily forgot about the punishment. Perhaps subconsciously, she wished to avoid this topic. Exiting the platform was simply unthinkable. Ling Han, however, was not interested in her excuses and cut her off. No need for your futile justifications. Apologize and leave the platform. Leaving behind a floating message, Ling Han disregarded Tianqing's defeated expression and returned to Ling Long's live stream. Welcome back, Sister Han. Upon her entry, Ling Long greeted her sweetly. She had been fixated on the leaderboard in the upper right corner, only relaxing when Ling Han's avatar reclaimed the top position. Although she suspected that Sister Han had gone to confront the adversary on her behalf, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Across the screen, Tianqing also heard Ling Long's voice. She clenched her teeth tightly, watching as Ling Long cheerfully welcomed Ling Han. Noticing the look in Tianqing's eyes, Ling Long was already informed by the barrage that it was her turn to speak. Oh, why aren't you still biting? Your commotion truly delights me. Do continue. Ling Long continued. Ah, how could I forget? I've been so engrossed in your dog-eat-dog drama that I almost overlooked your punishment. Now, apologize to me and withdraw from the network. And we shall be even. Ling Long spoke in a leisurely tone, yet Tianqing suddenly broke down in tears. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Ling Long. I know I've wronged you. Jealousy clouded my judgment. It's all my fault. I truly understand now. Can you spare me a chance? Tianqing's tears flowed freely. Her previous pretentiousness completely vanished, transforming from the pure beauty who had just started streaming into a pitiful figure. Yet, Ling Long remained unfazed, stating coolly, all right, I accept your apology. Now, withdraw from the network. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in both streaming rooms. Tianqing's sobs faltered for a moment, only to return even louder. She raised her head, disregarding her smeared makeup, and gasped, I've apologized and acknowledged my mistakes. Must you be so aggressive? Forcing me to withdraw from the network is no different from pushing me to my demise. Ling Long maintained her expressionless demeanor, gazing intently at Tianqing as she articulated. You do not truly recognize your errors. You merely understand that your downfall is imminent. Had I not encountered Sister Han today, would you have allowed me to remain online? Did you consider sparing me while colluding with Long Fei in your schemes? During the initial PK, did you even spare a moment to contemplate letting me off the hook? One question followed another, leaving Tianqing defenseless. She had not, nor would she, for had Ling Han not appeared, it would be Ling Long compelled to withdraw. Tianqing's cries gradually subsided to mere whimpers, and Ling Long fell silent, observing what further tactics she might employ. Ling Han had settled cross-legged, munching on chips while delighting in the spectacle. Truly, Ling Long was a woman of logic. In a battle of wits, Tianqing stood no chance, and she eagerly anticipated Tianqing's next move. The barrage erupted first. Tisk, crying again. What a waste for Tianqing not to pursue acting. Her tears flow effortlessly. I must say, didn't Ling Long also force someone to withdraw before? Why is it always about forcing withdrawals? The previous discussion was about a scoundrel, right? That PK bet wasn't about withdrawal. The man deceived the elder sister, resulting in her forced exit. Without it, he wouldn't survive either. Let us be honest, had Sister Han not emerged, do you think Tianqing would have spared Ling Long? Why is it that only Tianqing can have a big brother, while Ling Long cannot have a big sister? Exactly, a bet is a bet. Yet Ling Long is quite ruthless. Forcing someone to withdraw is like shattering their livelihood. That is a severe punishment, indeed. What else should she do? Wait for her own livelihood to be shattered by Tianqing? The barrage buzzed with excitement, prompting Ling Long to interject. Everyone, do not be led astray by ill-intentioned individuals. The reason for this withdrawal is that I was already coerced into it before engaging in this PK. Upon hearing this, the barrage intensified, filled predominantly with sympathy for Ling Long, alongside explanations regarding Tianqing's treachery, with occasional snarky comments drowned out by a tide of comforting remarks. She continued, in truth, when I accepted this PK, I believed I would be the one to lose, and I was prepared to withdraw. However, Ling Long glanced at Ling Han's avatar. I did not anticipate encountering a merciful deity. Since I was ready to accept the consequences of my bet, Tianqing, is it not the most rudimentary expectation that you should also accept your defeat? Realizing that her act of pitying herself would not soften Ling Long's heart, Tianqing ceased her tears. She lifted her head, glaring resentfully at Ling Long, yet calculating in her mind that while she had stated she would withdraw, she hadn't specified for how long, nor had she mentioned canceling her account. At most, she could take a few days off to hide, and once the storm passed, who would care if she had withdrawn or not? Gritting her teeth, she declared, since you insist on cornering me and refuse to grant me a reprieve, very well, I shall withdraw today. However, Ling Long seemed to hear her unspoken thoughts. Responding with a smile, you better not make a grand comeback after a while. I will be watching you closely. Tianqing's expression stiffened, biting her lip. And without uttering a word, she abruptly ended the call and immediately signed off. The screen flickered, leaving only Ling Long behind. Ling Long felt this night was remarkably prolonged. As if an entire century had passed. She observed the viewer count in her streaming room had soared to 120,000, and with a wry smile, she remarked, well, tonight has been quite the spectacle. I hope everyone enjoyed this grand performance. It was fantastic, truly thrilling. Who could disagree? It's reminiscent of that novel about revenge. So exhilarating. A thrilling narrative come to life. Han, ha ha, delightful. I loved it. I'll be back for more next time. Upon seeing Ling Han's message, Ling Long burst into laughter, her previously bitter smile transforming into genuine joy. Sister, please don't tease me. I don't wish to perform such a drama ever again. From now on, I will focus on streaming, bringing joy to you and everyone. Ling Long pouted playfully. Sister, Please follow me. You are my only sister. Ling Han, startled by her playful tone, quickly replied, Don't mess with me. Speak properly. Yes, ma'am. Ling Long raised her arm in a swift salute, eager to comply. Help. I thought I was a fierce, glamorous sister. Haha, is Ling Long this funny? Whoever you are, get off my Ling Long baby. Ha ha. Ling Han laughed so hard she rolled over on the bed, tumbling down to the floor with a thud. Han, stop making me laugh. I fell and bumped my head. Ling Long, noticing the message, hurriedly leaned towards the screen, her tear-streaked eyes wide with concern. Sister, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Your pain is my pain. Han, I'm fine, but I can't take hearing sister from you anymore. You're saying it too often. Ling Long obediently fell silent, gesturing with her hands to indicate she was zipping her lips. She clasped her hands together, looking pitiful as she pointed to the upper left corner and made a heart shape. Ling Han's laughter never ceased. Ling Long was simply too amusing, proving that girls are the most delightful. Han, all right, stop gesturing. You can speak now, I understand. With her eyes sparkling with affection, Ling Long cheered, Yay. It seems you and I share a telepathic connection. She swiftly opened the leaderboard and, indeed, the follower count had changed from 0 to 1. Ling Long erupted in laughter. Speaking rapidly, Dear viewers, friends, family, thank you for tonight's support and assistance. Our bond shall remain unbroken. Until next time, let us not miss each other. She winked at the camera and added, Sister, Han, let us chat privately. Don't leave. Wait for me. Upon concluding her stream, she swiftly closed the live broadcast room and hastily opened her private messaging interface, her fingers flying across the screen. Ling Han was utterly bewildered. What had transpired? She scratched her head and tapped the screen to return to the homepage. To her astonishment, her phone was in a frenzy. Chapter 23, Followers. It was as if some mechanism had been triggered, her device erupting with an avalanche of notifications, incessantly chiming, and the device in her palm had grown scalding hot. In a moment of panic, she flung the phone away, and after a while, when the cacophony ceased, she cautiously reached for the device. Relieved to find it had cooled down enough to check. What a joke. She had only just begun to enjoy a few good days, and she wasn't ready for them to end. Her life was precious to her. However, upon examining her phone's screen, Ling Han rolled her eyes in exasperation. Not at the device, but at herself. She had forgotten to adjust the settings on Douyin. The sound and do not disturb mode were still enabled, leading to a barrage of various private messages flooding in. Notifications of new followers, interactive messages, likes, and unfamiliar private messages. All the message boxes her eyes beheld were glaringly marked with a crimson 99. When she clicked on her homepage, it was stark and barren, devoid of content, everything remaining unchanged except for one detail, her follower count. Originally, it stood at 1, but now it had surged to 10,235. Wow. She had gained over 10,000 followers from a single PK match. She was taken aback. Why were they following her? This brought to mind Douyin's live streaming mechanism. Whenever someone gifts the most expensive item, known as the carnival, a notification would float across the tops of all live streams on the platform, proclaiming, XXX has sent a carnival in XXX's live stream. Just moments ago, for a full 10 minutes, Ling Han's name dominated the announcement bar across all live streams, with Ling Long's stream being the hottest of the night, amassing over 100,000 viewers by the end, not to mention during the intense moments of competition. Thus, within that brief span, almost every streamer on the platform became acquainted with one name, Han. In other words, Ling Han had risen to fame in a single night. She clicked on her following list, finding only Ling Long's name languishing there. Suddenly, she recalled Qi Zhao. She opened the search bar, typed in his name, and accessed his homepage, shocked to find that by the end of the night, her follower count was nearing that of the streamer Qi Zhao. Without hesitation, she lightly clicked to follow him back. Qi Zhao, meanwhile, clutched his phone in fervent prayer, hoping Ling Han wouldn't forget him. Just moments ago, over 100,000 viewers had tuned into Ling Long's stream, and he was among them. He often lingered in the streams of the top-ranked hosts after finishing his own, both to learn and to send messages to those prominent givers. To call it sending messages was somewhat misleading. It was essentially an attempt to solicit support from these affluent patrons, even though the likelihood of them responding was slim. But what if, that night, he certainly entered the highest-rated Ling Long stream? Frankly, witnessing Han lavishly spending in Ling Long's stream filled him with both shock and delight. He was astonished that she could so extravagantly spend such a sum, over 3 million, a figure he had never dared to dream of. Yet, he was elated. She was indeed the same Han who had recently spent in his stream. What did this signify? It meant that fortune had truly smiled upon him. Qi Zhao was overjoyed. He thought he had done remarkably well by filling his exhibition hall, only to realize that he had underestimated the scale. Ling Han could easily fill 1,000, even 10,000 halls without breaking a sweat. Once Ling Long's stream concluded, he hurriedly opened Ling Han's homepage, and as expected, the account he had previously been the sole follower of had now gained over 10,000 new followers. To his dismay, however, her follower count had increased from 0 to 1, yet that solitary follower was not him, but Ling Long. Qi Zhao was not foolish. He surmised that countless private messages were now pouring into Ling Han's account, yet he felt utterly powerless. With no mutual follow established, he was limited to sending just one message per day, and he had already exhausted his quota for the day. The only recourse left to him was to grasp his phone and silently pray, invoking every deity he knew, whether familiar or not, domestic or foreign, beseeching them, especially the god of wealth. Dingling, the phone suddenly chimed, startling Qi Zhao so that his hand trembled, and the phone struck his face with a thud. Yet, he felt no pain. Instead, he gingerly cradled the device, his whole body quaking with anticipation. He unlocked the screen and beheld the incoming message pop up. Leaping from his bed in exhilaration, he knew that fate was favoring him. Qi Zhao showered his phone with kisses. He no longer needed to petition the god of wealth. He had arrived at his doorstep. After the stream, Ling Long had been sending messages to Ling Han, who had yet to reply or even open them. She retrieved her backup phone. Having 2 or 3 devices was quite normal for a streamer. Some celebrities even owned 10. Ling Long logged into her primary account on her daily use phone, pausing at the private message dialogue with Ling Han, while simultaneously accessing Ling Han's homepage on her secondary phone. After clicking to follow, she remained motionless, glancing back and forth between her 2 devices. She soon witnessed a sudden change on her secondary account. The follower count jumped from 1 to 2. Ling Long narrowed her eyes. She was eager to discover who had so swiftly garnered the attention of her benefactor. She opened Ling Han's following list, relieved to find that the account was not set to private. Qi Zhao's account appeared before her. She scrolled through his homepage and followed him with her secondary account. Though she was still uncertain about who he was, the fact that he had been acknowledged and followed by Sister Han warranted her vigilance. Lost in thought, she was momentarily distracted when her primary phone lit up. Without regard for Qi Zhao, she opened the device, only to find a reply from Ling Han. Ling Han gazed at the multitude of hearts Ling Long had sent, momentarily at a loss for words, and casually responded with a cute emoji. Just a second later, another message from Ling Long followed swiftly. Ling Long, sister, may I add you on WeChat? So cute, sending hearts. Ling Long, do I have the honor? Rose. Han, all right, dear, I'll add you on WeChat. Let us communicate well. Ling Long, okay sister, please, WeChat, I beg you. Ling Han did not hesitate. Adding a pretty and charming girl on WeChat was a delightful prospect, and she sent her WeChat ID to Ling Long. A minute later, Ling Long transitioned from Douyin's private messages to the WeChat dialogue, finally beginning to convey something useful. Ling Long, sister, I forgot to mention earlier. If you wish to avoid being inundated with messages, you can disable those notifications in the backend. Otherwise, the constant pop-ups are quite alarming. With Ling Long's reminder, Ling Han recalled her oversight and returned to Douyin, swiftly navigating through the settings to disable all notifications and sound effects. Just as she was about to exit, a thought struck her. She realized her money had not yet been fully spent. Chapter 24, Official. Ling Han's wallet still held over 60 million coins. That night, she had recharged 11 million, equating to 100 million coins. She had initially anticipated that the dragon flying 9 heavens would consume at least half of that sum. Yet it had proven to be rather ineffective, having only spent over 3 million. Ling Han pouted, feeling it was a waste. She opened her bank statement and saw the numbers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. Her account now boasted over 300 million. Over 300 million. She immediately called out to the system. Send treasure. How could there be over 300 million? That evening, the host generously bestowed rewards in the live streaming rooms of Qi Zhao and Ling Long, totaling an impressive 3.2 million yuan, with a return rate of 100-fold, resulting in a staggering 320 million. The system monotonously read out the figures. Ling Han found herself utterly speechless. She had initially thought that a reward of 1 million would yield a return of 10 million, but the correct calculation, given the 100-fold return, was indeed 1 billion. Thus, she believed she would need to spend 1 million tonight to earn a mere 100 million, allowing her to peruse properties without a budget. Well, let us attribute it to her lack of mathematical prowess, her befuddled mind, or perhaps the sheer magnitude of the figures. Ling Han muttered to herself, fervently critiquing her own misunderstanding. Gazing at the 70 million in her wallet, she fell into contemplation. Should she spend this money tonight? Ling Han began drafting a shopping list. A house must be procured, perhaps renovations would be necessary, along with appliances to purchase, and a vehicle as well. One cannot traverse without a means of transport. With both a car and a house secured, Her quality of life ought to improve as well. After half a month of takeout, she had had quite enough. 10 minutes later, Ling Han stared aghast at the lengthy list in her memo. She hadn't intended to buy so much. So how had such an extensive list emerged? She tossed her phone aside, closed her eyes, and lay down, reflecting on the ease of transitioning from frugality to luxury. Yet the reverse was a formidable challenge. After 2 minutes of pondering, Ling Han rose to call the hotel reception. Within 10 minutes, an abundant array of delicacies was laid out before her. With her belly full and satisfied, she knew that conducting business required vitality. Burping, Ling Han patted her still flat belly, leisurely retrieving her phone and reclining on the sofa. Checking the time, it was 10:05 p.m., precisely when Douyin buzzed with activity. In the back end of her homepage, her private messages were equally lively. However, upon observing her sparse profile, she noted that aside from identifying as female, everything from her avatar to her details bore a striking resemblance to a middle-aged man with sentimental inclinations. It seemed that a photo shoot needed to be prioritized. Ling Han stroked her chin. She disliked using someone else's photo as her avatar, yet she was reluctant to reveal her face excessively on Douyin. Don't ask. It was simply too troublesome. Considering the hassle, she scoured the back end for contact details but found only a robotic customer service. After some thought, she opened her WeChat dialogue with Ling Long. Han, do you have the contact information for Douyin's official support? The kind that connects to a real person. Ling Long replied in an instant. I do. I have the contact for the official live streaming department. Would you like her contact details? I can pass them along. Han. Yes, please send them to me. I have a matter to discuss. Ling Long refrained from inquiring further, swiftly forwarding Fong Yu's WeChat to Ling Han. Then immediately calling Fong Yu. Congratulations, Ling Long, the prominent host. Tonight, you are the quintessential protagonist of a triumphant tale. I hadn't yet had the chance to congratulate you. Why aren't you busy celebrating, and instead, taking the time to call me? Fong Yu greeted Ling Long with a cheerful congratulations upon answering the call. She was responsible for the live streaming segment at Douyin, managing several major influencers and a dozen mid-tier streamers. Though she held a minor managerial position, she led a small team. The platform's live streaming revenue accounted for half of their operational income, making the maintenance of hosts a critical aspect of their daily responsibilities. However, as she twirled a curl of hair around her finger, she noted that Ling Long rarely initiated calls and never sought her assistance. Today, having won such a significant victory, was she calling to boast? That seemed unlikely. The Ling Long she knew was far from naive. I want to beat around the bush. Just now my sister requested the official contact. Of all those I know, you hold the most authority. I've already sent her your WeChat. Just giving you a heads up, she is my financial benefactor, so handle it accordingly. Ling Long spoke rapidly, delivering a long string of words without pausing for breath. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu tightened her grip on her phone, yet her tone remained unchanged, still cheerful. Oh, your sister? Which sister is that? On the other end of the line, Ling Long rolled her eyes dramatically. Both she and Fong Yu were seasoned foxes, well acquainted with each other's games. She responded without hesitation. Who else could it be? Hanjia, the sister who helped me triumph over Tianqing tonight. The one who generously bestowed 3 million in just 10 minutes. Fong Yu certainly recognized she was speaking of Ling Han, but she chose to feign ignorance, continuing to banter with Ling Long. Oh, I certainly know Hanjia, but what does she need the official contact for? Is there something she requires? Fong Yu held a mix of admiration and apprehension for these influential figures. She adored the way they splurged without blinking an eye, treating cash like mere paper. And it was not uncommon for them to lavish millions in a single evening. Yet, she loathed that many among them truly believed themselves to be royalty. A slight discontent could lead to chaos, and while refunds and ticket returns were common complaints, there were also many who threatened legal action, dragging the platform into turmoil. She sighed inwardly, but quickly replied to Ling Long. I understand. These are indeed financial benefactors. I'll ensure they are well taken care of. You can rest assured. You know me well enough, don't you? This was not untrue, having known each other for 2 years. Ling Long had a fair understanding of Fong Yu's character and trusted she would handle the situation adeptly. Although she was unaware of the specifics, it was wise to assist Hanjia in any way possible. Ling Long said no more, issuing a final reminder before ending the call. Wary that too many words might delay her sister's matters, Fong Yu, not wishing to squander any time, promptly opened WeChat after hanging up, and indeed, a friend request from a WeChat account named Han appeared. You ran. Hello, Hanjia. I have long admired your reputation. Ling Long just called me. May I inquire what instructions you have? Ling Han raised an eyebrow at the message. This person was quite astute, straightforwardly asking for her needs. She appreciated conversing with such individuals, no beating around the bush. Without hesitation, she articulated her thoughts. Han, I wouldn't call it instructions, rather. I have some user feedback to relay. I wish to enhance the user experience, but after a long while in the back end, I couldn't locate a customer service representative. The robot merely repeats the same 2 lines, which fails to clarify anything. Fang Yu, already somewhat anxious, sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in Ling Han's tone upon reading her message. Straightening her posture, she began typing rapidly. You ran. I sincerely apologize. It seems to be an oversight on our part. For a distinguished client like you, we certainly should have a dedicated contact. It's possible they simply didn't reach out to you in time. I'm truly sorry for any disruption this has caused to your user experience. Ling Han pursed her lips. She found such formalities tedious. If the attitude wasn't right, neither would the funds be. She decided against further circumlocution. Han, that is not the issue I'm addressing. Today marks my first day on Douyin, and I've noticed that the gift section is rather cumbersome. You ran, huh? Cumbersome? I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you elaborate? Han, why can't we have a direct option to send multiple gifts at once, like 66, 88, or even 520? Why isn't that available for the carnival? Han, furthermore, why can't we have more expensive gifts? The current setup is too tedious, and hitting the button repeatedly nearly exhausted my arm. Fang Yu stared at Ling Han's messages, utterly speechless. Was this truly human communication? Why did she suddenly feel as though she could not comprehend the written language? What did she mean by the carnival being too cheap, or wanting to send out 520 gifts with a single click? Had she calculated how much that would cost? Was she here to show off? Fang Yu mentally berated Ling Han 100 times, yet her response remained impeccably polished and faultless. Yuran, certainly. I have duly noted your request, and I shall promptly convey your feedback to the leadership, striving for a timely update that enhances your user experience. Yan, our platform has introduced a series of gift blind boxes specifically tailored for high-net-worth users above level 60. The gifts contained within these boxes are of a superior grade, with an average ticket value exceeding 50,000 coins, and the most extravagant gifts can reach beyond 100,000, equivalent to a value of 10,000 yuan. You may draw from your gift page's inventory. Fang Yu's words temporarily alleviated Ling Han's frustration from the arduous task of sending gifts today, while also providing a semblance of assurance regarding her request. Despite Ling Han's awareness that this was merely a tactic employed by the operations team, she found herself undeniably comforted by the exchange. Having toiled in her previous life as a mere worker, she bore no ill will towards those laboring in the industry. With her request now voiced, the next steps were left to them. If it became too burdensome, she could always choose to refrain from such exhausting endeavors in the future. There are countless platforms available, and if one becomes displeasing, she could simply switch. Han, okay, I have no further matters to discuss. Thank you for your assistance. Yuran, all right, dear sister. I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. Wishing you joy in your endeavors on Douyin. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Though Ling Han's words were delivered with a certain bravado, the issues she raised were indeed legitimate. Upgrading the gift section could very well stimulate consumption among the older users. She needed to ponder carefully how to report this to her superiors. Moreover, she was curious to see how much Ling Han would spend in the future. With such bold declarations tonight, it was hard to believe she could casually expend 3 million without a second thought. Where would she find such an abundance to spend? How much could Ling Han actually spend? She had already opened the Douyin live streaming section, eager to see who would be the next fortunate recipient that night. With 7 million remaining, she was prepared to splurge. Chapter 25, Private Messages. As the clock struck 10:30, the live streaming area shimmered, as usual, with dazzling stars. In the top 10 on the leaderboard were fiercely competing. Ling Han opened the rankings and spotted a familiar face, Song Chengfeng. He was engaged in a 4-person PK match, paired off in twos, exuding an exuberant energy as if he had been invigorated. The music in the broadcast was exhilarating, indicating a fiercely contested battle. Ling Han, though, found the commotion outside quite unbearable. She had no desire for such intense PK matches tonight. While they were entertaining, they also proved quite exhausting. However, 10:30 was the prime time for PKs, and everyone on the leaderboard seemed to be clamoring for a match, leaving Ling Han utterly uninterested. She turned her attention to her private messages. After setting her privacy settings, only Qi Zhao and Ling Long appeared in her chat box, with Qi Zhao's chat marked with a red flag indicating 9 unread messages. What could Qi Zhao possibly have to say? Curiosity piqued, she opened the chat. The first message, thank you, the second, thank you, and the third, yet another thank you. Ling Han found herself amused, pondering whether this individual was clever or foolish. If one were to call him clever, it would be for his persistent gratitude. If foolish, then for the lack of anything beyond those expressions. Aside from his endearing emojis, he had only shared his WeChat ID and nothing else, which inadvertently highlighted his contact information. What was even more amusing was that he did not request Ling Han's contact details. Instead, he left it entirely up to her to decide whether to add him. Ling Han found the situation quite amusing, likening it to Jiang Taigong fishing, where the willing could take the bait. She promptly added Qi Zhao on WeChat and discovered that no verification was needed. They became friends instantly. Qi Zhao's theme for the night could be summed up in one word: wait. He awaited attention, then continued to wait to see if he would be added as a friend. After sending his WeChat ID to Ling Han, he immediately adjusted his settings to allow for friend requests without verification, ensuring that Ling Han would not have to exert any extra effort. Fortune favors the diligent. And after a prolonged wait, he finally received a notification, at which point he quickly changed his verification settings and sent Ling Han his first WeChat message. Zhao, sister. I'm here. He then resumed his lengthy wait, as Ling Han had not responded to him at all. Ling Han, currently preoccupied, sought amusement in her private messages. Those who had not been followed by her could only send one message per day, leading to a flood of 1,000 or 2,000 messages being categorized as stranger messages. Upon opening the stranger messages, she was met with a series of red dots, each representing an unread message. She scrolled and scrolled, unable to reach the end, so she returned to the first message to examine them one by one. Dear sister, I just got new dentures today. Could you help me check if I speak without any air leaking? Ling Han frowned. At what age does one require dentures? Won't you say you love me? Darling, won't you call for me? Do you need me to teach you mouth to mouth? Ugh, a greasy man. She frowned again. Today I drew a fortune and was told I would encounter my fated person. It wasn't until I saw you that I realized the fortune was indeed accurate. You are my destiny. Perhaps she should consult a fortune teller. It seemed fortune telling was also unreliable. Pass. Your voice reminds me of my ex. Could you send me a voice message to help me move on? Clearly a scripted line. Boring. Pass. Your work must be exhausting. It's my turn to protect you. Little darling. How would he protect her? With a daily earnings of less than 100 yuan? Ling Han rolled her eyes. Homework is too tiring. I don't want to do it anymore. You do it for me. I'm a top-notch, cold-broken young man, not ugly, not into games of love, and not into empty promises, just hoping you are happy. Click on my avatar for direct access. Too lengthy. Pass. Hello, I am Ultraman. I am currently injured and need a response from a human girl to heal. By the way, do you believe in light? Not believing. Pass. Despite the plethora of greasy, desperate, and offensive private messages, Ling Han found the diversity of human nature within these messages amusing. Additionally, she indeed stumbled upon a few intriguing messages. Boyong, reply to me. Or else. Or else what? Ling Han felt a flicker of curiosity and directly replied, or else what? Then she moved on to the next message. Batsai. Hello, may I ask if you need some kinshishi? I am a new user. Han? Sounds quite sincere. You had better be a new user. Wei Pao Dao, sister. Please help me out now, and I'll help you later tonight. I'm shy. Han oh? How can you help? Tianhua. Click on my avatar, darling. It's a special line. Ling Han promptly clicked on his avatar. Welcome, Han, to the Moon Shadow Voice Hall. Welcome to you, Han. As Ling Han entered, she was greeted with an overwhelming welcome, as several voices simultaneously expressed their warm greetings. Ling Han had not anticipated such a crowd. This was no special line, but rather a bombardment of greetings. It turned out that Tianhua was not a personal stream, but was broadcasting from a voice hall. She had heard of voice halls before, where 9 individuals shared the same streaming space, typically consisting of one host paired with 8 streamers. They do not show their faces, but attract audiences solely through their voices, often singing, with a smaller portion engaging in humorous antics. As expected, the majority focused on entertainment through song, combining both soft and hard approaches. With 6 or 7 individuals speaking simultaneously, it would indeed be strange if it weren't noisy. All right, please refrain from speaking over one another. It's giving me a headache, the host quickly interjected, eager to prevent Ling Han from feeling overwhelmed. As I observed, Han entered gracefully, accompanied by Ranhua. Sister, do you know our Ranchild? The host, while guiding Ling Han to respond on the public screen, swiftly opened WeChat to send a message to Ranhua. You little rascal, why are you staring blankly? Come out and defend us. Indeed, Ranhua was momentarily stunned. He had been diligently doing homework that evening, sending the same message to different people 50 times. Yet among the crowd, this Han left the most profound impression on him. How could it not? A PK worth 3 million, leveling up to 60 in 10 minutes. Truly a formidable figure. Tonight, his private messages would undoubtedly be inundated. And though he had sent only one message, he harbored no expectations. With so many people, how could she possibly notice him? But who would have imagined that she actually saw it, and even came? It was simply astounding. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly realized he had struck gold. Ranhua momentarily set aside his response to the host's WeChat message and immediately opened his microphone. Welcome, Sister Han. Your presence is an honor. The sound of his voice, warm and refined, struck Ling Han like a flash of realization. She had never understood what it meant to describe a voice in such a manner until she heard Ran Hua's, which embodied the essence of grace and elegance. Chapter 26. Voice Chat. Hello, Han Han. Is this your first time in the voice hall? Ran Hua's magnetic voice reverberated through the voice hall, while others prudently muted their microphones. Han, yes, it's my first time here. How does one play? Just send gifts? Seeing the message from Ran Hua, his heart skipped a beat. This sister had already spent over 3 million tonight, and her casual inquiry about sending gifts indicated what? It implied that she was unconcerned about the money. She merely sought amusement. Ha ha ha, Ran Hua chuckled softly, finding her rather adorable. It's not simply sending gifts. We have various ways to enjoy ourselves. May I introduce the different methods to you? Han, sure, please go ahead. I'm listening. Ran Hua chuckled again. Speaking slowly, in our voice hall, we typically have 8 singers and 1 host, with each singer showcasing their unique talents. He paused before continuing. For instance, singing or playing games. If you like someone, you can send gifts to support them. Moreover, you can join the microphone to interact with us, unlocking various interactive games, like train games or musical chairs. If games aren't your thing, we can simply chat together on the mic. We have plenty of ways to enjoy ourselves, and there are many hidden gameplay methods I haven't mentioned yet. However, I believe you would find exploring them on your own more enjoyable. Finished with his introduction, he asked, do you have any songs you'd like to hear or games you wish to play? After speaking, Ran Hua took a large gulp of water from the cup beside him. He had never given such an extensive introduction before. This was typically the host's role, but now, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to win Ling Han's favor. Ling Han was quite intrigued. She had never engaged in this type of activity, and Ran Hua's description made it sound rather interesting. Han, how do we start? This time, not waiting for Ran Hua to speak, the host, Mingguang, took the microphone. He noticed that this sister must possess considerable skill. Otherwise, the usually unflattering Ran Hua would not be so proactive. He couldn't afford to be left behind. Hello, Sister Han. I am the host of our Moonshadow Hall. Since you entered alongside Ran Hua, he can directly showcase his talents for you. However, our hall singers are all top-notch. You could also opt for a full mic experience, allowing them all to perform for you. You can see if there's anyone you fancy to enjoy together. Han, how do I send a full mic gift? Ling Han wasn't one for beating around the bush. This was quite acceptable, saving her time and benefiting her payout. Gifting to anyone would be the same. It seemed she had already forgotten the resolute intentions she had sworn upon registering earlier. An hour ago, Ling Han had thought, system money is still money. I need to choose wisely and gift only to those who deserve it. Yet now, she thought, as long as it makes me happy. Who I gift to doesn't matter. The host noticed Ling Han's message and was instantly delighted, his eyes sparkling with joy. This was precisely what he loved, some bold and straightforward sisters. With a grin, he said, Sister, open the gift bar. In the upper left corner, there's a select all option. Choose the heartfelt gesture gift, check the select all box, and you can send it to all the singers in the hall with one click. This is called a full mic. What do you think? Before Mingguang could finish his explanation, a wave of gifts flooded the screen. He had intended to thank them and begin showcasing the performances, but was left speechless. Ran Hua had already opened his mic. Since it's Han Han's first time playing, let me handle the full mic gift. As if I'm inviting her as a guest. Mingguang stared at the screen filled with gifts, speechless. What kind of person was this sister that even the notoriously stingy Ran Hua was willing to part with his resources? A full mic gift. Although each heartfelt gesture was merely $5, it was still significant given Ran Hua's usual reluctance to spend. Mingguang's mouth moved faster than his brain. He exclaimed, Is the sun rising from the west today? Even the stingy Ran Hua is spending? I've never seen you spend a dime in all the time I've known you. Have you finally come around, Ran? Ran Hua retorted. Just take the food if I give it to you. Stop chattering and get on with it. Mingguang obediently began the process. Thanks to our boss Ran Hua for the full mic gift. Let us get to work. Prepare yourselves. We'll start showcasing from mic 1. After speaking, he muted himself and opened WeChat to type. Mingguang, are you crazy? Isn't this sister new here? Spending so much. What is going on? Ran Hua, shut up. Don't say too much. If you mess up my plans, you're done for. Ling Han was equally astonished. She had never spent on Ran Hua before, and yet he was treating her to a full mic experience on her first visit. Didn't he fear she might not reciprocate? The full mic showcase had already commenced. Receiving the high-quality mic from the host, the first mic, Ling Chun, began. In the mountains and seas, there is a destined return. Through storms and rain, we shall meet again. May all your endeavors be fulfilled, dear sister. May every day bring you joy. Thank you for the trial. Passing the mic to mic 2. Roses need not grow tall. The evening glow will surely bend. Love races with the wind. gently traversing the hills. I am currently Mike 2, Dong Mian, welcoming you to Moonshadow. I hope you enjoy your time here. Passing the mic to Mike 3. Though we may miss the sunset glow, we can still look forward to the myriad stars above. And you, Han Han, are the most adorable little star in the world. I love the entire universe, only to meet you. I am Mike 3, Ranhua. Thank you, Han Han, for joining us tonight. I hope you have a delightful experience. Passing the mic to Mike 4. The 8 individuals quickly completed their sound checks, each voice distinct. However, after Mike 3, Ling Han struggled to remember the others, as Ranhua's voice eclipsed all others. His timbre was simply on another level, and his lyrics were precisely what Ling Han adored. Though they bore a hint of personal sentiment, she relished them. Who wouldn't he enjoy being regarded as the most special one? From the moment Ling Han entered this live broadcast room, she felt the extraordinary treatment Ranhua had crafted for her. She was well aware it was all for her money, but that mattered little. She had plenty of money to spare. A gentle smile graced her lips. Ranhua knew how to charm her. She felt significantly happier than before. A fortune cannot buy my happiness, Ling Han thought, as she tapped her hand, sending a wave of full mic gifts into the ether. Ti Xinghua, I'm in. Thank you, Sister Han, for the garden castle. Ti Lingchen. Ah, sister, you're generous. It's a castle. A castle. Ti Winter Hibernation. Thank you, Sister Han, for sending the whole wheat garden castle. You are truly magnificent. Mingguang glanced down at WeChat, then raised his gaze to the public screen. Fortunately, he had heeded Ranhua's advice to mute everyone else's microphones after the sound check. At first, he thought Ranhua was being overly dramatic, but little did he know how right she was. Thankfully, he followed instructions and muted his mic. Otherwise, those few individuals would have surely erupted into shrieks. Sister had just begun her performance. He couldn't let her be frightened away again. Yet, he too was taken aback. Who would have thought that a mere sound check could yield a castle worth $2,000? Perhaps it was he who underestimated the situation. Ranhua had indeed struck gold this time. Ranhua's heart raced with excitement. He had placed a successful bet. Ignoring Mingguang, who was still bombarding him with messages on WeChat, Ranhua calmly unmuted his mic. Thank you, Henin, for the whole wheat castle. You truly have gone above and beyond. This is the most extravagant sound check we've ever had in our hall. You are simply wonderful. His voice wavered. The last words a soft whisper that felt like a gentle caress in Lingen's ear, a teasing melody that tugged at her heartstrings. Mingguang immediately got into the spirit. He too had savored the whole wheat castle, and it was delightful. With renewed vigor, he entered the fray. Thank you, Sister Han, for the whole wheat. I finally get to enjoy these good times as well. After listening to the sound check, do you have any favorite voices? Han, number 3, sing a song. What song does Henin wish to hear? Whatever you desire, I shall sing for you, Ranhua replied gently. Han, what can you sing? Whatever you wish to hear. I can sing, Ranhua smiled tenderly, jesting. I know more pop songs and folk tunes since I sing them often. As Ling Han listened to his voice, an image of a refined gentleman gracefully emerged in her mind. It was astonishing how some voices could conjure vivid imagery. Suddenly, she recalled an old song. Han, the summer solstice of the 38th year, do you know it? Ling Han had a penchant for timeless classics, relishing songs from years, even decades past. With each listen, she felt that songs steeped in time held an allure far surpassing contemporary pop drivel. Ranhua chuckled, for he was well aware of his vocal prowess. These classic ancient-style songs were not mere whims. They had become second nature to him. Withered grass stretches towards the evening's clear sky. Half the life of willow, half the life of flute. What a pity to craft green wax into red jade. In a full house of fine garments, none remember. As he began to sing, Ling Han's ears tingled, and the initial itch in her heart blossomed into a gentle warmth. Ling Han felt as though she had stumbled upon treasure. Her phone cradled in her hands, laughter illuminating her face. Who would have thought that a casual click on a private message would yield such exquisite content? She hummed along softly, pride swelling within her. After all, she had discovered this gem. When the song concluded, Ranhua cleared his throat. How was it? Did I meet your expectations? Henin? The response was not merely a flurry of comments, but a dazzling carnival of celebration. Ling Han aimed her massage gun at the carnival, accompanied by familiar thumping sounds. As enormous, radiant trophies floated across the screen, one after another, seemingly unending. Ranhua was momentarily stunned, his heart feeling as if it had been plunged into warm saline, swelling with a bittersweet sensation. How could anyone be so kind to him? He struggled with his assignments, often resorting to the same message he had painstakingly crafted. He had little experience in nurturing relationships, having encountered several who had clear monetary expectations. Without exceeding his limits, he received no rewards. Yet, he was merely a small singer, reluctant to show his face, desiring only to sing honestly, not seeking wealth, but wishing merely to sustain his life. After all, he could feed himself alone. Even with his remarkable vocal talent, he still languished at the bottom of the ranks. He sniffled, opening his mouth dryly. Thank you, Henin, you've been too generous. No more gifts, please, it's already enough. Enough, Henin. If you like, just come listen to me sing next time. Although he had jokingly said that he could sing anything she requested, he was earnest in his offer. I will learn any song you want to hear, and I will sing it for you, all right? Ranhua unconsciously began to play coy, feeling as though love had granted him a solid foundation. Was this what it felt like? He finally grasped the sensation. Why did all the good fortune fall upon Ranhua? That lucky boy, why was his fate so favorable? Mingguang felt a pang of jealousy, while the other 7 on the mic were equally envious, as if their mouths were stuffed with a pile of lemons. Indeed, merely a sound check had led to 2,000 being tossed around without a blink from Sister, who must have profited immensely. Even though they understood she would shower gifts, they had not anticipated such a magnitude. The others in front of the screen felt as though they might burst into tears, as this single event had filled Ranhua's coffers for months. In the WeChat group for the Moonlight Hall, the chat exploded, as dozens lined up to share lemon emojis. Ranhua casually glanced, thinking, let them envy. If they knew that Linghan had spent 3 million in 10 minutes, their eyes would surely pop out. He smirked, noticing that those who had mocked him earlier were now as quiet as mice. He set his phone down, focusing on the screen for Linghan's messages. Linghan remained silent, her focus solely on showering gifts for the carnival. Perhaps because she had initially held no expectations, Ranhua's singing had brought her far more joy than she could have imagined. Linghan was elated, her happiness radiating. Mingguang swallowed hard. He truly felt the sourness. Every part of him felt marinated in vinegar. However, as a good friend of Ranhua's, he was genuinely thrilled for him. He understood all too well the struggles Ranhua had faced, and seeing him finally thrive brought him unparalleled joy. Thank you, Sister Han. You have truly been generous. That rascal, I now truly understand what it means to fear for a brother's struggles while dreading his success. He feigned a sob. Bro, you can be full, but is it necessary to be this full? I'm about to die of acidity. Linghan was amused by Mingguang's antics. The host was quite entertaining. Ranhua chuckled as well. How about that? Are you envious? There's nothing you can do. Just be envious, haha. As Linghan listened to his once gentle voice now infused with uncontainable joy, her own happiness increased. Finally, the carnival came to a halt, and Linghan's messages began to flow. Han, beautiful, I love it. Ranhua's smile had barely faded throughout the evening, his voice sweetened as if laced with honey. As long as you love it, Henin, I'll sing for you every day. Han, next time, let us hear something different. Linghan sent one last message, selecting all microphones to give a gift before exiting the Moonlight live stream, completely unconcerned with the ensuing excitement her gift had ignited in the chat room. Linghan was in high spirits, since her casual click had led to such quality entertainment. What about the other private messages she had replied to? Chapter 27, The Enchantress. The live stream was enveloped in an intimate and hazy atmosphere, as a powerful slow dance track began to flow. The melody seemed to possess an enchanting quality, gradually escalating in fervor. The man in the video appeared to be entranced by this strong rhythm, clad in a black shirt, with the top 2 buttons undone. His fair and exquisite collarbones peeked through the fabric. A delicate gold chain hung elegantly, glinting softly. As the camera slowly panned upward, a face of unparalleled beauty came into view. The proud bridge of his nose rose like undulating mountains between his deep-set, oceanic eyes, while his softly tinted lips parted slightly, as if silently concocting a captivating gesture. At that moment, the man suddenly reached for a black lace ribbon that lay beside him. With a sudden emphatic beat in the dance music, the composition surged into its climax. He deftly covered his eyes with the black lace, then leaned back slowly, resting heavily against the chair's backrest. Concurrently, the gold necklace nestled between his collarbones swayed gently with his movement, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky. In the next instant, an unexpected spectacle unfolded as a misty breath escaped from his enticing lips, rising and swirling like ethereal smoke, infusing the entire live stream with an air of sultry enchantment. As the mist dissipated, the man gradually released his grip on the lace, tilting his head slightly back, his gaze directed intently at the camera. His eyes radiated an indescribable charm and allure, seemingly capable of piercing through the screen to tug at the very heartstrings of each viewer. Ah! Linghan's piercing scream reverberated throughout the room, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Like a startled rabbit, she sprang up from the sofa, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, while her wide eyes fixated on the screen. Moments after exiting the dying stream, she had inadvertently clicked into the penultimate live broadcast of the host, named Not Off Key. With a tinge of curiosity, she gently opened the stream titled Not Off Key, eager to see how he would assist her. To her utter astonishment, the moment she entered, she was met with such a heart-racing scene. despite not off-key revealing not an inch of skin throughout. The tantalizing contours of his body and the seductive atmosphere he conjured with mere subtle movements were enough to ensnare anyone in an inescapable trance. Especially for Ling Han, who had never experienced romance. Her understanding of men was confined to the realms of novels and dramas, and now, suddenly, a captivating demon appeared before her. This was, to her, a jarring blow to her expectations. Who could withstand such perfection? Ling Han touched her slightly heated cheeks, knowing without a mirror that they were undoubtedly flushed. How unbecoming. She scolded herself inwardly, feeling utterly pathetic. Yet, despite her self-reproach, her gaze remained steadfastly locked on the man on the screen. Not off-key was thanking his supporters, having garnered 2 sports cars, a private jet, and a plethora of assorted gifts through his performance. While expressing gratitude for the gifts, he mentally calculated his earnings for the night, over 2,000, which was commendable for a smaller streamer with only a few hundred viewers. However, Not Off-Key felt no sense of fulfillment. This amount paled compared to what he typically earned in just 10 minutes of streaming. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Since his debut, luck had favored him, with generous patrons consistently showering him with gifts, making him a reliable streamer with a transient clientele. His previous benefactor had spent over $1 million in just over a month, and his appetite had grown insatiable. Relying on such meager offerings wouldn't even cover his rent. Yet he could never retain any of his patrons, despite his repeated assurances that he could serve as an electronic boyfriend without in-person meetings. Each one initially agreed, only to later insist on face-to-face encounters, threatening to withdraw if he refused. Fine, if that is how it is. A steadfast streamer with a revolving door of patrons, he mused. However, the last patron not only wished to withdraw, but demanded a refund, even threatening to expose him if he refused to meet. He shrugged off the threat. After all, he was in this line of work willingly, having long accepted the nature of his trade. Moreover, he had never coerced anyone into gifting him. All funds were earned through his earnest efforts to weave dreams and create ambience. Was it not reasonable to exchange money for value? To be accused of greed was infuriating, especially as a faction in the comments echoed the sentiment, even some storming into his live stream to stir discord, leaving him to struggle for a month without attracting new patrons. Not Off-Key found himself at a loss for words. From the very beginning, it was she who had purchased his attention and emotional value. How else would they have crossed paths? Everything had been agreed upon initially, yet she now claimed to have been deceived. He acknowledged his love for money, if not for financial gain. Why would he choose this borderline profession? What was wrong with loving money? He had neither stolen nor robbed. Everything had been laid out clearly from the start. If she felt deceived, he felt deceived as well. To make matters worse, she now lingered in his live stream daily, switching accounts from her main to his secondary one, posting videos of her plight while incessantly harassing him through multiple platforms, asking if they could reconcile. Reconcile? He had no desire to pursue a relationship, especially after witnessing her erratic behavior. Yet, she was relentless. Whenever someone gifted him over 1,000, she would immediately latch onto that person, employing every tactic imaginable, scaring off countless potential top supporters. This left him to scrape by on small donations, barely managing to sustain himself. Lost in these disarrayed thoughts, Not Off-Key appeared almost vulnerable on camera. Observing his dazed expression, Ling Han pouted in dissatisfaction, desiring his attention. What would it feel like to be gazed upon by such enchanting eyes? Hee. Ling Han wanted it, and Ling Han would have it. She picked up her massage gun once more. While effective, the sound was grating on her ears and unfriendly to her screen, indicating she needed to nudge Fanyu further. As she contemplated this, she pressed the button on the massage gun, and with a sudden burst of sound, the carnival commenced. The dazzling golden effects yanked Not Off-Key back to reality. He glanced at the ID and understood. Like a languid cat, he stretched his long, well-defined fingers extending toward the camera as if crafted by an artist's hand. When his fingertips brushed against the lens, Ling Han could clearly discern the intricate patterns of his palm and the slight curve of the edges. Gradually, he leaned closer to the camera, his exquisitely striking face filling the frame. Especially those large, watery eyes, like a crystal-clear lake, gazed intently into the camera, deep and mesmerizing. Though he had yet to utter a single word, those eyes seemed to convey volumes. "Thank you, Sister Henin," he finally spoke softly. His voice not as melodious as Yen Hua's, but rich with a hint of gravel. "Thank you for watching me. Thank you for helping me." He emphasized the word helping, as if it carried an unspoken significance. After expressing his gratitude thrice, he gently released his hold on the camera, retracting the hand that had cradled it. Just as Ling Han thought he would conclude this gesture and prepare to transition off-screen, he suddenly extended 2 slender fingers, gently pouting his lips. As the 2 fingers pressed firmly against his soft, full lips, moo-moo-ah, accompanied by the sound of a resounding kiss. His bony fingers transitioned from his lips to the camera. The two fingers pressed against the lens obscured his exquisite brow and eyes, leaving only the slight upward curve of his lips visible on the screen. Sister Henin, this kiss is for you. As this charming sequence unfolded, Ling Han felt as if she were already slightly intoxicated, despite having consumed no alcohol. I helped, he declared. The comments flashed by leisurely, and the viewer, not off-key, smirked at the line, recalling the 200-plus carnivals. This certainly was a considerable assistance. Sister Henin is truly wonderful. When she says she helps, she genuinely does. He continued with a grin. Since sister has helped me, I shall return the favor. I am a man of my word. Upon finishing, he playfully winked at the camera. As he spoke, it was akin to pouring a ladle of oil into a seething pot. Ozzel, brother, enchant me. Oh my, does Douyin even allow succubi to exist? Why is my screen dirty? Let me lick it clean. Just not off-key. Be careful not to get scammed out of tickets, like I did. Being played like a fool. Naturally, not off-key noticed the barrage of comments. His expression remained unchanged as he gently tapped, dragging that small account into the blacklist. Ling Han saw it too, but paid it no mind. Scammed for tickets? The last thing she feared was being swindled for money. As long as it brought her joy, she would pay any amount. Nothing can compare to the joy of a woman. Ling Han resolved to embrace this as her life motto. Ling Han remained silent, and not off-key felt uncertain. While he was confident in himself, many viewers shied away from such matters. Not daring to gamble, he decided to amp up the intensity. To thank Sister Henin for the carnival shower, shall we indulge in a dance? Though phrased as a question, not off-key did not wait for a response from the public screen and stood up directly. Dressed entirely in black, his black shirt tucked into black trousers. He appeared tall and slender, his posture upright. He leaned slightly to click the mouse, his slender waist, tightly encased by the trousers, undeniably showcased before the camera. In no time, the music's prelude began to play, a weeping female voice echoing in the live stream. Not off-key stood, pushed his chair back, and walked away. As he walked, he tugged at the hem of his shirt, and by the time he turned to face the camera, the shirt had been liberated from his trousers, concealing his once-defined waist beneath the slightly oversized fabric. Ling Han clicked her tongue. Beautiful things ought to be appreciated rather than hidden. When not off-key began to move with the music, her eyes sparkled. Covering up is pointless. Shirts shouldn't be tucked at the waist. TSK. Not off-key swayed gently to the music, and as the volume increased, so did the vigor of his movements. His hips swayed, and the loose hem of his shirt billowed in the breeze, revealing the defined contours of his abdominal muscles. Wow, what has my brother eaten to be so spicy? Finally, I get to see the dance. This isn't a comfort zone, but rather the dominion of the boss. How thrilling. Whoever watches this cannot help but be enchanted. I am already swooning and drooling. Ling Han too felt dazed. The comments echoed her thoughts, and within her mind, she shouted, "Who can resist this?" Her fingers moved unconsciously. The carnival was her best means of affirmation. She couldn't even be bothered to pick up her massage gun, her fingers wildly tapping. Not off-key, of course, noticed the golden stream of comments. Perhaps only the carnival could rival the sincerity of gold. He smiled, intensifying his movements. With a powerful thrust of his hips, he squinted slightly, as if engulfed in a certain atmosphere, relishing every moment. Ling Han's enthusiasm for the carnival grew fiercer. Her fingers nearly sparked from friction against the phone screen. Yet she felt no fatigue. In the next moment, the vibrant figure on screen vanished, replaced by a gray page. This live stream has ended. Ling Han stared in disbelief. She had been so engrossed, it was akin to an arrow drawn taut suddenly snapping. Not off-key. Sister, I danced so passionately that I got banned. Woe is me. Ling Han found it amusing. While the live stream might be interrupted, who would compensate for her interrupted excitement? Oh, is that so? What use was a lure if she couldn't see it? Not off-key seemed to detect the discontent in her tone and quickly replied, "Not off-key. Sister, would you like to add me on WeChat? I can dance for you privately over video." He promptly sent his WeChat ID. Ling Han raised an eyebrow. Her earlier annoyance dissipated, recognizing his cleverness. Douyin hadn't done much yet, and if he was banned for dancing to that extent, what would a private video on WeChat entail? Ling Han pressed her hand against her flushed cheeks, opened WeChat, pasted the ID, and clicked to add. The next second, a video call notification popped up. Chapter 28, Viewing a House. Not off-key was presently immersed in his own world, lost in the rhythm of his waist and hips. He poured all his passion into this dance, every movement brimming with allure. How could he not give it his all? This was a matter of hundreds of carnivals. Even during his peak popularity, with numerous sisters supporting him, he had never received so many carnivals at once. Not to mention, his current popularity had significantly waned. Now, not only was this month's rent secure, but even his entire year's rent was taken care of. Not off-key mused. Thus, despite appearing calm and collected, internally. He was already celebrating with fireworks. He poured every ounce of effort into this dance, confident that it would surely win Ling Han's heart. The thought of receiving so many carnivals made him squint slightly, his lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Just as he opened his eyes, ready to receive the carnival's applause, the once boisterous live stream room suddenly dimmed, followed by a prominent line of red text appearing on the screen. The broadcaster has violated public morals, potentially causing adverse effects, and the live stream is now closed for one day. Not Off Key was taken aback, quickly rushing to his computer, clicking furiously on the mouse. Damn it! Why did they ban him now of all times? He had been streaming for quite a while and was emotionally intelligent enough to keep the sisters entertained enough to shower him with gifts. Now, it wasn't just the live stream that was interrupted, it was also Ling Han's enthusiasm. Not Off Key grabbed his phone, entering Ling Han's private message interface, hastily composing a message. Ling Han had indeed added him. His spirits lifted as he initiated a video call. The next moment, a beep sounded, and the call was abruptly terminated. Ling Han was not about to let a man dictate her actions, whether to engage in a video call or when to do so. She called the shots. I don't wish to answer the call right now. My fault, sister. Call me whenever you feel like it. I'm always here. Ready to answer within seconds, Not Off Key replied eagerly. Not Off Key. After all, my sister has helped me, and I have yet to repay her. Please grant me the chance to reciprocate, for my sister is the best. Han, let us talk later, I'm going to sleep. Ling Han felt that she was too easily appeased. A single phone call from Not Off Key, accompanied by a few words, soothed her mildly discontented heart. Alas, is this the enchantment of wealth? It feels utterly delightful. Ling Han sighed and flung herself onto the bed. So much had transpired that evening, and her emotions oscillated like a pendulum. As soon as her phone fell silent, her thoughts ceased to flow. With a long, languorous yawn, Ling Han stretched, relishing her drowsiness. Last night, the moment she reclined on her bed, it was as if an irresistibly soft cocoon had enveloped her, whisking away all consciousness and plunging her into a deep slumber within moments. Wearing oversized hotel slippers, she ambled to the bathroom, unsure if it was the influence of the system or the benefits of retiring early the previous night. As she gazed into the mirror, she admired her reflection. Her complexion was fair, imbued with a delicate blush, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an irresistible freshness. Her large eyes sparkled with clarity, projecting a vitality that invigorated her entire being. While brushing her teeth, her thoughts meandered, ultimately leading her to the conclusion that not going to work indeed rejuvenates one's spirit, filling her with boundless energy. Retracing her steps along the narrow path back, she noticed that despite the spacious hotel suite, her shopping bags had accumulated in abundance, leaving just a narrow path for her to navigate. She settled back onto the bed, finding the hotel desk, chair, and sofa rather unappealing. The only truly comfortable place was the bed. Yet, lingering in bed all day didn't sit well with her. She mused that it was high time to consider purchasing a home. She unlocked her phone, the screen still displaying her chat with Not Off Key. After she had fallen asleep the previous night, he had sent a voice message, which she now played. Good night, sister. Dream of me. That brief utterance was imbued with layers of meaning, his voice laced with an alluring charm, truly deserving of the moniker Ling Han had bestowed upon him, her charming demon. With a heart as still as water, she closed the chat window and opened her text messages. As expected, all the money she had spent last night had been refunded, and she counted once more, 600 million. Ling Han snuggled under the covers, tossing and turning. Over a week had passed, yet she still hadn't fully acclimatized to the sensation of counting such staggering sums of money. Despite her efforts to suppress her glee, muffled laughter escaped from beneath the covers. To her, wealth was merely a numerical concept, one she would eventually adjust to. Ling Han opened her phone to browse for houses. For this would be her first home, and she wished to select it with care. She opened a popular app, directly searching for Qingqing mansions. If she was going to buy, she intended to do so decisively to avoid further complications later. Her primary requirement was a splendid view. An unobstructed sea vista would never grow tiresome. Secondly, security was paramount. As her wealth increased, so too did her need for safety and privacy. This was a principle she always kept in mind. After browsing for a while, she felt somewhat informed and ordered a ride. Contemplating that following the house purchase, acquiring a car should also be prioritized. The hotel was conveniently located near the city center, and Ling Han chose the largest real estate agency there. Shortly, she arrived. Upon entering, she was greeted by a girl with a sweet smile. Hello. Are you here to view properties? Ling Han nodded, and the girl led her to the reception area, continuing, you truly have an eye for quality. We have the finest properties in all of Qingqing here. May I ask if you are looking to buy or rent? Buy. I'm not considering renting. I wish to purchase outright. Please, tell me about the options. The girl nodded. Of course. May I inquire about your specific requirements? For instance, area and location, so that I can make suitable recommendations. First, I want a spacious flat with a good view, preferably one with an unobstructed sea view. Second, it should be close to the city center, with all necessary amenities nearby. Third, security features must be robust, and the property management should ensure privacy and safety. Lastly, a balcony would be ideal, but if the property is exceptional, I can forego that. The real estate consultant maintained her composure. Understood. What are your budgetary constraints? I have no particular constraints. I will purchase what I like. Excellent. We have several outstanding properties that align perfectly with your requirements. Do you have time now? If it suits you, I can take you to view some houses right away. Absolutely. Let us go, Ling Han replied enthusiastically, eager to finalize her decision. Great. May I know how to address you? The consultant stood, guiding Ling Han towards the exit. My surname is Ling. Very well, Miss Ling. I'm Li Li. You may call me Xiaoli. I will now take you to view the first property. Li Li signaled for a taxi, opening the back door for Ling Han before quickly running to the opposite side to join her. Since they were in the city center, it wasn't long before they arrived at the first property. Upon disembarking, Ling Han recognized the community name and nodded to herself. She had researched several renowned neighborhoods in Qingqing prior to her visit, and this one was indeed a prestigious luxury estate. Clearly, Lily had not misled her. Their agency indeed possessed excellent listings. Accompanying Ling Han to the entrance, Lily completed the registration process, and the security personnel called the property management for confirmation before granting them access. Ling Han observed the attentive security staff, feeling quite satisfied. The more diligent they were, the more secure she felt about her future safety. This community was a benchmark for luxurious living in Qingqing, nestled in the city's core, a mere 200 meters from the coastline, perfectly aligning with her desires. As they walked, Lily elaborated on the community's features. This is the lobby area, which also includes a tea and coffee bar, catering to your afternoon tea needs. Ling Han surveyed the lobby, which resembled that of a five-star hotel. They entered the elevator, where Lily pressed the button for the 45th floor, continuing her exposition. This building features 3 elevators serving 1 residence, along with a dedicated freight elevator to meet all your needs. When the elevator reached the 45th floor, Ling Han followed Lily out, immediately seeing the entrance door. The entire hallway was exclusive to the residence. Lily entered the access code, opened the door, and invited Ling Han inside. Upon stepping into the apartment, Ling Han was instantly captivated. The expansive 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a sunlit ocean, shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. From the living room, the view was utterly breathtaking. Lily smiled, beginning her introduction. The core selling point of this property is its maximization of sea view resources, seamlessly blending outdoor scenery with indoor elegance to create a sense of understated luxury and grace. Thus, when you expressed your desire for a sea view, I immediately thought of this apartment. This residence spanned 450 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, a living room, and a dining area, along with 5 bathrooms, catering to all your needs. Please follow me. This way are the living and dining areas. She led Ling Han deeper, pushing open 2 sliding doors that revealed the kitchen, divided into Chinese and Western cooking areas, equipped with the finest cabinetry and a complete suite of kitchen appliances. Ling Han examined the doors, nodding appreciatively. Shall I show you the master bedroom? Ling Han followed Lily further inside. The master suite boasted 2 walk-in closets. The smaller one could accommodate bags and jewelry, while the larger one was spacious enough to house all her clothing. The master bedroom boasts an expansive floor-to-ceiling window, flanked by 2 smaller ventilation windows. Adjacent to it lies the en-suite bathroom, and upon sliding open the door, one can soak in the grand bathtub while gazing at the breathtaking sea view beyond the window. The remaining 2 bedrooms are also equipped with their own bathrooms, ensuring convenience for visiting friends and family. After briefly introducing the other 2 bedrooms, Lily guided Ling Han toward the opposite side of the living room. Ding ding ding. Lily joyfully waved her hand, exclaiming, "Look!" Following her gesture, Ling Han's eyes widened in delight. Oh, a balcony. The living room features a large transparent door that opens to a spacious outdoor balcony of over 20 square meters. Ling Han stepped outside, and before her lay an endless view of the sea. The autumn breeze carried the scent of the ocean, and as she inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly the house of her dreams. After returning from the balcony to the living room, Lily observed her expression and steadied herself. Miss Ling, what do you think of this property? Ling Han surveyed her surroundings. She found every aspect of the house appealing. The view, the layout, the location, all resonated with her. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment regarding its decor, which adhered to a typical modern luxurious style. Renovating it would be a hassle, and she did not wish to wait long. After all, she couldn't remain in a hotel indefinitely. Moreover, Occupying over 400 square meters alone seemed rather excessive. Sensing her hesitation, Lily interjected, "If you're not entirely satisfied, I can take you to view a few other properties that align with your needs." Since she had the time, Ling Han figured it would be prudent to explore a few more options as potential future investments. She nodded, "Let us see some others for comparison. The 4 properties I have that best meet your criteria are these." Lily continued, "What do you think of them? I do have a few more listings, but they may not align as closely with your preferences and might have some discrepancies. Would you like to take a look?" In the 4th property, Lily twisted the cap off a bottle and offered it to Ling Han. "Thank you," Ling Han replied, taking a sip. After viewing all 4 properties, she concluded that the 2nd had insufficient views, the 3rd was decent yet lacking, and the 4th lacked a balcony. Ultimately, she still favored the first one. "What is the price of the first property?" she inquired. "The first is priced at $56 million in full, making it the most expensive of the 4. The other 3 are priced at $46 million, $38 million, and $40 million, respectively." Lily promptly relayed the prices. Ling Han contemplated this. She pursed her lips. Since she intended to buy, she resolved to acquire the best, even if it entailed some inconvenience. After all, it was for her own residence. And who knew how long she might stay? She pondered aloud. "Do you know any reliable renovation services? If I only want to change the soft furnishings, how long would that take?" Although Lily appeared youthful, she had been in the real estate business for nearly a decade and was well acquainted with everything related to properties, including renovations, which was part of her job. Hearing Ling Han's query, she quickly responded, "If you're not altering any hard fixtures and only changing the soft furnishings, it would take about a week. I have a partnership with a high-end home renovation company that can complete it in as little as 3 to 4 days if you wish for me to make the connection." "All right, let us proceed with that," Ling Han stated casually. Chapter 29, Purchasing a Home. "Then it shall be the first property. When can we sign the contract?" Having made her decision, Ling Han turned to Li Li. Li Li was elated. She had anticipated a week spent showing Ling Han properties, but to close such a significant deal so swiftly was a delightful surprise. Completing this transaction would yield a commission several times her annual base salary. Taking a deep breath, she responded in a professional tone, "We can do it right now. As long as it's convenient for you, Miss Ling, I can take you back to the office to sign the contract." Ling Han nodded, and the two exited the community gate together. Upon returning to the office, Li ushered Ling Han into the VIP room and retrieved the pre-prepared purchase contract. "Miss Ling, here is your purchase contract," Li said, entering the room and handing the contract to Ling Han before pouring her a glass of water and sitting across from her. Ling Han meticulously read through the contract. Although money was merely a number to her, a home held a different significance. "If you have no objections after reviewing, please sign your name on the last page," Li gently prompted, seeing that Ling Han had completed her perusal of the contract. Without hesitation, Ling Han picked up the pen and carefully inscribed her name before handing the contract back to Li. Li could no longer contain her smile. Taking the contract with both hands, her excitement barely restrained, as she confirmed, "Will you be paying in full or in installments?" "In full." Having learned from the previous owner's experience, Ling Han vowed never to rely on loans. Besides, she had more than enough funds for the purchase. "Wonderful. Would you prefer to pay by card or bank transfer?" "We can accommodate either." Li's smile radiated with joy. Ling Han opened her wallet, retrieved her bank card, and handed it to Li. "Let us go with the card." As Li watched Ling Han sign with a flourish after completing the transaction, she marveled inwardly. "Ah, how effortlessly the wealthy purchase properties worth $56 million, akin to my humble shopping for vegetables at the market. We will handle all subsequent procedures related to this property for you, but you will need to be present to collect the title deed." Li Han was not surprised. Other matters required no effort on her part, and picking up the deed would not be a hassle. She recalled her need for a vehicle as well. Life without a car seemed inconvenient. Interrupting her thoughts, Li cautiously observed Ling Han's expression before tentatively speaking. "I recall you mentioning a desire to renovate the soft furnishings in your home." "Yes. Do you know any reputable home renovation companies? I'd like to expedite this process," Ling Han clarified, recognizing that her full cash purchase made her a significant client for Li. Ling Han's assessment was astute. Li had already considered this. The real estate market had cooled compared to previous years, and luxury homes were becoming increasingly rare. Ling Han's transaction was her largest order of the year. And since she was paying in full, if Ling Han ever sought to purchase another property or consider a swap, ensuring she was well taken care of could secure her future bonuses. Having meticulously selected potential renovation companies on her way back, Li now felt confident as she suggested, "There is a home renovation company I have worked with before. They are quite large and their standards match your expectations. I have a good rapport with their manager. Shall I connect you?" Ling Han glanced at the time, having dined at the hotel earlier. It was still just past 4 in the afternoon. Since she was out, she wished to finalize everything today. No need for an introduction. Just take me there directly. And let us settle everything today. I'll hire you temporarily to assist with both the property deed and the renovation process. Consider it my way of compensating you for your help these next few days. How does that sound? Ling Han succinctly laid out her plan for Li Li. Li Li's face flushed with excitement. Ling Han's trust in her was an opportunity she must seize. If she could serve Ling Han well, she would surely be the first person Ling Han thought of for future property matters. Absolutely, Miss Ling. It is my duty to assist you. It is my good fortune that you chose to purchase a property through me. I will ensure that all matters concerning the house are promptly handled, guaranteeing that you can move in with just your suitcase. Ling Han nodded and continued, please have a seat for a few moments while I contact the home decoration company. And then I shall escort you there. Very well, please proceed. I shall wait here, came the reply. Li Li pushed open the door and promptly called the home decoration company, elucidating the situation within 3 to 5 minutes. The other party readily agreed. And after a few more reminders, she hung up the phone. Ling Han opened Douyin to browse cars. Previously, she lacked the means to purchase a vehicle. While she could still dream of a house, she knew nothing about cars. Just as she had finished watching a luxury car review video, Li Li entered the room. I have negotiated with them successfully. Shall I take you there now? The home decoration company is conveniently located near our office. It's about a 3 to 5 minute walk. Do you find it convenient to walk there? Li Li inquired as she guided Ling Han towards the door. Let us walk. Ling Han replied, feeling no fatigue. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for a leisurely stroll. September in Qingcheng had already ushered in early autumn. The evening breeze carried a hint of autumn's unique coolness, leaving Ling Han with an indescribable sense of relaxation as she walked. Before long, they arrived at the home decoration company, a charming 3-story standalone building. Just the sight of the company's decor filled Ling Han with anticipation. The company did not disappoint her expectations. Li Li had sent the original design plans and current photographs of the house to the manager early that morning. Ling Han expressed her preferred style, and in less than half an hour, the manager presented her with the design plans. You desire a vintage French style? And the original layout of this house is quite suited to your taste. There is no need for significant alterations to the hard furnishings. We merely need to rearrange the soft furnishings. Additionally, we will replace the doors and lighting fixtures according to your preferences, the manager elaborated, gesturing towards the design plans. How long will it take to complete everything based on your plan? Ling Han inquired, clearly satisfied with the design. Although time was short, the results were indeed commendable. This was precisely how she envisioned her home. The manager hesitated, his speech becoming a bit stammered. Well, if we only need to replace the soft furnishings, it would take at most 3 days. We can begin sourcing materials and commence work today, and we are certain to complete it within 3 days. However, with the addition of doors and lighting fixtures that need to be dismantled, it would take at least a week with one construction team. He watched Ling Han's expression as he spoke. Ling Han grasped the situation. Can multiple construction teams work simultaneously? Yes. If 2 teams work on the doors and lighting fixtures concurrently, alongside our renovation team, we could complete the renovations in a maximum of 5 days. The manager still seemed hesitant, contemplating whether to disclose the cost to Ling Han. Adding another construction team would double the renovation expenses. Ling Han appeared to understand his reluctance and spoke directly. I do not require you to worry about the finances or budget. My demands are threefold. First, to perfectly replicate the design as per the plans. Second, to ensure all necessary furniture and appliances are provided in the finest quality. And third, to expedite the process as swiftly as possible. Ling Han fixed her gaze on the manager. You may proceed with the installation, utilizing the best materials. Is there any other issue? If not, I am prepared to pay the deposit and sign the contract now. The prospect of the deposit ignited a fervor within the manager, who quickly responded, there are no issues. We will certainly fulfill your highest expectations and strive to deliver the best quality in the shortest time frame. He called out to his colleagues, Xiao Lu, what are you busy with? Hurry and bring the contract over for Miss Ling. Ling Han signed the contract once more and then swiped her card. 2 million, effortlessly spent. Observing Ling Han's nonchalant manner of payment, Li Li was filled with determination to provide exceptional service. Once Ling Han completed her signature, she hastily pledged, Miss Ling, rest assured. I will closely monitor the processing of your documents and the renovation progress, ensuring you can move into your new home as swiftly as possible. Ling Han responded with a nonchalant amen, feeling satisfied with the day's accomplishments. Li Li escorted her to the door. Miss Ling, would you mind adding me on WeChat? This way, I can keep you updated promptly. As she spoke, she held her QR code before Ling Han. With a beep, the friend request was accepted. Ah, splendid. I will keep you informed about the progress. Li Li smiled brightly. Where are you headed now? Shall I call a car for you? Ling Han glanced at the darkening sky. It was just past 7, and the night had already set in. No need. I'll take a stroll. Li Li, adept at reading the room, understood that Ling Han preferred solitude and bid her farewell with a smile before re-entering the decoration shop. With fortune smiling upon her, she needed to ensure Miss Ling's satisfaction. Ling Han wandered aimlessly down the street, reflecting on what she adored about Qingqing, the lush greenery. The city was replete with trees of all varieties, resembling a vast park, and she felt an undeniable sense of joy as she walked. However, being a coastal city, the temperature fluctuation between day and night was quite pronounced. Today, she wore a long-sleeved dress from Chanel and delicate lambskin shoes. After walking for some time in the breeze, she began to feel slightly chilled. Ling Han touched her stomach. Although the houses she viewed were all relatively close together, she had been on the move all day. Now that she had completed her errands, her empty stomach protested. Just then, she spotted a large shopping mall not far away and strolled leisurely towards it. In the past, a popular online test asked how much loneliness one could endure. Ling Han merely glanced at it, but remembered it for a long time. She didn't need a test. From levels 1 to 12, she had always been alone. As a child, she often wallowed in self-pity, questioning why she was perpetually solitary, living in a world devoid of family, friends, or lovers. She had no concept of loneliness or companionship, as she had always existed in solitude. Yet now, Ling Han sat alone in a restaurant renowned online. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, there was no queue, allowing her to be seated immediately. As soon as she sat down, she marked all the dishes she wished to order. This looks delicious, that one too, and this one even more so. Ling Han's chopsticks danced incessantly. She felt no trace of loneliness. With wealth and leisure, she could indulge in any culinary delight she desired. And what could be more gratifying? Loneliness. What was that? Did it compare to the sumptuous meal before her? Ling Han reclined on the expansive bed in her hotel room. Initially, she had intended to shop as well, but alas, after a satisfying meal, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, leaving her disinclined to venture anywhere else. She simply wished to return to her bed. She adhered closely to her desires, sprawled out in a starfish position on the bed, contemplating the restaurant she had dined at earlier that evening. Should she consider hiring a housekeeper? Ling Han mused, though she relished cooking. The prospect of daily meal preparation was daunting. Cooking should be an expression of spontaneity, not a chore that confined her to the kitchen. As the saying goes, it is easier to fall from luxury to frugality. After purchasing the house, Ling Han gained a deeper understanding of her financial situation. Everything exists to serve her happiness, and all expenditures are to enhance her enjoyment. She deserves this. She is worthy. Hihi Faba, are you there? Thinking of her worthiness, she recalled the system that had guided her to a better life, allowing her to navigate life with ease. Why had it chosen her? Would it leave her? Host, I am here. The system's voice was vibrant and full of energy. Faba, will you leave me? Ling Han's mood dipped slightly. Although the money had already been transferred to her bank account, and even without the system, she could live comfortably with the funds she possessed. She still yearned to hear the system's reassuring denial. Of course not. How could I ever abandon my host? You summoned me into existence. I owe my very being to you. The system responded in an adorably naive manner, seemingly perplexed by Ling Han's inquiry. However, Ling Han broke into a smile, recalling how Fa Bao had mentioned that it was her unleashed psychic energy that had called it forth. Although she did not fully grasp the essence of psychic energy, she had no desire to delve deeper. It sufficed for her to believe that the system would remain by her side. Hee, love you, Fa Bao, Ling Han cheerfully proclaimed, sweetly showering it with affection, causing the system's voice to take on an even more endearing tone. Ah, this, host. I love you too. Hearing the system stutter in shyness made Ling Han laugh heartily, and she ceased her teasing. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind craves indulgence. Having not indulged in Douyin for a day, she whimsically decided to peruse it. Upon opening Douyin, she noticed 15 unread messages. Her compulsive nature compelled her to address them immediately. Ah, Qi Zhao shared a new singing video today, one she had requested last night, titled Together With You. Ling Long had shared 2 amusing videos. Not missing a beat, Bu Pao Jiao sent her a recording of the dance they hadn't finished last night, forwarding it to her. Ling Han watched with great interest and then clicked away, eager to eliminate the remaining unread messages before relishing them again. Oh, Bayang had sent her 9 messages, piquing her curiosity. Bayang, if not, I might just kneel and beg you. Sister, look at me. Sister, listen. Following this were 6 darkened video clips. Ling Han clicked on the first one. In the shadowy void, music began to play softly, followed by a man's voice accompanied by white subtitles. Sister, I know what you desire. Don't rush, let me finish this cigarette first. Then I'll come over to you. Ling Han frowned, puzzled by the insinuation. Was he referring to her? Nevertheless, his voice was quite pleasant, deep and magnetic, yet laced with an inexplicable allure. She clicked on 3 more videos, each sharing the same style and voice, but with different content. The last one even managed to captivate Ling Han. He called out in dialect, Guai Guai. Ling Han harbored a hidden penchant for young men with melodious voices and standard Mandarin, but she was also enchanted by certain regional dialects, such as Cantonese and the dialect of Bashu. Bai Yang's final utterance in Sichuan dialect struck a chord in her heart. Bai Yang's avatar was adorned with a circle of red lines, indicating he was live streaming, and Ling Han clicked on it without hesitation. This streaming session featured an animated backdrop of a spacious balcony, with sheer curtains fluttering in the breeze. It was yet another voice-only stream, prompting Ling Han to pout. Despite being an audiophile, she was equally captivated by appearances. What did Bai Yang look like, she wondered. Her thoughts drifted as she found this type of stream not particularly worthy of her full attention. "Welcome, Sister Han Han. I'm so honored that you finally decided to join me," Bai Yang greeted with a light chuckle, his voice in the stream sounding even more ethereal than in the videos, devoid of any nasal twang. "Han, is this a singing stream?" Ling Han inquired, sending a flurry of comments. "Sister, this is your first time in such a stream, isn't it?" She glanced at the viewer count. Only a handful of people. Indeed, she had never ventured into this type of streaming before. How did one engage with it? Before she could pose her question, Bai Yang began his introduction. "This is a voice streaming room. Whatever kind of fun you seek, I can provide. Singing, chatting, and His final was tantalizing, heightening Ling Han's curiosity. What kind of fun?" she asked, her innocence radiating. Bai Yang's laughter became even more syrupy. That means reading scripts. You can specify the scenarios, and I'll perform them for you. Or you could take me away, and so forth." Ling Han understood. It was akin to voice actors performing radio dramas, a concept she had heard of but never actually experienced. "Han, so it's like a radio drama? You perform alone? You think I perform alone?" Bai Yang echoed her comment, nearly bursting into laughter, finding her innocent demeanor amusing. He was determined not to underestimate her. After all, every new client deserved special attention, especially one as generous as her. Indeed, it is a solo performance, but these scripts typically involve 2 characters. The rest is where your imagination comes into play, sister. Clearing his throat, he added, "My explanation may not suffice. How about I demonstrate first? You can listen and see if you like it, all right?" Ling Han agreed, but her mind wandered back to Bu Pao Jiao. Why did the two of them seem so similar? Both appeared eager to seduce her, with Bu Pao Jiao employing a tension-filled dance. And she wondered how Bai Yang planned to captivate her. Her anticipation grew, and Bai Yang commenced. A soft wailing sound emerged, followed by a sharp pia. "Oh, you hit me? Is it for that man?" Bai Yang's tone turned somber, tinged with concealed anger. "Is it because I kissed you that you struck me? Why can't I kiss you? You see me as a brother, but I see you as my sister, my dear sister." Ling Han felt a shiver run down her spine, swiftly grasping the character dynamics. Sister, brother, man. As Bai Yang continued, she mentally filled in the narrative. Forced affection. "Sister, you belong to me. I won't allow you to glance at another man, or else." Ling Han's thoughts began to swirl, wondering if he was about to kneel and plead again. The thought of his private messages made her chuckle. Yet she heard Bai Yang take a gentle breath. "Otherwise, just like today, I'll lock you in my bed. And you can't go anywhere, all right?" Ling Han emitted a strangled cry, realizing her mind had wandered into uncharted territories. She felt tainted, having envisioned something inappropriate. Bai Yang, however, did not relent, his subsequent sounds becoming increasingly unsuitable for those under 18. Ling Han buried herself beneath the covers. Even though she was alone in the hotel room, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. What is this? Ling Han felt as though she had opened the door to a new world. Though an adult now, could it truly be played out like this? She had previously believed seduction was only possible through blatant physicality, movements, and hypnotic expressions. Little did she know, one could evoke such emotions merely through sound. Ling Han's horizons had certainly broadened. Finally, Bai Yang ceased. Despite having remained seated throughout, he now sounded breathless, as if he had just completed an 800-meter dash. "Sister Han Han, how was that? Are you satisfied?" "Han, don't call me sister. Stop calling me." Ling Han's embarrassment peaked. Bai Yang chuckled. "Oh dear. Is Sister Han Han still shy?" "Han, I said not to call me. You might be older than I am." Bai Yang quickly adopted a different tone. Oh. All right. I won't call you sister anymore. What should I call you then? Han Han, baby? Or," he elongated the last word, his voice brimming with mirth, and called out in dialect, "Guai Guai." Ling Han fell silent, simply opening her gift bag. Hee, thank you for the beautiful Guai Guai carnival. It's as lovely as Guai Guai." A swindler, Ling Han thought to herself. These individuals had never laid eyes on her, nor had they ever heard her voice. Yet they exhibited a sincerity as if they were deeply enamored with her. The truth, however, was that they were merely infatuated with her wealth. A fact Ling Han understood better than anyone else, yet she remained indifferent. Who doesn't love money? She adored it more than anyone else. If someone were to generously shower her with funds without conditions, she would surely fall deeply in love in return. Moreover, she had no need for their affection. She merely required their efforts to amuse her. Simultaneously, she could accumulate cash back. Having spent so much today, she certainly needed to recoup some of it. Men were merely tools for her to cash out. Ling Han was acutely aware of this, and the carnival of festivities continued unabated, bringing her great delight. Those who bring me joy shall be rewarded, while those who point out my faults shall receive 10 resounding slaps. She suddenly recalled a meme she had seen while browsing videos, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was a perfect reflection of her innermost thoughts. As Ling Han ruthlessly accumulated carnival points, Bai Yang was beginning to lose his composure. He was well aware of Ling Han's ability to cash out, but did not anticipate that, without engaging in a PK or stirring up drama, he would be inundated with so many carnival points just for a brief performance. This sister was far too easy to please. Over 100 carnival points already. Bai Yang silently shouted in his heart while expressing his gratitude incessantly. Thank you for the delightful shower of carnival points. This downpour is more abundant than when Yiping asked her father for money. He chuckled awkwardly. All right, that's enough. Please don't send more. I'm getting scared. What are you afraid of? Ling Han replied. I'm afraid your hand will hurt. Please stop sending. Doesn't your finger ache? Bai Yang said with genuine concern. This sentiment struck a chord with Ling Han. Had she not had the brilliant idea of using a fascia gun, she might have developed tendinitis today. She wondered if Feng Yu had reported to the higher-ups about when the gift functionalities would be upgraded. Ling Han glanced at the gift panel, recalling Feng Yu mentioning exclusive gifts for level 60 and above. She had been so engrossed in accumulating carnival points these past few days that she nearly forgot this detail. You've truly reminded me, she said. Remind you of what? Bai Yang was taken aback, and before he could finish his sentence, he watched in disbelief as Ling Han's avatar vanished from the top of the leaderboard. She just left the livestream? Bai Yang could hardly believe it. Everything had seemed fine moments ago, and he couldn't fathom what he might have done wrong after sending her so many carnival points. What had he reminded her of? With a heavy heart, he opened the audience list once more, confirming that Ling Han was indeed gone. He exited the livestream. After all, he had earned more today than in 2 months combined, and he needed to find Ling Han. Ling Han had already entered Qi Zhao's livestream. The boy was also broadcasting obediently that evening. She had seen his morning greeting as soon as she woke up. However, having gone out to view properties today, she had no inclination to chat with anyone, ignoring all messages that came her way. Yet, he had left a slight impression on her. He had greeted her in the morning and sent a photo of his breakfast, followed by a lunchtime greeting with a picture of his meal, and finally, a dinner photo before she entered Bai Yang's stream. Although she hadn't replied, she had taken note of it. After all, his meals, though simple, were aesthetically pleasing and harmonious in color, whetting her appetite. With her new gifts, she wished to send something to someone whose face she could see. The surprise and joy on their face upon receiving the gift would also bring her a sense of satisfaction. With this thought, Qi Zhao's name sprang to mind. Along with his teary-eyed visage from the previous night, Qi Zhao did not disappoint her expectations, as her name illuminated the screen with a prestigious purple halo in his livestream. His eyes sparkled with delight. His audience was still sparse, just a few cats scattered about, a slight improvement from her first visit, but not by much. Sister, welcome. Sister Henin, Qi Zhao exclaimed, his eyes shining as if he were a puppy waiting for its owner to return home. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging, Ling Han thought with a smile. Well done. You have an audience today. You've made progress, Qi Zhao, she praised. Qi Zhao beamed shyly. Hee, they're all my friends, sister. They occasionally come to support me. Oh my gosh, I just saw a level 68 wealthy patron. One viewer exclaimed. You little rascal. I wondered why the venue was full. Turns out you encountered a soft-hearted benefactor. Another chimed in. Ling Han chuckled at the banter between the two in the comments. Haha. Qi Zhao, having you too is indeed a blessing, she remarked. Sister, having you here is the real blessing for him. Another viewer added. What merit does Qi Zhao have to be so fortunate as to encounter sister? The other echoed. Qi Zhao was already laughing heartily. Stop being modest. Having you all here is my fortune, and I thank each one of you. Ling Han relished this atmosphere, reminiscent of friends joyously wasting time together, a moment she had never experienced in her past life, filled with both novelty and comfort. She opened her gift backpack. After 2 days of effort, she had leveled up from 60 to 68, and her exclusive gift blind box had transformed into a purple one. With a message shimmering in purple, please select an exclusive gift for users above level 65. Ling Han clicked to draw, and suddenly, a small bouquet of fireworks exploded on the screen, followed by a message. The fireworks feast has been added to your gift backpack. Intrigued, Ling Han returned to the gift panel to find the fireworks feast listed at the top, priced at 168,000 coins. Oh wow, her immediate reaction was,
I no longer need to laboriously collect carnival points. One carnival point costs 30,000 coins, equating to 3,000 yuan. Now this gift costs 168,000 coins, which is 16,800 yuan, more than 5 carnival points. Ling Han was quite satisfied. Her efficiency had finally improved. She gently tapped on the fireworks feast, and the screen displayed the back of a woman dressed in ancient red attire, standing on a street illuminated by flickering flames. As she raised her head gracefully, a multitude of colors and patterns erupted in the sky, accompanied by the realistic sounds of fireworks, filling the air with stunning brilliance. Ling Han watched with her mouth agape. She had always adored fireworks, and to her surprise, the first exclusive gift she drew was indeed fireworks. So beautiful. How stunning. Qi Zhao was equally mesmerized, unconsciously exclaiming softly. The public screen was filled with awestruck comments from the viewers. I've never seen such a beautiful gift before. How is it so gorgeous? One exclaimed, oh, it's worth it. To witness such beautiful fireworks tonight is truly worthwhile. Thank you, Sister Han. Another added, Sister Han, if it weren't for you, I would never have seen such a breathtaking gift effect in my lifetime. I'm so grateful. The first viewer chimed in. Thankful to have you. The other echoed. All right. You two have started a duet. Qi Zhao feigned annoyance at their back and forth. This is a firework display my sister gifted me. You two are merely here to enjoy it, understand? He crossed his legs, trying to appear nonchalant. Uft. This is a display from my sister Han. One viewer retorted. Uft. This is a display from my sister Han. The other echoed. Qi Zhao couldn't help but laugh at the comments, putting his legs down. Enough. This is a display specially for me from my sister. Right, sister? Say something. Chapter 31, on the mic. With a resounding bang, another firework exploded, painting the night sky anew, followed closely by yet another. Han, be good, everyone gets one. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a frenzy of ah in the chat, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. Zhao Jiao, I can't take it anymore, sis. You're too good to me. How can you be so indulgent? Whoa, what should I do? You love me so much. Xiao Yuan, what should I do? Sis loves me too much. Allow me to perform a dance for you. Xiao Yuan. Yes, you host. Let me come up. Qi Zhao rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed with Xiao Yuan's audacity. You really are pushing your luck, aren't you, Xiao Yuan? Despite his words, his body betrayed him, obediently opening the audience connection. Hey, can you hear me, sis? Xiao Yuan's voice was soft and sweet, unmistakably the sound of a girl raised in the serene waters of the southern countryside. Han, I can hear you. Your voice is so adorable. Ling Han always found it easier to appreciate the beauty in girls. I'm not. Xiao Yuan's face suddenly appeared on the screen, revealing that fan connections could also enable video, a new piece of knowledge for Ling Han. Xiao Yuan was remarkably pretty, with large eyes and an oval face. Her slender figure clad in an ethereal, slightly traditional dress, reminiscent of a pampered lady from an ancient noble family. However, once she began to dance, all notions of elegance faded, leaving only a comical girl. She played a nursery rhyme and began to sing and twirl around clumsily, resembling a bumbling panda. Ling Han laughed heartily, and before her screen could float up, Qi Zhao was already doubled over in laughter. Ha! You dance like a fool spinning around. Ha! He mercilessly mocked Xiao Yuan, then turned to the camera to speak to Ling Han. Sis, I apologize, my friend is a bit silly, truly embarrassing. However, Ling Han found Xiao Yuan utterly charming. Tentatively, she clicked on Xiao Yuan's small frame in the corner, and indeed, it worked. Han, having seen the fireworks, let us take a look at the carnival. 10 carnivals exploded in the live stream, each one dazzlingly golden. Qi Zhao was laughing so hard his teeth were barely visible, flashing a grin as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the 10 carnivals, sis. He paused dramatically, then feigned a tone of deep sorrow. Did you mistakenly send those to Xiao Yuan? Xiao Yuan dashed to the front of the camera, turning her face towards the screen. Sis. No. Why did you send them to me? I don't want them. I got on the mic not to receive gifts, but just to make you happy, so everyone can have a good time. She continued her rapid-fire speech. Besides, I'm not a host, I'm just a friend of Qi Zhao. Occasionally, I join his stream to chat. Just being able to support him and see the effects is already enough for me. I was just joking earlier. Really. Her words tumbled out like firecrackers, urgent and quick, as if she would be misunderstood for wanting gifts if she paused for even a second. Han, all right, I understand you're not looking for gifts, but I'm enjoying myself so much. You're adorable, so let me reward you with a small gift. What is wrong with that? Zhao Jiao, unbeknownst to them, had also stealthily connected to the mic. Sis, a small gift? You call 10 carnivals a small gift? Are you kidding me? 30,000 yuan could buy my life. Han, wow, Zhao Jiao, you're beautiful too. Zhao Jiao's appearance was entirely different from Xiao Yuan's. Her round face radiated brightness when she smiled. As she excitedly stood up, her curvaceous figure caught Ling Han's attention. What a stunning beauty. Really? Zhao Zhao feigned shyness. Thank you, sis. You love me so much. What should I do? Han. Ha 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 ha, too cute. How does Qi Zhao have so many beautiful friends? And they're all so interesting? Qi Zhao immediately distanced himself. Sis, they're just my ordinary friends, all from my hometown. We have no relationship beyond friendship. He almost swore to the heavens, fearing Ling Han might think he was a rogue. Han, why are you so nervous? Even if you wanted to have a relationship beyond friendship, I doubt Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan would be interested. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan chimed in simultaneously, affirming Ling Han's comment in the chat. Zhao Jiao shot back. What are you thinking? I have a boyfriend who is way more handsome than you. Oh my, you're average looking, but your thoughts are quite grand. Xiao Yuan exclaimed in shock. Ling Han was laughing so hard she nearly cried. Their conversation was so entertaining, akin to a stand-up comedy show. All right, my dear ladies, let us consider it my mistake. Qi Zhao feigned surrender, though he felt relieved inside, not wanting Ling Han to misconstrue any impropriety. However, he had no choice. What could a handsome man do when surrounded by beauties? Perhaps this was the lament of being handsome. Qi Zhao exaggeratedly sighed. Ling Han gained a new perspective on Qi Zhao that night. She had initially thought he was just a stubborn, aloof type, but discovered he was quite amusing and a bit quirky. Han, all right. Since I've seen the beauties around you today, next time, introduce me to some of the handsome guys you know. I want to see if they're even more handsome than you. Qi Zhao suddenly appeared very busy. He fidgeted with his desk, wiped the camera, and adjusted his chair. As he busily moved around, he replied to Ling Han. Oh, I was just joking. There are no handsome guys around me. I'm the most handsome among my friends. I'm super handsome. Han, people tend to act busy when they feel guilty. Zhao Jiao mercilessly mocked him. What are you doing, wiping the air? I see you're fidgeting around without finding anything to do. What is going on? Feeling guilty? Xiao Yuan chimed in, refusing to back down. He is definitely feeling guilty. Sis, I know. We're all in the same friend circle. If there is someone more handsome, I'll introduce you right away. Qi Zhao was utterly speechless at their antics. Hey, I'm still here. Can't you see me? You're starting to dig my corner right in front of me? Go on, go away, this is my sister. Qi Zhao wore a woeful expression. Hey, the three of us are just chatting here. Sis, are you tired of typing? Why don't you join us on the mic for a bit? Xiao Yuan noticed that Ling Han typed slower than they spoke, and whenever they paused for her response, the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly cold. Zhao Jiao slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering that they were just 4 people in the live stream. She quickly added, Yes. Would it be convenient for you to join us on the mic, sis? In the past, when we were live at 1 or 2 in the morning, it was just us few chatting and having fun with drinks. It was so much fun. Ling Han envisioned a scene where several friends gathered together, keeping Qi Zhao company late at night without an audience, joking and laughing together. Perhaps this was the very reason Qi Zhao could persist with his streaming, even without viewers. She felt a twinge of excitement and clicked on the audience connection. Qi Zhao immediately accepted and attempted to set her as an administrator, but while the connection succeeded, the administrator setting failed. A prompt appeared in Qi Zhao's backstage. Han has not yet joined your fan club and cannot be set as an administrator. Qi Zhao's previously exhilarated mood was doused like cold water. The revolution had yet to succeed, and he still needed to persevere. Can you hear me? A melodious voice rang out in the live broadcast room, causing a momentary strange silence among the other 3, quickly followed by cheers from the 2 girls. Oh my gosh. Sister, your voice is so enchanting. You could be a voice actor. Exactly. Your voice is simply delightful. It's like the sound of mountain spring water, tinkling beautifully. Ling Han chuckled in response. All right. It's not that impressive. You're all being too flattering. Of course it is. Host, step aside. My sister is better than you. Let her take over. Host, step aside. My sister is better than you. Let her take over. Xiao Yuan echoed like a parrot, mimicking Zhao Jiao's words. All right. I yield my position to Sister Han. This live room is now hers. I have no objections. Qi Zhao chimed in with a grin, joining the playful banter. Please don't push me. I can't be a host. Look at Qi Zhao. He is always in the live room. I can't handle that. Ling Han softly laughed. She had never experienced such a feeling before. A group of friends joyfully laughing together. It was indeed a blissful experience. Sister, your voice sounds quite soft. May I ask how old you are? Zhao Jiao's voice, no longer as bold, carried a hint of shyness. Me? I'm 23. Why does it sound otherwise? How old are all of you? Ling Han remained unfazed. Being called sister was not dependent on age, but rather on capability. Even if she were just 18, these hosts would still call her sister. Phew, that's a relief. I can still call you sister. Zhao Jiao sighed deeply, feeling a bit conflicted. If Ling Han were younger than her, she would feel awkward calling her sister, as if taking advantage of her. Xiao Yuan shared the same thoughts, pondering that if they didn't address her as sister, it would be disrespectful after all the gifts she had generously given them. Now it's settled, sister. You are just 1 year older than us, so addressing you as sister is perfectly appropriate. Xiao Yuan eagerly followed Jiao Jiao's lead. How can you still say that? I already said she is my sister. Qi Zhao gritted his teeth, emphasizing once more, while Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yuan merely brushed him off, indifferent to his protests. Ha ha. You two calling me sister left me quite confused. But since there's only a year difference, feel free to call me Han Han. Otherwise, I might start feeling like a big sister leading you all astray. Hee, is that all right? Can we really do that? The two little girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they sought confirmation. Of course, Ling Han felt that since entering this live room, she hadn't stopped smiling. Then I will too. Qi Zhao began, but was cut short by Ling Han's resolute voice. No, you cannot. Qi Zhao's face was filled with melancholic despair. Sister, how can you say such a cold-hearted thing with a body temperature of 36 degrees? He looked like a forlorn puppy abandoned by its owner. Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yuan burst into laughter, and the two girls took the lead in changing the subject. Despite there being only 4 people in the live room, they found a plethora of common topics to discuss, and the atmosphere remained lively. Ling Long, sister, do you remember the summer at Daming Lake? Poor thing. Ling Han was taken aback upon seeing Ling Long's floating message. How did she get in here? As if reading her thoughts, Ling Long immediately sent another message. Sister, did you forget to turn off the connection settings? If not, your avatar will show that you are connected whenever you join someone else's live broadcast. Ling Long, I clicked on your avatar and saw the red live connection, so I thought you were live and came in. Ling Long, sister, you want to blame me for coming in, right? I'm not here to disrupt this home, but to join it. Sister. However, Ling Han did not respond to her. Instead, she called out to Qi Zhao. Zhao, I suppose this counts as me bringing you traffic? Her fan count now exceeded Qi Zhao's by a margin. Before Qi Zhao could reply, she continued, no, it's my fault for not turning off the connection, naturally. You would be curious to come in and see. It's only human. Though she said this, her tone lacked the previous cheerfulness. Ling Long, perceptive as she was, immediately followed Qi Zhao, sending a floating message. Handsome, could you pull me up to speak? Qi Zhao hesitated momentarily, his lips moving as if caught in a dilemma. Should he invite her up, fearing Ling Han's ire, or refrain, considering Ling Long's considerable fan base? Just as he hesitated, Ling Han spoke up. Have you turned off your connection yet? She directly asked Ling Long. Ling Long, yes. I usually connect with my good friends. I turned it off early to avoid causing a stir. Then let's pull her up. Ling Han was indeed a bit annoyed. Ling Long had come in and shattered the friendly chatting atmosphere they had just built. Didn't she see that Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yuan had fallen silent for quite a while? Nevertheless, she could somewhat understand Ling Long's anxiety over the past couple of days. So she didn't make things difficult for her. Ling Long, not one to be outdone, began to liven things up as soon as she was on the mic, complimenting Qi Zhao, then Jiao Jiao, and then Xiao Yuan, making the two girls laugh uncontrollably. Ling Han felt more at ease, although Ling Long was spinning compliments around. Her intention was still to create the atmosphere she desired. Just as she had mentioned, she was there to join this family. Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yuan were experiencing their first close encounter with a major host and were pleasantly surprised to find Ling Long so approachable, as if she were one of their own friends. While the three of them chatted animatedly, Ling Han and Qi Zhao exchanged occasional remarks, filling the live room with joyous laughter and a warm atmosphere. Bai Yang entered the live room. Bu Padiao entered the live room. Ti Wanhua entered the live room. Chapter 32, A Gathering. All the hosts Ling Han had rewarded in the past few days gathered together. Qi Zhao looked at the three newcomers arriving in the live room with a conflicted expression. These three must be similar to Ling Long, right? Had Ling Han also supported them? He pondered internally. The three girls, at some point, ceased their chattering, and an eerie silence enveloped the live room. Welcome Wanhua, welcome Bu Padiao. Welcome Bai Yang to the live room, everyone. Qi Zhao was the first to break the ice, welcoming the three. Ti Wanhua, hello handsome. Bu Padiao, hello there. Bai Yang, I see you're carrying a guitar. Are you a singing host? Ling Han remained silent, forcing Qi Zhao to respond awkwardly. Yes. I'm a singing host, capable of performing. Bai Yang watched in dismay as Ling Han left his live room without uttering a word to him. He was beside himself with anxiety and promptly closed his own stream to send her a private message. When an hour passed without a reply from Ling Han, he saw her avatar suddenly turn red, indicating she was connected. Who on earth possesses such charm, pulling her away from his live room to chat with someone else? Bai Yang couldn't suppress his curiosity and clicked to join. This person isn't even as handsome as I am. Upon seeing Qi Zhao for the first time, Bai Yang thought to himself that he should quickly send Ling Han his photo, so she would recognize that he was far more attractive than this guy. Unbeknownst to him, the other two had the same thought. Wanhua and he were in sync. both contemplating sending their photos to Ling Han immediately, and perhaps even video calling to prove their worth. Bupadiao, however, felt a pang of jealousy. He was also a video host, and this man, in his view, was not nearly as handsome as he was, and he could dance. Could this guy dance? However, despite the sourness in the air, Ling Han was still engaged in her performance, and if Baiyang intended to put on a show for her, he would have to do it convincingly. Yet, Baiyang found himself unable to maintain his facade, as his jealousy was palpable. Baiyang, can I request a song? Qi Zhao felt somewhat flustered. Just as he was about to comply, a sweet female voice interrupted him. Ling Han had spoken. Our Streamer S fans can request a song. Why not consider joining the fan club? She chuckled softly, her words causing the three onlookers in the public chat to feel a pang of envy. Of course, it's perfectly fine not to join the fan club, one song per carnival, so feel free to request. Ling Han was indifferent to the thoughts of those present. Since she was here, she might as well enjoy herself. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan had long muted their microphones upon the trio's entrance. Without Ling Han's cue, they remained silent, yet their WeChat dialogue was filled with excitement. Zhao Jiao. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, those people must have been supported by Sister Han before, right? Did they come to her door? Xiao Yuan. Are we fortunate enough to witness the legendary battlefield? Zhao Jiao. This competition is thrilling. Sister Han is truly a formidable woman. Xiao Yuan. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Sister Han is speaking. Oh my, one song per carnival? I vaguely remember what Qi Zhao is like. Zhao Jiao. Don't doubt yourself. You're not mistaken. This guy previously got a song for 25 bucks. Smile, smile. Zhao Jiao. That lucky guy really has it made. Xiao Yuan. That lucky guy really has it made. The two exchanged glances and, in unison, closed their WeChat, quietly anticipating the unfolding drama. Baiyang was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, having suggested a song himself. He could only swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. One song per carnival. He usually didn't even spend one carnival in an entire evening. Reluctantly, Baiyang complied. And Qi Zhao, with a demure demeanor, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother Baiyang, for the carnival. What song would you like to hear? Baiyang felt a surge of resentment, thinking that green tea BTCH, calling him brother while looking older than he did. Baiyang, what song would you like to hear, sister? I'll treat you to a song. Got it. You're only here to sing for me and sister. We're here to enjoy the music. Sister, would you like to hear Castle in the Sky? I figured since your favorite song is that one, you might enjoy this as well. Qi Zhao was not to be outdone. After all, sister had entered his live stream first, making him the rightful first. Ling Han chuckled softly. Were they already vying for her affection? Men truly were immature. I quite like this song. Let us go with that. Ling Han was unconcerned whether they were being sarcastic or competing for her favor. She was here to listen to music. As someone passed by, she instructed, come back and tell me. Castle in the Sky is in tears. As the song concluded, Qi Zhao gently strummed his guitar to signal the end. And Ling Han's thoughts returned to order. That was beautiful. Indeed, Qi Zhao is the most suited for folk songs. I loved it. Ling Han was generous with her praise. It truly was delightful, and she adored it. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan were equally supportive. It's like listening to celestial music. Isn't it? Sister Han has an eye for talent. Exactly. Your folk singing is so captivating. You should sing more often instead of just pop songs. I never knew you were so astonishing at folk. Ling Long chimed in with a smile. No wonder my sister has such discerning taste. You're truly talented. Let us follow each other. We can hang out sometime. Though Ling Long's words were polite, Qi Zhao quickly reciprocated the follow, fully aware that this was all courtesy of Ling Han. But who doesn't he know how to exchange pleasantries? Sister Han is too kind. I still have much room for improvement, and I need to practice more. Thank you as well, Sister Ling Long, for the compliments. Just as Qi Zhao finished speaking, two more carnivals flew across the screen. Ran Hua and Bupao Jiao noticed the atmosphere heating up again, yet they felt subtly excluded, unable to contain themselves. They sought to make their presence known, with Bupao Jiao sending a carnival first, followed closely by Ran Hua. Oh, you two bosses want to request a song as well. Ling Han squinted at the two carnivals, her voice soft and inviting. Ran Hua, I just came in to learn. I wanted to see what you, Han, enjoy, so I have a direction to strive towards. Now that I've seen, it truly sounds wonderful. I also liked it. Bupao Jiao, I like it too. Whatever sister likes, I like. Ling Han was too lazy to expose their ruse, allowing each of them to send a carnival as a means of generating revenue for Qi Zhao. After all, their earnings over the past couple of days had all come from her, so she felt no need to hold back. Ling Han exited the audience connection. She had chatted, listened to music, and earned money. She and Qi Zhao had both profited. She was not interested in playing their jealousy games. Before leaving, she tapped her fingers lightly, and with a flick of her wrist, 10 firework feasts erupted. Aside from Qi Zhao, Zhao Jiao, and Xiao Yuan, The rest were awestruck by the myriad of effects on the screen. By the time they processed it all, Ling Han had already floated away from the live stream room. Once she left, she headed straight for her backstage settings, searching for functions and randomly clicking around until she successfully made all features invisible to anyone. Phew. Having completed all this, Ling Han tossed her phone onto the big bed and exhaled deeply. She disliked having her privacy invaded, although she understood the intentions of those few. It didn't make her angry. However, they were likely quite anxious now, fearing they had upset her. Ling Han chuckled to herself, letting them stew in their brief panic as a small punishment for her amusement. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already past 11. Having spent nearly the entire day outside and now staring at her phone for so long, she felt a bit weary. Lying in the bathtub, despite the late hour, the moonlight cast a clear reflection on the sea outside. Ling Han took a small sip of red wine, gazing vacantly at the rolling waves. There were so many ways for the affluent to indulge in leisure. Even though she hadn't explored many, she had already noticed her diminished love for her phone. There were far more interesting things in life than what her phone could offer. Her phone buzzed incessantly, and Ling Han wrapped herself in a bathrobe, walking to the bedside to pick it up. Wu Pao Jiao had sent several messages, anxiously probing whether she was angry. Ling Long had also conducted a thorough self-reflection, while Qi Zhao returned to express his gratitude and relay Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan's request. They wanted to add Ling Han on WeChat, and he was asking on their behalf if that would be acceptable. Ling Han raised an eyebrow and responded in kind. She offered brief replies to the first two, assuring them she was not upset, but she had no intention of explaining her abrupt departure. As for Qi Zhao's WeChat, she elaborated a bit more. Han, all right. No need to keep thanking me. Are you going to thank me every time you spend? What a hassle. Han. Sure, I welcome beautiful people with open arms. Send them over. Qi Zhao replied almost instantly. Hee, just thanking you verbally makes me feel quite embarrassed. Qi Zhao, should I pass on their WeChat to you, sister? He was reluctant to share Ling Han's contact with others. Yet, Ling Han intriguingly understood the underlying message. He didn't want his WeChat shared around. Han. Sure, go ahead. I genuinely dislike my WeChat being passed on to others. With his phone in hand, a smile danced on Qi Zhao's lips, as the displeasure from the three men entering his live stream earlier was dissipated by this gentle sweetness. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan's contact details were quickly sent over, and Ling Han added both without hesitation. Zhao Jiao Han Han. She recalled Ling Han's request not to call her sister. Han. Hi Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao. My name is Yu Meng. My nickname is Zhao Jiao. You may call me whichever you prefer. Han. I think I shall stick with Zhao Jiao. It has a lovely ring to it, reminiscent of the moon. Zhao Jiao. Hee, it's because my surname is Yu, and the pronunciation is similar to the word for moon, hence Zhao Jiao. Han. My given name is also a single character Han. You may simply call me Han Han. Zhao Jiao. Hee. All right then, Han Han. In contrast to Zhao Jiao, classmate Xiao Yuan appeared somewhat shy. Xiao Yuan, hello? Sister Han, I am Xiao Yuan. My full name is Feng Yuan, and you can call me Xiao Yuan or Yuan Yuan. Ling Han replicated the WeChat message she had just sent to Zhao Jiao and forwarded it to her, then silenced her phone. Just as she contemplated drifting off to sleep, she remembered those who had yet to add her on WeChat, so she opened Douyin. As anticipated, the private message boxes from Ranhua and Bai Yang were marked with red dots. To avoid message notifications, Ling Han had set them to Do Not Disturb, meaning that even when they sent messages, the numbers would not display in the background, only the inconspicuous red dots. She first opened the conversation with Ranhua, who, rather than discussing the events of the evening, cautiously inquired if he could add her on WeChat. Ling Han merely asked him to send her the QR code. She was particularly fond of Ranhua's voice among this group, as it exuded a gentle and stabilizing aura, perfectly matching his tone. Bai Yang was more forthright. Seemingly transformed into a jealous suitor, he first sent a voice message apologizing in a somewhat whiny manner, followed by a photo of himself, determined to prove to Ling Han that he was more handsome than that one, and that one. Upon seeing his picture, Ling Han thought, oh, this young man has striking features. The last message was yet another voice note, and Ling Han clicked on it, hearing Bai Yang's sticky sweet voice. Sister, could you please add me on WeChat? Ling Han chuckled. She realized her sense of humor was rather simplistic. However, a man displaying a hint of jealousy was rather endearing, as long as it remained within reasonable limits. It dawned on her that womanhood is not merely a gender, but a situation. For the first time, Ling Han intuitively grasped this. A man, once placed in a woman's situation, immediately transforms into a woman. Ultimately, all relationships are devoid of gender distinctions, only characterized by strength or weakness. The stronger party can guide the relationship. T. Ranhua. Han Han, this is Ranhua. Bai Yang, sister, here I am. As soon as Ling Han added both of them on WeChat, their messages popped up simultaneously. After updating their contact names and exchanging pleasantries, Ling Han intended to set her phone aside and sleep, but found herself restless. After tossing and turning, she ultimately picked up her phone, resolved to stay awake until drowsiness overcame her. Just then, a message from Ran Hua arrived. Are you going to sleep? Han, I was about to, but I can't seem to. Ran Hua felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Ran Hua, I have no plans tonight. If it's convenient for you, would you like me to voice you to sleep? Ling Han hesitated. She had never experienced being lulled to sleep. However, she reconsidered. Wasn't he the system's purpose to help her navigate life? Shouldn't he her forthcoming experiences encompass all that she had yet to encounter? Han, sure. In the next moment, Ran Hua's voice call came through. The simplicity of the two words, Han Han, made Ling Han's heart skip a beat. The hotel room felt vast, amplifying the stillness of the night. Ran Hua's voice sounded somewhat different from during the live stream, imbued with warmth and a touch of affection, striking a chord within Ling Han. Hey, what is up? Ling Han instinctively lowered her voice in response. He chuckled softly, the sound tickling her ears. She placed the phone on speaker mode beside her pillow. It's nothing, I just wanted to call you. Ran Hua's voice was gentle, like a feather brushing against Ling Han's heart. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked directly, what do you look like? Earlier, while browsing videos, she had seen someone criticize the singers in the voice chat for their appearances. The second half of her sentence was swallowed. It felt rather impolite to voice such a thought in front of him. Ran Hua chuckled again, this time a resigned smile. Such occurrences were common in voice chats. Many individuals, despite their appealing voices, bore unconventional appearances. However, he was not inclined to take the blame for that. Do you want me to send you a photo to prove it? Or? Ran Hua teased. Chapter 33, Lulling to Sleep. Or what? Ling Han asked, just as he had anticipated. Or should we meet so you can verify? Although Ran Hua could not see her, Ling Han instinctively shook her head. She was not inclined to meet these individuals, especially the streamers. Not at this moment, at least. Just send a photo. I trust you won't deceive me. She said with a smile, confident that the price of tricking her would be quite high. She believed Ran Hua was not foolish enough to do so. He certainly was not, and his looks did not require any deception. I've sent it. Check it out, Han Han. Ran Hua's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ling Han opened the photo and couldn't help but laugh. Why did you send me your ID photo? What could be more genuine than an ID photo? This should confirm it's not a stock image, right? I wouldn't want to betray your trust. Ran Hua had a knack for being endearing. Ling Han examined his ID photo closely. He was 2 years her senior, and his real name was quite pleasant, Zheng Ran. No wonder he was called Ran Hua. Oh, he was actually from Sioux City, without a trace of accent. She then scrutinized the image of his face. At a glance, he appeared as a jade-like figure, with eyes like dark ink, and despite the ID photo's blurriness, his handsomeness shone through. Why the silence? Ran Hua asked softly. I'm pondering a rather perplexing question. Ling Han admitted. She genuinely wished to inquire. Sensing her curiosity, Ran Hua continued. What is it you wish to ask, Han Han? Feel free to ask. I shall answer candidly. Ling Han, not one to hold back, boldly posed her question. With such looks, why don't you show your face? She added. What I mean is, since you chose the path of streaming, revealing your face would surely attract more admirers. Ran Hua's heart fluttered at her words. She spoke of garnering admiration rather than monetary gain, even though he had chosen this path primarily for financial reasons. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps what I say sounds hypocritical, but I don't desire to be liked by many. I don't want too many eyes on my face. I feel it seems a bit unsafe. You're not just an ordinary male student without a story, are you? Would you care to share your story with me, Han Han? Ran Hua felt an unexpected urge to recount his past, a narrative he had never shared with anyone. Go ahead, I'm all ears, Ling Han encouraged. Settling in to listen to the soothing cadence of his voice, he spoke calmly, recounting the tale of his beautiful mother, who had abandoned him at birth. He mentioned that people often said he resembled her, leading him to believe she must have been quite stunning. He spoke of a father who was present yet absent, revealing that his father loved his mother so deeply that he wished to avoid him. From the moment of his birth, he had been raised by his grandfather, while his father had formed a new family when he was still very young, a family that did not include him. His grandfather passed away when he turned 18, and his father claimed the house belonged to him, which led him to relocate to Hangzhou. That was the entirety of his narrative, a succinct summary of over 2 decades of existence. Yet, what he left unsaid was substantial. He omitted the struggles of balancing work and study to barely complete his university education, the burden of student loans taken on before graduation, and the multitude of jobs he had held, with the voiceover booth being the most lucrative. He also refrained from mentioning his longing to earn enough to secure a home for himself. Throughout his recounting, he exhibited no emotional fluctuations. As if he were narrating someone else's tale, his demeanor was tranquil, characterized solely by serenity. Ling Han discerned that he was not seeking pity, but merely sharing the stories that had shaped his life, much like her own. One significant reason for her past lack of friendships was her inability to connect deeply with others. During her childhood, when classmates would lament about their parents, she found herself at a loss for words. As she matured, she encountered colleagues with whom she could converse freely, yet whenever her past surfaced, pity would inevitably cloud their expressions. She understood that she could not fault them. They were all good people. However, she could not forge friendships with those who perpetually viewed her through a lens of sympathy. She was merely recounting her experiences, while those listening perceived her as seeking sympathy. Yet, this was her life, perhaps different from the norm, but not so dissimilar either. She had grown up well, joined the same company as them, and was just like them. Was she not? Ling Han's thoughts wandered. I am not sharing this to elicit sympathy, Han Han. In truth, I am quite satisfied with my life. Ranhua shyly smiled. Perhaps I am a bit too reserved. The income from the voiceover booth is modest, yet sufficient for my needs. And I can even save a little on the side. Reserved? You managed to call me so quickly. Ling Han teased. Ranhua's face flushed a deep crimson, and his words stumbled. You are different. Ling Han was different. She appreciated his voice purely, offering him the most generous tips he had ever received without any expectations. She did not send him private messages, did not request to meet, nor did she wish to engage in any chaotic entanglements. She regarded herself as a person, admiring and flirting, and he could clearly distinguish that. Yet, he could not articulate it. Her lack of ulterior motives made it even more difficult for him to express his feelings. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Ling Han decided to show him mercy. Ranhua glanced at the time and exclaimed, Oh dear, I've talked for too long. I've kept you from sleeping. He felt even more embarrassed. Ling Han, though not tired at all, followed his lead to avoid making him uncomfortable that night. Then you should lull me to sleep. But how do you do that? What's the process? Ling Han curiously inquired. How do you usually fall asleep, Han Han? Ranhua's voice betrayed a hint of unease. Ling Han, incredulous, replied, You've never lulled anyone to sleep before, have you? Ranhua relaxed. You caught me. He sheepishly rubbed his nose. But I can learn. I can do whatever you like, really. Ling Han smiled, thinking that simply listening to Ranhua speak was a pleasure in itself. Then feel free to improvise. Talking, singing, telling stories, all should suffice. Ling Han had no experience either, but she thought that mothers usually sang lullabies or told stories to help children sleep. Surely, adults did the same? She pondered uncertainly. Then let me sing you a song, a tune I must hear before sleeping. It ensures a sweet slumber. All right, please sing. Though she said this, Ling Han doubted she could actually be lulled to sleep. It almost felt as if she were the one lulling him. With a slight smile, she closed her eyes in cooperation. The dark sky loomed overhead, while bright stars twinkled. Insects fly, whom do you long for? He softly hummed a nursery rhyme, repeating it over and over. Time passed, and soon, a gentle and rhythmic breath emanated from the other end. Ranhua felt as if his heart was beating in sync with her breathing. In the stillness of the night, all he could hear was Ling Han's breath, as if the world had been paused. His voice gradually softened, eventually fading away. Ling Han had fallen asleep, while he found himself unable to rest. Reluctant to end the call, greedily listening to the sound of her breathing. Morning sunlight graced Ling Han's face, causing her eyelids to flutter. She mumbled softly. Realizing she had forgotten to draw the curtains the previous night, Ling Han yawned, groggily reaching for her phone, which felt slightly warm. Half asleep, she opened her phone to find the screen still displaying the call interface with Ranhua. She was taken aback. She had unknowingly fallen asleep while listening to the lullaby. And Ranhua had not hung up all night. Sensing her movement, but unsure, he called out softly, Ling Han, when did I fall asleep last night? I have no idea. Ling Han cleared her throat and asked Ranhua. I can't recall either. It seems like I sang only a few times before you fell asleep. Ranhua responded in his gentle tone. Why didn't you hang up when I fell asleep? Did I disturb your rest? Ling Han chided playfully. You were sleeping so soundly. I feared that hanging up would wake you. Ranhua explained. How could it disturb my sleep? I slept quite well last night. He lied with that statement. He had hardly slept at all, dozing off only in the early hours of the morning. All right, I need to get up now. Ling Han announced, ready to venture out, tired of the hotel food. Okay. Ranhua's voice inadvertently carried a hint of melancholy. He was reluctant to end the call. Ling Han greeted him before decisively hanging up, planning to explore and furnish her new home. Early in the morning, Lily had sent her videos of her new place. The renovation company was quick, and by the early hours of today, the house was nearly emptied, awaiting its new arrangement. Ling Han replied briefly, transferring 100,000 yuan as a service fee, but Lily refused the payment, and Ling Han did not insist, thinking she could settle it later. Today, she wore a dress from Mio's collection. Since arriving in Qingcheng, she had mostly donned dresses, perhaps due to the seaside city's breezy climate. which often sent her skirt fluttering in the wind, a sight she adored. In the past, she favored pants. Perhaps it was more accurate to say she had grown accustomed to them. They were inexpensive, easy to manage, and versatile enough to pair with anything. She had always believed she preferred pants. It wasn't until she arrived here, when the system accompanied her to purchase her first dress, that she realized the truth. Clad in a dress that cost a few hundred yuan, she stepped out of the taxi, and as the autumn breeze swept her back to the hotel, her skirt billowed, and her heart soared in tandem. She discovered just how much she loved wearing dresses. Your destination has been reached. Please exit on the left side and watch for approaching vehicles. The driver's voice interrupted her reverie, and she thanked him softly before stepping out of the car. Hello, welcome. Are you looking for cleaning services or a nanny? Upon entering the housekeeping company, a staff member greeted her immediately. She was momentarily taken aback by the question. Indeed, whether it be for cleaning services or a nanny. It seemed she ought to seek assistance, even though her initial intention had been to find an organizer. Last night, while perusing videos, she had come across professional organizers, and her immediate thought was that she would certainly need one before moving in, as she had an abundance of items to purchase, striving for a seamless transition. However, this inquiry reminded her that while she undoubtedly required organizational help, she would also need cleaning and nanny services in the future. After years of relying on takeout, she had grown weary of it. Moreover, she had no intention of lifting a finger to handle household chores. Ling Han composed herself. I need a team of organizers, along with several cleaners and nannies. She was uncertain about the exact number of cleaners and nannies her new home would require. All she knew was that she absolutely would not lift a finger. The staff member from the housekeeping service was equally astonished by her words. What did she mean by not knowing? Surely, this customer was not merely seeking amusement? Judging by her attire and appearance, that seemed unlikely. Though her mind was filled with such musings, her demeanor remained warm and accommodating. If you could come this way, I will provide you with a basic requirements and pricing sheet for your review. We offer a variety of teams to choose from, ensuring your satisfaction. Ling Han glanced at the form before her. How large was her new home? Did it have a nanny's room? How often would it require cleaning? She was at a loss. Are you available to take a call now? Lily responded promptly. Yes, Miss Ling. Shall I call you now? Ling Han set down the form in her hand and turned to the staff member beside her, inquiring, I am not very familiar with the specifics of this house. Could I make a call to have someone clarify things for you, and then you can recommend services based on that? Of course, I can communicate directly with her over the phone, the staff member replied, though her inner thoughts were rife with skepticism. Could this person truly be oblivious to the particulars of her own residence? Ling Han answered the call and activated speakerphone. I am currently at a housekeeping company and require details about this house. Could you explain it to the staff? Certainly. Please pass the phone to her, and I will clarify everything, came the reply. Ling Han nudged the phone toward the staff member, who leaned in closer. Hello. I would like to introduce you to Miss Ling's residence. It is a new house, approximately 450 square meters. Is there anything else you need to know? After outlining the basic information about the house in one breath, Lily turned to the staff member for any further inquiries. None. I have gathered all the information I need. I will now provide suitable recommendations for Miss Ling. She handed the phone back to Ling Han, who exchanged a few words before ending the call and turning back to the staff member. I am now acquainted with the basic details of your house. I will need to confirm a few things with you directly, after which I will provide my recommendations. Once you approve, we can proceed to review the information and conduct interviews. Does that sound agreeable? Chapter 34, Arrangements. I have a general understanding of your needs. Shall I offer you some recommendations? I would love to hear your thoughts. Go ahead, I'm listening. Ling Han glanced at the name tag of the young woman, Fong, who had spent half an hour inquiring about her various requirements. She was curious to see what recommendations she would provide. Excellent, Miss Ling, Fong said confidently as she began her presentation. Given the size of your home, a single cleaner will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. For regular cleaning, I recommend hiring 2 to 3 cleaners to visit 3 times a week, with a comprehensive deep cleaning every quarter or month, depending on your personal needs. Regarding the nanny, you mentioned you prefer not to have a live-in option. I recommend hiring someone who can prepare your 3 daily meals, including grocery shopping and food organization. This nanny will solely be responsible for your meals, and since you're alone, 1 nanny should suffice. Naturally, considering your dietary preferences, we will prioritize selecting a nanny skilled in northern cuisine. When you move into your new home, you may wish to utilize our premier organizing team, which I can book for you in advance. For regular organizing and tidying, we have specialized organizers and teams available to come according to your weekly, monthly, or quarterly needs. Fong delivered her tailored housekeeping service plan in one breath, took a sip from her water cup, and continued. Of course, considering the requirements you just mentioned, all the staff I recommended are from our high-end service line. Please share your thoughts, and I can adjust based on your feedback. Her words were subtly suggestive. Yet Ling Han discerned the underlying implication. If the price was too high, she could opt for more standard options. Ling Han felt no inclination to negotiate. She wanted to applaud Fong Fong to craft such a comprehensive service plan in such a short time, all while they were conversing. And to articulate it so clearly, what a talent. Ling Han was quite satisfied with the proposal, as it truly suited her needs. However, she inquired, "Do you have any housekeepers available? I need someone to oversee these arrangements and manage the household affairs." Fong Fong hesitated slightly. "We do have housekeepers, but typically they are live-in, as it allows them to better understand the residents' needs and address issues promptly. However, she trailed off. Ling Han dismissed the concern. "My bottom line is that I do not want anyone living in. I am not accustomed to having others in my home. I want a housekeeper to whom I can delegate authority. If any issues arise, I will consult her, and she will be fully accountable." Now Fong Fong comprehended completely. She was clearly not short on finances and desired to avoid the hassle. "Understood. I can provide you with a selection of housekeepers to choose from. Per your requirements, the housekeeper will only be responsible for coordination, management, and resolving household matters, not for performing the actual chores." Ling Han was pleased. "Shall we proceed to the next step?" Fong Fong promptly stood up. "Please hold on for a moment. I will retrieve the lists and details of potential candidates for you to select from." Seeing Ling Han nod, she hurriedly exited the VIP room, her thoughts clear and focused. This was a significant deal. If she could secure it, not only would her performance for this year be assured, but as long as Ling Han did not relocate to another city, her success would remain stable. Ling Han, meanwhile, remained in the VIP room, idly scrolling through Douyin. It would be several days before her house was ready for occupancy, yet she couldn't help but yearn to fill it with furnishings. She meticulously studied home decor bloggers, eagerly absorbing every item showcased in their videos. 10 minutes later, Fong Fong returned, briskly entering the VIP room with a tablet in hand. Ling Han, still engrossed in her browsing, lifted her head upon hearing the sound of the chair moving. "I have gathered a selection of the top candidates within your specified criteria for you to conduct an initial screening." Fong Fong handed the tablet to Ling Han, who received it and examined it closely. "This first category is for cleaners. I have listed 8 individuals for your consideration. Please review their basic information, as you will want to select someone with whom you feel a connection." Fong Fong softly explained. Ling Han chose 4 candidates who seemed appealing, all appearing to be clean and capable women in their 30s or 40s. "Great, I will save these selections for you." Fong Fong lightly tapped on the profiles of the 4 individuals to save them. "Next, regarding the nannies responsible for your daily meals, I have shortlisted 5 candidates. All of them have received professional certifications in both Chinese and Western cuisine, and they are proficient in a variety of culinary styles, having also passed nutritionist examinations and qualifications." Ling Han selected 2 options, and, with a gentle tap of her fingers, continued, "I recommend utilizing our premier organization for your storage needs, as they can establish a solid foundation for your home from the outset. Additionally, I have identified 2 distinguished storage teams for your consideration." Ling Han meticulously reviewed the options, but chose not to heed her recommendations. "Let's go with this one," she declared, pointing to one of the elite teams. "We can employ them for the storage setup when moving in." Fong Fong maintained her composure, nodding in agreement. "As for the butlers, I have gathered the profiles of all our current butlers for your review." She paused momentarily before adding, "Due to the scarcity of exceptional butler resources, only 3 of our top-tier butlers remain, while the other 5 possess strong capabilities and belong to the second tier." Ling Han selected 2 from the best 3 to proceed to the next stage. "Very well, Miss Ling, the preliminary review of the profiles is nearly complete. The next step is for you to verify their credentials, after which we shall commence the interviews." Ling Han scrutinized the certificates of these individuals intently, as they would be frequent visitors to her home, and she sought absolute assurance. Fong Fong, displaying keen perception, accompanied Ling Han in the thorough verification while explaining, "Rest assured, Miss Ling, our company is a nationwide chain with partnerships with overseas butler academies. You can fully trust us in terms of professional ethics, as we have a comprehensive set of regulations to ensure your safety and privacy." Ling Han, however, let these words pass through her ears without registering, for her trust was reserved solely for the system. Internally, she called out to the system, "Feo Bao, Feo Bao. I am here, host." The system's voice was always imbued with vigor, which steadied Ling Han's heart. In novels, systems can discern others' affections and loyalties. "Can you do that?" "I'm afraid not, host. I lack that functionality." The system's tone shifted from enthusiastic to despondent, solely dependent on Ling Han's inquiries. "However, I can monitor everything in your home from all angles at any time." The system was eager to prove its worth. Ling Han felt no disappointment. The system had already provided her with much, and whatever it offered was a bonus, while its absence was not a loss. Although she could not rely on the system to distinguish between good and bad individuals, having a system-level home surveillance was still quite beneficial, she mused, feeling pleased. All right, let's proceed with the interviews. Ling Han decided not to dwell on her thoughts any longer, recognizing that reviewing profiles was distinctly different from meeting individuals in person. Very well, I shall arrange that for you. Please hold on, Fong Fong said, darting out of the room. Observing the 4 cleaners standing in a row, all clad in identical uniforms and exuding a similar spirit, Ling Han felt assured of their cleanliness and efficiency. Without hesitation, she preferred to hire an even number rather than an odd one. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded, I'll take them all. Having an extra pair of hands should ensure a more thorough cleaning. Regardless, the financial difference between hiring 3 or 4 individuals is negligible for me. Even if each earned over $20,000 a month, it was still threefold her previous salary. When it came to selecting a butler, she hesitated between a middle-aged woman in her 40s and a younger woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Ultimately, she opted for the younger woman, believing that youth might facilitate easier communication. Thus, her decisions were swiftly made. She selected all female candidates, which was also why she chose the gold-tier storage team over the elite one, as the latter comprised solely of women. Ling Han instinctively felt more at ease with an all-female household. Shall I add you on WeChat? I can directly coordinate all future schedules and arrangements for you. If you have any dissatisfaction during the service, please feel free to let me know, and I will ensure it is addressed promptly, Fong Fong stated earnestly. Eager to meet the needs of this esteemed client, Ling Han retrieved her phone to let Fong Fong scan the QR code. All right, I've added you. Please confirm the request, and I will forward your WeChat to the butler, who will add you shortly. Fong Fong elaborated on the subsequent work arrangements. Based on your personal circumstances, we have scheduled for the butler to arrive a day before the inspection of your new home to liaise with your interior design team. She will come with the storage and cleaning teams to conduct an initial tidying of your home. You may send your new address to either me or the butler. They will provide service directly at your residence. Observing Ling Han's demeanor, Fong Fong noted her discontent and cautiously added, if it is convenient for you, we can schedule a time for them to wait for your arrival before entering. Ling Han furrowed her brow in annoyance, irritated by the need for coordination and liaison, which reminded her of her previous days of relentless toil. Perhaps she ought to hire an assistant, but the thought was quickly dismissed. She had spent too long alone and was unaccustomed to having strangers constantly around her. Miss Ling? Fong Fong called tentatively, prompting Ling Han to return to her senses. Where do I swipe the card? A glimmer of joy flickered in Fong Fong's heart, though her expression remained composed. I will retrieve the contract now. Once you review and confirm that everything is in order, we can proceed with the settlement. Yes, upon reflection, I would prefer to have the butler wait for my notification. Additionally, I will send you the contact information for the real estate agent I spoke with earlier. You and the butler may liaise directly. Until she moved into her new home, Ling Han wished to be a hands-off proprietor. With the sound of the POS machine signaling completion, Ling Han elegantly inscribed her name. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me directly on WeChat. I will address your needs promptly. Wishing you a pleasant day, and I look forward to our next encounter, Fong Fong said respectfully as she saw Ling Han off at the door. Ling Han nodded and stepped outside. Upon exiting the home services company, Ling Han wandered aimlessly down the street, caught in a delightful conundrum. The house was vast, and the items she needed to purchase were numerous. This wasn't a problem, as it merely heightened her shopping enthusiasm. Yet, to ensure her comfort in this new abode, the multitude of people and matters she would have to contend with became a bit overwhelming. She contemplated the need for an assistant. While the butler could manage most household affairs, her future would undoubtedly involve more than just a residence. As she pondered, she entered a shopping mall, relishing the convenience of being in the city center, where a large mall was just a few steps away. Checking the time, she realized it was just past 10 in the morning, having spent over 2 hours at the home services company. Ling Han touched her flat stomach, reminding herself that food was of utmost importance, and thus she entered a 24-hour hot pot restaurant. As it was not yet lunchtime, the restaurant was relatively quiet. Ling Han chose an empty table and sat down. A server promptly approached, slightly crouching beside her table to inquire if she was dining alone and if she would like a plush toy placed opposite her. Ling Han appreciated the thoughtful gesture but declined, asserting that dining alone was the most enjoyable experience. Starved, she devoured her ordered dishes with fervor, and before long, most of the food was consumed. Leaning back in her chair, she patted her still flat stomach, contemplating her next destination. After a moment's reflection, she pulled out her phone and dialed Li Li's number. Miss Ling, hello? How may I assist you? Ling Han chuckled softly at the formality of the phrase, how may I assist you? There is no need for such formality. I simply wish to inquire whether starting to purchase household items today and having them delivered directly to the new apartment would hinder the progress. Lily was momentarily taken aback by her question as she stood in Ling Han's new residence. This morning, the installation of doors, windows, and lighting fixtures had just been completed, and the workers were busy removing the replaced items, creating a lively atmosphere within the house. Lily's mind raced, and she swiftly proposed a solution to Ling Han. If the items were to be delivered to the new apartment, there might be a delay until at least tomorrow afternoon. What items do you wish to purchase? You may send them over, and I can coordinate with the property management to clear some space for your belongings. Upon hearing this, Ling Han's shopping enthusiasm waned considerably. Items could be purchased at any time, but she wished to avoid any inconvenience. Very well. I shall wait until the place is tidied up. Ling Han, who abhorred trouble, was about to end the call when Lily interrupted her. By the way, Miss Ling, I almost forgot to remind you about the 2 exclusive parking spaces that come with this apartment. You mentioned you weren't in a hurry to see them, but I have reserved them for you today. Would you like to check them during your property inspection? At her reminder, Ling Han recalled that she had not been interested in viewing the parking spaces at the time because she did not own a vehicle. Even now, she still did not possess one. However, she could always consider purchasing a car. After all, she had the time to spare. Chapter 35, Car Shopping. After exiting the shopping mall, Ling Han casually hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the nearest 4S dealership. The driver acknowledged her request without further conversation. The vehicle set off smoothly, speeding along its route. The 4S dealership was not too far from the mall, and within approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a steady halt. After paying the fare, Ling Han opened the door and alighted. She first surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of surprise. It turned out to be a sizable 4S complex. The neighboring stores were all 4S dealerships, showcasing a dizzying array of different automobile brands that left one overwhelmed. Ling Han chose the nearest store at random and stepped inside. Despite it being midday, the dealership was bustling with activity, filled with customers being guided by sales personnel as they carefully examined and inquired about the vehicles on display. Dressed in a fresh and elegant sky blue dress that complemented her radiant complexion, Ling Han resembled a bright-eyed university student. She stood quietly at the entrance, curiously glancing around. However, perhaps due to her somewhat youthful appearance, not a single sales representative approached her, despite her lingering at the entrance for several minutes. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Ling Han's spirits. After a brief pause, she made her way toward the showroom. As she drew nearer, she realized it was a BMW showroom, which somewhat diminished her enthusiasm. When it came to luxury vehicles, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi were the first brands that sprang to her mind, a stereotype deeply ingrained in the hearts of ordinary citizens. Her impression of BMW was ostentatious, while Audi struck her as somewhat outdated. These were merely her personal biases. She was aware that these vehicles differed from her preconceived notions, but so what? She had never been able to afford them before and had never seriously contemplated purchasing a car. It was simply her unadulterated preference. Her favorite was Mercedes-Benz, which, she admitted, sounded rather cliché. Her limited exposure to luxury homes and cars stemmed from the internet, where she often encountered lavish vehicles and estates in short videos. Whenever such content appeared, she would swipe away without a moment's hesitation. However, there was one instance when she returned home late after a long day at work, feeling utterly drained. As was her routine, she scrolled through short videos before bed and was captivated by a sleek car that burst into her view, accompanied by an exhilarating beat. In the video, a young woman gently pressed the car key, then settled into the driver's seat. With a broad screen and purple ambient lights, the girl placed her hand on the steering wheel adorned with a prominent logo, smoothly turning it as the scenery outside the window shifted effortlessly. In that moment, Ling Han's heart was captured by the vehicle. It was the first time she had ventured into the comments section, hoping to discover the brand and price of the car. Harboring a flicker of anticipation, the top comment read, Mercedes-Benz, 270,000, quite affordable. Upon seeing the figure of 270,000, she immediately turned off her phone screen. Some things are best left unimagined. That wretched feeling of yearning for something one knows they can never attain is simply unbearable. Nevertheless, she eventually succumbed to temptation and saved the video to her favorites, revisiting it time and again. Immersed in her thoughts, Ling Han unconsciously fiddled with her phone, causing the screen to light up and dim repeatedly. At that moment, a young male sales representative noticed her and approached briskly, wearing a professional smile. Good afternoon, miss. Welcome to our 4S dealership. May I ask which model you are interested in viewing? Ling Han snapped back to reality. Although she had lost interest upon realizing it was a BMW, she nonetheless pointed to an unremarkable vehicle at the side of the showroom. Let us take a look at this one. The sales representative began to enthusiastically describe the vehicle, detailing its performance and features with great eloquence. Ling Han nodded along, but in truth, she understood little and had no desire to continue listening. She interrupted the sales pitch, directly inquiring, how much is this car? Unperturbed by the interruption, the sales representative maintained his smile and replied, "The base price of this vehicle is 350,000. Ling Han was taken aback. She genuinely found the car rather ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. Is this really worth 350,000? However, she kept her thoughts to herself. While she had the financial means, there was no need to engage in a dispute over a vehicle she did not even like. As she pondered her preferences, Ling Han felt a gentle stir in her heart. Why was she wasting time here? She could now go and purchase the car she truly adored. With this thought, a sweet smile blossomed on her face, and she no longer hesitated. Turning to the sales representative, she asked, "Do you have a Mercedes-Benz dealership here? Where is it located?" The representative was momentarily taken aback. Asking about Mercedes-Benz in a BMW showroom was quite unusual. The young woman appeared so lovely. Surely, she couldn't be causing trouble. The sales representative's smile faded, and his tone became somewhat curt as he replied, "This is a BMW showroom. I'm not aware of the brand you mentioned." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Ling Han was unfazed by his attitude. She was indifferent to his thoughts. Her mind was solely occupied with the Mercedes-Benz C that had captivated her heart. She turned and walked outside, her steps imbued with a sense of excitement. Right next door was Mercedes-Benz. As she stepped out, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the large and striking Trident logo in the distance. Without a moment's pause, she made her way directly to the Mercedes-Benz showroom. The instant she entered, a middle-aged male salesperson, impeccably dressed in a suit and exuding a warm demeanor, approached her with enthusiasm, smiling as he inquired, "Hello. Welcome. Which model would you like to see today?" Without hesitation, Ling Han replied, "The Mercedes-Benz C." Those three words left her lips with unwavering conviction, as if she had long since made up her mind. However, immediately after she uttered those words, the salesman, who had previously greeted her with a beaming smile, subtly altered his demeanor. The radiant smile that once adorned his face gradually faded, replaced by a barely perceptible air of indifference and disdain. Ling Han remained oblivious to this shift, her thoughts solely fixated on the car as she inquired, "Do you have the Mercedes-Benz C-Class? What is the total cost?" With a lighthearted step, she ventured further inside, scanning the surroundings in hopes of locating her dream car. "It depends on the specific model and configuration you choose. The prices can vary significantly based on different configurations," the salesman replied nonchalantly, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Ling Han astutely detected the subtle change in his attitude. A wave of confusion washed over her. When she first entered, he had been exceedingly enthusiastic. How could he have transformed so swiftly into such an aloof figure? Frowning, she directed her gaze towards the salesman. Yet, he appeared entirely oblivious to her scrutiny, lacking even the inclination to feign interest. To him, customers like Ling Han, inquiring about entry-level models, had a minuscule chance of resulting in a sale that would earn him a commission. Typically, half of those who inquire about such vehicles are merely window shopping, with no intention of purchasing at all. Given this reality, why should he exert himself to cater to a potential client who was unlikely to yield tangible returns? "Why don't you take a look around for yourself? I have an important client with a prior appointment to attend to," he curtly remarked, turning away and hastily departing, leaving Ling Han standing alone in her astonishment. Fury bubbled within her, nearly provoking a laugh. She clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Just as she was about to voice her outrage at the rude salesman, a much younger male salesperson swiftly approached her. "Excuse me, miss, I apologize, but my colleague has another client. May I assist you instead?" His demeanor was warm and inviting, his face adorned with a smile, though there lingered a subtle undertone of pleading in his tone. Ling Han let out a cold huff, refraining from venting her frustration, but feeling less enthusiastic than before. "Which model would you like to know about? I can provide you with a detailed introduction," the salesman said, taking a deep breath. He had not heard much prior, but could sense her displeasure from her expression. Mustering his spirits, he prepared to give Ling Han a thorough presentation. "Do you have the Mercedes C-Class? What is the total cost?" Ling Han repeated with an impassive expression. "Yes, indeed. Please follow me." The male salesperson gestured for her to accompany him to the side of the showroom. "The Mercedes C-Class is our entry-level model. Many clients prioritize this choice when purchasing their first Mercedes, and it is quite popular among female drivers." As they walked, he provided details about the car, covering the performance and features as they approached the vehicle. Yet, Ling Han seemed to tune him out, her heart pounding louder with each step closer to the car. Thump, 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 each beat resonating more intensely. Upon finally seeing the car in its entirety, a flush of excitement colored her cheeks. Is this truly how it feels? The object of her dreams lay before her, tantalizingly within reach. Her eyes sparkled as they roamed over the vehicle, mirroring the vision she had held in her mind for so long. She restrained her elation, attentively listening to the salesperson's final remarks. Once he concluded, Ling Han leisurely circled the car, scrutinizing every inch of its exterior. The salesman, displaying keen awareness, opened the car door, saying, "You may step inside to experience the interior details. This model's interior space, display screen, and visibility are particularly appealing to female drivers." Seated in the driver's seat, she gazed up at the expansive view through the windshield, then lowered her gaze to the steering wheel she had seen countless times in videos. Would driving this car make her feel as free-spirited and stylish as the girl in the footage? She gently tapped the sleek black screen and turned to ask, "Can you customize the color? Specifically, the shade of purple when lavender blooms?" The young male salesperson paused momentarily before eagerly nodding. "Of course, miss. Lavender purple is a common custom color for this model. Even if it were uncommon, we would accommodate your request upon placing an order." A faint smile graced Ling Han's lips, and without hesitation, she decisively asked, "Is this car available in that color? I mean the purple one. Let's proceed with payment." The salesman's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never sold a car so swiftly. Although it was an entry-level model, the commission from this sale would sustain him for several months. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly replied, "You've come at a fortuitous time. A client was interested in a purple one, which we just received, but they have decided against the purchase. Currently, this is the only purple model in stock. If you finalize the contract today, you can drive it home." Ling Han reluctantly stepped away from the car, her hand lingering on the door as she asked, "Where do I sign the contract?" "Please follow me." The salesman led her to a seating area beside the showroom, where several clients were signing purchase agreements nearby. Ling Han surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. Having signed numerous contracts recently, this was her first time not seated in the VIP room, but rather in the main hall. It seemed wealth was prevalent, as even cars worth hundreds of thousands did not warrant exclusive rooms. The salesman quickly fetched a purchase contract, handing it to Ling Han as he spoke. "You can call me Wang Shuai. May I know your surname?" "Just Ling," she replied, her demeanor somewhat detached compared to her earlier enthusiasm for the car. Wang Shuai, however, remained undeterred. He regarded her as a golden opportunity, viewing her as a walking bonus and ready to serve her in any way possible. "Would you prefer to pay in full or in installments? I have several plans available for your consideration." He enthusiastically recommended the installment options, but Ling Han remained unfazed, insisting on paying in full with her card. She presented her bank card without hesitation. Wang Shuai felt a twinge of disappointment, as he would have earned a larger commission with a payment plan. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself, realizing any commission was better than none. "The official price of this car is 270,000. Would you like us to handle the purchase tax?" "Please take care of it for me," she replied. "Certainly. Would you like us to handle the insurance as well?" "Just give me the total cost for everything. As long as you can manage all the services, how much will it be?" Ling Han detested complications, preferring to pay a bit more than to deal with inconveniences. Reflecting on this, a hint of a smile flickered across her previously stoic face. She had once dreaded spending money, preferring to endure minor inconveniences herself. Now, she fully embraced the adage, if money could solve the problem, there was no problem at all. Wang Shuai noticed her mood had lightened somewhat, and he relaxed a bit as he calculated the total, declaring, "The total comes to 310,000. Let us proceed with the payment." Ling Han nodded towards the bank card he had placed aside earlier. As he witnessed Ling Han's signature, Wang Shuai internally celebrated the ease with which he had secured the sale. "Please have a seat here while I handle the subsequent paperwork." "That's fine. You go ahead. I'll take a look at some other cars," she replied, contemplating whether to purchase another vehicle, considering she had 2 parking spaces and didn't want to waste one. After all, buying another car might not cost as much as she had initially thought. Wang Shuai did not take Ling Han's words to heart. He hurriedly made his way to the office to assist her, hoping she could drive the car away today. Ling Han stood in the center of the showroom, captivated by the vehicle before her. She had been lost in her dream car, unable to see anything else, until she laid eyes on this particular model. After finishing his tasks, Wang Shuai approached the showroom and immediately spotted her amidst the crowd, standing elegantly in the center, radiating beauty as if she were glowing. "Miss Ling," he called softly, yet his expression lacked the earlier warmth, his lips pressed together as if he had been wronged. Ignoring him, Ling Han inquired, "Is this car available for immediate purchase?" She pointed at the Maybach G650 in the center of the display. Chapter 36, A Farce. Which car are you referring to?" Wang Shuai asked, rubbing his eyes and glancing in the direction she indicated. Doubts crept into his mind. Was he imagining things? Ling Han calmly walked forward and stopped directly in front of the Maybach. Turning slowly, she faced the still dumbfounded Wang Shuai and said, "This one." Compared to the Mercedes-Benz C she had previously purchased, the Maybach before her was a behemoth. Its imposing and majestic frame rested quietly in the spacious, well-lit showroom, resembling a slumbering giant. The pure black paint shimmered under the lights, casting an alluring and mysterious glow that beckoned further inspection. At that moment, Ling Han stood beside the car, her petite figure contrasting sharply with its vastness. From a distance, she appeared as a delicate doll artfully placed next to a giant, drawing all eyes to her. With keen interest, she observed Wang Shuai, whose previously calm demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. As if two enormous words were emblazoned across his face. Shock. How could one not be shocked? This Ling Han, although stunningly beautiful, looked barely out of her teens. Purchasing a Mercedes-Benz C outright was already a remarkable feat for someone her age. But now, was she truly referring to the Maybach, priced at 18 million? Wang Shuai stood frozen, filled with confusion and disbelief, pondering whether she was merely jesting at their expense. With such questions swirling in his mind, Wang Shuai hesitated, slowly making his way toward Ling Han. I'm sorry, Miss Ling, but we currently do not have any available vehicles. This is merely a display model. Despite his inner turmoil, he remained committed to his professional duties, diligently explaining the situation. He appeared somewhat cautious, stealing glances at Ling Han's expression, attempting to glean any insights from her seemingly impassive face. Was she genuinely interested in purchasing the Maybach? Did she even have the means to afford it? Ling Han maintained a tranquil demeanor, surveying the car with calmness, though her eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. Having just wandered through the showroom, perhaps her affinity for Mercedes influenced her perception. Everything seemed appealing to her gaze. Just as she contemplated whether to indulge in yet another purchase, she turned and spotted the Maybach, her attention captivated entirely by it. Despite her ignorance of the car's identity, it was, after all, the famed Maybach known widely on the internet. She fell deeply in love with it at first sight. If the Mercedes-Benz C represented a cherished memory from her youth, then undoubtedly, this Maybach encapsulated the exhilarating thrill of her maturity. In stark contrast to the ambience created by the C-Class, the Maybach exuded one singular word: impressive, undeniably so. Ling Han adhered to a simple principle. A strong woman should drive a formidable vehicle, and a striking one at that was her preferred choice. The parking space was vacant. After all, as for the car's price, Ling Han remained oblivious and indifferent. She only knew, if Ling Han desired it, Ling Han would acquire it. It was as simple as that. Thus, when Wang Shuai explained the absence of immediate availability and the waiting period of 1 to 3 months, she merely nodded in agreement. Wang Shuai was further perplexed. What did her nod signify? Acceptance of the wait? A silent acknowledgement to cease his explanations? He swallowed hard, deciding to remind her, Miss Ling, our official price for this vehicle is 18 million. Despite his voice trembling as he spoke, he managed to convey the information, rationalizing it as a gesture of gratitude for her earlier purchase of the C-Class. Ling Han nodded once more, leaving Wang Shuai utterly baffled. What did her repeated nods mean? I'll take it. Swipe the card, she declared lightly, opening the driver's door of the Maybach, her nearly 170 centimeters stature requiring her to tiptoe slightly to step onto the footrest. Wang Shuai stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before realizing the implications. Overjoyed, he hurriedly responded affirmatively to Ling Han and raced toward the manager's office, knowing he needed to fetch someone of higher authority to facilitate this transaction. Settled in the Maybach, Ling Han found the experience vastly different from her previous car. Perched in the driver's seat, her view elevated significantly. She felt as though she were surveying the world from a commanding height. Just as she reveled in this novel perspective, the door swung open abruptly. A figure appeared beside the vehicle. It was the middle-aged salesman who had initially attended to her. His face was ashen, bearing an expression so grim it seemed capable of producing rain. With a fierce glare directed at Ling Han, he coldly commanded, "Get out." The words seemed to be forced from him, laden with blatant hostility and disdain. Ling Han narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them as she turned to respond with equal hostility. "Who are you telling to get out?" Her gaze met the salesman's, unwavering, showing no hint of retreat. The salesman, taken aback, displayed a look of utter disdain, scoffing as he retorted, "I'm talking about you. Can't you comprehend simple language? Do you even know the price of this car? It's not something someone like you can just sit in at will. If you damage it, not even selling you would cover the costs." As he spoke, he stepped closer, reaching out to grab her arm, seemingly intent on forcibly removing her from the driver's seat. However, he clearly underestimated Ling Han's reflexes. She deftly sidestepped his grasp, quickly seizing the door handle and yanking it shut with a resounding bang. The sudden noise startled the salesman, causing him to instinctively step back, almost losing his balance. He dared not attempt to open the car door again. Should she damage it, he would be unable to absolve himself of the blame. The man, like an ant on a hot skillet, paced restlessly around the vehicle. Just moments ago, he had tirelessly escorted that fastidious customer on a lengthy tour, bowing and scraping, speaking sweetly in service, only for the individual to saunter away unscathed, having purchased nothing. The flames of his fury had long since ignited within him, feeling as though he had been thoroughly toyed with. At that very moment, he inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of Ling Han, who was seated leisurely in the most expensive car within the entire showroom. In an instant, he recognized her as the very person who had inquired about the Mercedes C just moments prior. To his astonishment, she was utterly alone, without even a sales associate accompanying her. It was evident that this seemingly impoverished individual could hardly afford a Mercedes C, yet here she was, brazenly attempting to test drive such an extravagant vehicle, reminiscent of the man who had just mocked him, pretending to flaunt wealth while clearly being financially constrained, seeking a false sense of superiority in a place where she did not belong. With this thought, the pent-up rage from his unmet sales targets erupted like a volcano, and he could no longer contain it. He hastened towards the Maybach, his determination solidified to teach this audacious individual a lesson. Who could have anticipated that Ling Han's demeanor would be so resolute and unyielding? This only served to further stoke the fires of his anger, causing his already corpulent face to redden like a ripe apple. Frustrated, he circled around the car while muttering to himself, vowing to expel Ling Han from the premises. He abruptly lifted his stout leg and charged towards the entrance, intending to summon security to assist in removing her. Meanwhile, Ling Han remained seated within the vehicle, her expression as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The joy she had felt upon seeing her beloved cars had vanished without a trace. She pondered silently. Did she truly appear so easily bullied? Why was it that there were always those who sought to assert their dominance over her? At that moment, a crisp knocking sound interrupted her thoughts. It was Wang Shuai, his face alight with excitement as he gently tapped on the car window. Ling Han furrowed her brow, pressed her lips together, and slowly opened the door, gracefully alighting from the vehicle. Miss Ling, greetings. This is our manager. If you are indeed interested in purchasing this Maybach, he is the one to handle the particulars. Our manager has far greater authority than I and can certainly secure you a more favorable discount. Wang Shuai introduced the manager with palpable pride. His tone brimmed with enthusiasm, as if he were doing everything in his power to procure benefits for Ling Han. Reveling in the thought that even if the accolades did not belong to him, he was nonetheless delighted to ensure her rights were maximally protected. He resembled a joyous puppy who had finally fetched a delectable bone for its master, blissfully unaware that the credit might not be his to claim. Good day, Miss Ling. I am the sales manager of this dealership, Lu Jia. You may call me Xiao Jia. The manager, self-identified as Xiao Jia, evidently held a higher rank, wearing a gentle, unforced smile, his tone as soothing as a spring breeze. However, Ling Han maintained her icy demeanor, her expression unyielding as she prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by a loud shout. The male sales associate, panting and flanked by 2 security guards, rushed toward her. Before he could reach Ling Han, he pointed at her and shouted, "That's her. Capture her. Don't let her escape." Ling Han had never felt such anger before. The more wealth she accumulated, the more she understood the profound influence money could wield, far exceeding what one could imagine. She had never forgotten the path she had taken, always restraining herself from using her wealth to disrupt others' lives unless provoked. Yet, here she faced an egregious affront, much like the earlier encounter with Xiao Jia. The last time Ling Han had felt such wrath was on the very first day of her arrival in this world, and she could hardly believe someone dared to challenge her limits so soon again. The male associate had reached her, oblivious to Wang Shuai and the manager's presence beside her. "Who are you trying to capture?" Xiao Jia swiftly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Ling Han. Out of breath, the associate stammered, "Manager? What are you doing here?" His surprise quickly morphed into elation. "Manager, you arrived just in time. Didn't you see her sitting in our car? We must thoroughly investigate and ensure she doesn't escape. If there are any issues with the vehicle, we'll make her pay through the nose." He pushed past the manager, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as he looked at Ling Han, taunting, "See? Our manager is here now. You can't get away. I'll be eager to see how you compensate, you lowly woman." Wang Shuai stood frozen, watching the bizarre spectacle unfold. Ling Han crossed her arms, her expression impassive as she regarded the man, who was taunting her with an air of unwarranted pride, recklessly flirting with disaster. Only Wang Shuai likely noticed the pallor of Xiao Jia's face, which had turned a shade of deep anger. Lu Jia could hardly fathom the associate's audacity. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Our esteemed client, Miss Ling?" The man, breathless from running, seemed momentarily dazed, replying, "Which Miss Ling? What esteemed client?" Lu Jia, furious yet incredulous, turned away from the associate and earnestly apologized to Ling Han. "I am truly sorry, Miss Ling. This is entirely our fault for subjecting you to such a dreadful purchasing experience." Despite his sincere demeanor, Ling Han remained silent, arms crossed. The man's shrill outcry erupted once more. "She bought a car? Miss Ling expresses a desire to purchase. She is currently test driving," Lu Jia stated. While casting frantic glances at the associate, urging him to silence himself. To his astonishment, the man only grew more agitated, shouting, "I told you she can't afford it. Manager, don't be deceived by her bluff. She is utterly incapable of buying." Ling Han, nearly driven to distraction by his piercing shrieks, furrowed her brow in irritation. Turning to unleash her ire in the direction of the cacophony, "Be quiet. You're unbearable. Close that filthy mouth of yours, which reeks as if you've just dined in a restroom. It's nearly suffocating me." Ling Han's fury ignited. Her exquisite eyes sparkled with indignation as she retorted mercilessly, "How curious it is. You, a grown man, think it permissible to unleash your frustrations on a young woman? Is life so harsh that you must resort to bullying others to feel significant? What a pitiful existence you lead, relying on the torment of others to find a semblance of self-worth." As she spoke, Ling Han scrutinized the man from head to toe with an expression of utter disdain and contempt. Under the piercing gaze of that woman, the man found himself inexplicably engulfed by a wave of guilt, instinctively tightening his legs together. At that moment, he felt as though he were stripped bare, paraded in public like some shameful spectacle. The humiliation was so profound that he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. In an instant, his fury erupted like a long-buried bomb, finally ignited and exploding with a thunderous force. The flames of his rage surged through him, incinerating the last vestiges of his remaining reason. His eyes turned a furious crimson, as if they were about to spew fire. Trembling, he extended his finger, pointing at Ling Han in a frenzied manner, his voice dripping with disdain as he shouted, "How dare you insult me? What do you think you are? How much money could you possibly have in your pocket? Look at your arrogance. Do you truly believe you can afford this expensive Maybach?" Following this, a barrage of foul-mouthed insults, directed at Ling Han's ancestors, erupted from his filthy lips, creating a cacophony that reverberated chaotically in the air. Lu Jia could no longer endure it. At that moment, he had abandoned all hope of successfully selling the Maybach. His only wish was that Ms. Ling would not return the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz C-Class, for he had no idea how this farce would end. If the higher-ups found out, he would certainly be in deep trouble. He cursed his misfortune for having hired such an unreliable salesman. His mind was a flurry of expletives, and he harshly reprimanded. "Have you lost your mind? Are you really willing to throw away your job? Close your mouth. And your hands. Put them down. Do you think you can fly away?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jia's hand shot up in anger, striking the back of the man's hand with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as the blow landed solidly, and the man's once plump hand instantly flushed a vivid red. Wang Shui had moved to Ling Han's side, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry, Miss Ling. I truly apologize. It's all my fault for leaving you here alone. Please don't be angry. Don't waste your emotions on someone like him. It's all on me." Ling Han, perceiving herself as a person of clear principles, thought Wang Shui had done nothing wrong. He had always considered her feelings, and it would be unjust to retaliate against a loyal companion simply because of a mad dog's bite. Moreover, she appreciated Wang Shui's sales approach. He did not merely focus on maximizing his own interests, but genuinely cared for the customer, much like a sincere and endearing puppy. How could a genuine puppy not be adored? Though Wang Shui was still plagued by guilt, he was acutely aware of the true culprit. Witnessing the man's incessant tirade, even his normally placid demeanor began to fray. He strode purposefully toward the man, cutting through his tirade with a sharp retort. "If you're sick, go seek medical help instead of waiting here to be fired. Can you roll away like your rotund figure suggests?" The man, taken aback by the young man who had always been so deferential, was astounded that such a newcomer would dare to confront him. Before he could collect his thoughts, Wang Shui turned to Lu Jia. "Manager, there are many things I've kept to myself. I've always believed in avoiding conflict, thinking it better for everyone to get along. But I can no longer remain silent," he declared, glaring at the man. "I never imagined he could be so shameless. But now I must speak up." The male salesman's expression froze as he futilely reached out to interrupt Wang Shui. But the latter's words flowed forth with the rapidity of a machine gun. "Manager, I officially report Zhang Chong for secretly accepting kickbacks. He frequently redirects clients to unregulated second-hand car dealerships. Moreover, he consistently violates store policies by charging customers intermediary fees, treating clients with disdain based on their perceived purchasing power. I have witnessed him dismiss numerous customers." Wang Shui continued, his voice rising with indignation. "I alone have seen him engage in such misconduct several times. Just today, he nearly drove Ms. Ling away the moment she entered. He truly is a fool. I've never seen anyone push away a potential customer. He believes everyone looks down on him, but the truth is he looks down on himself." Wang Shui's impassioned declaration was fueled by his own experiences of having been oppressed by Zhang Chong. This moment served as a retribution for both old and new grievances. "Well, that's just splendid," Lu Jia spat through gritted teeth, his forehead veins throbbing with tension as he absorbed Wang Shui's words. Were it not for the inappropriate timing, he might have praised Wang Shuai's fervor. However, the chaos had reached a boiling point, and he could feel the situation spiraling out of control. It was imperative to address Zhang Chong immediately and reassure Ms. Ling. A plan formed in his mind swiftly. "You're fired," Lu Jia announced to Zhang Chong with an impassive expression. Ling Han raised an eyebrow, surprised. She had expected the manager to feign a reprimand before placating her, but he had genuinely dismissed him, doused in cold water. Zhang Chong's previously heated anger began to dissipate, his face draining of color. "Manager, Wang Shuai is merely jealous of my performance. He is slandering me," he stammered, desperately seeking the manager's sympathy. But Lu Jia cut him off decisively. "You needn't say another word. Regardless of whether what Wang Shuai claims is true or false, your treatment of our customers today is grounds for termination." He glanced at Ling Han before turning back to Zhang Chong. "If I hadn't been present, how much worse would you have treated our customers?" With a cold snort, Lu Jia continued, "According to our employment contract, your conduct has tarnished our brand's image, and the company reserves the right to seek compensation from you. Consider yourself fortunate that you're only being terminated today." But she clearly looks like someone who can't afford a car. "I was merely selecting clients who could match our brand's prestige. These impoverished individuals couldn't afford even the entry-level vehicles. Catering to them not only wastes our time, but also delays legitimate buyers." Zhang Chong's eyes widened as he attempted to justify his untenable position to Lu Jia. Lu Jia was astounded. How had he not realized Zhang Chong was of such low caliber? Just because others couldn't afford a car, did he really think he could? Wasn't he, too, part of the group he disparaged? Cars may be expensive, but he was not. Ultimately, he was merely a car salesman. What right did he have to feel superior? He was just about to speak when Ling Han interrupted him, saying, "Full payment, credit card." Her voice sounded like celestial music in the ears of Lu Jia and Wang Shuai. Wang Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ling Han, exclaiming, "No way. Even after all this, you're still willing to buy?" Shocked by his own outburst, he quickly clamped his hands over his mouth, leaving only his eyes darting around in panic. Lu Jia could only sigh and chuckle wryly. It was one thing for Zhang Chong to behave this way, but Wang Shuai truly lacked decorum. How could one speak to a client like that? Were they genuinely attempting to sell cars? Lu Jia was utterly speechless, but he knew he couldn't afford to be silent just yet. So he quickly interjected, "Miss Ling, would you like me to provide a more detailed introduction to this vehicle?" After all, he chuckled awkwardly, fearing that this lady might purchase it only to return it, which would be a complete embarrassment. "I didn't have the chance to explain it thoroughly earlier, and I worry you may not be fully informed." Lu Jia looked at Ling Han with sincere eyes. Wang Shuai nodded obediently beside him, thinking to himself that Miss Ling must have an incredibly forgiving nature. If it were him, he wouldn't have such composure, and buying a car would be the least of his concerns. He'd be grateful if she didn't return it. At that moment, both he and Lu Jia seemed to share a tacit understanding, their thoughts aligned. Ling Han smiled sweetly. "Aren't you handling this quite well?" She had observed Lu Jia's demeanor clearly. From the outset, he had stood before her, shielding her from Zhang Chong's gaze and actions, firmly reprimanding him, and ultimately dismissing him with decisive clarity, never once attempting to placate the situation. He had been genuinely focused on addressing and resolving the issues at hand. Wang Shuai, too, had been like a loyal guardian dog, steadfastly positioned behind her. Ling Han was confident that even without Lu Jia, as long as Wang Shuai was present, she would be shielded from any harm. The experience was markedly different from what she encountered in luxury boutiques. She was more than willing to reward those who made her feel at ease with their sales performance, especially since she already had a fondness for this vehicle. Lu Jia, astute as he was, quickly grasped the implication behind Ling Han's words. Had the earlier handling not been to her satisfaction, the current atmosphere would undoubtedly be quite different. Both he and Wang Shuai felt a wave of relief wash over them, with Wang Shuai's grin practically impossible to conceal. While the three of them reveled in their cheerful exchange, Zhang Chong was on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing Ling Han inquire about where to swipe her card, color drained from his face, and he muttered in a ghostly tone, "Impossible, impossible. She must be deceiving me, lying just to provoke me." It seemed that, rather than being dismissed, he found it far more intolerable that someone he deemed beneath him could genuinely afford a vehicle he would never be able to purchase in his lifetime. Ling Han cast a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced man who stood frozen in place. She could not fathom why some individuals were so unwilling to acknowledge that others surpassed them, preferring to drive themselves to the brink of despair rather than confront reality. She was unwilling to spare him even a glance. "Where do I sign the contract?" "Let's go." Ling Han turned and headed toward the lounge area. Lu Jia, glancing at the security personnel who were still watching the spectacle unfold, reminded them to keep an eye on Zhang Chong to prevent any disturbances, then hurried to catch up with Ling Han. However, after a few steps, he sensed something was amiss. "Where are you going?" He called out to Ling Han, who was heading in a different direction. Aren't we signing the contract over there? I just did so. Ling Han looked at him, perplexed. Lu Jia chuckled awkwardly, feigning nonchalance as he extended his arm toward the exhibition hall. Perhaps I led you the wrong way. It should be this way. Allow me to guide you. A subtle smile appeared on Ling Han's face, realizing that she might still be able to sign the contract in the VIP lounge today. Lu Jia and Wang Shuai escorted Ling Han to the innermost part of the exhibition hall, where a row of workstations was set up, and several staff members were busily engaged. He greeted them before leading Ling Han into the adjacent elevator. Oh, we have to go upstairs? Ling Han said, smiling at Wang Shuai, who appeared slightly embarrassed. Hee, Miss Ling, we can sign the contract upstairs too. Ling Han raised an eyebrow. The ordinary Mercedes is on the first floor, correct? She mused, nodding slightly as her eyes sparkled with amusement while she looked at Lu Jia. Her tone was remarkably calm and composed, as if she had everything under control. Lu Jia quickly replied, Indeed, Miss Ling. The majority of the Mercedes models on this floor are quite common. The second floor, however, features the more high-end Maybach AMG series, among others. He paused momentarily before continuing. We ensure that every customer receives a superior, high-quality service experience. With that, he flashed a cordial smile. Ling Han appeared contemplative, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, If that's the case, why do you still display the Maybach on the first floor? The one parked in the center of the exhibition hall. As she spoke, she pointed toward the central display. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Jia's face, but he quickly regained his composure and candidly explained, Miss Ling, this is part of our marketing strategy. Consider this. The foot traffic on the first floor is significantly higher than that on the second. By showcasing high-end models here, we not only draw in more attention, increasing the store's popularity and visibility, but we also kindle customers' desire to purchase, motivating them to aspire to own such luxurious vehicles. He laid it all out. The arrangement of the showroom had been meticulously designed to maximize the stimulation of customer purchasing desires. Moreover, indeed, it was the VIPs who qualified for a higher standard of service. Just as the two were conversing, a soft chime sounded, and the elevator finally arrived, its doors gliding open. As the doors fully parted, Ling Han was greeted by a stunning row of luxury cars, lined up neatly, as if awaiting inspection. Her gaze swiftly swept across the vehicles, and true to her expectations, she could not name a single one. However, she was acutely aware that each car here would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag. At that moment, Lu Jia noticed Ling Han's attention fixated on one particular vehicle and eagerly suggested, Shall I first give you a detailed introduction to this EQS? It's quite a popular model around here. Yet, Ling Han merely shook her head gently, responding, No need. I came here specifically for that one. With that, she scanned the surrounding vehicles once more, but none could capture her attention as instantly as the one she had seen downstairs. Since encountering the car below, the others seemed to fade into insignificance, no longer igniting her interest whatsoever. Observing Ling Han's resolute stance, Lu Jia quickly responded, All right, then let me directly discuss the details regarding this vehicle. However, before he could finish, Ling Han swiftly raised her right hand, signaling for him to stop, and decisively interrupted. There's no need for further introduction regarding the vehicle's specifications and features. Just tell me the price, the purchasing process, and when I can take delivery of the car. After all, she was a woman holding a cash flow of hundreds of millions. Witnessing this, Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly approached Ling Han. Speaking earnestly yet respectfully, allow me to take you to our after-sales department, where I can thoroughly explain the series of after-sales services you will enjoy post-purchase. However, Ling Han slightly furrowed her brow, her impatience evident as she responded, Wang Shuai has already given me a general overview of this situation. Clearly, she perceived the repetition of this segment as a sheer waste of her precious time. Yet, Lu Jia was unwilling to relinquish such a golden opportunity so easily. He quickly donned a smile and explained, Ms. Ling, although both are automotive brands, the service of Maybach does indeed differ from that of a standard Mercedes-Benz. He continued, In a moment, I shall provide you with a comprehensive and meticulous elucidation, allowing you to gain a more direct and holistic understanding of our exceptional after-sales and other premium services. Having said this, Lu Jia eagerly turned and led her toward the second floor, while Ling Han followed leisurely behind him. Meanwhile, Wang Shuai, who had previously been quite lively, inexplicably fell silent as they ascended to the second floor, merely accompanying them in quietude. This is the largest Maybach dealership in the central region, with an extensive array of supporting facilities, Lu Jia said, beaming as he introduced the surroundings to Ling Han. She walked at a measured pace, her curious gaze scanning the area. Before her lay a spacious and well-lit reception area, dominated by an enormous billiards table, seemingly embodying the perfect fusion of luxury and leisure. Adjacent to the billiards table was a meticulously arranged set of imposing, oversized guest sofas, designed for patrons to take a brief respite. Within the inner confines of the billiards area, a transparent glass door cleverly encased a petite, yet exquisite mini-gym, through which an orderly display of various fitness equipment was plainly visible. It was evident that this series of high-end amenities was exclusively reserved for the esteemed clientele who purchased Maybach automobiles. Ling Han smiled faintly. Indeed, poverty had curtailed her imagination. She had never envisaged that even purchasing a Mercedes would entail such blatant differential treatment. However, she quickly reflected that a vehicle costing over $200,000 and one worth over $20 million could hardly be accorded the same privileges. A sardonic smile graced her lips as they approached a grand doorway marked with a sign designating it as the Supreme Member Reception Area. "This is our VIP space," Lu Jia said while forcefully pushing open the door. "The entire second floor is dedicated to the exclusive service area for Maybach members. All your after-sales interactions will occur upstairs, eliminating the need to queue below. We will directly bring your vehicle to the second floor, where a dedicated after-sales consultant will assist you." Lu Jia elaborated on the exclusive services afforded to Maybach members. "Shall we step inside, enjoy some tea, and I will calculate the price for you? How does that sound?" "All right, let us go," Ling Han replied, already yearning for the comfort of a large hotel bed, eager to complete the transaction and depart swiftly. "This is our exclusive discussion room for Maybach members. Please, do come in," Lu Jia said, holding the door open for Ling Han. She entered, while Wang Shuai remained stationary. "Perhaps I should wait here for you," Wang Shuai said, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. He seemed to feel that his presence would serve little purpose, as he was not well versed in the nuances of such a premium vehicle, and he didn't wish to complicate matters, as this was Lu Jia's domain. His role was merely to assist Ling Han. Lu Jia nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to close the door, but Ling Han interjected, "You should come in as well. You are my salesperson. If you don't enter, who will I sign with?" At her words, Wang Shuai was taken aback. "Salesperson? Who? Him? Maybach?" He gazed at Lu Jia in disbelief. Though Lu Jia's expression was not particularly favorable, it was not as grim as Wang Shuai had imagined. He nodded at Wang Shuai, urging him to enter promptly. Lu Jia had anticipated this, understanding Ling Han's admiration for Wang Shuai. Although a monumental sum would slip through his fingers, as a manager, he would still receive a substantial bonus. Furthermore, the immediate priority was to ensure Ling Han's satisfaction. As long as she remembered him, the day would not be in vain. He resolved to close the door. "Ms. Ling, would you like something to drink?" Lu Jia inquired as soon as Ling Han settled into her seat. "Just water will suffice," she replied, feeling rather parched after the day's exertions. The hot pot she had consumed earlier was nearly digested. Before long, a knock sounded at the door, and a young woman entered, carrying a tray. "Good day, Ms. Ling. Here is the water you requested." A bottle of natural mineral water was placed before Ling Han, accompanied by some delicately handcrafted snacks. After setting them down, the girl exited the discussion room. Ling Han picked up a snack, noting the prominently displayed Trident logo on the packaging. She set it aside, opened the mineral water, took a sip, and stated, "I wish to purchase the car downstairs." "How much is it?" "Very well, let me calculate the price for you," Lu Jia responded, glancing at the somewhat bewildered Wang Shuai beside him. Wang Shuai is relatively new to high-end business and may not be entirely familiar with it. "I will assist you first, and then he can finalize the contract with you. Does that sound acceptable?" Ling Han nodded. She genuinely wished to pass this business to Wang Shuai, as he seemed well suited for sales, and this transaction could offer him a beneficial boost in his career. "But if you busy yourself without any commission or clients, wouldn't that be akin to fetching water with a basket?" Ling Han teased, glancing at Lu Jia. Lu Jia, however, smiled even more brightly than she did. "It is my honor to serve you. As long as I can provide you with the best possible experience, that is worth more than anything else. I hope my service can alleviate some of the displeasure you experienced today." Ling Han remained non-committal to this response, waving her hand dismissively. "If I were still angry about that matter, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing the purchase of a car. Besides, I already mentioned that your handling of the situation was commendable. I am quite satisfied, assuming he has indeed been dismissed." Her words were pointed, serving as both a reminder and a veiled warning. Purchasing a car is not merely a one-off transaction. The complexities of maintenance and repairs abound, and they would inevitably cross paths again. She hoped never to encounter Zhang Chong again. Lu Jia understood her implication. His smile faded, and his tone became serious. "Rest assured, regardless of whether you purchase a vehicle today, employees like Zhang Chong will certainly be dismissed. I sincerely apologize again for our inadequate management of staff." Ling Han waved her hand dismissively. "I trust that Manager Lu can handle the situation appropriately. Let us not dwell on that. Let us proceed with the discussion. And once we're finished, you can bring me the contract." Lu Jia ceased his unnecessary chatter, pulling out paper and pen. As he wrote, he explained to Ling Han, "The official guide price for this vehicle is 18.88 million. Will you require assistance with the purchase tax?" Ling Han interjected directly, "Just like that Mercedes C. I want you to calculate everything, and you handle all the details. What is the total amount?" "All right, let us see." After calculating, including purchase tax, full insurance, and registration, the total comes to 19.68 million. "All right, I understand. Let us proceed with the card payment," Ling Han said, her demeanor nonchalant. "Okay, I'll fetch the card machine and the contract for you to review. If everything is in order, you can simply sign," Lu Jia said before swiftly exiting to prepare the necessary documents, leaving a stunned Wang Shuai behind. Wang Shuai found the world around him surreal. Everything that had transpired today felt like a dream, and he dared not move, fearing that any motion might awaken him from this enchanting reverie. Ling Han paid him little mind, pulling out her phone to find a series of messages on WeChat, which she began to read one by one, pondering how to respond. Before she could formulate her replies, Lu Jia re-entered, placing the contract down. Ling Han set aside her phone, glanced at the contract, and then handed over her bank card. Signing her name without hesitation, Lu Jia took the contract, a beaming smile gracing her face as she spoke, "To express our sincerest apologies. We have gifted you a car cover, a glass film, and a carpet, merely a token of our goodwill." Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement, her thoughts drifting to the exceptional talent of this sales manager. The term talent made her chuckle. It seemed that every agent she encountered recently could be deemed a gem, whether in real estate, automotive, or domestic services. All had provided her with remarkably high-quality service. Observing her amusement, Lu Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. The situation, though surreal, had reached a favorable conclusion. He glanced at Wang Shuai, only to find him lost in a daydream, standing rigid as a statue. Lu Jia felt exasperated. What on earth was he doing in a daze? He hurried over to give him a nudge, saying, "Ms. Ling has signed a contract. Please keep her company while I return this." Wang Shuai snapped back to reality, cautiously approaching Ling Han and stammering, "Thank you, Miss Ling, for choosing our 4S store. Thank you for your recognition. I apologize for my inadequate service today, which may have detracted from your car buying experience." "Thank you." Ling Han refrained from offering him consolation. While she appreciated his demeanor, his professionalism paled in comparison to Lu Jia's. She gently replied, "I have purchased the car, and your service is noted. But the subsequent assistance will indeed come from Manager Lu. Be mindful of that and learn from him. In terms of attitude, you excel, however, in professionalism. There remains much for you to grasp." Wang Shuai felt a deep sense of shame, his fair face flushing crimson. "I understand. I will diligently hone my skills. And when we meet again, you shall witness my progress." He had resolved to share his bonus with Manager Lu, splitting it evenly, and he was determined to study hard and become more proficient. Like a gust of wind, Lu Jia swiftly returned, carrying 2 exquisite little bags along with a folder of documents. Leaning slightly, he respectfully addressed Ling Han, "Here is your order, and this is our gift for you, containing our handmade cookies." Ling Han stood to accept these items, and Lu Jia guided her towards the exit, speaking as they walked. "Your vehicle should arrive in approximately 15 days. Once it does, we will hold a grand ceremony for the handover right here." As Ling Han took a few steps, she suddenly recalled her Mercedes C. Wasn't she supposed to drive it away today? However, before she could voice her question, she spotted a car quietly parked by the door. The purple car cover, she had seen it countless times, was now right before her eyes. Chapter 39, The Four. To her astonishment, experiencing the thrill of driving her own car was an entirely different sensation. Sitting behind the wheel of the vehicle she had once only dared to dream of possessing, Ling Han gripped the steering wheel tightly, the exhilarating feeling of control washing over her as if she were embracing the world anew. She felt fortunate that the original owner already possessed a driver's license, sparing her the need to undergo the testing process again. Although the original owner had hardly driven and had never utilized the license, Ling Han had. During her university years, she had juggled part-time jobs and pursued various certifications. And once she graduated, she could no longer stay in the orphanage. Uncertain of her future and recognizing her ordinary status, devoid of the ability to create something from nothing, she relentlessly sought certifications. Whether they seemed beneficial for her career or not, if she believed she could pass the exam, she would enroll without hesitation. Among these numerous certifications was, of course, her driver's license. In truth, Ling Han was acutely aware that given her capabilities and financial situation, owning a car was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, she firmly believed in the principle that having diverse skills never hinders one's progress. Thus, she maintained her proactive approach, seizing every opportunity to enhance her abilities and competitiveness. However, after 2 years of work, she finally found herself driving. Though she typically worked in an office, accompanying her superiors required her to act as a chauffeur. picking up their children from school, which afforded her ample opportunities to hone her driving skills. Yet, driving someone else's car never felt like owning one. More often than not, Ling Han found driving to be a considerable hassle. With congested roads and the daunting challenge of parking, constantly searching for a suitable spot while remaining vigilant against potential mishaps, she had to exercise utmost caution while driving to avoid scratches or collisions. The reason was simple. Should an unfortunate incident occur, her current financial status would render her incapable of covering any damages. Thus, each time she settled into the driver's seat, she felt her nerves taut, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to unforeseen troubles. One day, while driving the company's financial director on a business errand, Ling Han overheard a remark that stirred disdain within her. The director, in her 50s and nearing retirement, was often preoccupied with the marital statuses of employees, frequently broaching the subjects of marriage and childbirth, leaving no stone unturned. Even Ling Han, an orphan who had lost her parents at a young age, was not exempt from her inquiries. Ling Han had initially felt relieved to be parentless, believing it spared her from the pressures of marriage. However, she was caught off guard to find that this financial director was the source of such pressure. On that day, as she sat in the back seat observing Ling Han drive, the seemingly ordinary woman unexpectedly uttered words Ling Han had never anticipated hearing. A woman must possess 3 things in her lifetime. The statement came without preamble, resonating clearly in the quiet car. Intrigued, Ling Han inquired, "What are those 3 things?" First, a stable job that provides a reliable income for self-sufficiency and economic independence. Second, a social circle. Friends need not be many, but a few trustworthy ones are essential. Third, the ability to drive. The director quickly enumerated her points. Ling Han grasped the first 2 and wholeheartedly agreed, though she felt the first was a stretch for her. However, the third left her puzzled. Why is it imperative to know how to drive? She directly asked. The director smiled and simply explained, when you have mastered the steering wheel, you will feel as though you have taken control of your life. Ling Han did not comprehend, and as the director closed her eyes to rest, she chose not to press further. Yet, that question lingered in her mind, buried deep within her heart. Now, as she sped down the road in her very own vehicle, an indescribable sensation surged within her. In that moment, she grasped the profound meaning behind the director's words and finally understood why it was essential for women to learn how to drive. Because, truly, it is exhilarating. She felt as though the world was vast and boundless, with everything laid out before her. The power to choose her own path ignited a thrill and satisfaction within her. She could venture anywhere her heart desired, and wherever that may be, her car would carry her there without fail. In this moment, for the very first time in her life, she vividly and tangibly grasped the true essence of freedom. At this instant, her life was as completely under her control as the steering wheel she held firmly in her hands. Half an hour later, Ling Han deftly parked her car in the hotel lot. It was the inaugural day of her ownership of this beloved vehicle, and she had no desire to relinquish the parking task to another. She yearned to savor this feeling fully and to etch it into her memory. Twirling the car keys in her hand, she hummed a little tune as she strolled leisurely back to her hotel room. Ah, what bliss! As soon as she stepped into the room, she could hardly wait to toss off her shoes and, like a jubilant fish, swiftly dive into the spacious, warm bathtub. The moment her body was entirely submerged in the hot water, an indescribable wave of comfort surged over her, prompting Ling Han to release a contented sigh. She gently rested her chin on the edge of the tub, her gaze wandering dreamily toward the window. Outside, the world unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, dazzling before her eyes. It was the enchanting twilight hour, with the sun gradually sinking in the west, casting a soft orange glow that caressed the vast, unending sea, igniting the tranquil waters into a shimmering dance of golden reflections, sparkling under the twilight's embrace. Ling Han sat there in serene silence, entranced by the breathtaking beauty before her. Momentarily rendered speechless, her reverie was interrupted by a pang of hunger. After a moment's hesitation, recalling her slightly excessive physical exertion for the day, she ultimately opted for room service. A short while later, a knock at the door signaled the arrival of her meal. Ling Han wrapped herself in a bathrobe and accepted the food from the attendant before settling down at the dining table. With practiced ease, she opened Douyin on her phone. Dining alone in her room felt lackluster without a voiceover to accompany her meal. Despite not having posted a single video, her follower count had already surpassed 30,000, and her private messages overflowed. Ling Han, feeling disinclined to great assignments, scrolled through her feed, where most of the streamers she followed were night owls, as midnight shows always garnered the highest viewership. A certain streamer, who hadn't missed a beat, playfully flirted with her on WeChat, claiming he had just finished work. Ling Han glanced at the clock. It was 3:30 a.m. In this day and age, even borderline streamers were quite the diligent bunch. As she continued to scroll, Her interest waned, and the food on her plate began to lose its appeal. Undeterred, she scrolled a bit further down and stumbled upon a captivating 4-player PK match. It is a well-known fact that where there is a handsome man, a bevy of attractive companions follows, and the same holds true for good-looking male streamers. The 4 screens were neatly divided, and while the one in the upper left was rather handsome, the one in the lower right was also quite appealing. Each had his own charm. Ling Han found the food before her somehow more delectable than before. She clicked to enter the stream, where the name of the host, Su Yu, appeared in the upper left corner. Although the other participants were also striking, Su Yu was exceptionally handsome, his platinum hair framing a gentle face with exquisite features. At that moment, he sported a smug expression, gesturing inward with his hands while exclaiming, "Come on, let us see how many tickets you lot have to challenge me." The other 3, clearly on the same side, chimed in unison, "Come on, come on." The countdown for the 10-minute competition commenced at the top of the live stream, and the health bars for both the red and blue teams began to fluctuate. Su Yu silenced the microphones of the other 3, and the scene shifted dramatically as he began to feign indignation, calling out, "Bro, sis, did you see that? They've been bullying me just like this." A viewer in the public chat initiated the action, and within a minute, Su Yu's health bar soared to over 80,000. He donned sunglasses and, after unmuting the others, pointed at them with a grin, stating, "You 3, kneel down for me." The male streamer in the lower right corner eagerly exclaimed, "Su Gu! Su Gu!" With a finger to his lips, Su Yu shushed him. "Did I ask you to speak, Xia Yuan?" Zhang Yuan fell silent. "You 3, kneel down before you speak," Su Yu declared, stroking his face with a smug air. "Can't one of you just send a sports car over to surpass him?" Zhang Yuan, are you a fool for only scoring 1,000? Ming Lu ruthlessly chastised his teammate. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Yuan half squatted and shouted, "Come on, 321. Let us surpass him with a plane." Su Yu, eyeing the health bar, chuckled, "Don't go head-to-head with me. I'm the one who is injured. You 3 are the ones putting your lives on the line. Remember that." In the lower left corner, Sun Jiu was gratefully acknowledging gifts, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you, everyone." The ticket counts for both sides were perilously close, with less than 1,000 separating them, and Sun Jiu pointed at Su Yu, saying, "Bro, you," before he could finish. Su Yu interrupted, "What do you mean by bro? Who are you calling bro? Have you all managed to catch up?" Ming Lu, Zhang Yuan, and Sun Jiu simultaneously expressed gratitude for the gifts in the live stream, to which Su Yu replied with a laugh, "You're thanking me? Haven't you all managed to catch up yet?" Sun Jiu yelled at his teammates, "Can't you 2 muster some spirit? If you can hop on those planes and sports cars, then do it. What are you waiting for?" Ming Lu feigned desperation, pleading, "Come on, we're almost there. Just one more sports car, please." With a grin, Zhang Yuan pointed at Su Yu, "Come on, you kneel down too." Su Yu obediently knelt, revealing only his handsome face on the screen. "Is that so, Su Yu? Are you trying to act tough now that you're getting some attention?" Zhang Yuan chimed in. "Who do you think you're competing against? Who is injured, and who is putting their life on the line here?" Zhang Yuan retorted, echoing Su Yu's earlier words. "Thanks to my sweet sister. Thank you, sweet sister." Su Yu pulled ahead by another 4,000 points, settling back in his chair to express gratitude to his supporters. All 4 of them wore smiles, their banter sharp yet playful, creating an unexpectedly joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Ling Han had never witnessed such a stream before. As she listened to their back-and-forth exchanges, her meal became increasingly delightful. Moreover, Su Yu's cheeky demeanor was not only endearing but also added to her amusement, making her find the unfolding events ever more engaging. "What do you mean by scoring? What is the penalty?" Su Yu asked confidently, his tone brimming with arrogance. "You can score 1,000,000 points, and I'll just kneel down," Sun Jiu retorted with a grin, grumbling under his breath. "Ha ha ha, bro. If I really score 1,000,000 points, you won't be laughing then?" Su Yu chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiu quickly countered, "No, I meant within 10 seconds right now, 10 seconds. You won't even hold on to your 80,000 points. You won't break 100,000. Ming Lu interjected. Su Yu frowned. "Did I ask you to speak? You're getting worse each time you come back. It's embarrassing to watch." Ming Lu, riled up, squatted and then stood again, anxiously urging for more tickets. "And you, Zhang Yuan, stop counting to 321. You're in for a punishment. Do it until the stream ends." "I've won all day," Zhang Yuan insisted, unwilling to relent. "Not true," Ming Lu lamented. "Zhang Yuan has been beating me all day. Did your abs come from the punishments?" Su Yu launched a fierce attack, her small mouth seemingly laced with venom. "Ha ha." Sun Jiu mercilessly mocked his teammate. Every day was either spent crouching or en route to crouching. Su Yu's strength was boundless. Glancing at the time, he benevolently announced, "Next up is the 1.5 times bonus period. I shall grant this time to you all. Come." The trio with blue health bars simultaneously opened their mouths. Chapter 40. Engaging the fun. Come on, 3, 2, 1, carnival. Zhang Yuanyuan boldly stepped forward, brimming with confidence as he snapped his fingers. But the anticipated miracle did not materialize as he had hoped. Zhang Yuanyuan offered an awkward smile. Suyu crossed her arms over her chest, a slight smirk curling her lips, radiating an air of disdain. She turned to Sun Jiao and shouted, "Sun Jiao, you too. You might as well tidy up and roll out, huh?" Sun Jiao's face was lit with an innocent grin. 10 seconds later, the trio's blue health bars remained as immobile as if welded in place, firmly stuck at just over 80,000. The enthusiasm that had once radiated from Ming Lu gradually faded, replaced by a bittersweet smile. Beside him, Sun Jiao emitted a soft chuckle, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanyuan quickly lowered his head, discreetly concealing the uncontrollable smile on his face. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Suyu burst into laughter. Sun Jiao could hardly bear to watch, shaking his head in resignation. "Brother, to be honest, you..." Sun Jiao hesitated. Ming Lu could only respond with a wry smile. "Brother, I truly did my best. I can't be of any more help. It seems we must rely on you, Jiao. It's all up to you." Suyu wore a mischievous grin, feigning deep concern as she teased Ming Lu. "Oh dear Luer, has the entire evening passed, and not a single one? That can't be right. It shouldn't be this dismal, should it?" With that, she didn't forget to roll her eyes in mockery. From the other side, Zhang Yuanyuan's excited shouts rang out. "Thanks to my Yuebao for sending the big plane. Thank you, my Yuebao." Soon after, Ming Lu's urging voice followed. "Dear family, we are still 500 points away from our target score. Everyone, let us join forces and surge forward." Sun Jiao also encouraged loudly. "Hey, brothers, put in some more effort." Thus, the trio's clamorous voices intermingled in the live stream, rising and falling like a symphony. "Sun Jiao, look at your appearance today. You're no different from those beggars on the street. Is there really a need for me to elaborate?" Suyu transformed into an unrelenting critique machine, delivering sharp assessments to Sun Jiao without mercy. Sun Jiao, with his hair looking disheveled as if ruffled by a chicken, wore a goofy smile on his face. Perhaps due to his slightly hoarse voice tonight, he appeared even more forlorn. "Come on, sit down, everyone sit down. You Suyu, I'm talking to you, squat down, squat down." In an unnoticed corner, Zhang Yuanyuan had finally managed to gather 10,000 votes, brimming with excitement as he made arrangements. "Come on, little brother, look at you showing off with your 2 points. Are you unsure of what to do next? Come on, little brother, show me another one." The haughty expression on Suyu's face seamlessly transferred to Sun Jiao. Ming Lu, unwilling to be outdone, yelled, come on, you come." Just as he finished speaking, Suyu's red health bar shot up like a rocket, rapidly catching up to the other three's blue health bars. Not only that, it surged forward, surpassing them by a staggering 10,000 votes. What did you say?" Suyu beamed with pride. "Thank you, my, I appreciate you, my baby. I'll say it again, do not challenge me head on. I may be injured, but you 3 are risking your lives." Sun Jiao chuckled, retorting, "What is this nonsense you're spouting? Where did you learn that? Are you trying to be cool?" After chastising Suyu, he did not spare his teammates either. "One of you has 12,000 votes, the other 13,000. Can you manage? If not, get out." Suyu couldn't help but laugh. "You 3. If we lose this PK, I already have punishments in mind for you. When you lose, each of you will hold a piece of paper that says, Suyu the Great." I was wrong, right in front of the camera. He chuckled as he spoke, unable to hide his delight. "Just hold that paper up to the camera for 30 seconds. Suyu's laughter made him stammer. The 3 of them wore smiles. Sun Jiao pursed his lips, Ming Lu grinned, and Zhang Yuanyuan lowered his head, secretly chuckling. "Just right, brother Suyu, I was wrong. And hold that paper up with both hands right in front of you. Just stand there." The more detailed he became, the more vivid the image of the 3 losing played in his mind. "Did you hear me?" Suyu demanded, dissatisfied with the lack of support. "When you 3 lose, I want you to do just that. Hold up a piece of paper acknowledging your mistake." He grew increasingly animated. "What's with all this nonsense?" Zhang Yuanyuan muttered under his breath. "What did you say, Zhang Yuanyuan? Say that again. Go, lie down in the back." Suyu showed no leniency. Zhang Yuanyuan laughed and lay on the ground. "All right, I'll lie down. Sun Jiao's team surged ahead by 30,000 points, and he shouted at his 2 underperforming comrades, "You 2, get some points." Ming Lu, looking dejected, replied, "I have no points. I really have none, Jiao." "If you have no points, Ming Lu, you might as well pack up and log off." Zhang Yuanyuan, still lying on the ground, chimed in, 3, 2, 1. "You should also hurry up and pack up, Zhang Yuanyuan." "Sun Jiao, you too. If we lose this PK, I'll have you leave as well." Suyu jabbered on. Ling Han watched the 4 of them with laughter that left her doubled over, quickly grabbing a couple of bites of food before flopping onto her bed, finding it all too hilarious to resist. With 4 minutes remaining in the PK time, Suyu declared, "Mute the microphones for votes, come on." The voices of the other 3 in the live stream were silenced, and it was Suyu's moment to shine. She transformed from her earlier arrogance into a pitiful pout, addressing her fans with a sorrowful tone. "Brothers and sisters, they treated me this way just now, and now I'm merely returning the favor." As soon as her words fell, music began to play. Suyu stood up, dancing adorably to the BGM, her large eyes fluttering, exuding an irresistible charm. The screen was flooded with laughter, interspersed with a few comments of disbelief. She immediately halted her dance, the BGM shifting to a melancholic tune as she sat back down. Feigning a mournful demeanor while pouting, "They treated me just like this. I was merely returning the gesture." She fell silent, biting her lip and fidgeting with her fingers, occasionally sneaking glances at the screen, putting on a serious act that made her look pitiful. The host's expression shifts. "What a green tea little boy. What S with the tea? Why does my beloved stream smell so fragrant of tea? Ha ha ha, such a green tea brother." Reading the comments on the screen, Suyu felt a twinge of guilt at being labeled as green tea and smiled sheepishly, explaining, "No, they really treated me this way just now. Oh dear. Dear elder siblings, you must be exhausted. Let me prepare some skewers to reward you." Suyu rose to his feet as an upbeat dance track began to play. He swayed his waist and hips gently, rhythmically flipping his hands as if mimicking the act of barbecuing, his face adorned with an expression of feigned humility. This was the first time Ling Han encountered such an entertaining streamer. While it was common to see handsome male streamers on Douyin, and some were quite skilled at engaging with their audience, she had never before witnessed someone so charmingly amusing. Regardless of what he did, Suyu only evoked feelings of affection in Ling Han, who was well aware that it was all part of the performance. Yet, it did not stir the slightest bit of disdain within her. Ling Han smiled brightly and sent a carnival effect, thinking, "You've made me so happy. A generous reward is in order." Just as Suyu finished his little barbecue dance and returned to his chair, the carnival effects sent by Ling Han continued to swirl around him. "Wow, thank you, Han. Thank you for the 50 carnivals," Suyu exclaimed with excitement, grateful for Ling Han's generosity. Even though he had never seen her spend in his livestream before, he discreetly clicked on Ling Han's profile picture, revealing a seaside scenery. Momentarily unable to determine whether she was male or female, unsure if he should address her as brother or sister, the PK round just concluded, and Suyu had overwhelmingly triumphed with over 190,000 points, far surpassing the combined total of his opponent's 20,000. "So, what do you 3 have to say for yourselves?" Suyu asked, sitting up straight with his arms crossed on the table, a proud expression on his face. "Brother Yu, we don't have any paper at home. What should we do?" Ming Lu, ever the pragmatist, was the first to chime in, eager to take on the punishment. Despite the absence of paper and pen, "Just write on your clothes." Zhang Yuanyuan eagerly proposed a rather absurd idea, suggesting they all share the burden. "Do I look like I have a pen? Should I bite my finger and write with the blood?" Ming Lu retorted, his frustration evident. The 4 of them burst into laughter, and Suyu suggested, "Do you have any lipstick? Lu, you could write on tissue paper with it." "Yes, I have lipstick." "All right, I'll go get it." Ming Lu got up to find the lipstick and paper. "Goodness, how come there's so much to do when playing with this old Suyu?" Zhang Yuanyuan grumbled as he too went to find paper and pen. Ling Han resonated with the sentiment, amused by Suyu's antics. He was simply too entertaining to resist. "Oh dear, more paper and pens," Sun Jiu grumbled while also searching for supplies. After 2 minutes, the 3 returned with various writing implements, while Ming Lu, having found neither lipstick nor pen, managed to procure a piece of paper and an eyebrow pencil. "I can use this to write, right? This should work, right?" Ming Lu inquired, holding up the eyebrow pencil. Sure, go ahead," Suyu replied, still in good spirits. "What should we write, Lu? What is it?" Sun Jiu spoke in his thick northeastern accent, which always made Ling Han want to laugh. His accent seemed to carry an innate comedic charm. "Right, brother Suyu, I was wrong," Suyu reiterated. Before long, the 3 had completed their writings, and Zhang Yuanyuan was the first to raise his sheet of paper, on which were written 2 bold lines. "Brother Suyu, I'm sorry," accompanied by a little heart. Suyu praised him enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Oh, Yuan, that is beautifully written. Truly impressive." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiu glanced over at Zhang Yuanyuan's work, his face filled with admiration. "Wow, Yuaner, you can really write well, and in English too. That is quite impressive." Zhang Yuanyuan beamed with pride, declaring, "Of course. I'm a university student." "Oh, Yuaner, that is really well done. Here is a private jet for you." Suyu not only excelled at entertaining, but also at expressing his gratitude, promptly sending a private jet to Zhang Yuanyuan's stream. Zhang Yuanyuan's expression changed instantly, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Oh my, Thank you for the jet, brother you. He blew a kiss towards Suyu as he spoke. Come on, let us see who else has written well, Suyu said, resembling a school principal inspecting students' homework. The three of them raised their completed papers. And Zhang Yuanyuan was quick to fire the first shot at Sunjio. Not to be rude, but Sunjio, did you write that with your toes? Sunjio had divided Suyu's name into 4 parts, taking up nearly half the page, resulting in a rather unsightly presentation. Ling Han silently compared their work. Noting that indeed, Zhang Yuanyuan's was the most aesthetically pleasing. She clicked into Zhang Yuanyuan's stream to send a carnival effect, and without waiting for a response, returned to Suyu's stream. Zhang Yuanyuan reacted swiftly, grinning widely as he thanked. Thanks for the carnival, Han. Much appreciated. Luer's is also quite good. Here's a jet for you. Suyu called out after sending 2 jets. And what about Sunjio? After sending the jets, Suyu turned his attention to Sunjio. Sunjio, understanding the need for showmanship, immediately pouted. Brother you, the most handsome guy on Douyin. I'll change my name right now. He quickly began making adjustments. However, Suyu interjected. Oh, Sunjio, how about a sports car instead? That handwriting is just too atrocious. Sunjio, still in the midst of changing his name, cast a mournful glance at Suyu upon hearing this. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Han sent a carnival effect to both Ming Lu and Sunjio. When she returned to Suyu's livestream, Ming Lu was filled with surprise, expressing his gratitude, while Sunjio beamed with delight, his smile reaching his ears. They truly deserved it. Without the collaboration of the three, this PK would not have been nearly as entertaining, nor would it have brought such joy to Ling Han. A hint of pride flickered across Suyu's face. Not only had Han sent him 50 carnivals, but she also helped him cover his medical expenses. This was a win-win situation for him. All right, you three. Step back and stand up. I'll play some BGM. The trio obediently moved back, a bit farther from the camera, holding their papers to their chests and striking poses. As the carefully selected BGM began to play, with the sweet sound of a children's song, Ling Han erupted into laughter, marveling at how even the music was so cleverly orchestrated. Suyu's exquisite face broke into a joyful smile as he flashed a peace sign, while the 3 others in their respective frames held varied poses, all waiting for fans to capture screenshots. Okay, great, splendid, wonderful, he exclaimed as the 30 seconds elapsed. Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 of them, as if on cue, set their papers aside and began to change their expressions. Chapter 41, The Lightboard. What are you pretending for? Look at how you're acting. Sun Jio charged forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Following closely, Ming Lu shouted, Get lost, just go away. Ming Lu, with an exaggerated expression, bellowed, You better scram. The further, the better. Don't let us see your face. Zhang Yuanyuan, ever the echo, nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Just look at him. What is he trying to show off? Suyu seemed to be well aware of his friend's antics. They were all just playing up the show for the stream, and their off-camera relationship was quite amicable. He chose to ignore them, merely chuckling softly to himself without engaging in their banter. The trio only threw out a single retort before their demeanor abruptly shifted. Moments ago, they had been fierce and confrontational, but now, they wore expressions of sycophantic enthusiasm, speaking in unison. Thank you for the jet, brother you. You're so generous. Thank you. Thank you. Suyu paid them little mind. After the PK concluded, he was eager to return and comfort the fans who had consistently supported him. Although each PK event manages to conjure up a myriad of novel and intriguing gameplay to captivate the audience's attention, the incessant frequency of such contests over an extended period inevitably leads to a sense of aesthetic fatigue among fans, regardless of the creativity displayed. Well then, Yugo bids farewell to the 3 with a simple gesture. Sunjo raises his hands in farewell. All right, take care. Yugo, you busy yourself. Zhang Yuanyuan and Ming Lu also join in, echoing their goodbyes to Suyu, with a smile gracing his face. Suyu contentedly clicks the mouse to close the 4-person connection mode. In an instant, the previously divided screen morphs into a singular view, leaving only Suyu's figure, as though he has become the sole protagonist in this virtual realm. The larger screen appears more striking. Ling Han, who had been quietly observing the livestream, is suddenly drawn in by this unexpected transformation. Upon witnessing Suyu's exquisite visage magnified on the screen, Ling Han feels her heart flutter, overwhelmed by a powerful visual impact that washes over her like a tidal wave, delivering an exquisite beauty blow. After a brief adjustment, Suyu begins to express his gratitude anew to the top 10 supporters on the leaderboard, with Ling Han, as the #1 supporter, naturally garnering attention. However, Suyu is taken aback to realize that despite Ling Han's generous contributions, she has yet to follow him. Upon hearing her name spoken by Suyu, Ling Han instinctively blinks, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The other individuals in the top 10 are familiar faces in his livestream, and he knows precisely who is who, addressing each with affectionate suffixes. His gratitude is grand, but when it comes to Ling Han, her single name feels somewhat unfamiliar and polite on his lips. Ling Han contemplates for a moment and gently clicks to follow, joining Su Yu's fan club. This marks her first experience of donning a light board. The moment she completes the action, she joyfully notices a petite yellow heart light board symbol appearing next to her name. Upon closer inspection, she sees the number 1 hanging within the light board, clearly denoting the lowest level of status. Ling Han raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the conspicuous little one. In the next instant, the entire public screen seemingly undergoes a magical transformation as vibrant fireworks effects erupt in a dazzling display. Each brilliant firework bursts forth in the air, illuminating the once tranquil livestream, creating a moment of delightful shock. The audience is captivated by this sudden spectacle, and the bullet comments flood the screen. Wow, what gift is this? I've never seen it before. Upstairs, it seems to be an exclusive gift for those over 60 levels. I once saw a brother over 70 send it. So beautiful. Such gorgeous fireworks. Look at that worthless smile from the brother. This is the true MVP settlement screen. Su Yu can hardly contain his laughter. Such gifts are rare in his live stream, as most of his older supporters are around the mid-40s level. Now that his PK is concluded, the gifts flooding in must either be from true admirers or genuine heavyweights. By his rudimentary judgment, Han is undoubtedly the latter. Ling Han watches with satisfaction as her fan club light board level rockets from 1 to 5, faster than a speeding rocket. She muses that indeed, profit is the essence of Douyin, with enough financial backing. She can elevate her light board level to the highest in just a few days. Observing Su Yu on the screen, despite his delicate features, his strong facial structure exudes a mature charm, even when he occasionally pouts or acts coy, lacking any off-putting femininity, instead appearing particularly endearing and playful. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that his livestream manages to attract anywhere from 10 to 20,000 viewers simultaneously. Just as she is lost in thought, Su Yu suddenly dons a pair of gold-framed glasses upon his nose. Clad in a white shirt, gold spectacles, and devoid of his former playful demeanor, he exudes the allure of a mature man. Gradually rising from his seat, the atmosphere in the live stream shifts dramatically, as if a mysterious button has been pressed. The once lively and spirited background music transitions to a somber and heavy drumbeat. The emphatic drumming strikes the hearts of viewers like a heavy hammer. He gently flexes his wrist, producing a series of crisp sounds, then begins to sway his hips in rhythm with the beat. Though the movements are not overly grand, each twist is imbued with considerable force. Again and again, he bites his lip, seemingly struggling with some restraint. Then, he slowly raises his head, involuntarily letting out 2 low, throaty sounds, his face reflecting a look of suppressed emotion. Witnessing this scene, the livestream's comments explode. Ah, WSL. Brother, kill me. Oh my goodness. How can there be such a man who dances so well? Oh, your pain makes me want to solve it for you. I regret not having the funds to support Su Gu, alas. The fans on the public screen are electrified, fervently flooding the comments. Ling Han feels a surge of warmth, knowing they lack funds while she possesses them. Just after finishing his dance, Su Yu strides back to the camera, gracefully reseating himself, lifting a glass of water to take a delicate sip. Before he can catch his breath, the previously calm public screen erupts into a vibrant sea of fireworks, with countless resplendent bursts lighting up continuously. Wow. Thank you, Han Han. Thank you for the 20 firework feasts. Su Yu, no longer the composed figure from before, eagerly expresses his gratitude to Ling Han. Yet, Ling Han does not respond in the comments. Instead, she exits the live stream. Her phone suddenly pings with a flurry of WeChat messages, urgently beckoning her. Bupatieo, sister, help me. Chapter 42, help. Bupatieo, are you there, sister? Bupatieo, woo-woo, sister, save me. Bupatieo, help me, sister, help. He seems utterly frantic, sending a barrage of WeChat messages to Ling Han. Having just finished the PK and enjoyed a dance, she is in high spirits. She chooses not to reply, but directly clicks into Bupatieo's livestream. As she enters, some sharp-eyed fans immediately recognize her. Having gained a bit of fame during her last visit to Bupatieo's stream, several old fans begin to cry out upon seeing her. Woo-woo, sister's here. Hanjia, it's Hanjia. The host is saved, crying. Sister, help us, please. However, Bupatieo is preoccupied with his phone, oblivious to Ling Han's arrival. He lowers his head, biting his fingernails. Though his expression is obscured, his urgency and anxiety are palpable. Observing him, Ling Han realizes he must be waiting for her WeChat response. Han, look up. Bupatieo suddenly raises his head, his once attractive brows and eyes now tinged with an unnatural red, lacking the seductive allure from before, instead appearing pitifully vulnerable. Ling Han raised his hand to send a carnival gift, but his eyes suddenly stung, becoming even redder. He never anticipated that Ling Han would arrive so promptly. They had only recently become acquainted. Although she had previously sent numerous gifts, for her, it was merely a drop in the bucket. He had realized this during Qi Zhao's livestream. Moreover, unlike other older sisters who had shown considerable interest in him, Ling Han had been unresponsive to his frequent WeChat messages over the past couple of days, regardless of their content. Today, he could tell that he needed her assistance. Yet he was uncertain whether she would reply. He felt utterly devoid of confidence. Many older brothers and sisters despised streamers who actively solicited gifts and tickets, often stating, "I can give voluntarily, but you must not ask. No one owes you anything." While this sentiment rang true, he found himself in a dire predicament. With no one else to turn to, Ling Han was his sole hope. Unexpectedly, she arrived swiftly, but once she did, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain such an awkward situation. However, before he could utter a word, the barrage of comments had already betrayed him completely. Cute rabbit. Sister, sister. I know what happened. Let me tell you. Cute rabbit. Sister, check your private messages. I've sent you a lengthy message. Ling Han observed Bu Patieo's hesitance and replied with a floating screen message before exiting the live stream to read her private messages. Han, thank you, cute rabbit. I'll take a look. Bu Patieo sat dejectedly in his chair. Cute rabbit had been watching his live stream from the very beginning. A dedicated fan who was well aware of the unfolding drama. He felt utterly incapable of articulating these matters to Ling Han. Yet, he was uncertain if Ling Han would return to the live stream after reading the messages. His confidence was non-existent. The entire live stream descended into a peculiar silence as Bu Patieo remained mute. Although Cute Rabbit's message was lengthy, Ling Han swiftly absorbed its contents and returned to Bu Patieo's stream. He was fixated on the screen, and upon seeing Ling Han's name flash back, his heart lifted momentarily before anxiety gripped him. He was uncertain how she perceived him now. Ling Han regarded him silently. The situation was not overly complex. In essence, Bu Patieo's former top supporter had spent over $1 million but became furious when he refused to meet her, resorting to underhanded tactics to secure a refund. While the refund was successful, Bu Patieo found himself nearly destitute. He initially thought he had weathered the storm, only for the woman to return with the refunded money. She first apologized, claiming her impulsiveness had led her to seek the refund out of anger. Then she promised to donate the money back to him, insisting that he comply with her wishes. Ultimately, she resorted to threats, stating that if he refused to meet her or enter a romantic relationship, she would expose him as a scammer, ensuring he could never attract new supporters. Bu Patieo, overwhelmed by her harassment, blocked her numerous accounts and ceased responding to her messages. Even if it meant scraping by with scattered donations, he refused to acquiesce to her demands. He had made it clear from the outset that he would neither date her nor meet in person, but he was willing to be her electronic boyfriend, provided she accepted this arrangement. He had always adhered to this principle, selling his emotional value and virtual presence while steadfastly avoiding any face-to-face encounters. To his dismay, she initially agreed but later discovered he was serious and retaliated against him. Today, she once again found her way into his live stream, gloating about how he had fallen without her support, boasting about her new streamer while threatening to drive away all his viewers so that he would never recover. Bu Patieo, infuriated, demanded to know her intentions, to which she replied that to resolve the matter, he would need to face her boyfriend in a match. If he won, she would cease her harassment. If he lost, he would have to comply with her demands. Bu Patieo, feeling cornered, begrudgingly agreed. She gave him 10 minutes to prepare before leaving the live stream, and in her wake, his audience plummeted from 2,000 to merely 200, primarily composed of his loyal fans. Desperate, he sought assistance, but no one would help him. His streamer friends were wary of provoking her wrath, and former supporters were out of the question. Reluctantly, he sent a WeChat message to Ling Han, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him. Whether she chose to respond or not, Ling Han observed Bu Patieo's despondent demeanor without offering any comforting words, merely sending a floating message. Han, come, let us fight. Bu Patieo read those simple words, feeling as if he had been punched in the gut, tears welling in his eyes. With red-rimmed eyes, he connected to the PK. Opposite him was a male streamer, Feng Ting, who bore a striking resemblance to Bu Patieo in style, but paled in comparison to his looks. Feng Ting wore a smug expression as he regarded Bu Patieo. Gio Patieo, what's wrong? Are you crying already? It seems you're ready to concede. Chapter 43, Crushing Defeat. Gio Patieo, if you wish to surrender now, it's not too late. As long as you behave and cease being stubborn, I, as a magnanimous individual, can choose to forgive your previous mistakes. Her comments dripped with arrogance. Gio Patieo, why must you be so obstinate? Isn't it better to obediently follow my instructions? I can offer you ample financial support for your needs, sparing you from begging online like a pauper. What I provide will far surpass what you earn from your shameless appeals for gifts. As the connection commenced, Gio entered Bupatio's livestream with a level 50 badge, swaggering in with confidence. He wasted no time unleashing a barrage of provocative comments in the chat, aiming to undermine Bupatio's confidence and self-esteem. Bupatio's handsome face darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain the rage bubbling within. However, before he could take action, his loyal fans could no longer hold back and launched a fierce counterattack. Wow, Refund Sister is so formidable now. One loyal fan initiated the assault, their words laced with mockery and disdain directed at Gio. Goodness, how can such shameless individuals exist in this world? I'm learning something new. Another fan quickly chimed in. Cute rabbit. From the very beginning, it was all explicitly laid out. The terms were clear. He earns his living by selling his emotional value, performing dances, and engaging in activities. Yet, just because he refuses to meet, you turn on him, demanding refunds and shamelessly causing havoc in the live stream. I can't fathom what is going on in your head. It's simply astonishing. Just running off? You must be envious, right? He hasn't even spoken a word yet, and here you are, jumping around like a bunch of monkeys, flailing your arms and making a scene. If you have the guts, go ask him whether he desires my financial support or if you clueless fools can offer him anything at all. It's utterly laughable. Enough. If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. I don't welcome you, and my fans certainly don't welcome someone like you. Upon hearing Just Running Off's words, Not Running Off's expression instantly changed, as if an invisible hand had brutally twisted his once fair features into a grotesque form. He glared, muttering, "Fine, Not Running Off. Today I will make you submit and acknowledge your defeat. Let's see if you dare to ignore me again. How dare you not meet me? I will ensure you cannot escape my presence." Before Feng Ting could respond, Not Running Off's PK application had already been sent. Just Running Off hurried back to his live stream, furiously sending barrage after barrage of messages. Just Running Off? Accept it. Hit me. This time, I will thoroughly temper this arrogant fool, making him understand the correct choices he ought to make. Such an ungrateful wretch. Feng Ting couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Although Just Running Off had showered him with gifts and generously spent money, her occasional remarks often left him feeling alarmed. He understood that her financial generosity was merely a means to train the obstinate Not Running Off. However, as long as there was money to be made, he couldn't care less about others' fates. After all, it said that a fool who doesn't earn money is a disgrace. Thus, without hesitation, Feng Ting clicked the button to agree to the PK. Soon, an intense 10-minute duel commenced, with the countdown ringing out ominously. Ling Han found it utterly incomprehensible to fathom the mindset of the woman known as Just Running Off. Earlier, when she read the lengthy message from Cute Rabbit, she thought there might be some exaggeration in her wording. After all, Cute Rabbit was an unwavering fan of Not Running Off. Moreover, Not Running Off was a man who had once earned a considerable sum through live streaming. Those unaware of the intricate dynamics often assumed the woman's perspective without question. Even Ling Han, upon first seeing Cute Rabbit's message, didn't perceive the matter as overly significant. Her agreement to assist Not Running Off in the PK was merely to witness the unfolding drama. However, at that moment, as she observed the barrage of messages flooding the screen, an indescribable discomfort surged within her. This was no ordinary dispute or disagreement. It was a blatant act of coercion. What was the difference from forcing virtuous women into prostitution? Ling Han had always held a profound disinterest in such coercive theatrics, be it men towards women or vice versa. As time passed and her bank balance swelled, she increasingly grasped the immense power that wealth could bestow upon an individual. In reality, far too many individuals, upon gaining a slight financial advantage, began to inflate their egos, believing themselves to be the best in the world, with the heavens relegated to second place. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the fact that beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains, and in this world, there will always be those richer and more powerful than they. Of course, no one could rival her wealth. Ling Han mused delightfully, no longer counting her recharges or caring about her bank balance, for ultimately, no one could match her affluence, and her funds would never run dry. Did Just Running Off not believe that wealth dictated authority? Today, Ling Han would demonstrate who truly held the reins of power. She retrieved her fascia gun. The 10-minute countdown had barely begun when Ling Han activated the device, eager to conclude this swiftly. This time, the target was Fireworks Festival, significantly more expensive and yielding points at a far quicker rate. In an instant, Not Running Off's crimson health bar surged forward like a ferocious red dragon, clawing toward the opposing blue health bar. Within mere moments, it appeared as if the red dragon would entirely engulf the blue bar. In just 30 seconds, coupled with the starting advantage, Not Running Off amassed over 15 million points. Both live streams fell silent. Chapter 44, Slapping the Face. Ling Han did not pause. She intended to overpower her opponent and make just running off confront the reality that she possessed limited funds and should refrain from reckless boasting, lest she be humiliated. The chat in Not Running Off's live stream erupted with excitement. Fans marveled at Ling Han's audacity, and the screen was flooded with messages. "Oh, this feels amazing. What true domination looks like. My sister's performance is textbook crushing. Tens of millions of points. I ask, who dares to compete? Whoa, I'm crying and can't even speak. Sister Han is the best." Sisters, don't cry. Today is a day of celebration. Thank you, Sister Han. Meanwhile, Feng Ting's live stream was enveloped in a stifling silence. Just Running Off's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green, ultimately turning a shade of iron. She stared at the screen, unable to believe her eyes. How could this be possible? Just Running Off murmured, her voice trembling. She had assumed her financial prowess would easily crush Not Running Off and fully subdue him. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to her face. No, this cannot be. She sprang to her feet, fingers racing across the keyboard in a desperate attempt to reverse the situation by showering gifts. Yet, no matter how many gifts she sent, the opposing red health bar continued to dominate her blue one with overwhelming superiority. Enough. Just Running Off could no longer contain her fury. Her voice filled with rage and disbelief. Gazing at the staggering disparity in health bars, she slumped into her chair, her chest heaving violently. Feng Ting, too, was left stunned. Just Running Off had already contributed nearly 2 million, leaving him with over 20 million points, yet the opposing health bar relentlessly pushed him into critical condition. Just 2 minutes into the match, the opposing score had already surpassed 40 million. He had never witnessed such an expensive PK. Feng Ting began to panic, realizing this was a realm beyond his qualification to enter. Meanwhile, Not Running Off's live stream was jubilant. Fans celebrated Ling Han's audacity, some even teasing Just Running Off, eager to see her reaction to such a scenario. Ha, Refund Queen has truly hit a wall this time. Sister Han is mighty. Let us see if she dares to stir trouble again. Streamer, you must express your gratitude to Sister Han. Without her, you would have been thoroughly bullied by Refund Queen today. Not Running Off gazed at the messages on the screen, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Thank you, everyone, especially Sister Han. Today's events have truly moved me. I genuinely don't know what to say. Thank you. Sister. His voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly still shaken from the intense emotional upheaval. Ling Han observed that the votes between the two parties had widened significantly. She switched off the massage gun and calmly began to type on the screen. Han, the reason I helped you today is that you truly did nothing wrong. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Han, you should be grateful to the fans in the public chat. They have always stood by you. Without them, you wouldn't have made it this far. Not Off Key nodded appreciatively, his voice trembling as he spoke. I have always known that many look down upon my actions. Even when the full story is revealed, there are those who condemn me, claiming I must have manipulated the audience into spending. He sighed deeply and continued. When she first started causing trouble, I recorded all our conversations. I never accepted any of the red envelopes she sent. The only money she spent on me was in the livestream. Not Off Key lowered his head, rubbing his eyes to suppress his sobs. But streaming is my job. Many longtime fans know that while I may walk a fine line, I never actively solicit gifts, let alone induce spending. He smiled brightly. I may have said too much, and it may sound like I am making excuses, but these are indeed my heartfelt words. In any case, thank you, Sister Han. And thank you to the fans who continue to accompany me in my live stream. I truly appreciate you all. Just Off Key, do you think this is the end? Just Off Key. What? Have you latched onto a new big sister? Does she know you deceive for votes, or is she just a facade? Just Off Key. Han, didn't you see the private message I sent you last time? I told you what kind of person he is, to not give him gifts. Are you out of your mind still giving him so many? Does he even deserve it? Not Off Key's brow furrowed tightly. He did not wish to engage further with Just Off Key, but he could not tolerate any insults directed at Ling Han. You can insult me, but don't speak ill of my sister. What do I owe you? If you want to expose me, go ahead. Do you think you are the only one with chat records? I recorded everything before you blocked me. I have been patient with you. Did you really think you were invincible? Go ahead and expose me. Worst case scenario, I'll quit being a streamer. Not Off Key's face flushed with anger. He had been overly cautious before, fearing both wolves and tigers, but now, with Ling Han standing behind him, it felt as though he had been infused with boundless courage. He feared nothing. He took a deep breath, preparing to speak, when Ling Han's comments appeared on the screen once more. Han, don't you understand yet? Do you think money can control others? Han, unless you are the world's richest person, there will always be someone wealthier than you. Han, if you think your wealth allows you to dictate a streamer's actions, then I must be wealthier than you. Can I dictate you then? Why are you so furious? Han, You are merely exposing your ignorance and arrogance. Ling Han's comment struck like a dagger, piercing just off Ki's heart. Her complexion paled, lips quivering, yet she lacked the strength to type a response. Just off Ki. On what grounds do you say that? Just off Ki. You don't understand me at all. You have no idea how much I have sacrificed for him. Han, I do not need to understand you. I only know that if you wish to receive attention and affection from others, you must first offer an equal or greater amount of love to have any hope of receiving it. Han, even if the other party does not provide the feedback you desire, that is your choice, as long as he has not deceived you. You must take responsibility for your own decisions. Ling Han's comments were calm yet incisive. She had said all she needed to say. Whether just off-Ki chose to listen or not was up to her. The countdown for the PK continued, but just off-Ki ceased to comment. And Feng Ting also refrained from speaking. Time passed second by second, with only 3 minutes remaining. Just off-Ki, I concede. Chapter 45, Apology. Just off-Ki remained silent for a long while after hearing Ling Han's words. The phone illuminated the dim room, revealing a hint of confusion in her eyes. Finally, in the last 3 minutes, she sent a comment. Just off-Ki, I concede. It was as if she had suddenly awakened from a dream. Her tone devoid of the previous obsession and madness, as if, at that moment, she had finally realized her mistakes. Just off-Ki. This PK was a battle I insisted on fighting, and it has nothing to do with Feng Ting. I hope you will not punish him. Ling Han did not expect just off-Ki to utter such words. Had she genuinely turned over a new leaf? Was such an easily persuaded person capable of previously forcing not off-Ki with such fervor? She found it hard to believe. Not off-Ki's emotions were equally complex. This person had suddenly transformed into a sympathetic older sister figure, but he found it difficult to trust. Was she simply intimidated by Sister Han? Doubts swirled in his mind. Just off-Ki had not come to a realization. She was merely frightened, realizing that continuing this battle would only lead to further humiliation. As long as Ling Han remained in opposition, she would gain no advantage. Her calculations were crystal clear. At that moment, Feng Ting spoke up. His demeanor serious. A bet is a bet. One must accept the consequences of losing. There is nothing wrong with that, since I have lost. I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. He spoke with such righteous fervor that Ling Han couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. In Not Off-Ki's livestream, fans also applauded him for his courageous words. Not Off-Ki, however, ground his teeth. He recognized the cunning of a seasoned fox. Who did Feng Ting think he was playing? Ling Han was watching. How could he possibly punish Feng Ting? Even if he did, it would have to be a trivial consequence, which would be worse than not punishing him at all. Otherwise, if Feng Ting sincerely accepted the punishment, it would make him seem unreasonable. His mind was a whirlwind, but he spoke eloquently. No worries, brother. We won't impose a punishment today. Initially, there was no punishment decided at the start of the battle. It's fine. You were dragged into this against your will. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have earned what you made today. Did you understand that? Not Off-Ki silently shouted in his heart. Feng Ting understood perfectly. He looked down on the insinuation but smiled in agreement. No. As long as the misunderstanding between you and sister is resolved, that is what matters. I hope for your well-being. Sister has been very supportive of me, and that is only right as long as I haven't caused any trouble for brother. The two men exchanged pleasantries, each sentence polite yet laden with hidden daggers. The PK concluded, and unsurprisingly, Feng Ting lost to Not Off-Ki by over 20 million votes. Initially, they were set to end the connection after a bit of small talk. However, a female voice suddenly emerged in Feng Ting's livestream. It was Just Off-Ki, requesting to join the conversation. Not Off-Ki, I wish to speak with you. Just Off-Ki's voice sounded youthful, a sweet tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Not Off-Ki paused for a moment, then awkwardly nodded. All right, go ahead. Just Off-Ki took a deep breath and slowly began. Earlier, I reflected on a lot. Perhaps, I truly made a mistake. I should not have used money to coerce you, nor should I have harmed you in that way. I was just too concerned about you. I'm sorry. Not Off-Ki gazed at Just Off-Ki's avatar and name for a moment of silence before softly replying. I understand your feelings, but love cannot be forced. I hope you find the happiness that truly belongs to you. He truly did not believe that he had made a mistake, yet deep down, he felt a sense of guilt. Having known her the longest, especially through the entanglement of the past month, no one in either of their live streams could possibly understand her better than he did. Nevertheless, he wished for this matter to be concluded, regardless of her true feelings. As long as she ceased her pursuit of him, it would be the best outcome for him. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, can we still be friends in the future? Just as ordinary online acquaintances? I will still support you. Your live streams are genuinely commendable. Her sincere words, coupled with her earnest demeanor, moved some fans in the live stream, who began to flood the chat with comments. It sounds quite sincere, after all. This sister has supported the host for quite some time. Her voice is quivering. Perhaps she truly realizes her mistake this time. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as one acknowledges and corrects them, it suffices. However, his expression abruptly shifted, and seeing the fans' comments sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Here it comes, he thought. He knew she would not let him off that easily. She had done the same before, whenever she sensed the situation turning against her. She would promptly apologize, retreating only to advance further, inch by inch. He would not be fooled again. Without a moment's hesitation, he stated earnestly, "I believe we are not suited to be friends, and I have refunded all the money you sent me. I do not require your support. The harm you have caused me is indelible and unforgettable. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from entering my live stream or contacting me or my fans in any manner. Let us part ways amicably." She appeared taken aback by his cold and unfeeling words, her voice shifting from a slight tremor to an almost inaudible sob. Although her voice suggested tears, her unseen face was filled with resentment. The dynamics had shifted, and her retreating strategy was thoroughly exposed, with him now backed by Ling Han. She could no longer act freely. Consequently, she ceased her dialogue with him, exchanged a brief greeting with Feng Ting, and disconnected, returning to her own live stream. I understand everyone has sentiments. It's hard to watch a young girl tearfully apologize, especially when one recalls her previous support for me. It's easy to feel soft-hearted. He explained seriously to his fans. However, he had been burned by such tactics before, more than once. The money he had refunded her was hard-earned. Yet he let that go. But each time, she would apologize and cry, only to later deny her words and intensify her torment. A bitter smile crossed his face as he wished fervently to never be entangled with her again. Ling Han comprehended his actions perfectly. To her, it seemed that she was merely forced by circumstances to admit wrongdoing. At over 20 years of age, she should have changed by now, yet she had not. It was only when confronted with the consequences of her actions that she bowed her head. Ling Han scoffed. Such tricks could only deceive naive young girls. However, she said nothing more and, seeing that the situation had resolved, she quietly left the live stream, feeling exhausted from the competition and eager to seek some amusement and relaxation. Chapter 46. Relaxation. Ling Han curled up on the soft leather sofa like a delightful little creature, her delicate frame seemingly melding with the couch. Her slender fingers gently caressed the rim of her wine glass, each movement slow and cautious, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the night. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dimly lit ocean could be seen, its surface barely illuminated, with only the white waves rolling in. She slightly raised her hand to touch the phone beside her. As the screen lit up suddenly, the time revealed it was already 10:30 in the evening. Ling Han gazed at her phone screen, a hint of fatigue evident in her eyes. Having just exited the bustling live stream of the unbending host, she felt an indescribable weariness wash over her, as if a tide of exhaustion surged from within. After a long sigh, she grasped the slender stem of her glass and downed the remaining red wine in one swift motion. The slightly tart liquid slid down her throat, igniting a warm sensation in her belly, causing her cheeks to flush lightly from the wine's influence. The slight intoxication allowed her to relax further, with newfound wealth. She found herself more empathetic toward others. Perhaps it was because she had the means to assist, and for her, this money was merely a drop in the ocean, bound to return in due time. What might seem like monumental matters to others felt trivial to Ling Han. She sensed her emotions becoming more vibrant. Indeed, in times past, she could hardly spare the energy to care for others, let alone have the resources to alleviate their troubles. Managing her own life was already a blessing. Contemplating this, Ling Han felt increasingly cheerful and indulged in a few more glasses. Gradually, she stood up, lightly dusting off her hands as if to shake off her weariness. Then, she walked over to the phone and dialed the hotel's central number. The busyness of recent days had left her feeling somewhat drained, and she now longed for a thorough relaxation of her body. Since the time her body had undergone a comprehensive transformation with the gene infusion, everything had changed drastically. Now, she no longer easily felt physical fatigue, and her overall mental state had significantly improved. The days of lethargy and numbness, where she faced the grind of work as if perpetually drowsy, were long gone. Naturally, she had little to be weary of now. After all, the adage that money nourishes both body and soul rang undeniably true. Before long, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Ling Han opened it to find a massage therapist in her 30s, smiling warmly at her. The therapist appeared impeccably tidy, exuding an air of professionalism and friendliness. Ling Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned and entered her room, swiftly shedding her clothes and reclining on the soft, comfortable bed, ready to embark on a journey of complete relaxation. The therapist focused intently on preparing her essential oils and tools when, suddenly, Ling Han's body shifted gently. This subtle movement momentarily caught the therapist off guard. Being a seasoned staff member of the exclusive Suites SBA, she was accustomed to serving illustrious clients, all remarkably wealthy and influential. These guests ranged from business magnates to noble families, each more affluent than the last. She had provided professional SBA services to numerous stunning figures, tall models, porcelain-skinned socialites, and curvaceous heiresses, all of whom had laid on her massage table to indulge in relaxation and pleasure. Yet, as she beheld Ling Han's body in that moment, a wave of astonishment surged within her. The physique before her was nothing short of breathtaking. It resembled a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by nature itself, each contour perfectly delineating exquisite proportions. The smooth, satin-like skin radiated an alluring sheen, with long, straight legs, a delicate waist, and a rounded, pert backside that rendered one utterly spellbound. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this is undoubtedly the most exquisite physique the masseuse has ever encountered in her career, without exception. So much so that she momentarily lost her composure, forgetting the next steps she was supposed to take. Ling Han sensed the masseuse had paused her movements. She slightly turned her head and lifted her gaze to glance at the masseuse, as if she had suddenly regained her senses, delicately retrieving the essential oil to commence a soothing and relaxing massage. The room was enveloped in a silence so profound that the faintest sound, like a needle dropping to the floor, could be distinctly heard. Ling Han was unaccustomed to such tranquility. She reached for her phone and opened her list of followed accounts. The familiar voice of Bu Detiao was still broadcasting, continuing to share his journey of self-discovery, while the voice chat in the dyed paint room remained lively as ever. However, Ling Han had no desire to engage in the bustling livestream tonight. Qi Zhao would have been her first choice, yet for some unknown reason, he had not gone live tonight, a rather rare occurrence. Nevertheless, Ling Han did not dwell on it and casually clicked into Bai Yang's stream. Suddenly, she recalled the atmosphere of Bai Yang's live room. This young man was known for his suggestive audio content. She hurriedly attempted to exit the stream, not wishing to subject the masseuse to such risque conversations, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she found that Bai Yang's stream tonight sounded remarkably serious. Despite his voice retaining its seductive timbre, the content was considerably more restrained than before. "Do you love rainy days?" "I certainly do," he mused. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, while inside, people stood together at the window, embracing as the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops infused the atmosphere with a sense of intimacy. Bai Yang's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a hint of huskiness, reminiscent of aged red wine, rich and intoxicating. "What a pity I don't have rain here," he continued, pausing momentarily. "I wonder if it's raining where you are, sister? Are you also listening to the rain?" In the live room, Bai Yang began to play a soft piano melody. This was a staple of his nightly routine, using music and his voice to create a relaxing ambience for his audience. "Sisters, close your eyes," he urged. "Let my voice be as light as a feather, and imagine yourself lying on soft clouds, surrounded by warm sunlight." Ling Han did indeed close her eyes. She felt her consciousness begin to drift, as if she were truly suspended in the clouds. Bai Yang's voice, now distant and then near, possessed a certain enchanting quality that allowed her body, already succumbing to the masseuse's touch, to relax even further. "Let me guess." Bai Yang chuckled lightly. "Many sisters must be dozing off now." However, his tone suddenly dropped. "I know someone here is still awake." Huan, sister." Bai Yang's voice carried a teasing lilt. "I saw you join earlier. Are you still there? Would you like to chat with me?" Chapter 47. The Bullet Screen. The live room fell silent for a brief moment, and the atmosphere grew even more still. Ling Han, who had been on the verge of slumber under the masseuse's ministrations, slightly opened her eyes, as if she could hear the thunderous beat of her own heart. Instinctively, she glanced at her phone screen, as if doing so would allow her to see the speaker on the other end. Bai Yang's magnetic voice resonated once more. "Have you truly fallen asleep, sister?" His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, laced with laughter, weaving delicately around Ling Han's eardrums, causing her heart to flutter ever so slightly. Ling Han's fingers gently tapped the keyboard, suppressing the swirling emotions within her, and she managed to send a brief bullet screen message. "Huan, not yet." "What is my sister doing right now?" Bai Yang's voice sounded soft yet enticing, as if each word carried an invisible magic, slowly drawing Ling Han into the rhythm he had orchestrated. Just then, a reply from Ling Han appeared on the screen. "Huan, I'm doing a spa." Upon reading this message, Bai Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he read her bullet screen aloud. In a somewhat playful tone, he remarked, "Ah, so my sister is enjoying a spa? I can do spa treatments too. Massages are a piece of cake. What do you say, sister? Would you like to try my skills?" Ling Han couldn't help but smile, her lips involuntarily curving upward. His tone was playful and charming, as if she could sense his carefree mood even through the screen. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, hesitating momentarily before responding. "Huan, You can massage? Really? Bai Yang's voice quickly came through the live room, tinged with a hint of pride. Of course it's true. I have specifically learned massage techniques. Would you like to give it a try? I promise to make you feel so good that you won't want to get up. Ling Han couldn't suppress a chuckle. Her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it was due to the relaxation she felt today, but Bai Yang's voice and tone always managed to bring her comfort and joy. Huan, sure. I'd like to see whether your skills are superior to my masseuse's. Bai Yang's laughter resonated from her phone, deep and magnetic. Sister, you're simply adorable. Wait for me a moment. I'll go grab a glass of water. Just as Ling Han was about to respond, she noticed a wave of protests appearing on the live stream's public screen. Did I enter the wrong live stream? What is going on here? Is this a 1v1 private chat? The host doesn't seem to regard us as humans, just fixated on the big sister. The host has always had this style. Why should I give so much and not get a return? Seriously, if you can do all that, why not just have a one-on-one video call? Exactly, I don't want to be part of their play. Ling Han stared at the barrage of comments. Momentarily stunned, it was then that she fully awakened to the fact that Bai Yang's live room still had hundreds of fans watching. Yet he had only been conversing with her, inciting the ire of the crowd. She found herself unusually hesitant, realizing that whatever she said now might not be appropriate. However, exiting the live stream felt even more unjustifiable. But what did she have to feel guilty about? She had done nothing wrong. Miss Ling, your SBA is complete. Is there anything else you require? The masseuse cautiously observed Ling Han's expression, softly inquiring. Ling Han snapped back to reality, lazily responding from her position on the bed. No. Thank you. Very well, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant evening. The masseuse efficiently tidied up her belongings and quietly exited the room. Yet Ling Han felt far from pleased. The live stream's comments were escalating in intensity. She grew increasingly impatient, frowning as she prepared to exit the live stream and block Bai Yang. She had come seeking enjoyment, not distress. However, Bai Yang began to speak, surprised to find that within just 2 minutes of his absence, the live stream had taken a turn. Noticing that Ling Han had not left, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly checking the viewer list. He had intended to please Ling Han, not to offend her. Anyone instigating trouble will be blocked immediately. Where are the moderators? What are you doing? His expression darkened, and his voice grew cold. Do you think this is all about my sister? You don't even have a fan badge. I'm here to work. Am I supposed to fawn over the audience instead of my sister? It's quite amusing, really. This is my style of streaming. If you don't like it, feel free to exit using the button in the upper right corner. Don't seek conflict. My sister treats me well, and I reciprocate. Is that not a natural obligation? You Haven T treated me well, but expect equal treatment? I can tell from your face that you probably have a rather large ego. Bai Yang's words flowed like venom, ceaselessly spilling forth as if he required no interlude. His demeanor remained composed, his voice calm, yet each utterance pierced deeper than the last. Ling Han listened, taken aback. She had never anticipated that Bai Yang's language could become so cutting. She had long believed him to tread a fine line. After all, streamers with a modest fanbase like his typically relied on a collective of supporters to scrape by. Indeed, Bai Yang had previously navigated a path of crowdfunding, not out of choice but necessity, for his reach was limited, and even in that realm, his earnings were meager, mere one-off transactions. Thus, he had no steadfast followers, as the barrage of comments in his streams was ever-changing. However, the tide had turned. Fortune smiled upon him when Ling Han entered his stream and bestowed countless gifts. Had he not seized this golden opportunity, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. The chance to transform his destiny lay before him, necessitating a timely adjustment in his streaming strategy. Yet, just when he had hoped for Ling Han's return, unforeseen complications arose. He declared earnestly, in my stream, my dear sister Han Han is the most special. She will always receive my utmost regard. If anyone has objections, they are welcome to leave, for I will not change. This is my stream, and I will broadcast as I please. The comments section fell silent, and his viewer count plummeted from 500 to 300. Bai Yang remained unfazed. His audience was perpetually transient, a cycle of comings and goings, with no dedicated fans to speak of. Yet, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, only for his amusement to falter as his mouth fell agape in shock. Chapter 48, The Call. Ling Han did not count how many carnivals she had gifted. 30? 50? Instead of displaying a barrage of chat, she continued clicking on the gift icon. Engaging in acts that brought her joy deserved a reward. Ling Han had no desire to enter into a feudal war of words with those who had commented earlier. Such disputes would only squander her time and energy, and she wished not to let them tarnish her mood. Yet, truthfully, how could she not feel even a twinge of anger? Those malicious words pricked at her heart like thorns, and despite her efforts to dismiss them, the pain lingered. Bai Yang's regard for her was indeed unique, glaringly evident in the stream, but what did that matter? As the top supporter, she was entitled to such treatment. Surely, No one in this world could resist the allure of being favored, of receiving special kindness. Ling Han was no exception, though Bai Yong, as a streamer, should naturally uphold her feelings. His candidness in the stream had taken her by surprise. She had expected him to choose his words more delicately, as such matters must have been routine for someone in his position. Bai Yang's approach, however, felt like he had severed all retreat, binding himself to Ling Han and cutting off other income sources. Yet, she relished this, perhaps having been solitary for too long, or perhaps feeling empowered by her current capabilities. She found pleasure in this public display of favoritism and was willing to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. After all, what was a man worth in terms of financial expenditure? She was more than capable of affording it. Such monetary gestures held no weight in her eyes. The comments section had fallen utterly silent, devoid of any lively chatter. If the earlier chat had been akin to bubbling magma, the aftermath of gifting dozens of carnivals resembled still waters, devoid of ripples. Bai Yong finally regained his voice. Thank you for the 62 carnivals, Han Han. Thank you. His tone bore a hint of hoarseness. Who would have thought that dreams could indeed manifest into reality? He could now boast confidently. For sentences earned me 60 carnivals from a wealthy lady. Quickly, he regained his composure, his voice returning to its rich, magnetic timbre. Sister, you are too kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Bai Yong said with a gentle smile. Ling Han's mind conjured an image of the man, seductively biting his lip, his eyes sparkling as he teased her. Whispering in her ear, Sister, shower me with even more affection. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks. The room was a comfortable 24 degrees. Yet she felt a warmth enveloping her. I will end the stream here. Thank you all for your company today. Good night, everyone, Bai Yong announced, hastily shutting down the stream before the audience could react. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. Was he simply going to bolt after filling his belly? Shortly thereafter, a WeChat voice call notification appeared. It was indeed Bai Yong. This lad knew how to play the push-and-pull game, piquing her interest only to vanish. Promptly following up with a one-on-one call, Ling Han smiled playfully, showing no hesitation as she answered. You picked up rather quickly. Were you waiting for my call? Bai Yang's voice, in contrast to its timbre during the stream, was lighter, his laughter tickling Ling Han's ears like a feather. Oh, what makes you think I would be waiting for your call? Stop being so self-absorbed, she teased back. Bai Yong feigned a pout, huh? So I am the one with unreciprocated feelings? Is it true that you have no interest in me at all? Ling Han burst into laughter. What would I want with you? What could you possibly offer? Hee hee, if you wanted me, there are plenty of things I could do, he replied, seemingly confident. I knew you liked me. Otherwise, why would you shower me with so many gifts? Thank you for standing by me today. You are the best. Bai Yong had shed the aloof, enigmatic persona she first encountered in the stream, now exuding a clingy charm, resembling a playful puppy eager to leap into her embrace. A puppy that deserved a reward for good behavior, as she pointedly remarked. So, if you consider me your puppy, should I not call you sister, but rather? He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper, Master? Are you my master? Ling Han's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively buried herself under the covers, silently screaming. It was she who intended to be the master. How had the tables turned in Bai Yang's favor? Refusing to concede easily, she slowly replied. Dogs are humanity's most loyal friends. They tend to be well-behaved. Are you well-behaved? Bai Yong eagerly declared his loyalty. I am as good as gold. You know this, sister. No. Master. Ling Han stifled a laugh, continuing her teasing tone. How would I know if you truly are well-behaved? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yong responded. What must I do to prove my obedience? Whatever you desire, I can deliver. He laid all his cards on the table, surrendering all power to Ling Han. Bai Yang's heart raced. He had witnessed Ling Han bestowing gifts upon others before. Just the other day in Qi Zhao's stream, she had casually gifted thousands without batting an eye. Moreover, when she first entered his stream, she had only just surpassed level 60. Yet, in a matter of days, she had already reached level 70. How many gifts had she lavished upon others? How many opportunities had he missed? His sole objective at present is unequivocal, to exert every ounce of his being to firmly tether himself to Ling Han, ensuring that regardless of the multitude of male streamers she may know or the extravagant gifts she bestows upon them, he must always remain among her top choices. He comprehends that he cannot be her singular preference, yet a place within the top 3 is imperative, lest the relentless tides of newcomers wash him ashore, rendering him obsolete. He is keenly aware of the need for foresight and seizing the initiative. However, just as he awaited Ling Han's response with a sense of self-satisfaction, the voice call abruptly ended with a beep. Bai Yong momentarily froze, rooted in place, as he gazed at the WeChat interface displaying that the call had been terminated. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. He hesitated to redial immediately, unwilling to relinquish the splendid opportunity of the evening. For once this moment passes, it may never return. Just as he grappled with indecision, the WeChat notification chimed loudly. He grasped his phone, and the screen illuminated with, Han has initiated a video call. Chapter 49, Video. Bai Yang's finger hovered, trembling slightly above the phone screen, the notification tone of the video invitation resonating sharply in the stillness of his bedroom at 11 o'clock at night. He stared at the pop-up reading Ling Han is inviting you to a video call, his heart racing uncontrollably, and before his mind could fully process the moment, his finger instinctively tapped to connect. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that this opportunity was singular and must be seized. At the instant the call connected, the light and shadows from Ling Han's screen cascaded like a shattered galaxy, revealing a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Instead of facing the camera, she switched to the rear camera, intent on assessing his attractiveness, not the other way around. Ling Han beheld the man reclined against a deep blue velvet sofa. The collar of his black silk nightgown loose around 2 buttons, the hollow of his collarbone illuminated by the warm glow of a nearby lamp. Bai Yang propped his chin on his hand, the prominent bones of his wrist accentuating the bluish veins beneath his pale skin. As he adjusted his posture, the hem of his nightgown slid to mid-thigh, exposing sharply defined knees. "Good evening, sister," he intoned, his deep voice reverberating like a current through her eardrum, causing Ling Han to unconsciously adjust her breathing. The familiar timbre of his voice, now imbued with genuine breath rhythms, felt irresistibly alluring. As though a feather had brushed against her ear, she watched as his handsome face suddenly filled the frame, instinctively swallowing hard, her hand trembling slightly, causing the camera on her side to wobble. Bai Yang's nose almost pressed against the screen, his lashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes. And the light brown beauty mark at the corner of his eye quivered with his smile. "Do you like floor-to-ceiling windows, sister? What a grand window. Is that the sea outside? I see the waves." Ling Han instinctively glanced around, suddenly realizing that he was scrutinizing her private space through the lens. This awareness made her ears flush with heat, and she hurriedly shifted her phone to the side. "What are you?" Before she could finish, the realization struck her that the power dynamics had shifted. This clever boy truly knew how to play the game, and she found herself gritting her teeth. "My eyesight is quite good, you know." Bai Yang leaned back, his Adam's apple sliding beneath the open collar of his nightgown. "I also adore the seaside. Do you as well, sister? I would love to accompany you to gaze at the sea." The atmosphere thickened with tension. Ling Han did not expect Bai Yang on the video call to be so alluring. From his visage to his physique and voice, his entire being radiated seduction. She began to question the impulsiveness of initiating this video call. Who could withstand such temptation at this late hour? Clenching the lace at her waist, she commanded with a voice that betrayed her nervousness, "You better behave." Suddenly, the screen began to shake as Bai Yang leisurely stood up, the air displaced by his movement brushing against the microphone. Ling Han watched as the image transitioned from the crystal chandelier above to his chest, the black silk fabric clinging to his muscular contours, a second button having inexplicably come undone, the shadows tracing along the midline of his pectorals. "What does it mean to behave, sister? I will show you whatever you wish to see. Is that obedient enough?" His husky voice drew nearer, and Ling Han realized he too had positioned his phone before the floor-to-ceiling window. The rain coursed down the glass like glowing streams, his profile reflected in the interplay of raindrops and neon lights, the line of his jaw cutting through the mingling shadows. "This is the river across from my home, which I used to quite enjoy, but it pales in comparison to the sea outside your window." Bai Yang abruptly flipped the camera, the damp night breeze rushing in. Ling Han noticed the veins rising on the back of his hand as he leaned against the window sill, raindrops entwining with his well-defined fingers. The sleeves of his black nightgown rolled to his elbows, the muscles in his forearms taut with movement. As she caught sight of droplets clinging to his collarbone, the sound of fabric brushing against itself reached her ears. Bai Yang was adjusting his collar, fingertips teasing the silky edges as he murmured, "The air conditioning is too strong." Droplets trickled down his neck, cascading into the depths of his attire. "You," she began, only to bite her tongue. Bai Yang leaned closer to the camera. His voice lifted in a teasing lilt, his captivating peach blossom eyes locking onto Ling Han's. "What do you want me to show you? The river at your doorstep? What do you mean by I will show you everything you wish to see?" Ling Han cleared her throat softly, regaining her composure from the heat that had enveloped her. "What do you want to see?" Bai Yang chuckled lightly, the sound reverberating through his throat. He turned, striding toward the liquor cabinet opposite the sofa, the camera sweeping over his long legs encased in sleep pants, the silk fabric glistening fluidly with each step. "Then what does sister wish to see?" The sound of glass clinking echoed as amber liquid swirled in the glass, matching the rhythm of his wrist's movements. Ling Han watched as he brought the glass to his lips, the liquid saturating his thin lips just as the sound of swallowing reached her ears, the wine pooling at the dip of his throat. Collarbones, abs, or, The glass was set down on the black marble countertop, and Bai Yong leaned over the kitchen island, the camera capturing a close-up of his collarbone. The sister wished to see something else. Ling Han hesitated to respond, the humidifier beside her bed exhaling wisps of white mist that blurred the phone screen. She reached out to wipe it, but inadvertently brushed against the camera lens. The image flipped suddenly, revealing her own flushed countenance in the front-facing lens, juxtaposed with Bai Yang's widened pupils in the opposing frame. Two mirrored worlds perfectly overlapping in that fleeting moment. Since she had inadvertently opened the call, Ling Han decided to abandon any pretense, aligning her phone directly to her face. Sister is so beautiful. Bai Yang's voice dropped to a hushed tone, as if nothing could escape his lips other than the singular observation of her beauty. He was genuinely taken aback by Ling Han's striking appearance. While her voice had always been melodious during their voice chats, he had never anticipated her beauty. After all, his interest had been purely financial, and her kindness had overshadowed the importance of looks. Yet, upon witnessing her exquisite visage, that purity suddenly transformed into a sense of urgency within him. The alarm bells rang louder in Bai Yang's mind, his sense of crisis intensifying. Ling Han was not only stunning but also wealthy and remarkably generous. He recognized that he must exert himself even more diligently. With this thought, a shadow flickered in his eyes as he subtly began to employ his tactics. "Oh dear, my clothing is rather slippery." Bai Yong seemingly nonchalantly tugged at the silk of his nightgown, muttering softly, as the camera captured the loosened fabric revealing a glimpse of his toned, pale chest. Bai Yong nonchalantly adjusted his pajamas, the act of retying the sash executed with astonishing slowness. His elongated fingers entwining the silk as if bestowing a delicate bow upon a precious gift. Chapter 50. Teasing. Bai Yong's fingertips lightly twirled around the silk ties, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. On his phone screen, Ling Han rested her chin on her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her hair, cascading down, caught the faint glimmers of light. Suddenly, Bai Yong felt an oppressive warmth within his room, as if the air conditioning had been set too high, causing his body to flush with heat. "Where's my sister looking?" He deliberately spoke in a breathy tone, his fingertips slowly tugging at the sash, the delicate contours of his collarbones teasingly visible against his shoulders. Ling Han unexpectedly leaned closer to the camera, her lashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath her eyes. "Your collarbones are so beautiful." In that fleeting moment of pause, Bai Yong felt an inexplicable tickle in the exposed skin, as if a gentle breath had brushed against him. A sudden wave of nervousness washed over him. He grabbed a glass of ice water from the coffee table. The rim of the glass beaded with condensation, the icy droplets cool against his palm. Ling Han propped her chin up, laughing. "You're quite the little tease, aren't you?" After the initial tension dissipated, her desire to take the upper hand overshadowed everything, regardless of the nature of their relationship. It was she who would dictate the terms, the manner in which things would unfold resting solely in her hands. Upon witnessing her sudden smile, Bai Yong involuntarily trembled, the ice cubes in his glass clinking against the walls with a crisp chime. What is my sister laughing about? Despite his seemingly adept performance, this was his first experience with such a video call. After Ling Han seized the initiative, his heartbeat quickened. Ling Han suddenly reached out to touch the screen, her fingertip resting over his heart. "Don't be nervous. She tilted her head slightly. "I really enjoy watching little dogs wag their tails." The air conditioning hummed, and Bai Yong could hear the pulse racing at his temples. Just moments ago, Ling Han appeared somewhat tense. Yet, in the briefest of intervals, she transformed into someone so keen. The woman on the screen radiated like a luminous gem in a dark room, exuding beauty intertwined with an undercurrent of danger. That sister ought to keep the leash tight. He licked the moisture off his lips, and suddenly, his phone began to shift downward, as the camera slid down to reveal the faint outlines of his abdominal muscles disappearing beneath his slender waist, and further down to the relaxed waistband of his pants. Ling Han suddenly chuckled. "All right, stop. It's too late. I need to sleep." Ling Han paid no heed to the frozen Bai Yong, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. After lightly announcing her intention to retire for the night, she promptly ended the video call, leaving him alone in his solitude. Ling Han, clutching her blanket, chuckled for a while, akin to a child who had discovered a new toy. Bai Yong immediately sent her a message laden with melancholy, but Ling Han glanced at it and chose not to reply. He truly resembled a little puppy, not perfectly obedient. Yet teasing him brought her joy. She reminisced about the video from that evening and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Ling Han stood before the mirror early, scrutinizing her beauty, yet ultimately decided against applying makeup. It wasn't that she lacked the desire to enhance her appearance. The pursuit of beauty is an inherent trait of humanity. Though she had purchased a considerable amount of cosmetics during her last shopping trip, her makeup skills were regrettably inadequate. often resulting in a diminishing of her natural allure. Thus, she reluctantly dismissed the notion, jotting down a reminder to seek a dedicated makeup artist. After tidying herself up and donning a trench coat from Brand B, Ling Han made her way to the hotel's underground parking garage, for she had important matters to attend to. Upon entering her beloved car, she surveyed her surroundings, planning to add some decorations once her tasks were completed. Activating the navigation, Ling Han drove off. Lily had already sent her the precise location of her designated parking spot, complete with step-by-step images from the garage entrance to the parking space. Upon entering the parking facility, she discovered that Lily had even notified the property management of her newly acquired Mercedes C-Class S license plate number, seamlessly integrating it into their system, allowing her to glide in effortlessly. Ling Han couldn't help but marvel at Lily's meticulousness, rekindling her desire to recruit her as a personal assistant. As soon as she exited the vehicle, Lily was already waiting for her, and upon seeing Ling Han, she eagerly began reporting on the renovation progress. Miss Ling, the house has been nearly entirely remodeled according to your specifications. All the furniture and appliances within are of the highest quality available on the market, and your essential living items have also been replenished to the best of our ability. The organizers and cleaners you arranged are already waiting at the entrance, since a thorough cleaning was conducted following the renovation last night. It now only requires adjustments as per your instructions. Lily methodically briefed Ling Han, who nodded along as they made their way into the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly opened, she was greeted by a row of neatly lined up organizers and cleaners, all female. Ling Han looked up to see the leading woman striding towards her. Hello, Miss Ling, I am your steward, and Ping. Behind me are your reserved organizers and cleaners. Feel free to relay any thoughts or requirements directly to me, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Ling Han assessed the young woman before her, dressed in a tailored suit and slacks, her hair meticulously styled, yet her round face exuded a charming and approachable demeanor. All right, Fong Fong should have communicated with you? Yes. The preliminary work arrangements have been coordinated with her. Specific plans will be tailored today based on the details of your home. My work schedule is ready, and adjustments can be made to the initial plan according to your needs. And Ping spoke without any hesitation, and Ling Han nodded, appreciating her promptness. Ling Han then glanced at the individuals behind her. 7 or 8 wore orange uniforms, while the others donned gray-blue attire, easily distinguishable as organizers or cleaners. Suddenly, recalling that she had numerous items stored at the hotel, she turned to Ping. I have quite a few belongings at the hotel. Once the organizers confirm the space in the house, please have the team leader bring them back with me to ensure everything is organized properly. And Ping confidently replied, certainly. Miss Ling, there is a team downstairs specifically tasked with moving, and their vehicle is on standby. Once they receive confirmation, they can depart immediately and will have everything moved and organized within 3 hours. Not only was she efficient, but her attentiveness exceeded Ling Han's expectations, further solidifying her trust in Ping to manage her home. Let them wait here for now. I need Lily to accompany me for a house inspection. Of course. Miss Ling, we will wait here. Take your time with the inspection. Ling Han turned to face the entrance door. Chapter 51, House Inspection. Ling Han stood before the walnut double doors, her fingertips gently tracing the rose-patterned carvings along the frame. Even before opening the door, she felt as though she could already breathe in the salty air carried by the sea breeze. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door that led to her new life. As the lock turned, a crisp click resonated, revealing a grand foyer with a soaring 6-meter ceiling. A crystal chandelier refracted the morning sunlight, casting a mosaic of sparkling patterns upon the creamy white marble floor. She slipped off her high heels, feeling the coolness of the tiles beneath her bare feet. She had never experienced such a sensation, her bare feet touching the floor of the room. Devoid of flooring in the orphanage, without even a pair of slippers to call her own, the floor of the rented apartment was perpetually unclean, and she dared not tread upon it barefoot. The air was infused with a blend of sea salt and cedar, the faint scent of pine lingering yet devoid of chill. Ling Han stood at the juncture of the living room and dining area, the halo of the crystal chandelier diffusing across the cream-white dome above. In the 6-meter-high space, the arched doorway gently divided the two areas, gilded lines tracing down the plaster carvings like a waterfall of solidified champagne. In the center of the living room, the curved sofa shimmered with the luster of mother-of-pearl, with cushions scattered atop the Italian calfskin-covered seats. Miss Ling, this fireplace has been custom-made for you. Lily Xiaolin presented a gilded-covered acceptance manual, showcasing the fireplace they had meticulously selected to match the decor style, each brick handcrafted. Ling Han turned to gaze at the fireplace in the heart of the living room, the cream-white bricks seemingly ready to ignite the marks of time. She crouched down, her fingertips gliding over the uneven texture of the bricks, as if she could feel the warmth of every winter yet to come. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room stood a staggering 3 meters high, with cream-white sheer curtains dancing gently in the sea breeze. Ling Han approached the window, her eyes sweeping across the boundless sea. The distant water shimmered with glistening reflections, dotted with a few sailboats, like scattered pearls. She reached out to touch the glass, feeling the warmth of sunlight on her fingertips. The specially crafted glass bore a subtle frosted texture, starkly contrasting with the eternally unclean windows of her memories from various dormitories. As she turned toward the dining area, the 12-person long table, crafted from a single slab of galaxy-gray marble, momentarily stole her breath. The naturally formed silver veins across the tabletop resembled the tides beneath moonlight, resonating beautifully with the intricately designed crystal chandelier above. Ling Han gazed dreamily at the uniquely shaped and exquisite fixture, momentarily seeing countless reflections of her childhood selves within it. The little girl huddled in the corner of the orphanage cafeteria, counting grains of rice, now seated at the head of the table, with elegantly designed fine china before her. The floor was deliberately chosen with herringbone patterns, crafted from Brazilian cherry wood. Li Li's voice echoed in the slightly spacious living room, and she noted Ling Han squatting on the floor, counting the wood grain, hastily adding, "I come every day to supervise. They absolutely did not use any composite materials for the flooring." Ling Han slowly walked along the wood grain towards the master bedroom. Sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window cast a warm glow on the floor, reminiscent of flowing honey. She pushed open the door to the master bedroom, where the pearl-white walls harmonized beautifully with champagne gold accents. The headboard was adorned with handcrafted embroidered silk, featuring intricate vine patterns. A massive, plush bed stood in the center, the milky white bedding appearing fluffy and inviting. Ling Han approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the master bedroom, where a breathtaking ocean view engulfed her, ensuring that even while lying in bed, she could admire the beauty outside from every angle. In the walk-in closet, the glass cabinets lining the wall stood empty, eagerly awaiting the owner's array of fashionable garments. In the center of the dressing room, various sized velvet jewelry boxes awaited the lavish gemstones the owner would acquire in the future. "The terrace has been designed according to your requirements." Lily opened the specially reinforced glass door capable of withstanding a level 12 typhoon, revealing a panoramic view of the entire bay. The underfloor heating system was embedded beneath the anti-corrosive wood, allowing her to walk barefoot even in winter. Ling Han stepped onto the terrace, the sea breeze enveloping her. The terrace floor was laid with anti-corrosive wood, surrounded by blooming white hydrangeas. Leaning against the railing, she watched the sun gradually rise to its zenith, the distant sound of waves faintly echoing. Ling Han, resting against the railing, soaked in the warmth of autumn sunlight, lost in thought as the sea breeze caressed her. This house was more perfect than she had envisioned. Every detail was exquisite, a home she had never dared to dream of possessing. Though nearly 2 months had passed, a corner of her heart remained adrift, unable to settle. At times, Ling Han felt a sense of disconnection. Having lived as an orphan and a poor person for so long, over 20 years, had shaped her character and habits. However, her life had flipped abruptly overnight. Despite her efforts over the past month to cultivate a sense of belonging, she could not instantly transform into an upper-class individual nurtured in such luxury. She often found herself at a loss. Yet today, she no longer needed to offer herself light reassurances. She was standing upon a warm wooden floor, not a soft cloud, and that lingering, unsteady corner of her heart finally came crashing down. She had a home now. This was the first time in over 20 years that she possessed a place to call her own, no longer curled up on the peeling iron bed at the orphanage. No more moving from place to place, free from the fear of sudden rent hikes or eviction. She had her own little paradise, belonging solely to her. This house was not merely her new residence. It was proof of her rootedness in this world. Henceforth, she was no longer a drifter. She had a home to return to, a place to rely on. Ling Han gazed vacantly at the scenery, unaware that in her reverie, she had become a part of the picturesque view for others. Lily observed Ling Han standing on the terrace, the sea breeze lifting her skirt as she tucked stray hair behind her ear, the pearl earrings glimmering softly in the sunlight. Suddenly, she caught sight of Ling Han smiling faintly, a smile imbued with ease and an indescribable emotion. Ling Han called her name. "It's quite nice. I'm very satisfied. Let us go. They are still waiting outside." Lily readily agreed, accompanying Ling Han to the entrance, and Ping and her team were patiently waiting in the corridor. Ling Han's inspection took less time than she had anticipated. Within approximately 20 minutes, she emerged. "You can let them in to take a look. Afterward, please pack all my things from the hotel. Can it all be done today?" Ling Han inquired of Ping, wishing to move in that very night. "Certainly. I will first take them for a tour. Once confirmed, I will take them to the hotel to pack your belongings." "It's still." She raised her hand to glance at her watch. "Not yet 10 o'clock. It's 9:40. We will have all your belongings organized by 4 in the afternoon and ensure the cleaning is completed by 5, so you can move in tonight. And Ping assured Ling Han earnestly. All right, let us proceed as discussed. I've already informed the hotel, so you all can go directly. After Ling Han finished speaking, she turned to Li Li. Shall we go? Li Li was momentarily taken aback, wondering where Ling Han intended to take her. Chapter 52, Final Payment. Li Li was uncertain of Ling Han's destination, but without a word, she followed Ling Han to the underground garage. What are you standing there for? Get in. You can sit in the passenger seat, Ling Han chuckled, observing Li Li, who was frozen beside the car. While she appeared astute and capable at work, she seemed somewhat timid when temporarily out of her professional element. Ling Han felt a heightened sense of satisfaction with her, recognizing that while Li Li appeared shrewd and efficient, her demeanor was neither overly obsequious nor lacking in respect. Being with her was quite comfortable for Ling Han, having grown accustomed to being self-reliant. She preferred not to have someone constantly hovering over her. Li Li seemed to strike the perfect balance of cleverness and earnestness, making her a fitting companion. Li Li hurriedly opened the passenger door and cautiously took her seat. Seeing her anxious expression, Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. What are you so nervous about? Do you think I'm going to sell you or something? Upon hearing Ling Han's playful banter, Li Li felt her previously tense disposition ease slightly. How could she not feel anxious? Ling Han was undoubtedly her most significant client, akin to a benefactor in her professional life. The commission from selling this property to Ling Han, coupled with the referral fee from the decorating company, would yield her enough profit to purchase a decent vehicle for her commute. She was acutely aware that her primary task during this period was to cater to Ling Han's needs. If she could successfully satisfy this major client, she would be financially secure for the forthcoming year. As long as Ling Han did not compel her to engage in any illicit activities, she would muster the courage to face any challenges ahead, let alone simply accompany her on outings. Thus, upon hearing Ling Han's words, she shyly smiled and replied, No, I merely fear that I might delay your affairs. This statement was neither overly flattering nor dismissive, subtly conveying her respect for Ling Han, which was well received. Li Li refrained from further jesting and activated the vehicle's intelligent screen to search for the store responsible for her home renovation. Do you still have the specific address for the decorating company? The shop truly lived up to its reputation as a national chain, as a multitude of similarly named stores in Qingcheng appeared on the screen, leaving Ling Han somewhat bewildered. She had not made a conscious effort to memorize the street names. So she directly inquired of Li Li, Shall I assist you with the location? Li Li pointed to one of the addresses. This one. Let me set it up for you. As she spoke, she gently tapped the screen with her fingertip. Is there anything else you would like me to communicate to them? I can liaise directly on your behalf. Feel free to mention anything. Li Li was anxious that Ling Han might have reservations about the renovation. No, the renovation is quite satisfactory. At least, it appears to be without issue so far, Ling Han replied candidly. She was indeed pleased, having not anticipated that the company could execute the renovation so proficiently in such a short span of time, exceeding her expectations. And where are we headed now? Li Li asked hesitantly. No one has shown up today. I was under the impression that I needed to personally settle the final payment. Why is it that they are not proactive about collecting payment, while I, the payer, am the one taking the initiative? Ling Han remarked, half in jest, half in complaint. Li Li's heart raced, and she quickly clarified, No, Ms. Ling, it's not that they do not take this seriously. She cautiously glanced at Ling Han to ensure she was not displeased and continued, Since I have been the sole point of contact with them throughout the renovation process, I was concerned they might not communicate clearly with you, so I volunteered to accompany you for the inspection. Li Li, trembling slightly, offered her apologies. It was my assumption. I'm sorry. If there are any issues, please let me know directly, and I will have them rectify it until you are completely satisfied. Observing her anxious demeanor made Ling Han smile. Relax. I harbor no ill feelings towards you. As long as the house is well decorated, everything else is of little consequence. You have indeed saved me some trouble. Just as Li Li was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Ling Han spoke again, causing her heart to leap. However, must I personally visit their store to make the final payment? Understanding the implication of Ling Han's words, that it would be preferable to avoid an additional trip, Li Li immediately responded, No, you need not make another trip. If you find everything satisfactory, I can contact the decorating company right now and have them send the account number for you to transfer the payment directly. Ling Han raised an eyebrow and simply replied, Good. Li Li promptly dialed the phone number of the responsible party at the decorating company. The company was taken aback to receive the call. They had planned to wait until the inspection was completed that day to have Li Li convey the payment details to Ling Han. It was rare to encounter a client so eager to settle the final payment, and they quickly complied. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Li Li relayed the decorating company's bank account information and the fee breakdown to Ling Han. You may verify the invoice. If all is in order, you can transfer the funds to this account. The recipient is the name of their company, and you can confirm before proceeding with the transfer. Furthermore, this company offers a lifetime warranty. Should any issues arise with the renovation in the future, you can always inform me, and I will coordinate with them. As she shared this information, Lily was careful to remind Ling Han, particularly about the invoice. Recalling the lengthy string of numbers made her catch her breath. Seated in the car, Ling Han meticulously examined the invoice, with every detail of the furniture and appliances clearly listed. She scrolled to the bottom, where the total amounted to 5,350,000, and after deducting the 2 million she had already paid as a deposit, she needed to transfer an additional 335,000, which she promptly did. Lily observed with wide eyes as Ling Han seamlessly transferred over 300,000 without a blink, her mind racing in astonishment. This Miss Ling had spent tens of millions on her home purchase and over 500,000 on renovations. How could a wealthy person's bank balance surpass her own meager savings? She marveled internally, her lips moving continuously. By the way, Miss Ling, regarding the property deed, she retrieved a sizable red booklet from her bag. I was afraid of misplacing it, so I've kept it with me. It is now ready to be handed over to you. Everything has been finalized. Ling Han accepted the property deed that Lily presented with both hands. Upon opening it, her name came into view. This was her first property deed. Ling Han carefully placed it in the hidden drawer of the car. Do you have any commitments this afternoon? With this matter resolved, Ling Han's interest was piqued even further. No, my sole task today is to accompany you for the inspection. So I have not scheduled any other clients. My entire day is dedicated to you, Lily replied earnestly. Then let us be on our way, Ling Han declared, gently pressing the accelerator as the vehicle began to glide forward. Chapter 53, The Invitation. Ling Han pointed to the mall's directory. Let us commence with essential household items. Although the basic necessities for her home were already prepared, she still wished to browse for herself. Lily had no objections, and the two followed the signage. Upon entering the home goods section, Lily displayed remarkable professionalism. Not only was she well-versed in the merits and demerits of various brands, but she could also swiftly discern Ling Han's preferences. This bedding set is made of long staple cotton. Although it is on the pricier side, the texture is exceptional. Lily gently caressed the sample. Given your sensitive skin, this should be quite comfortable for you. Ling Han looked at her in surprise. How did you know my skin is sensitive? During our last property viewing, I noticed a slight redness on your wrist, Lily admitted, feeling a bit bashful. I just observed a detail. It may not be entirely accurate, but I thought it might serve as a reference. Lily's attentiveness warmed Ling Han's heart. Her skin was indeed quite sensitive. Merely brushing against the corner of a table had left her wrist red for an extended period. Yet she had not realized that Lily had taken notice. While selecting dinnerware, Lily picked up a blue and white porcelain bowl and scrutinized it closely. The glaze on this one is not uniform. See, there is a small bubble here. She turned to the salesperson. Could you please bring a new set for us to examine? The salesperson quickly retrieved a set in unopened packaging. But Lily did not hastily unbox it. Instead, she first checked that the outer packaging was intact. Ms. Ling, it is imperative to inspect fragile items on site. Otherwise, discovering issues at home can be rather troublesome. The two continued to browse the home goods section, and Ling Han soon spotted a set of hand-woven rugs, featuring a cream base adorned with varying shades of blue wave patterns. What do you think of this? Ling Han inquired, turning to Lily. Lily examined it carefully. It complements your home's decor style beautifully, exuding simplicity and elegance. However, given the spaciousness of the living room, we might need to customize the size. After finishing their exploration of the home goods store, they proceeded to the kitchenware section. Ling Han had set her sights on a set of German-imported kitchenware. The silver-gray pots gleamed with a cold brilliance under the lights. Although Ling Han was not particularly fond of cooking daily, she found occasional culinary ventures to be an enjoyable pursuit, and she was eager to give it a try. The brand she was considering boasted excellent thermal conductivity and a nonstick surface. Lily, standing nearby, remarked, "A previous client of mine purchased this set and mentioned it was quite user-friendly." Ling Han raised an eyebrow. "You seem knowledgeable about these things?" Lily chuckled softly. "In our line of work, one must possess a bit of knowledge about everything. Clients often require new furniture after purchasing a home. It's beneficial to be well-informed to offer suggestions." The two continued their shopping, ranging from curtains to carpets, from kitchenware to decorative items. Lily not only considered practicality, but also offered pairing suggestions based on the decor style of Ling Han's new home. The color of this set of cups complements the tone of your living room beautifully, and the ergonomic handle design ensures comfort even during prolonged use, Lily explained, suddenly realizing she might have been overly verbose. "I apologize if I'm being too talkative." "Not at all. I genuinely appreciate your advice," Ling Han replied sincerely. "To be honest, without your companionship, I wouldn't have managed to select so many things on my own." She discovered that shopping with Lily was an enjoyable experience. Li always provided timely suggestions without overwhelming her with excessive enthusiasm. Ling Han had all the items she purchased sent to her new home, where she informed in Ping about the deliveries before leading Li to the first floor of the mall, a veritable paradise of luxury goods. Li observed that Ling Han appeared more relaxed entering the luxury boutiques than she did returning home. As they stepped inside, several sales associates greeted them with warmth, surrounding Ling Han with enthusiastic attention. However, Ling Han waved her hand dismissively. "My friend and I are just browsing. You needn't hover around me. I'll take my time selecting." Upon hearing this, the sales associates dispersed like a retreating tide, leaving only the store manager to follow at a distance. Ling Han turned to Li and said, "Help me choose a bag." Li, somewhat surprised, nonetheless surveyed the offerings with seriousness before pointing to a platinum-colored Birkin bag. "This color suits your temperament well and is quite versatile." Ling Han nodded. "Are there any others?" Li swallowed hard, glancing at a burgundy bag nearby. "This one is also quite attractive. Are there more?" "Choose a few. I see an entire wall of bags in my wardrobe, so let us not waste anything." Li paused, astonished that, to avoid wasting a bag cabinet worth over 100,000, they were discussing purchasing bags worth millions. Observing Li's momentary daze, Ling Han chuckled and addressed the sales associate. "Please wrap up the two she just pointed out, as well as this one, that one, and the three displayed at the top." The store manager hurried over to assist the sales associate with the packaging, but Ling Han suddenly stopped her. "Please wrap this bag separately and set it aside. Send the others to the address I provided." When the shopping bags were handed to Ling Han, Li perceptively offered, "Let me carry that for you." Ling Han nodded, and the bags were transferred to Li's hands, which she held cautiously, as if they contained explosives rather than merely bags. "No need to be so careful. It's just a bag," Ling Han reassured her. However, Li could not help but be cautious. The bag alone cost over 100,000, nearly matching her annual salary. Upon entering the luxury store, Li accompanied Ling Han to a VIP room, where several sales associates pushed in 2 rows of merchandise, this year's latest styles. Ling Han browsed through the selection, finding everything quite satisfactory. With her wardrobe empty, she decided to purchase them all outright. Next, Li accompanied Ling Han to B's store, where the autumn jackets were particularly to Ling Han's liking, resulting in dozens of coats and trousers. They then visited H's shoe store and at M's clothing store. She encountered a seemingly ordinary base layer costing over 30,000. Li transitioned from astonishment to numbness. Although she was aware of Ling Han's wealth, she had not anticipated such staggering purchasing power. To an outsider, it seemed as if they were shopping at a dollar store. After an extensive shopping spree, the sky began to grow dim. Ling Han suggested they dine together, to which Li readily agreed. Seated in the restaurant, Ling Han handed Li the red bag she had placed beside her. "This is for you." Li was taken aback, hastily declining. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Yet Ling Han insisted, "You've worked hard during this time. Moreover," she paused, "I believe you would be an excellent fit as my personal assistant. Would you be interested?" Li was momentarily stunned, never expecting such an invitation from Ling Han. "I need to think about it," she replied. Ling Han smiled. "There's no rush. Take your time to consider. However, I genuinely think you would excel. You are diligent, possess good judgment. And most importantly," she looked at Li with anticipation, "you understand boundaries." "Of course," Ling Han continued with a smile. "Your attention to detail and professionalism give me great confidence. Moreover," she paused again, "I believe we would become good friends." As they exited the mall after dinner, the sky had darkened considerably. Ling Han jingled her car keys. "Where do you live? Let me drive you home." Li quickly shook her head. No, it's all right. You've had a long day, Miss Ling. I can easily take a taxi home." Ling Han nodded. "All right then, please consider my proposal. We can discuss salary and benefits in detail. I believe it will be no less favorable than your current position." Watching Ling Han's South car drive away, Li stood still, clutching the bag worth her entire annual salary. She suddenly felt that her life might be on the verge of significant change. Chapter 54, Move In. "All right, please wait at the entrance for a moment. I've just arrived at the garage and will be back shortly." As soon as Ling Han reached downstairs, and Ping called to update her, saying they had finished unpacking and were waiting for her to inspect everything in the hallway. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Ling Han was greeted by a hallway that had transformed from barren to a veritable art gallery. The 8-story rotating shoe rack turned slowly like a display case in a jewelry store, showcasing a variety of high-heeled shoes interspersed with athletic footwear. Each shoe's toe perfectly aligned at a 45-degree angle. Sensing her gaze, the glass panel of the temperature-controlled shoe cabinet misted lightly, the LCD screen displaying a care temperature of 18 degrees. As Ping approached, she welcomed Ling Han with a smile. "All of your belongings from the hotel have been moved back, and we have processed the checkout as per your request. Everything delivered from the mall today has been organized, and you can now inspect it." Ling Han nodded. I'll take a look myself. Please wait for me here. With that, she pushed open the door. Her slippers were already placed at the entrance, and as she stepped inside, the warm yellow lights illuminated automatically. She changed into her slippers and entered alone. It was now evening, and the sunset flowed across the floor like melted honey. She strolled slowly into the living room, where even in the refracted light, the floor gleamed with pristine cleanliness. The spacious sofa was adorned with cushions, and beneath the small coffee table lay the rug she had purchased that day. The living room was minimally furnished, reflecting her preference for an open and airy style. The kitchen and dining area were equally immaculate, and upon opening the drawers, she was pleasantly surprised to find utensils arranged at standard intervals, spice jars with labels facing outward, and even ginger and garlic stored in ceramic jars with ventilation holes, facilitating her culinary endeavors when she felt inspired to cook. As she passed through the ceremonious passage framed by French glass double doors, the crystal chandelier in the walk-in closet lit up sequentially upon sensing her footsteps. The three-sided wardrobe, a magnificent structure reaching towards the heavens, is crafted from dust-proof glass. Within its confines, shirts, trousers, skirts, and outerwear are meticulously arranged according to the color wheel and fabric thickness. Most astonishing to her is the handbag cabinet, where each bag is individually housed, covered by dust covers affixed with electronic tags that, upon a gentle touch, reveal maintenance records. She then draws open the jewelry tray, where bracelets and necklaces form an exquisite geometric composition atop a velvet cushion. Each drawer is lined with microfiber mats, and even the earrings are neatly stored within honeycomb-shaped acrylic compartments. However, she finds her collection rather sparse and resolves to acquire more pieces during her next outing. Gazing at the somewhat empty jewelry cabinet, the experience in the master bathroom is equally exhilarating. The intelligent mirror cabinet automatically demists upon sensing body heat. Pulling open the first tier reveals a set of Elle skincare products arranged according to the morning and evening routines, while the second tier showcases a beauty device charging station glowing with a soft blue light. Beside the bathtub, a trolley displays bath balls stacked like macarons on a gilded tray, with a wooden spoon for the bath salt jar inscribed with her initials. Ms. Ling hastily steps outside. Ms. Ling, how do you find everything? Are there any details that require our attention? Omping observes Ling Han's expression, confident that there are no significant issues. Indeed, Ling Han nods in satisfaction. No, it's quite good. That's wonderful to hear. If you're satisfied, shall I arrange for them to leave now? Yes. They've worked hard today, she replies. Ling Han opens WeChat and transfers 20,000 yuan to Omping, considering it a reward for their labor today, adding that she purchased quite a bit in the afternoon, which also contributes to their efforts. The staff behind her light up at her words, but Omping appears somewhat hesitant. Miss Ling, these tasks are part of our duties. We really shouldn't. Ling Han interrupts. Enough. Please accept it and distribute it among them as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Miss Ling. Thank you. The staff members express their gratitude in unison as they rush towards the elevator, leaving Omping standing alone. Miss Ling, I still have a few matters that require your confirmation. She looks at Ling Han. Please, come in and let us discuss, Ling Han invites, as she too has some matters to address. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the two aunts you selected to come and cook for you. What time would be suitable? Omping sits upright on the sofa, earnestly taking notes on her tablet. Around noon would be perfect. Having the meal ready by 12 is sufficient. It must be noted that since leaving her job, Ling Han's routine has become remarkably more regular, sleeping and waking early each day. Understood. Do you have any dietary preferences? I am accustomed to northern cuisine with a slightly stronger flavor. I enjoy spicy foods but prefer to limit sweet dishes. Occasionally, a change in flavor is welcome. The back-and-forth questioning continues for several minutes until Omping has gathered a general understanding of Ling Han's preferences. I believe I have acquired most of the necessary information. The rest can be adjusted according to your lifestyle. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Omping gazes seriously at Ling Han. I dislike having outsiders in my home. The cooking staff need only prepare the meals and can leave afterward. The cleaning staff can do the same. They may depart once their task is completed. Understood, Miss Ling. Omping acknowledges. The cleaning and cooking staff will receive a temporary access code for your front door, so you need not worry. What time should I come to work regularly? This posed a slight challenge for Omping, as she typically resides on-site and has rarely encountered a situation requiring a non-resident housekeeper in her career. You may come daily. Alongside the cleaning staff, you will primarily manage all aspects of this household and report to me weekly. Ling Han has already given this considerable thought. She intends to relish her solitary life in her new home without disturbance. However, she shifts her tone. You must rent a place nearby, so you can arrive within 10 minutes if I require anything. The rent will be added to your salary. Although she prefers solitude, it is paramount that her quality of life is assured. Omping has no objections. The properties in the vicinity far surpass her current accommodations, And without the need for live-in arrangements or rent, it offers her nothing but advantages. She readily agrees. After bidding Onping farewell, the sun has dipped below the horizon, enveloping the outside world in twilight. Ling Han curls up on her cloud-like sofa, her fingertips gliding across the iPad to control the entire smart home system. Upon pressing the button for the lighting scene mode, the room instantly transforms into a dazzling galaxy of stars. She raises her hand to capture a photograph of the starlit living room, with the distant sight of ocean waves visible through the floor-to-ceiling window. Captioning it, "The first night in my new home." After editing the post, she confirms and shares her very first moment on social media. She walks barefoot on the wooden floor, feeling no chill as the underfloor heating is already activated, keeping the room at a cozy 24 degrees. The air is subtly infused with a citrus-scented aroma from the new air system. She gazes out at the sea, lost in thought, savoring her first night in her own home. Suddenly, she hears her phone vibrate. It's a message from Ranhua. Chapter 55. Chatting. Ranhua hovers his finger over the video call button for 3 seconds before, as if deflated, retreating into his chair. For the past few days, he has felt as though he has lost his spirit. Ever since Ling Han last visited the voice hall, he has not heard from her. A profound emptiness fills him, as he eagerly anticipates her return to the live stream, only to be met with disappointment each time he finishes work. Today is no different. After completing his schedule from 7 to 9, he finds himself lacking interest in setting up another slot, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a new post catches his eye. It's from Ling Han. He has never seen her post on social media before. Her previous posts were all visible, yet there was not a single one. Yet today, she has posted? Intrigued, he clicks on the image, revealing a spacious living room with a stunning starry ceiling. And through the floor-to-ceiling window, the distant sea is faintly visible. She has moved into a new home. Ranhua's heart races, and his fingers uncontrollably tap the like button before he takes a deep breath and sends a message to Ling Han. Ling Han opens her phone, noticing that Ranhua has retracted 2 messages. The chat window displays the other party is typing, and Ranhua tosses his black headphones onto the desk, impatiently waiting for her response. Han, what did you send? Why retracted? Ling Han reclines against the soft sofa, watching the other party is typing notification flicker in the chat window. Moonlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling window, pooling at her feet like silver water. The phone screen lights up, and suddenly the sound of the waves becomes exceptionally clear. Ranhua, have you moved into your new home? The starry ceiling is gorgeous. It suits you perfectly. Ranhua, a picture of a cat with sparkling eyes. Ranhua, that was what I just retracted. But I was concerned you might think I was trying to be cute. Ranhua curses himself for his hasty fingers, regretting sending the message without contemplating it. She wouldn't he think he was trying to play hard to get, would she? Though, perhaps subconsciously, he did want to evoke that impression a little. After a moment, the phone screen lights up again. On. It's not trying to be cute, it's rather endearing. Ranhua picked up the ice water on the table and pressed it against his slightly flushed cheeks. Ling Han had sent a brief message, which felt like a reassuring balm to him. It was the first time he truly understood the pangs of anxiety that accompany longing. Ranhua, your new home looks wonderful. Congratulations, Han, on your new abode. Ranhua, could you share your address with me? A housewarming joy deserves more than just a few words. I'd like to celebrate you properly with a gift. Ranhua certainly knew how to navigate social interactions, but he decided against asking for the address. Without a moment's hesitation, he typed his response. Han, thank you, but there is no need for a gift. I appreciate your kind intentions. Upon reading this reply, Ranhua felt a flicker of disappointment, though he understood it. After all, their acquaintance was still fresh, and a degree of caution was to be expected. He quickly typed back. No worries at all. I might have been too forward. It's just that I haven't seen you around in a while. And your recent posts made me feel you were quite happy today, so I wanted to bring you even more joy. As soon as he sent the message, he regretted it momentarily, fearing it might be too direct and that Ling Han could feel pressured. Fortunately, Ling Han responded swiftly. I've been busy dealing with house-related matters lately. How about your live streaming room? Is it still as lively as ever? Ranhua sighed in relief and diligently answered each of Ling Han's inquiries, engaging in a lively exchange. He animatedly shared amusing anecdotes from the voice chat room, recounting the latest blunders of various streamers and the arrival of new patrons. His vivid storytelling brought laughter to Ling Han even through the confines of their phones. A thought lingered in Ranhua's mind. He wished to call Ling Han again, just like before, to sing lullabies to her until she drifted into slumber. Yet, he hesitated, concerned that it might come across as intrusive. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to text. Ranhua, tonight marks your first night in the new home. Are you feeling a bit out of place? Ranhua, how about we call like last time? I could sing for you to help usher in sweet dreams. As he typed, Ling Han was making her way to her bedroom. On. Sure, I'm feeling a bit tired and could use some rest. Ranhua nearly leaped with excitement upon receiving her reply, but forced himself to remain composed. He adjusted the newly upgraded sound card, took a deep breath, and initiated the voice call. Hello? The static noise upon connection was eclipsed by Ling Han's soft chuckle. Ranhua promptly activated the sound effects he had prepared, filling the silence between them with the soothing sound of waves. Was Ling Han's new home close to the sea? He had deduced from various details that she must have a fondness for the ocean. Its straight-line distance was 587 meters. Ling Han's voice carried a hint of mirth as she asked, Are you planning to sing Sailor for me? Ranhua adjusted his breathing and replied with a smile. Isn't Sailor a bit melancholic? It doesn't seem fitting for a housewarming celebration. But if you wish to hear it, I'll gladly sing it for you. He chuckled softly. Ling Han was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to know that song. She adored old melodies, and Sailor was one she had listened to since childhood, suddenly resurfacing in her memory. You know Sailor? She asked, unsure, wondering if it was perhaps a different song by the same name. He sang a line, In the storm. This pain is nothing. Dry your tears. Don't question. At least we still have dreams. Ranhua sang a few lines, demonstrating his familiarity with the song. I'm certainly older than you. If you've heard it, how could I not? That is not necessarily true. Perhaps I'm older than you. How old are you? Ling Han suddenly became curious. I'm 28 this year. An old man, far removed from those young boys. Ranhua replied with a hint of grievance, placing emphasis on young boys. Ling Han understood the implication and chose not to tease him further, responding instead, Well, older men have their own charm. She couldn't help but chuckle at her own words. Ranhua laughed too, aware that Ling Han had grasped his jest. They continued their conversation, and he found chatting with her to be an incredibly delightful experience, unlike his previous interactions with clients that had left him drained and burdened by flattery. As time slipped away, Ling Han's voice began to carry a note of weariness. Noticing this, Ranhua gently suggested, It's getting late. Let me sing for you so you can rest. Ling Han drowsily acquiesced. I'm all right. The dark sky hung low, stars twinkled brightly. Ranhua's voice was soft and soothing, weaving a spell that ushered Ling Han into a tranquil and beautiful realm. Lying against her plush pillow, she listened to his serenade, her thoughts gradually drifting into slumber. Her penultimate thought before sleep was, Still, it's good to have money, with wealth. Any charming voice can lull me to sleep every night. Morning sunlight pierced through the window, its brightness causing her to squint. She groaned softly, awakening to the realization that she had forgotten to close the curtains the night before. Having slept soundly, she felt no inclination to return to sleep. Reflecting on the busy days spent dealing with cars and houses, she realized she hadn't properly rewarded herself. After a moment's contemplation, she leaned against her headboard and picked up her phone. Han, are you awake? Chapter 56, The Assistant. Ling Han was startled to discover that Ranhua had not ended the call. She suddenly recalled that this had happened before. He had stayed on the line all night, sharing breaths in the stillness. Clearing her throat, she felt a bit bashful. Why haven't you hung up? Ranhua chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. I couldn't bear to hang up. Listening to your breathing last night helped me sleep so soundly. Ling Han playfully scolded, You're so sweet, Taunt. Before Ranhua could respond, she continued, I'm awake now, so I'll hang up. Ranhua sighed in resignation. All right. I'll wait for Han to grace me with her presence again. The term grace elicited another chuckle from Ling Han, and she promptly ended the call. After freshening up, Ling Han returned to lounge on the couch. The view from the living room was simply exquisite, and she found the sofa even more comfortable than the large bed in her master bedroom. She sat quietly, gazing at the sea for a while, then picked up her phone to respond to comments on her social media posts. One by one, all her friends had commented. Chi Zhao, congratulations, sister. Wishing you a prosperous housewarming. Ling Long, wow, your new home is beautiful, sister. Need a cleaner? I can help. Jiao, is there really such a beautiful new home in this world? Your life is my dream, sister. Liang Hao, it's decided. I'll dream of living in this house tonight. Xiao Yuan, your life is my dream. Aw, so beautiful. Bai Yang, is your place spacious, sister? Are you afraid living alone? A warm-hearted gentleman is here, ready to assist. Ling Han replied to each comment, but one from someone named Liang Hao caught her attention. She couldn't recall who he was. Driven by curiosity, she opened their chat to find lengthy messages of thanks from him. She didn't respond. Scrolling up to discover he had changed his name from Not Off Key. Ling Han raised an eyebrow, intrigued by why someone would choose such a nickname. Surely it wasn't the pun she suspected? Han, have you changed your name? The other party immediately showed as typing, and within a minute, a response appeared. Liang Hao. I've changed my WeChat to my real name and also updated Douyin, but I opted for Howard. Sister, does it sound pleasant? Han, it's all right, but why did you choose the name Not Off Key before? Liang Hao hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the name that had seemed so clever in a moment of excitement. Liang Hao, just promise you 1T laugh at me, I might cry. Liang Hao, well, although I may sing off-key, I certainly 1T stray from the pitch. Liang Hao, so, I named myself not off-key. It's a bit of a pity, really. The fact that he genuinely named himself that struck Ling Han as rather dull, and she silently scoffed. Noticing her lack of response, Liang Hao grew increasingly anxious. Liang Hao, feel free to laugh, sister, but please don't ignore me. I'm heartbroken. Han, I'm not laughing, I swear. This kind of joke isn't particularly amusing. Seeing her message, Liang Hao felt a wave of despair. It would have been better if she had burst into laughter instead. What could be worse for a streamer than being deemed uninteresting? His heart felt as though it were shattering. Liang Hao, sister, I feel like I'm breaking apart, my heart aches. However, Ling Han did not respond again, as someone was calling her. Miss Ling, I have made my decision. Thank you for this opportunity. I am accepting your invitation. I will serve you well. As soon as Ling Han answered Li Li's call, she was met with an enthusiastic declaration of loyalty. All right, since you've made your decision, let us get you started immediately. You have 2 days to handle your resignation and find a place to live that is closest to me. Your responsibilities will encompass all aspects of my daily life. Currently, there isn't much to do, but it may increase in the future. For now, your primary task is to liaise with others and ensure my quality of life. That's about it. By the way, what is your current salary? After laying down her requirements, Ling Han directly inquired about her compensation, assuming that a real estate agent would earn more than she had previously. Our base salary isn't high, around 6,000, but we rely heavily on commissions, which average out to about 30,000 a month. Li Li cautiously replied to Ling Han. Without further ado, Ling Han made her offer. I'll give you a base salary of 50,000. With bonuses depending on circumstances each month, and I will reimburse your rent and transportation costs separately from your salary. Li Li had anticipated that Ling Han's offer would be higher than her current position, but she never expected it to be to this extent. Containing her excitement, she replied repeatedly, Okay, I'll handle my resignation today and can move in tomorrow. I'll be ready to start right away. So just let me know what you need. Ling Han chuckled at her enthusiasm. All right then, you don't need to be overly formal. Just call me Ling Han, and I'll refer to you as Sister Li. Li Li's face flushed with excitement. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such a wonderful boss and silently vowed to serve Ling Han to the best of her ability. Good boss. I will work hard. Li Li felt a bit awkward addressing Ling Han by her full name, considering it was work-related. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh softly, not pressing her to call her by name. A boss is a boss, after all, and it was better than being called Miss Ling. Oh, and once you've settled your affairs, please find me a driver within the next couple of days. They should be experienced, gentle in demeanor, and ideally, a woman who knows a bit of self-defense. Although driving myself is enjoyable, having a driver is more convenient, especially once the second car arrives. I'm just being prudent. Li Li immediately comprehended Ling Han's intent. She needed a driver who could also serve as a bodyguard, with the stipulation that they be female. She agreed promptly, and as soon as Ling Han hung up, she sprang into action, resigning and preparing to move, picturing the joyful days ahead. After ending the call, Ling Han opened Douyin and scrolled through videos before entering the live streaming section. The morning atmosphere on Douyin was markedly quieter than in the evening, and the quality left much to be desired. She scrolled through endlessly until her fingers paused on a gaming live stream. Ling Han had never been particularly interested in games. She had hardly played in the past, even missing out on the popular Honor of Kings. The only time she had played were during breaks when colleagues dragged her along to make up the numbers. However, her gaming experiences had been less than stellar. Either she was eliminated as soon as she landed or ended up shooting at bots, ultimately leading her colleagues to stop asking her to join. Yet, the vibrant gaming visuals before her now sparked her curiosity. Chapter 57, The Game. Han Xing's slender fingers danced swiftly across the mechanical keyboard, while the viewer count in the upper right corner of the live stream steadily climbed, even during this quiet morning. He squinted at the screen, the faint sound of rustling grass filling his ears as he suddenly rolled down a slope, swiftly switching his M416 to the scope. Southeast. Behind the tree at 120. Before his cool voice even finished speaking, the 4x scope had already locked onto the quivering leaves. 3 quick bursts of fire shattered the air, and the enemy's level 3 helmet exploded in a mist of red. The public chat erupted into a frenzy, with a barrage of 666 messages nearly obscuring the game screen. Han Xing tapped the side key with his left hand, causing his character to swiftly change direction, narrowly dodging a deadly shot from a distant AWM. Glancing at his magazine, now holding only 37 bullets, he suddenly leaped out from cover. What the hell? Is he looking for death? He's showing off too much? He better be careful. What is going on? Is he just pretending to be cool because he can't actually play? The public chat flooded with both praise and ridicule, skepticism surrounding his ability to achieve a comeback. Yet, Han Xing remained unfazed, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, just as a smoke grenade detonated upon his landing. The sounds of the enemy squad echoed within the thick, gray fog. As they rushed into the smoke, a well-timed grenade rolled right beneath their feet. In the explosive blaze, shadows leaped into the air, and with his finger pressing down on the shift key, he unleashed a precise barrage that effortlessly eliminated the three in the center. Only one remained, and as he prepared to aim, Han Xing had already ghosted around to his rear. The crisp sound of the 98K-S bolt echoed, and as the bullet pierced through 2 layers of wood, a notification for a quadruple kill popped up in the corner. His movements were fluid, seamlessly guiding his opponent into the ambush and annihilating the 4-person squad in under a minute. Is this guy hacking? He must be using cheats. How can someone have such insane skills? For kills in a minute? Is he a war god? The world has truly declined. Now hackers are boldly live-streaming their exploits. No way. Does anyone really believe a human can pull off such moves? A wave of new viewers flooded in, questioning his abilities, while the longtime fans remained calm. If you've never seen it, that's your ignorance. It doesn't mean no one can do it. For us streamers, this is basic skill. Sigh, being so good leads to suspicion. It's our fate to be misunderstood as hackers. Basic skills, don't question it. Just watch the streamer a bit longer, and you'll see. He is absolutely not hacking, just pure skill. Many fans began showering him with rockets as a show of support. Han Xing released his damp grip on the mouse, glancing at the remaining 27 players left in the game, and suddenly swapped the 8x scope for a red dot sight. As the poisonous mist of the final circle began to constrict, he listened to the cacophony of gunfire and suddenly chuckled softly. They are clearing the field for us. Ling Han found himself captivated by his charisma. Individuals who exude an air of arrogance combined with undeniable prowess often evoke a singular sentiment: sheer admiration. Even without having glimpsed his visage, the screen revealed only his slender fingers and cool voice, and this combination alone was enough to conjure images of allure. The toxic circle shrank to a mere narrow boundary, with the final 2 adversaries standing in tense confrontation not far apart. Han Xing leaped from the edge of the poisonous zone, deftly hurling a Molotov cocktail precisely between the two. A conflagration erupted, and he sprang into the inferno, dual pistols in hand, unleashing a barrage of bullets in either direction. As he landed securely, 2 kill notifications flashed simultaneously on the screen. When the blood-red words "Congratulations, you won" chicken dinner illuminated the computer display, he gently removed his headset, the camera capturing the cold profile of his face. Ling Han pressed the carnival button without blinking, and a cascade of dazzling effects erupted across the public screen. Han Xing looked momentarily astonished, but quickly composed himself, expressing gratitude for the gifts received. Thank you, Han. Thank you, Lonely Moon. Thank you, and I. Thank you. He breathlessly acknowledged the top 10 on the leaderboard, expressing his heartfelt appreciation for everyone's support. After completing his acknowledgments, he noticed Ling Han was still sending carnival messages. Hesitating slightly, he spoke up. Thank you, Han. That's enough. You've already given so much. The top reward is that I'll team up with you for a match. Do you wish to play? His heart was uncertain as he posed the question, his words tinged with doubt. Although this Han had a high rank, he had never seen him in his stream before. It must have been his first visit. Despite it being their first encounter, she had already sent over 60 carnivals, so he mustered the courage to ask. Han, sure, how do we team up? Ling Han's floating screen appeared instantly, and merely observing his gameplay ignited a passion for gaming within her that she had never felt before. Han Xing bit his lip. Could you please follow me first? I'll send you my Earth account, and then I'll invite you. How could someone shower him with dozens of carnivals without following him? The world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Ling Han clicked to follow, and after they exchanged WeChat, Han Xing sent a team invitation. Upon clicking the invitation link, she realized she had forgotten to download the game. She didn't announce it in the stream, but merely informed him on WeChat. Han, I'm downloading the game. Please wait a moment. Han Xing, okay. Just let me know when it's done. While waiting for the game to download, Ling Han opened Han Xing's stream on another phone, where the comments were rife with impatience. What is the host doing? Aren't you a gaming streamer? It's been 10 minutes since the last game. Hurry up. Who gave you permission to rest? Get moving. We're here to watch you play. Can the host stop dawdling? You're not secretly buying cheats, are you? Han Xing frowned, his previously cold profile now tinged with annoyance. There must be a reason for the delay. He could play whenever he wished. If viewers wanted to watch, they could stay. If not, they could exit at the top right corner. No need for insults on the public screen. He had no intention of catering to such a crowd, especially when they offered no companionship and merely criticized. Congratulations to Han for sending fireworks, Feast X10. The screen was suddenly filled with a riot of fireworks effects, quieting the comments momentarily. Han, I'm almost done downloading. Please wait a moment. Han Xing's expression shifted slightly. Was he defending him? It's all right. This game is quite large. Take your time. Don't mind what the comments say. Even without those gifts, he would have spoken to Ling Han like this. He always kept his promises, and if he said he would take her to play, he would certainly do so. After a couple more minutes, the phone finally displayed a successful download, and Ling Han opened the game, promptly clicking to create a character. She immediately accessed the recharge interface, realizing that she needed to recharge. The in-game shop had so many beautiful outfits. Chapter 58, Teaming Up. By the way, does recharging in the game count towards the cashback for rewards? Ling Han suddenly recalled this detail and hurriedly inquired with the system. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After all, host, the system hesitated. Only when you recharge to reward others does it count. Personal spending is not eligible for cashback. Oh, I see. That is fine. Ling Han was not disappointed. Her bank account balance had grown to a point where she had lost count, sufficient for her to live several lifetimes. The amount spent on game recharges was trivial, and she didn't mind covering it herself. However, if recharging could provide cashback for rewarding others, could she also reward the authors of her favorite novels? She noted this idea for future consideration. After placing the 10 most expensive outfits in her bag, she returned to the team interface, where Han Xing had already been waiting for a while. I'm here. Shall we begin? Ling Han directly opened the voice chat to communicate with Han Xing. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Xing's eyes. He had not anticipated that Han's voice would be so melodious. Her voice was sweet and clear, reminiscent of tinkling mountain spring water, resonating pleasantly in his ears. Unbeknownst to anyone, Han Xing was a veritable sonic aficionado. He found it hard to resist feeling fond of those with delightful voices. This girl, not only had she generously sent him over 60 carnivals, but her voice was also remarkably enchanting. Consequently, when he spoke to Ling Han, his own tone softened involuntarily. The audience in the live stream mirrored his sentiments, expressing their astonishment at Ling Han's voice. Wow, it sounds like heavenly music to my ears. So beautiful. How is this lady's voice so lovely, clear, sweet, and crisp? The comment above likened her to a peach. You can almost taste its sweetness just by hearing her voice. Oh my, such a charming voice and so wealthy too. I have reasonable suspicions that Sister Han is a rich beauty. Han Xing noticed the comments on the public screen and cleared his throat. Are you ready? The clear voice of Han Xing resonated through the phone, and Ling Han tightened her grip on the device. Although she had played a few times before, the lengthy hiatus left her feeling somewhat nervous. At the same time, she was excited and hopeful. Her previous experiences with colleagues had been lackluster, and she had never won a match. She wondered if Han Xing could lead her to victory this time. I'm ready. Let us go. Ling Han replied enthusiastically. The scene transitioned to the airplane, where the system automatically matched them with two teammates. Han Xing as player 1, herself as player 2, player 3 named Ruan, and player 4 named Lone Wolf. Player 3 spoke first, her voice soft and gentle. Hello everyone, I'm player 3, Ruan. Does everyone have a microphone? Ling Han responded, I have one. Han Xing followed suit with a simple mm. However, player 4's voice sounded somewhat displeased. Don't worry, baby, I'll protect you. Why do you care if they have a mic? Upon hearing this, both Ling Han and Han Xing frowned in unison. This person did not seem like a good teammate, and neither of them spoke. Meanwhile, the comments in Han Xing's live stream became lively once more. Oh no, looks like we've encountered a couple. Player 4 sounds quite possessive. Miss number 3 possesses a voice that is exquisitely sweet, both delicate and gentle, each character presenting their unique charm. Why don't you take a look in the mirror first before passing judgment? Comes the retort from above. During the game, encountering such young couples is most irksome. If they wish to indulge in romance, they should simply play in pairs rather than impose their presence on a squad of 4. Inside the cabin, Miss number 3 seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere and quickly interjected to lighten it. Number 4 is my brother, and we are teamed up together. Are you also teammates? Miss Han Xing replied succinctly, while Ling Han, ever so lenient towards the fairer sex, elaborated a bit more. Yes, we are teammates. Unfazed by their cool demeanor, Miss number 3 continued to speak sweetly. That's wonderful. That surely means we'll have great synergy. Where shall we jump? Han Xing had already made up his mind. Let us jump at Peace City. A voice chimed in unison with his. Let us jump at End City. It was number 4, the Lone Wolf. Upon hearing Han Xing's suggestion, he immediately countered. Peace City is swarming with players. It's a perilous endeavor, and I must protect my darling. No way. We're going to End City. Han Xing, however, disregarded him and turned to Ling Han, instructing, click on flight follow. Jump with me shortly. Don't be afraid, just stick close. His voice was icy, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Ling Han complied, selecting to follow number 1. I'm all set. I'll leave it to you today. She had complete faith in Han Xing's skills. Noticing that the two were ignoring him, Number 4's voice rose in pitch. What do you mean by that? Are you unable to hear me? What's with the grandstanding? Hanqing furrowed his brow, finding the man insufferably annoying. His sole mission today was to protect Ling Han and secure a victory, and such a teammate was nothing short of a nuisance. The live stream chat echoed his sentiments. Why bother with combat if you're merely playing safe? Go play some trivial games instead. Purely camping, huh? End City is a desolate place. You are just waiting to steal a victory at the last moment? Can camping even help with carrying a teammate? Jumping straight to End City. One would think it's a picnic instead of a battle royale. Hanqing, unfazed by the public screen, declared, "We shall jump at Peace City. You may choose wherever you wish. Let us split up." His tone carried an undercurrent of annoyance. Wait, we should stick together. Having the fortune of teaming up means we should support one another, Number 3 interjected once more. As she spoke, she couldn't help but notice how delightful Hanqing's voice was compared to the lone wolf's, and with their intention to jump to Peace City. He surely must possess considerable skill. Moreover, Number 2's voice lacked the sweetness of her own, and by staying close to him, she was confident they could outshine him. A determination began to blossom within her. She resolved to cling to Number 1, who seemed far more reliable than the lone wolf. Brother, let us join them. Being together allows for better mutual support. She feigned disinterest, disregarding Number 4's reaction as she opted to follow Number 1 for the parachute drop. Fuming, Number 4 gritted his teeth, yet had no choice but to follow Number 3. Moments later, they arrived at Peace City. The airplane door swung open, and the 4 of them tumbled down. Ling Han surveyed the surroundings. Most of the players had already jumped, confirming that Peace City was indeed a hub for fierce combat, indicating an impending hard-fought battle ahead. Chapter 59, Victory Royale. Hanqing deftly leaped toward the designated point, with Ling Han closely trailing behind, while the other two ceased their hesitation, landing swiftly in the buildings of Peace City. Hanqing's character donned a sharp black combat suit, moving through the ruins of Peace City with a clean and efficient grace, reminiscent of a mercenary from a novel. Having not played in a while, Ling Han maneuvered her character somewhat clumsily, cautiously following in his wake, fearful of losing him. It's all right. Just keep moving. I've got my eye on you. You won't get lost, Hanqing reassured her. A slight smile gracing his lips as he observed her, adorably clad in a bunny outfit, stealthily trailing him. Before Ling Han could respond, a saccharine voice from the team channel rang out. Wow, your voice is simply delightful. I couldn't help but want to compliment you earlier. It was Miss Number 3's soft voice, imbued with even more sweetness than before. She maneuvered her character closer to Hanqing, asking earnestly, "Can you help me secure a victory?" Yet, her question was met with silence. Number 4, the lone wolf, scoffed and brusquely pushed past Ling Han, barging into the building to gather supplies. Ling Han found herself bewildered. Momentarily neglecting Number 4, she noticed Hanqing had already handed her some equipment. Here's a 98K for you. Ignoring Miss Number 3, he instead offered the sniper rifle to Ling Han, turning to knock down a player attempting to ambush them with a frying pan. Number 3 approached Ling Han, hoping to grab an 8x scope, only to have Ling Han snatch it up first. Can you even use a high magnification scope? If not, it would be a waste of resources, she remarked sweetly, though her tone was laced with sharpness. Equipping the scope, Ling Han suddenly aimed her weapon at her, startling Miss Number 3, who stumbled back against the doorframe. With a huff, she glared at Hanqing, who was attentively caring for Ling Han, biting her lip in frustration. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind. If she could eliminate Ling Han, she would have Hanqing all to herself. Observing their interaction, she begrudgingly distanced herself from them, opting instead to explore the building that Number 4 had just entered. The 4 of them scavenged for supplies, easily dispatching scattered foes nearby. As the poisonous circle began to close in, Hanqing prepared to lead Ling Han to safety, moving into a garage where he found a vehicle, inviting her to join him in the driver's seat. Come with me. The circle is closing. We need to position ourselves for the next phase, he beckoned, aiming to shake off the remaining 2 players. However, upon hearing the sound of the car, Miss Number 3 hurriedly emerged, jumping into the back seat without hesitation, followed closely by Number 4, who silently joined them. Hanqing pursed his lips, opting for silence as he drove towards the safe zone. Ling Han, stay close, he instructed, guiding his character down from the rooftop of a building, the 98K glinting in the moonlight. As they approached the safe zone, a barrage of gunfire erupted from below. Number 4 deliberately fired his weapon, attracting the attention of 2 nearby teams who flanked them. Hanqing was left with no choice but to abandon the vehicle at the edge of the safe zone, swiftly leading Ling Han toward the nearest building within the circle. What the heck? What's Number 4 doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Suicidal tendencies are one thing, but dragging us down with him is quite another. Is he jealous? He seems annoyed with how closely Number 3 is sticking to the streamer. The chat erupted in criticism of Number 4's peculiar tactics. Yet Ling Han had no time to comment. She followed Hanqing as they sprinted towards the safe zone. Take cover behind the container. Before Hanqing could finish, Ling Han was suddenly trapped by a Molotov cocktail thrown by number 3, sealing off their escape route. The chat erupted once more. Is she doing this on purpose? Did number 3 just fumble? That was quite the rhythm. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips. She's definitely doing this on purpose. Hanqing noticed Ling Han's health bar had dwindled significantly, and with a swift flick of his mouse, the distinct sound of the 98K being loaded echoed in the live stream, prompting a flurry of warnings in the chat. High danger ahead. He found himself precisely positioned at the third-floor window, initiating a series of calculated shots. The enemy, who had merely peeked over the rooftop, promptly fell to the ground. As Hanqing turned to continue his sniper actions, the lone wolf deliberately collided with him, jostling his aim and causing the bullet to narrowly graze the enemy's ear. "You!" Roro suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with alarm, as a grenade arced through the air towards Hanqing and Ling Han. Hanqing's pupils dilated in shock. He yanked Ling Han and leaped through the window. Amidst the thunderous explosion and fiery chaos, he shielded Ling Han as they rolled into the garage, their health hanging by a thread amidst the scattering debris. "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to help Smoke." Ruruo apologized, her voice tinged with a whimper, while the lone wolf tossed a first aid kit outside the toxic zone. Hanqing smirked as he downed an energy drink, handing the last remaining medical kit to Ling Han. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. These two fools. They really think everyone else is an idiot, don't they? This is so staged, it's ridiculous. I can't take it anymore. The worst teammates are truly infuriating, they're absolutely insane. Streamer, just take them out. The real danger isn't the enemies, it's your own teammates. After dealing with 2 waves of ambushers, the toxic zone shrank once more. Hanqing discovered a motorcycle tucked away in the corner of a building and drove it towards Ling Han. "Han, let us go." He uttered no more than those words, and Ling Han swiftly mounted the motorcycle, the two of them speeding toward the final circle not far ahead. Roro, left behind, was fuming, loudly calling out to the lone wolf, "Brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" The lone wolf was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed Roro speak to him so vocally before. Nevertheless, he quickly jumped into the previously abandoned vehicle, taking Roro along to the final circle. The final circle was confined within a dilapidated church, the grand stained glass reflecting the game's sunset. The sunset was blood red, and the battlefield was fierce. Roro and the lone wolf caught up, relying on their teammates' positioning to reach Hanqing and Ling Han's side. Yet Roro was still restless. When she inadvertently dropped a Molotov cocktail at Lingen's feet once more, Hanqing suddenly redirected his gun. The muzzle flash from his M416 illuminated his narrowed fox-like eyes. "There's a sniper in the church bell tower. Do you want it?" Hearing this, the lone wolf dashed towards the stairs but collided with the grenade Hanqing had previously placed at the corner. Amidst the explosion, Hanqing propelled himself and Ling Han into the air, unleashing a hail of gunfire that obliterated the attic door, while the lone wolf quietly met his demise. The public screen was instantly bombarded with comments, the donation effects overwhelming the entire display. "What the heck? A flying sniper. This maneuver is simply exquisite. Is the streamer even human? How can they pull off such a feat?" Witnessing the lone wolf's swift demise, Ruo suddenly adopted a high-pitched, sultry tone. "Brother number 1. I have an 8x scope, do you want it?" Hanqing chuckled softly, the bullet from his M24 grazing Ruo's ear as the hidden enemy behind a distant tree fell victim. "The 8x scope is for you to use when collecting your boyfriend's remains." His sniper movements were fluid and graceful, and the public screen erupted once more in a flurry of gift notifications. Frustration boiled over for Ruo, causing her to irrationally lunge at Ling Han. As Hanqing threw a smoke grenade, he executed a mid-air triple jump, effortlessly swatting away her surprise attack with a frying pan, leaving her in shock. As Ruo's box dangled from the crucifix, Hanqing was already affixing the 8x scope onto Ling Han's AWM. 75 degrees southeast, wind speed correction 27. The sound of Hanqing drinking water mingled with the clacking of his keyboard, and the number of viewers in the livestream surged. Just as the toxic zone began its final contraction, Ling Han aimed in the direction Hanqing indicated and fired, the bullet soaring through the air and striking the last enemy charging forward. Hanqing, in turn, tossed a grenade into the distance. As flames erupted skyward, the settlement screen suddenly appeared on Lingen's display. "Congratulations, you've won chicken dinner." Chapter 60, Accompaniment. "You're amazing. I never knew gaming could be this enjoyable." Ling Han gazed at the words "Congratulations, you've won chicken dinner" on the screen, a proud smile gracing her lips. Was this what it felt like to be carried in a game? Ling Han felt a slight thrill within her. No wonder she had previously found gaming to lack excitement. She had played a few rounds and deemed it uninteresting, unaware that her approach was flawed. This was truly delightful. A clear male voice resonated from her phone. You're picking it up quite swiftly. Hanqing's voice carried a hint of amusement. I was tense right along with you when you took that last shot in the final circle. Linghan stole a glance at her avatar occupying the top spot in Hanqing's livestream. For the first time, feeling that the seaside view was rather unappealing and mismatched with her temperament. It seemed that taking some photographs should be prioritized. As she contemplated this, she casually opened the gift bar. This time it wasn't a carnival. The fireworks extravaganza filled the screen instantaneously, the continuous brilliant fireworks sending the comments into a frenzy. Boss Han is so generous. What is this gift? It's stunning. Star brother, quickly bow to the wealthy sister. The MVP settlement screen is so exhilarating. The streamer detonated grenades before the victory, then set off fireworks for the grand finale. The overall theme, 6. You. Hanqing's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the deluge of gifts. He swallowed hard. There's no need to go overboard. I'm just happy to be gaming with you today. Linghan propped her chin in her hand, observing the flustered youth on the screen, dressed in a simple black hoodie. A few stray strands of hair fell gently over his brow, and the silver cross earrings on his earlobes glinted softly as he turned his astonished profile. His appearance was indeed quite pleasing, directly proportional to his gaming prowess, Linghan mused. Let us leave it at this for today. I won't interfere with your live stream any longer, Linghan said slowly, glancing at Hanqing, who remained by her side in the game lobby. Aren't you going to continue playing? Hanqing's lips pressed together slightly, his voice sounding a bit forlorn. I'm done. I'm logging off now. Linghan exited the game directly. Hanqing was still streaming, and she didn't want to play while being watched. One match was fine, but more than that would be awkward. After exchanging farewells, Linghan also left Hanqing's livestream. Checking the time, it was only just past 10 in the morning. Bored, Linghan lounged on the sofa, idly scrolling through her phone. She opened her Douyin profile to find her follower count had surpassed 80,000. It seemed that as long as one had money, gaining followers was remarkably simple. Glancing at her avatar once more, she found it unsatisfactory from every angle. It was a hastily taken seaside photo she had snapped in her eagerness to earn money, and now it appeared too rushed. What sort of avatar should she use? She didn't want any real photos as her avatar, nor had she ever explored anime-style avatars. The most crucial reason perhaps was that she didn't want to share an avatar with anyone else. However, that scenic photo bore a striking resemblance to that of a man in his 50s. Coupled with her account level, it only accentuated that impression. Once Linghan found it displeasing, she couldn't stand looking at it. She opened the Douyin search bar and began searching for Qingqing photography. This one is too cheap. This one is also too cheap. This one is even cheaper. After half an hour of futile scrolling, the conclusion was that everything was far too inexpensive. The quality appeared uneven, resulting in a hodgepodge of unattractive options. For the first time in her life, she didn't want to complete a photo shoot so carelessly. Just as a light bulb went off in her head, she changed her keywords to national, expensive, luxury photography in the search bar when the WeChat notification chimed. Hanqing, thank you. Henin, for today's gift, it's too extravagant. I cannot afford such lavishness. Linghan raised an eyebrow lightly. In the game, he was simply called Han, which felt formal and distant. Yet, in WeChat, he had transformed into Henin. Han, no worries. Consider it the fee for a lesson from a champion-level gaming coach. Hanqing, then. What else does Henin wish to learn? The tuition has already been paid, and I cannot let you waste your money. Linghan couldn't help but smirk. This person was not as aloof in private as he appeared in games and streams. Han, I desire a reliable gaming companion group. Hanqing felt his face flush. Thankful that the camera in his live stream was directed at the computer screen, otherwise, the chat would erupt with chaotic comments. He was not adept at expressing such sentiments. Yet he did not want Linghan to perceive him as overly indifferent. Hanqing, you can call me when you wish to play. I can accompany you. Han, what? Do you intend to become my exclusive gaming partner? Hanqing, is that not permissible? Linghan remained non-committal, while he was a professional in gaming. Companionship was an entirely different matter. Han, you are far too busy. It is more convenient to have a gaming partner. Do you have a companion group? If not, I will inquire elsewhere. Hanqing unexpectedly felt an unjustified sense of grievance. Although he knew he had no substantial reason to feel this way, he bit his lip and hastily typed on his phone's keyboard. Hanqing, yes, let me recommend one to you. Han, I want someone with a pleasant voice, exceptional skills, and preferably someone who is somewhat attractive, regardless of whether he could see the person's face. He did not wish to compromise by playing with someone unattractive. As a gaming streamer, it was improbable that Hanqing did not know of a few companion groups. And without hesitation, he sent the information to Linghan. The moment his phone vibrated, 10 recommendations for gaming companion groups flooded Linghan's screen. Each group name was followed by detailed annotations. Professional players leading the team, female companions with verified attractiveness, starting at 500 per hour. The last one that appeared was a group chat called Star Appreciation Pavilion. Huanqing. These groups are quite renowned in the industry. They are generally quite good. Huanqing, however, the only one that meets all three of Henin's requirements should be the last one. Huanqing, I have personally vetted this group. It will certainly meet your expectations. The midday sunlight poured evenly into the spacious living room as Linghan bit on a hair tie and casually twisted her long hair into a lazy bun before entering the Star Appreciation Pavilion group chat invitation. Upon entering, the group messages began to refresh incessantly. The group announcement proclaimed today as special, former professional players providing support, guaranteeing an average of 15 kills per match. Linghan promptly muted notifications, then returned to the chat page where discussions were fervently underway. Customer service Xiaoxing. In the PUBG V region, Crown 3, looking for male candidates for a voice audition, must have a pleasant voice and exceptional skills. After the customer service message, a series of voice messages appeared below, each accompanied by a price tag. Linghan tentatively clicked on one voice message. It was a fairly common youthful voice, not extraordinary, but certainly pleasant. To her surprise, even gaming companions had to undergo a voice audition now. This was advantageous, as it allowed her to filter directly. Just as she was eager to proceed, the doorbell rang. Chapter 61, Domestic Affairs. Linghan, barefoot, stepped across the carpet, her reflection in the mirror by the entrance revealing her figure draped in a silk robe. She glanced at the surveillance screen, where a middle-aged woman clad in brown work attire was adjusting her stray hair with one hand, a bulging eco-friendly bag slung over her arm. The vibrant green of vegetables peeking out from the bag's opening. "Hello, Miss Ling," she greeted warmly, her voice carrying a refreshing northern briskness. "I am Zhao Xiaoxin, sent by the housekeeping company. I'm here for a trial." She produced her work ID from her pocket and briskly approached the door, bending down to put on the shoe covers she had brought. It then dawned on Linghan that from today onward, she would have a cooking Annie come to prepare meals, thus no longer needing to settle for takeout. "No need for shoe covers. We have slippers here. Just wear these." Linghan indicated towards the powder blue slippers in the small shoe cabinet by the door. "Oh, all right, Miss Ling, you can just call me Aunt Zhao." Linghan nodded. She estimated Zhao was in her 40s, so either form of address was fitting. In the open kitchen, Aunt Zhao opened her eco-friendly bag, shook out a folded apron, tied it around her waist, and began arranging the ingredients on the counter. "Miss Ling, I heard from supervisor in that you have no particular dietary restrictions. Today I'll prepare a few northern homestyle dishes. Is that all right?" Linghan had no objections. She watched with a hint of curiosity as Aunt Zhao busied herself in the kitchen, feeling a flutter of anticipation. She leaned against the kitchen door, watching with keen interest. Potatoes danced merrily on the cutting board, the knife's blade creating a rhythmic sound against the surface, as green pepper seeds were deftly flicked into the large sink with a soft rustle. 3 pots were simultaneously set on the stove. The stone pot on the left bubbled with rich soup, as Aunt Zhao skillfully tossed pear chunks into the simmering broth, while her right hand prepped the frying pan, waiting for the ingredients to be added. The steamer in the middle puffed out white steam, and as the lid was lifted, delightful shaped dumplings emerged from the mist. As the frying pan sizzled on the stove, Linghan craned her neck to peer into the kitchen. The fragrant aroma of star anise mingled with the rich scent of soy sauce, wafting directly into Linghan's nostrils. She couldn't help but glance at Aunt Zhao, who was turning the ribs with long chopsticks, the amber syrup glistening under the light with a honeyed sheen. "This is sweet and sour ribs. We use rock sugar to caramelize it." Aunt Zhao seemed to notice Linghan's curiosity. While she continued her work, she conversed with her. "When we make it at home, we add hawthorn to enhance the flavor. Miss Ling, do give it a try and let me know if you like it." Linghan could no longer resist swallowing. "It smells so good. I'm sure I will love it." Just the aroma alone was enough to captivate her. The second dish was di sensien, a staple in northern cuisine. The purple eggplants were swiftly cut into thick chunks and tossed into the oil, allowing them to turn a light golden hue, while the green pepper and potato slices were coated in starch, swirling together in the hot oil. Linghan watched as the once ordinary ingredients transformed into something extraordinary under Aunt Zhao's skilled hands, suddenly reminded of the French cuisine she had sampled last month, where caviar and foie gras were presented amidst swirling ice fog. The Michelin chef had proclaimed that the dish utilized only the finest ingredients, crafted exclusively for the most discerning clientele. Yet now, even the humble potatoes in the pot seemed far more appealing to her appetite. She observed Aunt Zhao skillfully slicing the thick cabbage stalks into delicate, translucent pieces. As the sour aroma of the vinegar-soaked cabbage mixed with the fragrant heat of dried chilies wafted over, her stomach responded with an honest rumble. The final dish was Jing Jiang Ro Si. Aunt Zhao delicately cut a few pieces of tofu skin into palm-sized squares, the tender green scallions contrasting with the saucy, lean shredded meat, resembling a serene ink wash painting. It should be eaten while hot. Be careful as it may burn. Dinner is served. As Aunt Zhao removed her apron, Ling Han was already ravenous. The 4 dishes and 1 soup were beautifully arranged on the dining table. The vinegar-soaked cabbage alongside the ruby-red sweet and sour ribs. The golden de-Xian nestled beside the ink wash-like Jingjiang Rosi, and the bowl of tomato and egg drop soup radiating vibrant hues like an oil painting. Ling Han felt her fingers tremble slightly as she grasped the chopsticks. After more than 20 years, she had not encountered home-cooked dishes steaming with warmth like this. The takeout from a 5-star hotel is undoubtedly delectable, yet it often arrives exquisitely chilled. The presentation of a Michelin-starred restaurant is undeniably stunning, yet it resembles a soulless specimen. The array of dishes before her evoked memories of a lunch once brought to the office by a former colleague. She lamented incessantly about her mother's insistence on preparing her lunch daily, concocting various home-style dishes. I am utterly weary of these meals. Upon hearing her words, Ling Han, sitting not far away, touched her heart, which fluttered with envy, and lowered her head to consume her own 15 yuan takeout. As Ling Han's chopsticks grazed the sweet and sour ribs, the amber caramel shell emitted a faint crackling sound. The moment the rib entered her mouth, the sweet and tangy juices exploded on her tongue, the tender meat enveloped in a layer of caramel aroma, nearly dissolving between her lips and teeth. Ling Han blissfully squinted her eyes. The exquisite presentation shrouded in dry ice at high-end restaurants paled in comparison to the mere oil sheen adorning the edges of her bowl. The stir-fried 3 delicacies featured eggplant, which absorbed the oils without becoming greasy, instead presenting a delightful softness, complemented by the crisp sweetness of green peppers and the tender, slightly charred potato. Ling Han scooped a generous spoonful of the dish over her white rice, the sauce slowly staining the rice with a tinge of color. She gulped it down eagerly, then turned her gaze towards the shredded pork in Beijing sauce. As the savory, salty flavor mingled with the spiciness of the scallions burst forth on her palate, Ling Han suddenly let out a choked gasp. What's wrong? Is it unpalatable? Zhao Ai, who had just finished tidying the kitchen, hurriedly offered a tissue. Ling Han shook her head repeatedly, her face downcast, yet tears cascaded into her soup bowl. The tomato and egg drop soup rippled in the porcelain bowl, golden egg flowers floating atop the vibrant red broth, creating a scene of radiant beauty. She recalled her 20th birthday, spent alone in a convenience store during a torrential downpour, eating discounted Odin that had long gone cold. The mist rising from the rain fogging the glass of the store. She fancied that it resembled the smoke she exhaled while blowing out her birthday candles. Delicious. She choked as she stuffed vinegar-sautéed cabbage into her mouth, the sweet and sour juices mingling with her tears, yet she felt no bitterness. Exceedingly delicious. She buried her head in her meal, unwilling to lift her face. Zhao Ai gently patted her back, the warmth of her palms seeping through the silk nightgown into Ling Han's body. The clay pot in the kitchen continued to bubble, and Zhao Ai swiftly re-entered, carefully dishing out the sweet pear and white fungus soup and retrieving the freshly steamed dumplings from the steamer. As Ling Han sat at the dining table, watching Zhao Ai's silhouette in the kitchen, she suddenly realized that this cold, open kitchen had, for the first time, come alive with the warmth of cooking. The rising warmth made Ling Han acutely aware that the so-called earthly delights are simply the act of someone tending to the fire to brew a bowl of sweet soup. Chapter 62. Eating Melons. Zhao Ai placed the blue and white porcelain soup bowl on a heat-resistant mat, the creamy soup base floating with chunks of pear, while the small clusters of white fungus opened up completely in the warm broth. Ling Han gazed at the adorable dumplings shaped like little rabbits, popped one into her mouth, and was met with the soft sweetness of red bean paste, each bite seemingly capable of sweetening the heart. She took the sweet soup again, sipping it slowly. In no time, she looked down at the bowl and dishes that were already half empty, and with satisfaction, she patted her full belly. Hey Zhao Ai, you don't need to clean up. Omping will bring a cleaner this afternoon. You just need to focus on cooking. Ling Han called out to Zhao Ai, who had already begun to tidy the table. No worries, it's no trouble for me. It hardly requires any washing. Just put it in the dishwasher. And leaving it until evening would be a hassle, Zhao Ai replied with a smile, her hands never stopping. In just 3 to 5 minutes. The dining table gleamed as if new. Watching her clean the kitchen and dining area so thoroughly, Ling Han felt a surge of emotion and spoke up. Zhao Ai, I initially planned for you and another cooking aunt to alternate days, but I truly enjoyed today's meal. Would you be interested in coming every day to cook for me? The salary will be double what your company discussed with you previously. Would that be acceptable? Yes, absolutely. I have no problem with that. Zhao Ai exclaimed, overjoyed, but then hesitated to add, you don't need to offer such a high salary. The originally agreed amount is already quite generous. Ling Han waved her hand dismissively. It should be adjusted accordingly. We originally agreed on every other day. But now it's every day, so the salary naturally needs to increase. Zhao Ai wanted to say more, but Ling Han had already risen from her seat. All right, that is settled. Just come at the usual dinner time tonight. Omping will send you a temporary password, so there's no need to knock next time. Zhao Ai nodded enthusiastically, and Ling Han escorted her to the door before pulling out her phone to call Omping. Yes, let us arrange it this way. Please coordinate with your company. The aunt coming to trial tomorrow doesn't need to come anymore. You can handle the compensation as you see fit. Listening to Omping's steady reply, Ling Han refrained from saying more and hung up. After satisfying her hunger, Ling Han returned to her bedroom. The soft bed warmed by the sun, exuding a scent of sunshine. She sprawled out, basking in the warmth, and soon fell into a drowsy slumber. When she next opened her eyes, the sun had dipped low. Ling Han lay on her bed, watching the sea's surface glimmering with the golden hues of sunset. A scene of sparkling waves. She pulled out her phone and noticed a series of unread messages. After responding to a few that piqued her interest, she opened Douyin. Clicking on the search bar, she was confronted with a list of search history and smacked her forehead in her preoccupation with lunch. She had nearly forgotten about her photo shoot. After entering the keywords she had thought of that morning, she began viewing the videos that popped up. Half an hour later, she abandoned her search elsewhere and focused again on high-end photography studios in Chongqing. The reason was simple. She had grown tired of the hassle. She hadn't yet fully settled into her new home and didn't wish to travel far for a photo shoot. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to go out in the future. She intended to explore the beautiful landscapes and take photos wherever she ventured. For now, her immediate goal was to capture some beautiful images. Chongqing would suffice. She browsed and ultimately chose a photography studio that specialized in high-end services and dialed their number. Hello. This is Yueshi Photography Studio. How may I assist you? The receptionist, Xiao Lu, answered the phone with warmth, her voice sweet. Hello. I would like to schedule a photo shoot. Ling Han replied succinctly. Certainly. May I ask your surname? Is this phone number reachable for you? Which day would you like to book? Xiao Lu inquired, her questions flowing as she opened a computer document to record the details for this customer. Once she finished listening to Ling Han's requests, her movement slowed. Miss Ling, it might be difficult for tomorrow. Our appointments are nearly full. Would it be possible to postpone for a few days? However, Ling Han did not respond to her question. Instead, she asked another. I see your most expensive package is 888. Do you offer anything pricier? Xiao Lu was taken aback. This package was rarely booked. And in her years working there, she had only seen it once. Someone wanted something more expensive? Without overthinking, Xiao Lu swiftly replied, No, the 888 package is the most expensive we offer. Then let us book that. I believe it should be available for tomorrow, right? Ling Han asked nonchalantly. Xiao Lu hesitated, realizing this booking was above her authority, yet it was an opportunity too good to pass up. She made up her mind. My apologies, Miss Ling. This package necessitates the direct involvement of our studio's founder for the shoot, with our finest makeup artists and stylists engaged in the process. I must first consult with my superiors to confirm their availability. Would you kindly wait 5 minutes? I will return your call as soon as I receive confirmation. Very well. Please be quick. Ling Han abruptly hung up the phone and turned her gaze towards the sample footage shot by the Yueshi studio on Douyin. This studio resonated most closely with her vision. A brief wait would be tolerable. She returned to WeChat, refreshing her moments, and fortuitously stumbled upon posts from Zhao Jiao and Xiao Yuan, who had just shared their thoughts consecutively. Zhao Jiao, pretentious decor without funds is unacceptable. Please keep your distance. Xiao Yuan, how can one berate others while simultaneously seeking financial assistance? Upon reading these posts, Ling Han surmised that they were likely referring to the same individual. Igniting her curiosity, there was gossip to be unearthed. Han, who are you and Xiao Yuan talking about? Zhao Jiao was taken aback that Ling Han had seen her recent post. She and Xiao Yuan had been fervently critiquing that person, and seeing Ling Han's interest prompted her to create a group chat. Zhao Jiao invites you to join the group chat, Gossip Central. Ling Han entered the group chat, where Xiao Yuan had already begun. Xiao Yuan. Oh dear, Sister Han. The gossip has turned to me. Who can understand this? Xiao Yuan. As a respectable young woman, I am being falsely accused of harboring desires for the streamer, as if I would throw myself at him. Xiao Yuan. Who understands? I only spend 100 yuan a week, not a penny more. Xiao Yuan. It's a travesty. I've done nothing wrong yet am being insulted, and I thought I had a good rapport with that woman. Jiao Jiao. You've conversed with her? I've barely spoken to her, and she dares to ask me for money? How presumptuous. Jiao Jiao. Moreover, she insults me behind my back. I am aware of it, yet she fabricates rumors and then approaches me for money? What is she thinking? Jiao Jiao. Following the same streamer as her is truly a calamity. Xiao Yuan. Who could disagree? Han, wait a moment. Are you both watching the same streamer? It wouldn't be Qi Zhao, would it? Chapter 63. Group Chat. Jiao Jiao. Who else could it be? Sister. Xiao Yuan. Who else could it be? Sister. Ling Han's mouth fell slightly agape, her surprise palpable. Han, what is her situation? Merely a companion? Not spending money. Yet she insults you both behind your backs? Jiao Jiao. It's not purely companionship. She doesn't spend money though? Xiao Yuan. This woman was his former top supporter, I suppose. Ling Han found herself increasingly perplexed. Han, she was his top supporter? The former top supporter of Qi Zhao? Didn't he claim he never received a carnival gift? Was he deceiving me? Ling Han squinted her eyes in suspicion, launching a barrage of inquiries. Jiao Jiao, he indeed has never received a carnival gift. Xiao Yuan, sister. You don't believe one must spend significantly on carnival gifts to become a top supporter, do you? Han, how else could it be? If she hasn't even sent a single carnival gift, how did she become a top supporter? Ling Han's curiosity deepened. Jiao Jiao, sister. Have you considered what it was like when you entered Qi Zhao's live stream? Xiao Yuan, precisely. For major streamers, it takes dozens or hundreds of carnival gifts to become a top supporter, while minor streamers might become one with just a couple. But with someone like Qi Zhao, who is virtually unknown. Jiao Jiao. To put it plainly, sister, when this woman was the top supporter in Qi Zhao's live stream, she needed only one sports car, priced at 120 yuan. Xiao Yuan. According to incomplete statistics, this woman watched Qi Zhao for 2 months, contributing less than 10,000 yuan in total. Ling Han found amusement in the banter between the two. Han, such a low threshold for a top supporter. At least she is supporting Qi Zhao, which is commendable. Upon reading Ling Han's message, Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yuan's emotions became animated. Jiao Jiao, indeed. That's what we thought. It's not every day we find someone willing to support him, and we certainly welcome it. Xiao Yuan. Little did we know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Jiao Jiao. Sister, would you be amenable to a voice call? Text alone cannot adequately convey the intricacies of this woman's character. Xiao Yuan. I second that. Just as Ling Han was about to agree, she received a return call from the photo studio. Han, please hold. I need to take this call. Jiao Jiao. All right, sister, be good. Xiao Yuan. We'll wait for you. Hello, Miss Ling. I have consulted with my superiors, and we can proceed with the shoot tomorrow. May I add you on WeChat to share the specific details of the package and our studio's address? Would you be available to come by at 9 tomorrow morning? Certainly. Just add me using this account. All right, Miss Ling. Additionally, I must inform you that this package requires a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Xiao Lu spoke cautiously, careful not to offend Ling Han with any word choice. However, Ling Han was disinterested in such matters, her mind racing with anticipation for the gossip to unfold. I'll transfer you the money via WeChat. If there is anything else to discuss, please message me there. I have other matters to attend to. That will be all. Okay, Miss Ling, I've added you on WeChat. Please confirm. I won't take up more of your time. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Ling Han accepted the WeChat request and promptly transferred the 20,000 yuan before diving back into the gossip group chat. Han, I'm here. Let us begin. Jiao Jiao invites you to join the group voice call. Would you like to accept? As Ling Han connected, Jiao Jiao's faux sobbing filled the air. Woe is me, sister. My heart aches so. Xiao Yuan, equally indignant, chimed in. Who isn't suffering? She calls me a green tea bitch and says I'm unattractive. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao ceased her act of sorrow, her voice calm. So she calls me a vixen, implying that I only know how to seduce men. Does this mean I'm more attractive than you? Xiao Yuan, incensed, retorted with a bitter laugh. Are you daft? Is that something to be proud of? Realizing Xiao Yuan was genuinely upset, Jiao Jiao ceased her jest. All right. I was joking. I'm quite furious as well. She has been hurling insults indiscriminately, targeting me, you, and Xiao Jing. She has gone through everyone in the live stream. Ling Han curiously inquired. Isn't she afraid you might converse privately? Jiao Jiao's tone carried a hint of despondency. We don't often chat privately. Initially, she wasn't this extreme, and her comments were quite veiled, making it hard to address. Xiao Yuan quickly added, moreover, she subtly implies how special Qi Zhao is to her. If we say anything, it seems to confirm that we harbor inappropriate thoughts about him. By all that is sacred, we merely feel that Qi Zhao's audience is too sparse. During our free time, we visit his live stream to help boost his numbers. We're all friends. Xiao Yuan nearly swore an oath. Ling Han's curiosity deepened. Then why didn't we see her in Qi Zhao's live stream last time? When I first encountered Qi Zhao, his live stream was deserted and dim. If she were there, at least some small gifts would have shown. Xiao Yuan opened her mouth, feeling embarrassed for Qi Zhao. Yet Jiao Jiao remained unfazed, because she watched Qi Zhao for only 2 months before demanding a refund. A refund? Ling Han murmured, recognizing this as the second instance she had encountered a top supporter seeking a refund. The previous one was still out of tune. Wait a moment. Could it be that the top-ranked streamer is in this predicament because she refused to pursue a romantic relationship with her? Or perhaps it is because she desires to date Qi Zhao, but he is unwilling, leading her to demand a refund? Ling Han incredulously voiced her thoughts. Not quite. Zhao Zhao interjected candidly. Although she appeared eager to engage in a romance with Qi Zhao, the timeline had yet to progress to that stage when the incident occurred. What incident? Ling Han was momentarily perplexed. Xiao Yuan nervously explained at length. She crafted her persona as a beautiful, rich second-generation heiress. She would visit Qi Zhao's livestream every day, and occasionally, Zhao Zhao and I would join her. Over time, we became acquainted and eventually exchanged WeChat contacts. Her social media was always filled with images of luxury cars and designer handbags, yet when it came to spending, she claimed her family imposed restrictions on her expenditures. And she had minimal allowance. As she spoke, she paused to catch her breath, but Zhao Zhao took over. We didn't think much of it at first. Afterward, she would chat with me daily, discussing this and that. And in her view, every viewer in the live stream was there solely to attract Qi Zhao's attention, disregarding her presence. I eventually lost interest in conversing with her. At this point, Xiao Yuan quickly chimed in. After chatting a few times, I stopped responding to her messages. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's agreement, Zhao Zhao sighed and continued. Not long after, she stopped coming to Qi Zhao's streams, which suited us fine. Qi Zhao never mentioned her again either. Who would have thought that chaos would ensue afterward? Chapter 64, Madness. Huh, what chaos? Ling Han inquired with curiosity. Zhao Zhao did not respond immediately, as a flurry of group messages began to chime in. Ling Han raised her hand to open the chat group, and a cascade of messages flooded in. Xiao Yuan shared dozens of screenshots featuring a charming girl clad in an LV outfit, posing in a lavish bar booth with her hands raised, captioned, "Thanks to Daddy for my Maserati. I'm so happy." Following that were several notifications from online lending platforms regarding loan requests. She borrowed money from all of us. Zhao Zhao exclaimed indignantly, claiming that her spending was limited and that she needed funds for circulation, only to turn around and insult us behind our backs. Everything about her was a facade. And she even had the audacity to drag her good friend along to watch the livestream with her. When they fell out for some reason, that friend exposed her. Zhao Zhao said, her face alight with schadenfreude. Ling Han opened the audio file sent by the two, and a sharp, scornful voice could be heard incessantly cursing. Those fools actually believe I'm a wealthy heiress. They deserve to be deceived. If it weren't for their desire to associate with a genuine rich girl, they would never have lent me money. This was all voluntary on their part. Ling Han frowned. She only spent over 10,000 yuan and borrowed money from you all? This scam seems rather amateurish. Moreover, as far as she knows, Xiao Yuan, Zhao Zhao, and Qi Zhao all come from relatively well-off families, considered upper middle class in their hometown. They were already friends within the same social circle. And it was evident from their daily lives that while they may not be wealthy heirs, they were not lacking financially either. Would they really lend money to this dubious rich girl persona? Ling Han found it hard to believe. After all, she had sent Qi Zhao a substantial amount. Yet these two girls had never attempted to cultivate a closer relationship with her. I didn't lend her anything. I found her uncomfortable from the start, but didn't know how to express it since she is Qi Zhao's older sister. When she asked me for money, I refused. Zhao Zhao said with a hint of pride in her voice, as she believed she possessed keen insight. Xiao Yuan, however, felt a bit sheepish. No? She claimed her bank card had a limit and borrowed 3,000 from me. Her voice trailed off. Are you foolish? She struggles to spend a few thousand each month. And she immediately asks you for 3,000? You believed her excuse about limits? How much does she spend to have a limit? Zhao Zhao's tone was laced with exasperation. Xiao Yuan felt unfairly treated. She would chat with me daily. You know that. She kept saying she would buy me a bracelet or send me strawberries. Although I declined. I thought she was a good person. Besides, 3,000 isn't a lot, so I didn't think much of it, she lamented, growing more aggrieved as she spoke. In the end, she asked to borrow money and cursed me behind my back for being a fool. Xiao Yuan was so furious she could have banged her head against the wall. Ling Han remained composed, speaking slowly. Well, that doesn't quite qualify as a complete disaster. Similar incidents have occurred online before. Xiao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. True, it's not surprising. Just the other day, another fan who was scammed for 5,000 exposed the situation. I thought of the 3,000 as a lesson learned. Wow, isn't Qi Zhao's livestream only supposed to have around 10 viewers? Did she manage to ensnare them all? Quite a talent, Ling Han mused, reflecting on the situation. Before she could finish her thought, Zhao Zhao interrupted. Originally, Xiao Yuan just intended to suffer in silence. Discussing this would be embarrassing. But unexpectedly, Qi Zhao found out. Ling Han's previously dimming curiosity reignited. And then? What did Qi Zhao do? Xiao Yuan hesitated before speaking. He said if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met that girl and wouldn't have been deceived. So, he would repay the money for that girl but asked me not to tell her. Ling Han nodded in agreement. Qi Zhao was indeed quite responsible. Though the situation arose due to him, being deceived was ultimately Xiao Yuan's choice. Still, as a friend, he chose to bear the loss initially without informing the girl, which could potentially leave the door open for repayment. Clever and conscientious. Ling Han silently raised her opinion of Qi Zhao. Isn't that a resolution? He compensates you, and you suffer no loss. It's a lesson learned, Ling Han contemplated, thinking this matter had drawn to a close. However, Xiao Yuan felt too embarrassed to accept Qi Zhao's money. It would be awkward for me to take it, especially since we are both friends of Qi Zhao. The one who got scammed for 5,000 is a genuine Qi Zhao fan, and his reputation has been tarnished. Zhao Zhao lamented. Just as Ling Han was about to probe further, she suddenly heard Zhao Zhao shout, "Friends, Qi Zhao has started his live stream." The sudden notification interrupted the three's conversation. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Hurry, hurry. Xiao Yuan's voice nearly cracked with excitement as Ling Han swiftly grabbed another phone to open Douyin. Sure enough, Qi Zhao was indeed live. In the live stream, Qi Zhao furrowed his brow, glancing at his incessantly ringing phone, the caller ID filled with unknown numbers. Tentatively, he answered one call. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? Qi Zhao spoke politely, but the voice on the other end was far from courteous, loud enough for the viewers to hear clearly even without speakerphone. Su Yue is your wife, right? She owes us 30,000 yuan and is 2 months overdue. When will she repay? If she doesn't, you must pay it back. Let me tell you, don't ignore this. You might end up regretting it. You have the wrong person. She is not my wife, and I have no relation to her. Qi Zhao's face flushed with anger, yet he tried to maintain his composure. Her contact list has you listed. You are Qi Zhao, right? This is your personal phone number. So it must be correct. Don't try to play games with me, the caller insisted. Before they could continue, with a click, Qi Zhao expressionlessly hung up the phone, but the caller relentlessly dialed again. He continued to hang up call after call, but his phone kept vibrating incessantly, and numerous messages flooded in. Glaring at the barrage of calls and messages, Qi Zhao pressed the power button, shutting off his phone, and threw it onto the table. He rubbed his brow, lowered his head to compose his expression, and managed to force a faint smile towards the public screen. Yet, suddenly, an avalanche of blood-red comments flooded the screen. Scammer, return my money. Pay back. Scammer, give me back my money. Are you trying to drive me to death? Qi Zhao. Accompanying this uproar was a fan connection that was approved, and in the lower right corner appeared the avatar of a girl who seemed to have just activated her microphone. Moments later, her avatar transformed into a live video feed. The small frame shook violently a few times before abruptly settling. A girl clad in a wrinkled spaghetti strap nightgown invaded the screen. It was Wei Wei, the very protagonist who had deceived Xiao Yuan out of 3,000 yuan. My goodness, how dare she come into the live stream to cause a ruckus? The voice call among the three had yet to be disconnected, and Zhao Jiao stared in disbelief at the live stream before her. Wait a minute, friends, something amiss here? Xiao Yuan hesitantly spoke up. The one who borrowed money from the online loan was clearly Wei Wei. How come it was Qi Zhao receiving the debt collection calls? And he even claimed Wei Wei was his wife? When did this happen? Xiao Yuan's voice was saturated with shock. Are you foolish? It must be that Wei Wei filled in her contact details with Qi Zhao's phone number. Zhao Jiao appeared far more composed than her, yet Qi Zhao was somewhat foolish too. Why hadn't he revoked this woman's admin privileges? Now, it seemed, she could access the microphone without his approval. Wei Wei's meticulously styled curls had become a chaotic nest, and the thick eyeliner smeared into 2 long dark streaks on her pale, frail face. She was crying and screaming loudly. You men are all the same. Qi Zhao, if it weren't for you, would I have had to take out a loan? Qi Zhao fumbled in a panic to find the button to disconnect the connection. But the more he rushed, the more disordered he became. Wei Wei's words were far quicker than his actions. The shrill screams continued. Qi Zhao, what are you pretending to be aloof for? When you accepted my gifts, you didn't feel disdain. Now that the debt collectors are calling you, return my money. Don't think you can shake me off just by changing your top supporter. That cold person could very well be some old aunt. Aren't you just trying to latch onto a wealthy woman? You. Ling Han chuckled. How was this her affair? She had never even met this person. The shrill, tear-laden voice suddenly ceased, and Qi Zhao finally located the settings to terminate the connection. However, a wave of onlookers had already surged into the live stream, and the comments erupted instantaneously. Wow, I've seen people borrow money for online scams, but never have I seen someone fill in the streamer's contact information. Haha. I've only heard of husbands earning money for their wives to spend. This is the first time I've heard of a wife borrowing money to support her husband. Is there any background to this? Urgent. The child wants to know. What background? It's obvious this male streamer is inducing consumption, and karma is biting back. Hey, who is spreading rumors up there? Xiao Yuan and Zhao Jiao also jumped into the fray. Xiao Yuan. This deranged lady has only spent less than 10,000 yuan in this live stream, but she borrowed 30,000. What does that have to do with the streamer? Zhao Zhao. Spreading rumors is illegal. The internet is not a lawless zone. I advise everyone to speak cautiously. Ling Han nestled on the sofa with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice from Aunt Zhao, watching the screen where Qi Zhao, dressed in a white shirt, held his guitar with trembling hands, gazing at the incessantly scrolling comments, the tear mole at the corner of his eye shimmering under the overhead light. I truly do not know what she is talking about. His voice had taken on a hoarse tremor. I have never borrowed money online. She has only given me less than 10,000 yuan, and I have already returned to her the amount she gifted me today. Before Qi Zhao could finish his sentence, an explosion of rose effects erupted before his eyes. Ling Han had reached level 71, unlocking a new exclusive gift effect, the rose contract valued at 16,888 yuan. Petals upon petals of roses bloomed in the live stream, the vivid blossoms casting a rosy hue upon Qi Zhao's handsome visage. Wow, is this the new top supporter mentioned earlier? The new top supporter is generous. Oh my, what a romantic effect. So beautiful, sob. Can the sister take a look at me? I want flowers too, crying. Zhao Zhao, Sister Han is powerful. Xiao Yuan, Sister Han is domineering. Ling Han chuckled lightly. You two seem like two sycophants. The call hasn't even ended, and you're already singing her praises on the public screen. Oh no. I was so serious with the comments that I forgot I was still on the call. Zhao Zhao's tone was filled with excitement. Sister, you are my only sister on the internet. So cool. Sob. Sister Han, how is it that Qi Zhao is so fortunate? Xiao Yuan now wished she could be Qi Zhao. This man was truly blessed. The show wasn't over yet. Ling Han observed the comments where Wei Wei was still jumping around, hurling insults. Wei Wei baby, bitch. I borrowed that loan for you. It's all because of you. You deceived me emotionally. You scammed me out of money. Why won't you return all my money? Wei Wei baby, I charged everything for you. And it's because of you that I'm being harassed for debt. You must return the half that Douyin swallowed too. Wei Wei baby, you just want to latch onto an older woman. Ugly and old. How can you even dare? You two scummy man and woman. Goodness, how is this woman still going mad? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to expose her with pictures. Zhao Zhao rolled up her sleeves. And Xiao Yuan followed suit. I'm already editing the post. Let us go to the public screen to draw attention. All right, you all go ahead. I'll hang up the call and then send some roses. Ling Han remained calm and composed. Zhao Zhao. Screenshot. Zhao Zhao. Do you still recognize who is in the picture? Miss Su Yue? Suddenly, her account information popped up on the public screen, along with the chat records of her borrowing money from 3 fans last week and screenshots of her insulting fans with her alternate account, displayed in a grid format, playing repeatedly in the live stream. Xiao Yuan. For more exciting content, dear viewers, please visit my homepage for the pinned post. Just returned from watching. This lady is really something. She spent so little but borrowed so much. Does she think this live stream is a sheep pen? Wow. Caught a streamer and aggressively fleeced the sheep. TSK. The streamer is so miserable. Her reputation is severely harmed. Ling Han set down her orange juice and scrolled through the gift options. One after another, the exhibition gift effects exploded, and within 2 minutes, the entire live stream was engulfed in light effects, illuminating all of Qi Zhao's exhibits. Ling Han kept tapping, this time opting for the gift with the loudest sound effect, the Oriental Dragon. Amidst the unending, thunderous dragon roars, Ling Han leisurely typed out a floating comment. Han, what? Is 22 years old considered old now? Han, so what if I'm old? At least I don't need to take out loans to tip. Wouldn't you agree, Wei Wei? She even made a profit from her tips, Ling Han silently added. Sister Han is powerful. 666. This speed of slapping back is faster than a rocket. Before Wei Wei could muster any further outcries, the quiet Qi Zhao finally spoke, directing the camera at the screen of his newly powered-on phone. I have called the police. The screen prominently displayed the emergency call number. I have never engaged in any of the actions that Ms. Su Yue has claimed, and I will wield the weapon of the law to protect myself. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Most importantly, I extend my gratitude to Han Han, whose ears flushed crimson at the mere mention of Ling Han. He lowered his gaze to adjust his cuffs, revealing a slender wrist bone. I will handle this matter appropriately. For now, we shall conclude today's broadcast. Once again, thank you. Han Han. Chapter 65, Photography. Before the vast glass facade, the morning light pierced through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon Ling Han's fair and delicate skin. Her fingertips glided over the flowing hem of her fishtail gown, the intricate silver-threaded embroidery shimmering like a celestial river under the sun. She lifted her gaze towards the mirror. where she beheld herself adorned in a custom gown worth a five-figure sum. Her fragile collarbone quivered softly with each breath, reminiscent of a butterfly poised to take flight. Miss Ling, there is just one final piece left, the stylist, Xiao Ai, gently reminded, her eyes discreetly glancing at her watch. The origins of this enigmatic Miss Ling were unknown to them. Their studio operated solely on an appointment basis, yet now, the entire team was on standby for this unexpected booking of a top-tier package. The automatic doors of the changing room slid open silently, and four assistants entered, collectively maneuvering a 2-meter-high mobile clothing rack. Hundreds of Swarovski crystals sparkled across the voluminous gown, and as they passed the ventilation vent, the light, delicate edges of the skirt fluttered, revealing a cascade of fragmented starlight. Ling Han opened her arms wide as the assistants helped her into the final dress. In the icy mirror, she gazed at the gown, realizing that this single piece could have fulfilled all her childhood desires from her days in the orphanage. Suddenly, she released the hem, and the skirt, adorned with Swarovski crystals, cascaded down like a waterfall of stars. As the makeup artist swept the brush across her eyelids for the third time, the sea beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows shimmered with the golden light of dawn. The chief makeup artist, Lily, abruptly halted her work, gazing at the reflection in the mirror and softly exclaiming, "Your eyes require no false lashes." Ling Han's naturally upward-turned eyelids were accentuated by the dark eyeshadow, and she delicately added a teardrop beauty mark, its inky hue contrasting against her porcelain skin. Lily observed the flawless visage before her. "Do you seldom wear makeup?" she inquired, lightly brushing rose quartz blush above Ling Han's cheekbones. The skin beneath her fingertips blushed faintly, akin to cherry blossoms poised to bloom in early spring. Ling Han stared into her reflection, entranced. The mascara wand hovered perilously close to her lashes, as though enchanted in place. "I'm not very skilled at makeup, so I rarely wear it," she replied. Understanding flickered in Lily's eyes. Indeed, if she possessed such a face, she would likely share the same indifference towards cosmetics. As the final stroke of gold-brown eyeliner was applied, even the seasoned makeup artists and stylists momentarily forgot to breathe. Ling Han slowly opened her eyes, the shimmering eyeshadow reflecting her gaze, and her already stunning beauty, enhanced by professional artistry, exuded a captivating allure. The white RV rolled along the coastal road, the photo shoot set amidst an undeveloped wild bay. Photographer Akai was directing his assistants in setting up reflectors for soft light umbrellas unfurling in the morning mist like gigantic dandelions floating in the air. "Let us begin with the Morning Mist series," Akai said, focused on adjusting his camera settings. Without looking up, he instructed, "Miss Ling, could you sit sideways on that rock, allowing your gown to spread like a mermaid's tail?" As he spoke, he glanced up to indicate the rock's position, only to find himself momentarily spellbound. Ling Han was barefoot, traversing the soft sand, her silk gown glistening like mother-of-pearl in the sea breeze. She gazed down, captivated by the tiny ripples forming in the gaps of the rocks. The white rose nestled in her voluminous hair, harmonizing beautifully with the foamy edges of the waves at her feet. "Don't move," Akai exclaimed, his usually steady voice almost cracking. The assistants hurriedly adjusted the reflectors, realizing that the natural light had already bestowed upon Ling Han the perfect contours. Akai nearly collapsed onto the sand, oblivious to the grains that clung to his precious lens. Within the frame, the profile of the girl was outlined in golden light, her seaweed-like hair cascading with dappled sunlight, reminiscent of the sacred light filtering through shattered stained glass in ancient cathedrals. The waves had unknowingly lapped over her ankles, the soaked chiffon clinging to her waist, sunlight piercing through the fabric to cast enchanting shadows over her delicate frame. Akai trembled as he pressed the shutter repeatedly. "Raise your right hand to your collarbone." "Yes, just like that." "Now, look to the right. A little more," he animatedly directed. Ling Han followed his guidance, her gaze drifting towards where the sky met the sea, suddenly recalling the mornings spent hanging laundry at the orphanage, when the sunlight felt remarkably similar. Back then, she often fantasized about being a princess draped in sheets. Now, she truly wore exquisite garments, more resplendent than any real princess. As the midday sun broke through the clouds, the styling team was busy preparing Ling Han's second look. The stylist braided her waist-length hair into a fishtail, delicate gray-pink flowers entwined, still imbued with the greenhouse's moisture. The champagne-colored strapless gown, adorned with hundreds of Swarovski diamonds, shimmered with every step she took on the low rocks, the waves crashing at her feet and refracting tiny rainbows through the diamonds. "Let the skirt flare at a 45-degree angle as you turn." Akai's voice mingled with the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tide. "Now, turn to face me, stop, and hold that pose." At that moment, sunlight refracted through the diamonds, casting a kaleidoscope of light around her, akin to the remnants of a shattered daytime firework. The final series of shots were arranged for sunset. She donned a vintage green satin slip dress, the rose-tinted evening clouds sweeping over her bare shoulders. As the sea breeze lifted the hem of her gown, the golden rays of the setting sun kissed the hollow of her collarbone. Without looking back, she ran barefoot along the beach. That angle. Akai suddenly knelt in the surf, calling out to Ling Han to look back at the camera. Yes, your gaze should reflect the wonder of a siren encountering the ocean for the first time. As she spun around, the tide washed over the tops of her feet. The evening breeze tousled the wisps of hair at her temples, revealing her exquisite features. If this photograph were to be rendered as a life-sized oil painting, its beauty would be utterly breathtaking. The photographer murmured to himself as he gazed at the screen. Within the camera, Ling Han was looking back. Her hair entwined with fragments of the setting sun, the blend of innocence and allure contrasting strikingly against her radiant visage. With unwavering focus on his masterpiece, Akai's eyes sparkled with a brilliance he had rarely experienced in over 2 decades of work. As dusk enveloped the scene, Ling Han stepped into the waist-deep sea. Her moonstone earrings swayed with her movements, resembling treasures worn by an unearthly sea nymph for a millennium. As the shoot concluded, the tide had swallowed the last remnants of daylight. Ling Han wrapped herself in a camel-colored coat and made her way towards the RV, the sound of clicking shutters echoing behind her. Abruptly, she paused and turned, the cool night breeze lifting the hem of her coat to reveal a glimpse of her snow-white ankle, while the distant flash of magnesium lights shone like a sea of stars. Chapter 66. Late-Night Snack. Akai gazed at the last captured photograph, suddenly thrusting the camera into an assistant's hands. Tell the post-production team that this one needs no editing. It's ready for release. In the frame, Ling Han's glance back revealed a striking hint of green against her camel coat, accentuating her alabaster calves beneath the flowing skirt. The moonlight danced upon the tips of the waves, perfectly illuminating the delicate contours of her eyes, an effect even the most skilled editor could not replicate. He reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, hesitated, and then returned it, ultimately shouting towards the ocean, "Now, this is what I call a perfect composition." At that moment, the stars hung low over the vast expanse of the earth. Ling Han wrapped herself in a coat, yet she hesitated to step into the caravan, instead standing quietly before the beach, gazing at the moon rising over the sea. The nocturnal ocean appeared wholly transformed compared to its daylight visage. The gentle moonlight softly spread across the water's surface, and the waves had grown considerably calmer. Often, she would find herself staring blankly at the night sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows of her hotel room or her new home. However, when she truly stood by the water's edge at night, with the cool sea breeze brushing against her, everything seemed to settle into tranquility and softness. She strolled over to Akai's side, silently observing the raw images displayed on the camera, the cold light of the screen casting a picturesque glow on her features. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed behind her. An assistant, who was moving equipment, was momentarily entranced by her profile, a large softbox having left a deep imprint in the sand. Will we have to compensate for that? Ling Han's youthful fingers brushed against the tear mole at the corner of her eye in the camera's reflection. Akai swiftly interjected, answering on behalf of the assistant. No need for compensation, not at all. To capture such stunning photographs, breaking a few lights is worth it. As the sea breeze grew cooler, Ling Han tightened her coat around her, while Li Li extended a hand to guide her back to the caravan. Li Li was equally astonished. After managing all matters that morning, she had called Ling Han, who merely sent her a location pin, instructing her to come over. Without hesitation, Li Li rushed over, arriving just in time to witness Ling Han shooting her second outfit. Upon her arrival, it was undeniable that Ling Han stood out among the crowd. The unequivocal focus of attention. What are you daydreaming about? Ling Han waved her hand in front of Li Li's eyes, snapping her back to reality. Oh, nothing, nothing, she replied, shaking her head as she poured hot water from a thermos into a glass for Ling Han to warm her hands. The early autumn sea breeze still holding a slight chill. Ling Han curled up on the bed in the caravan, her makeup taking on a more ethereal quality under the warm lights. As the caravan began to move, half an hour later, Ling Han nestled into the leather sofa in the studio, reviewing the raw images. The display showcased a montage of today's photographs. In the morning, she wore a mermaid gown, resembling a siren just emerging from the sea. Under the midday sun, she stood atop a rock, her skirt adorned with sparkling diamonds, exuding an air of superiority. At dusk, with the sun setting, she turned back in a green dress amidst the waves, blending seamlessly with the horizon, a vision of unparalleled beauty. The photographer had intentionally preserved the original color temperature, allowing the twilight to manifest a gradient reminiscent of an oil painting, the texture nearly transcending the confines of the screen. We will be providing all these raw images for you, and you can specify which ones you'd like retouched. Our service is all-inclusive. Which of these would you like to have retouched? The retoucher had already perused the photographs beforehand, Deep down, he believed this client needed no retouching whatsoever. Yet he dutifully magnified each one for her selection. Ling Han was thoroughly satisfied. This was her first opportunity to scrutinize her current visage, makeup, and styling, all of which elevated her beauty to an extraordinary level. She casually selected a few images that did not meet her compositional standards, choosing to keep the rest in their original form. Just as she stood to leave, Akai approached with a woman beside him. "Miss Ling, greetings. This is my partner, Fang Fei. She wishes to discuss something with you." In contrast to his confident demeanor during the shoot, Akai appeared somewhat nervous as he spoke. "Miss Ling, I will not beat around the bush. We would like to use your photographs from today as promotional samples for our studio. If you agree, we can waive the shooting fees. What do you think?" Fang Fei gazed at Ling Han with eager anticipation. Ling Han raised an eyebrow in response. "I'm afraid I cannot allow my photographs to be used for promotional purposes." Li Li internally scoffed, thinking, someone willing to spend so much on a photo shoot surely wouldn't be swayed by a fee reduction. This person may have sense, but it seems rather limited. Akai quickly interjected, "May I include your photographs in my portfolio? I will inform you if there are any future exhibitions. Aside from that, your images will not be publicly displayed elsewhere." Compared to Fang Fei's eagerness, Ling Han appreciated Akai's fervor more. It was evident to anyone observant. One was driven by profit, the other by artistry. "All right, but you may only select one. Additionally, I expect you to retain no negatives." Ling Han directed this statement towards Fang Fei. Fang Fei immediately comprehended her implication, her smile momentarily faltering before blossoming anew. "Understood. Understood. I apologize, Miss Ling, for the trouble. It is simply that you are too stunning. I couldn't help myself. Should you wish to explore other styles in the future, we would be delighted to have you back. We promise to ensure your satisfaction." Fang Fei practically pounded her chest in assurance. Ling Han nodded noncommittally and exited the studio alongside Li Li. The smart lock emitted a cheerful, soft melody as the entrance's sensor light illuminated a warm golden glow. As Ling Han stepped inside, a sweet, warm aroma wafted into her nostrils. She walked into the dining area and noticed a sticky note on the dining table. "There are shrimp dumplings in the steamer and sweet rice balls in the casserole. You can serve yourself, Aunt Shun." Aunt Shun. Ling Han felt puzzled. She had already notified and pinged to inform Aunt Shun that she needn't come to cook today, and besides, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, well past Aunt Chen's working hours. What was going on? Just as she was about to call and ping, her WeChat notifications chimed. It was Li Li. "Li Li, have you arrived home?" "Li Li, you mentioned being hungry on the way, right?" I told and ping. "And she had Aunt Chen prepare a late-night snack for you. Remember to eat." Ling Han was pleasantly surprised by Li Li's thoughtfulness. She scooped a bowl of sweet rice balls and took a few shrimp dumplings, settling down at the dining table. After savoring a bowl of sweet rice balls, warmth spread throughout her body, and she made her way to the master bedroom. After removing her makeup, washing her hair, and taking a shower, she changed into silk pajamas and collapsed onto the large bed. Having not checked her phone much throughout the day, she opened Douyin, only to find that all the streamers she knew were live tonight. Ling Han suddenly felt invigorated. Would she be the sole focus of attention tonight? Or would it be a shared delight?